I thought we had technical difficulties already. Woo! I got a little scared for a sec. Are we good? We're chilling? We're good? Beautiful. It's time. It is time, dude. It is time. I hope you guys are fucking free, man. Because I'm free. I'm free. I told Miss Easy Geeky I'm free. She got a little mad. But I'm free. I'm free. I'm free. We're free today. And I am almost done with my beautiful cereal. Hold up. Hello. Welcome. It might be a little early. It might be a little earlier for you guys. Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome. Hello. Hello. Oh, mom's done with my cereal. I'm ready. I'm pumped. Oh, man. Will Klein finally advance to Beast Tamer? Maybe. No stalling? I know. I know. So, let me just finish my cereal. You had to tune in for this, Mr. Ford? Thank you. I'm done. All right. Woo. We're good. I got my coffee right here to drink for the next hour or so. And we're good right now. So, zero stalling. I'm gonna get my playlist. Hold up. Ah, shit, it's kind of hard like this. Hold up, hold up. I'm like moving around some things up here. You know what? Fuck. I need to put this up here. Hold up, hold up. My playlist is kind of confusing me by keeping it down here. So I'm gonna put it right here. So I'm gonna do. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm really not trying to stall. You guys know I don't stream early all the time, so I'm not ready yet. I literally just woke up. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta go live right now. Just get the music ready. I'm fucking pumped. We request the top hat. What top hat? Whoa, hey, I don't know what top hat you guys are talking about. We're gonna have to save that. Get the top hat. Look, hold up. That top hat is low-key uncomfortable as fuck. It was so itchy. Request a hat, but the stream is gonna go until we finish volume 2, man, or until I like tap out. Is this anti-spoiler squad today? Yeah, hold up. Do we need more backup today? We got D and Romero. All right, if we need backup, you guys let me know, man. We got people in the trenches. We got backup. We got backup. Just let us know. All right, let's play this playlist. Hey, look, nice. Not gonna lie. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, man. It did look pretty good. But I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm gonna return it and get a fancier one, like a one that's slightly better quality. Klein wears top hat all day long. You know what? Yes, because I don't have hair. It was kind of itchy. I ain't gonna lie. So I think I need one that's like better material, and I think we'll be good. And I think we'll be chilling. So we're locking in. It's gonna be a beautiful and glorious day. I hope you guys are ready. Zero stalling. We're gonna go straight into the chapter. You guys know who I am. You know who you guys are. We know what we're reading, and we know what we are going to attempt to finish today in one sitting. There's like 30 chapters or so. If not, buy a monocle instead. Never. We will never buy that. You guys always told me it's like some bad voodoo stuff. We can never touch that. We never will touch that. Okay. It's very dangerous. You guys have told me from the very beginning to beware monocle. 27 chapters roughly. The most I read during volume 1 was like 20. I think that's reasonable. Yeah, never ever, never ever. Yeah, never never. All right, but we'll see about that. Well, for now, you guys know the drill. Like, comment, sub, share the video, show your bus driver, show your family, show your enemies, show your neighbors, show the squad, show your ops, and let's go right into it. Chapter 455 is called Help Seeker. All right, I don't know how I feel about that start. Help? Why are we asking for help right away? Don't know I'm gonna sleep? All right, I'm sorry. No, I know. It's the timing's a little off. All right, let's go right here. Let me do my timestamps because we're not gonna fuck this shit up right away. I made space on my PC, so I think we're locked in and we're ready for music. Hell yeah, bro. We're gonna fucking dance today, man. It's gonna be a fucking banquet. All right, hold up. Sorry, wait. Timestamp. All right, I'm locking in. I gotta lock in. Zero stalling. We're going straight into it. Did you guys notice a new camera angle? It's kind of like how it used to be. Let me put the volume down a bit. Hold up. Right away, I'm gonna actually put the volume as low as I can for me. And then I'm going to turn this up right here. Beautiful. All right, we're ready. I wore a monocle on a Victorian History Day in primary school. I was never going to see him again. Okay, so we can't wear those. We'll stay away from them. All right, let's keep reading. Chapter 455, Help Seeker. Within half the collapsed temple. Oh shit, we were Derrick. You guys were freaking gaslighting me last time, man, because I was like half asleep. It's Klein. Shut up. No, it wasn't. I'm not gonna fall for that again. You ain't gonna see me mess up this time. Within the half-collapsed temple, only a few stone pillars remained intact. They collectively supported half the main hall. At the very front of the main hall, there was an altar covered in cracks. In the middle of the altar, there was a huge pitch black cross. Hanging from the cross was a naked man who was hanging upside down. Around his ankle... Okay, it's already ramping up. Around his ankle, thighs, and torso, there were obvious rusty metal spikes protruding outwards. They were accompanied by bright red bloodstains. Derrick knew that this was a statue of the fallen creator, but he couldn't help but look down to the size. What's down there? But he couldn't help look down to size up the statue's face. He saw the face of the statue. The nose, mouth, and ears were all blurry, except for the eyes, which were carved with abnormal clarity. The fallen creator's eyes were tightly shut, as though he was suffering from guilt and pain. Guilt and pain. Look away, don't study the statue of an evil god, Demon Hunter Colin warned in a low voice. Yes, Your Excellency. The few members of the exploratory team immediately retracted their gaze. Before today, although the City of Silver had discovered many destroyed cities and written records pointing to evil gods during their exploration, most of the residents have never seen the statue of the so-called gods. The remaining... gods. Why did I say like that? The remaining area of the temple wasn't very wide, so the exploratory team quickly split up into groups of 2 to 3 and completed the investigations without finding anything abnormal. Upon seeing this, Colin, the chief of his 6-member council, said after a few seconds of deliberation, "Let's head underground." As he spoke, he drew one of the 2 swords he carried on his back and smeared it with a grayish-silver ointment. Then he removed a small metal bottle from a hidden compartment on his belt, pulled out the stopper, and gulped down the contents of the potion. At this moment, Derrick felt as if the light... Wait, what? Ointment. Oh, I thought it was a potion out of nowhere. Okay, never mind. At this moment, Derrick felt as if the light blue eyes of the chief had become a little brighter. The member of the exploratory teams made their utmost careful preparations. Under the illumination of the 4 animal hide lanterns, they followed the stairs on the left side of the statue as they walked down in the underground area. Derrick took his turn holding the lanterns and walking at the front left as he cautiously entered the darkness. He heard the sound of his own footsteps and those of his companions echoing off the stone steps. They produced a distant and empty echo. The echoes didn't suffer from any interference, making the absolute silence beneath them obvious. However, in the hearts of the exploratory team members, it was like a knock on the door. The attempt to uncover a secret that had been buried for an unknown number of years left them feeling extremely tense. After walking with heavy... I'm already reading wrong. I'm music change? Which one? Sorry. Okay, my bad. Okay, tell me what music. You know what? Before we continue, my money's on 12 hours. We're gonna be done in like 3 hours. Okay, maybe not 3 hours. Let me do this. I'm gonna have like 3 tabs open. I'm gonna have 3 tabs open, okay? That we can like kind of have ready. One is definitely gonna be All Is Well. I don't know if we're gonna need this song, but we might. Shit, no. Cammy, what was it called? No. What was All Is Well, right? Need multiple music changes starting now? Shit. Okay. All right. Hold up. Shit. Hold up. I broke immersion. Hold up. We're going through the music domain. It takes me 7 per chapter, as this should only take 3 to 4 hours. Damn, you guys are quick. I can only be here 5 hours. We'll be done in like 5 hours. We need Vanetis and Sealed Vessel. Okay. That's that one. All Is Well. Oh, I think I typed it wrong. Okay, hold up. Let me just get this one ready. The fuck? Wait. That's not what the song is called. Oh, Sealed Vessel. All Is Well. All was well on Discord. Okay. Hold up. Sorry, we're breaking immersion right away. Hold up. I just woke up and like I didn't have time to properly plan everything out. What the fuck? I can't find it. It's on the music domain, right? Okay, hold up. Let me scroll up. Damn, it's been a cool minute since I've looked at this. Hold up. Sealed Vessel is this one. Let me open this one, new tab. Okay. Hold up. We're keeping all this music ready. The world looks white. We're gonna have we're gonna have this one open. Look, I'm having all the music ready. So you guys, let's try and keep it to like these 4 right now. Right here, all was well. I'm scared to use this one. Cammy, man, I really don't want to use this one, man. That's kind of scary. I'm fucking scared to use this one, bro. I'm scared to use this song. I don't want to use this song. But we're probably gonna use it. All right. So we're gonna have these 3 open. We're gonna have sealed vessel. The world looks white, and all was well in the background ready. So when we need music ammunition, we go straight into it. Okay. Never mind. World is white fits more accurately. Okay. Wait. You know what? If it helps, Cammy, just for the sake of this stream, so we can be quick, let's do this. Do not use songs you have doubt in. No. Yeah. Let's do this. The second we need the music, just put in the music domain. That way I don't spend too long scrolling up. But Vanitas 2 later? Okay, so let's do this. I know you've already posted it in the music domain, but when we need the music, just post it right away. That way I can see it. And look, I'm gonna have Discord up here ready. So the second we need it, we'll just replay it. We'll just post it again, and then I can just open it right away. So let me loop this sucker. We got uBlock Origin. So we should not be able to break immersion anymore. Will you get notification? Yeah, I have it open. Well, you guys, no, you won't hear the notification because I have everything muted. I'm on phone with scuff internet today. Okay, so, well, you and Romero can talk it through then. Lower the music a little. I know, I'm gonna lower it right now. I'm just getting it ready. Like, for me, dude, I have to have music really low. Otherwise, it's hard for me to read. Like, I can't hear myself. All right, we're gonna keep it like this. Now we're ready. Now, where were we? We're gonna loop this one for a bit. So every time we're in here, we're just gonna play this track. All right, let's go. All right, we're good. After walking without having any sense of time, Derrick finally saw the road ahead and turned flat. He saw the newly discovered mural, which corrupted Dark Regans had mentioned. The mural, so it's a new mural. The mural was spread across 2 sides of the wall, so it's not the true crater. It was simply colored and gloomy, looking ancient and as if it had seen the I've never read this word in my life. As if it had seen the vicissitudes of life. Okay, maybe I have said it before. Derrick took a casual glance and was immediately attracted by one of the murals. On the wall to the left up ahead, a pure white cross was depicted in the middle. It was surrounded by seawater-like blackness, drowning all the humans who were struggling as they stretched out their arms. Pure white cross. The true creator was a black cross, right? Hanging upside down from the cross was the fallen creator. Oh, no, never mind. Was the fallen creator. The rusted nails and blood-red stains were no different from the statue in the outside world. But in the mural, the fallen creator was suffering from a black erosion, so much so that of the white of the cross had become pitch black. So the true creator went mad. Okay, I get it. But doing it already? No. Not anymore. On the full. We are not going to mess up anymore. In addition, the cross supported a hazy piece of land and countless humans were kneeling and praying to the fallen creator. Around the mural, in the deepest parts of the darkness, there were 6 figures akin to evil gods. In the upper left corner was a woman wearing a black Evernight? In the upper left corner was a woman wearing a black classical dress. Her clothes were layered but not complicated, as if it were embedded with a stray sheen. Her body was relatively ethereal with a sign of rippling outwards. Her face was blurry, as though she was wearing a mask without any facial features. Wasn't there a marble statue where she was holding like a scythe in one of the catacombs, like 100 or so chapters ago? The darkness around her surged as one strange eye after another faintly became discernible. Directly above was a young man wearing a pure white robe. This is literally the what the fuck? Wait. So the city of Silver and the catacombs under Tengen are linked in some way, because there's no way we're just gonna bring up the same marble statues that like depict evil gods, but like they're also depicting the orthodoxes. Whoa, wait, hold up. This is getting really interesting. This is a good chapter to start off with. Directly above was a young man wearing a pure white robe. His face was painted with pure gold color, as there were oh hell no, never mind. And there were tentacles in the form of light growing out of its skin. In his hand was a protruded green book and a radiant spear, and his chest and back were inverted. In the upper right corner was a trident wielding monster with an octopus-like head, white eyes, and a body wrapped in lightning. The feathers of countless birds formed his cloak, and the darkness turned into the waves that supported the bottom of his feet. At the bottom right was a supple and beautiful woman. Her chest bulged, protruding her clothes up. In her arms was a rotting baby, and at her feet were black ears of wheat, spring water squirming with flesh, herbs dripping with pus, and wildly mating animals. Okay. Direct Mother Earth? Maybe? Directly below was an old man wearing a hood that revealed his mouth, wrinkles, and a white beard. The old man held an open book, and on top of it was an eye that was a symbol of omniscience. An eye? Omniscience. At first glance, this old man looked like the most normal, but the smile of his face was indescribably evil. At the bottom left was a giant warrior in tattered armor. He had a long sword and was sitting on a throne with bleak dusk in his backdrop. What this mural means is that when the cataclysm struck, the evil gods climbed out of the abyss. In order to save the people of the world, the fallen creator had suffered the vast majority of the sins and pain, and as a result showed signs of being corrupted and having image. Wait. Is this alluding to the fact that the current Orthodox gods came out of the abyss and are pretending, and they're pretending to be like just and whatnot? Hold up. I'm getting lost. Hold up. Oh my, it's so early. Hold up. It's been a while since we've streamed this early. In order to save the people of the world, the fallen creator had suffered the vast majority of sins and pain. As a result, showed signs of being corrupted and having his image changed. But I think he is the worst evil god. Carrying an animal hide lantern in his hand, Derrick looked at the mirror on the wall as he walked. He realized that the description was identical to the Dark Dragon's description, with the core theme being the place where they had not been abandoned by the gods. Instead, it was blessed by the creator and had maintained civilization through the apocalypse. Of course, Dark Rengrants had only briefly mentioned it, and the details were far what the murals depicted. Through the entire process, Derrick didn't let his guard down. He prepared himself in case any accidents were to happen so that he could respond immediately. Under the dim yellow light of the candle, the exploratory team went through many corridors, halls, and rooms, one by one, delivering deep into the temple's basement. Suddenly, a semi-open gray stone door appeared in front of them. Outside the door, a cluster of beautiful mushrooms. Outside the door, a cluster of beautiful mushroom-shaped objects grew. They were palm-sized with white stems and bright red hands, sparkling with dark golden specks. Upon seeing these mushrooms, the member of the exploratory team had their appetites whet. All they wanted to do was rush over, pull out a stalk, and stuff them into their mouths. Gulp. Quite a few of them swallowed their saliva. However, most of the people who were able to enter the exploratory team had rich experience and were a relatively high sequence. Having received a warning beforehand, someone immediately stood up and said in a low voice, "Those are rotten flesh and hairy scalps." Derrick knew this teammate, and his name was Joshua. Joshua. Okay. He had successfully traded for a mystical item for a particular exploratory expedition. Joshua stretched out his left scarlet glove and handed it at the door. With a flash of light, burning fireball quickly took shape and shot out, landing directly on those extremely tempting mushrooms. Boom! The ground trembled slightly and an inferno spread out to cover the space of 2 meters. By this time, the fire subsided. All the mushrooms had already disappeared, leaving only bits and pieces of flesh and blood. I've left all those beyonders who nearly failed to resist the temptation disgusted. Demon Hunter Colin didn't interfere with their actions to the team. He quietly watched from the side, nodding from time to time. Why were there be mushrooms made from flesh and hair? Where did the flesh and hair come from? From the we knew the shepherd can make them, right? Unless there's somebody else, because she's currently locked up. Why would there be mushrooms made from flesh and hair? Where did the flesh and hair come from? Joshua withdrew his left palm and muttered to himself in confusion. Another member of the team made a bold guess. The original inhabitants of this city. It's possible. Perhaps their deaths were a result of turning into pure flesh and hair. Derrick agreed inwardly. Ew. After a brief discussion, the exploratory team split into several groups and cleaned up the hall outside the greystone door. After doing all this, they regrouped and slowly passed through the door, ready to engage in combat at any moment. Behind the door was a place that looked like an altar. The surrounding lights could hardly dispel the darkness of the region, which seemed to hide something unknown. Dude, thank you. There's over 50 guys already. Thank you. Above the altar, a similar pitch-black cross and upper side-down fallen creator was erected there. Carrying an animal hide lantern, Derrick stood the closest as he instinctively swept a glance. His gaze suddenly froze because he discovered that the fallen creator statue here was different from the one outside. Its eyes were open. He had blood red eyes and black pupils staring straight at... Wait, you know what's weird? No, I'll save it. Hold up. He had blood red eyes and black pupils staring straight at intruders like it was possessed by life. Tat, tat, tat. Derrick heard a chattering of teeth. Like that. Ooh. He originally imagined that it came from a team member, but soon he realized that he was the one trembling. Although he didn't understand much about the evil god's danger, his teeth were instinctively chattering at an instant. Like that, right? His teammates reacted similar. At that moment, a speck of powder floated into the air. Demon Hunter Colin clenched his fist. Boom, and the sounds of thunder reverberated through the air. Derrick and the others suddenly snapped to their senses, escaping their nightmare state from earlier. Before they could investigate the area, the sound of weeping could be heard from... Weeping? Could be heard? This is such a cool series, dude. From behind the altar, sob, sob, sob. In the chilling silence, Demon Hunter Colin calmly ordered Derrick and Joseph to go around and take a look. As the chill went through his body, Derrick held the animal hide lantern and the axe of Hurricane in his hand. Together with Joshua, he slowly walked around to the back of the altar. As the darkness was gradually dispersed by the light, he saw a black figure curled up behind the altar. After taking 2 steps forward, the shadow revealed its original form. It was a 7 or 8-year-old child with... Fuck you, it's Adam. It was a 7 or 8-year-old child with a soft yellow hair. Dude, I'm getting kind of hyped up. Look at my eyes, dude. This is so hype. He closed his eyes as though he wasn't used to the light as he shouted in excitement, "Save me, save me." Derrick people shrank, and when he thought of the cry for help he heard in the pure darkness earlier, he subconsciously lifted his axe. No way he's gonna kill him. He subconsciously lifted his axe at Hurricane. At that moment, Demon Hunter Colin took a step forward and solemnly asked, "Who are you?" The child stopped pleading for help and said reminiscently, my name is Jack." After dinner, Klein put... Why are we going back? Come on, no, one more. After dinner, Klein put on his coat and had preparation to head out. He was going to find Miss Sharon, resolve the problem of the baronet digging up a tunnel, and ask for clues about mermaids. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. He wanted to complete these matters before Detective Sherlock Moriarty headed south for a vacation. There's no way we like cleanse it and then we like go. No, never mind. I'm like, maybe he advances before, but no, we already know this volume is called Faceless, so that's not gonna happen. Hold up. Next chapter, we're going straight away. No, not even thoughts. No thoughts. You know what? No thoughts. Just pure raw reaction, bro. We don't gotta do thoughts right now. We gotta catch up. We gotta make some progress today. He didn't remember. What didn't I remember? Vec. Did you remember Jack from Volume 1? Fuck you guys. Who the fuck is Jack? Well, no, I don't mean F you. Hold up. Who the fuck is Jack? There was never a fucking dude named Jack. I got my fucking notes right here from Volume 1. I'm gonna go through this bitch right now. There was never a character mentioned Jack, bro. On God. On the full. Let me quickly look at this. I swear to God, I'm not gonna stall. There was never a character named fucking Jack mentioned. Moriarty family, Nighthawks, Tarot Club, Backland, City of Silver, Six Sages, Shepherd, Colin, Tingen. Hold up. Before I look at chat, before you guys tell me where or when it was mentioned. It had during Roselle's time, maybe? No, it was Archbishop Fan, Roselle, Zaratul. These are all the... He was an important character. He's gonna be brought again in a few chapters. Don't worry. Okay. No fucking way this dude was brought up in Volume 1. Well, that's not good. That's definitely not a good sign. The second they're fucking... when someone's coming back, it ain't good. I got scared when Benson and Melissa came back. Like a chapter ago. I got a little triggered, bro. I got some PTSD. All right. Next chapter. Okay, it'll be brought up. The kid... Wait. I don't want to read the whole thing, just in case it was a spoiler, because you mentioned something about father. Hold up. I'm going to wait before I read that, Haley, just in case. Your thoughts on the mural they saw? It's tied back... Hold up. Before we continue and read this chapter, the mural is almost identical to the marble statues in the catacombs. What was it? The Pound family? The Pound family's underground catacombs? No way that was like since chapter 50 or so. No way that was 400 chapters ago. All right, well, that's, I don't know. It's reminding me about that because we knew, or Klein speculated that the marble statues were like all of them. But now the fact that like there's a mural depicting all that, and then there's like the fact there's all that in the City of Silver, and the fact there's all this and like in the underground catacombs like from the 4th epoch, it means it's all connected in some way. And I'm thinking, because it looks like they're all crawling out like from the abyss, I'm thinking they were originally and currently evil deities disguised as like disguised as holy Orthodox gods, right? For whatever reason, I don't know. I don't know. And the fact that in the trailer, if you go back to volume 1, you remember the flash of lightning and you see the 7 Orthodox gods? They did not look like humans, bro. They all looked weird and like abstract. So it's leading me to believe that all of them have lost control. And we know that the apocalypse that's been like foretold or prophesized or whatever was, what was it? Like, Klein mentioned when he was reading one of Roselle's entries, like the apocalypse has to be, or what, like, when all Orthodox gods lose control, or like all gods go mad. I'm thinking that's already happened, and someone, like, not Mr. Door, but like someone in like the spirit world or whatever is like holding them back from coming, right? And maybe the true creator is trying to get back to like stop it. No, he's not a good guy. No, all you guys are always telling Romero like stop with the propaganda. So maybe he's not a good guy, but there's probably something else behind it. We'll find out. Easy. Don't just rush through chaps. We're looking for your thoughts also. Bet. Okay, all right. That is true. So next chapter. Cooking. We're cooking. Let's keep going. Chapter 456. It's called Outside the Brave. Ooh, okay. Braveheart's Bar. A rental carriage briskly drove by. Inside the carriage... Did we update this? Yes. Oh, I lost my breath. Hold up. I didn't even guess for air during that whole fucking theory crafting. Inside the carriage, Klein, who was wearing a half-top hat, was sitting opposite of Sharon, who was still wearing her black gothic regal dress. Looking at the explosiveness and pale face of his former bodyguard, Klein was at a loss on how to exchange pleasantries. He could only go straight to the point. I'm done with my preparations. Although Sequence 6 Faceless had only given him one beyonder ability. Only one? All the powers he had before had experienced a clear... Oh, yeah, you're right. The face changing. Duh. All the powers he had before had experienced a clear upgrade, resulting in great improvement of his strength. This was the best form of preparation. However, a faceless powers could be deemed a godly skill in certain situations. For example, when being pursued or trying to infiltrate, Klein couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Sharon listened quietly and simply said, "Tonight." She spoke with a slight rise in intonation towards the end to indicate an inquiry. "If it's fine with you, then I'm fine as well." Klein responded, prepared. "All right." Sharon nodded. After a few seconds of silence, Klein asked in deliberation, Have you heard about anything to do with mermaids?" Dude, it's crazy how he's already trying to plan this. Dude, thank you guys. There's 60 plus of you guys here. Sharon's blue eyes stared unblinkingly at Klein as though she had transformed into a real doll. After a while, she emotionally said, "There's no longer mermaids in places where humans can reach. Only the fishermen of the Gargas Islands would occasionally hear the mermaids singing in the midst of a storm during the long voyages to hunt white-tailed whales. Located in the depths of the Sonia Sea, the Gargas Islands was the farthest human colony in the sea, characterized by local products such as a whale oil and whale meats. I wonder if the rumor is true or fake." Klein nodded. I understand. The bell chimed and the night rang out quietly as though they came from a faraway place. There was an abandoned chapel in the middle of the William Street, withered vines crawled over its walls and gray stones were strewn everywhere. Inside the chapel, feces and debris intertwined amidst the rocks and dead grass. In the half-collapsed corner of a middle-aged man wearing a black tie was moving stones that hid the entrance to a cave. He carefully and excitedly went into the tunnel carrying his digging tools, lighting tools, and earth basket. His hair was gray as the temples and his eyes were puffy. He was the Baronet Rafter Pound. Yeah. So this is... Oh, he's the owner of the house where the first catacombs were. Rafter Pound, who was considerably mentally ill by the outside world, but he was secretly a descendant of the Tudor family of the 4th epoch. This prodigy, who was always entangled with high-class call girls, had a serious expression on his face, and his eyes were bright. It was impossible to find any signs of him being addicted to drinking and the saxophone. He pushed himself up on his elbows and rapidly crawled down the slope as though the end of the tunnel hit the greatest and only hope of life. Not long after, he touched the wet mud and cold stones in front of him. This didn't extinguish Rafter Pound's enthusiasm. He repeated, "Oh yeah, they're trying to dig into it, right?" This didn't extinguish Rafter Pound's enthusiasm. He repeated motions that he was extremely proficient with after having recently gained the experience. As he was digging, carrying, and moving things, an empty area appeared before him. It was a dark underground palace that was in front of him. Rafter Pound's expression immediately became crazed with excitement. He quickly moved forward and grabbed the black iron badge. The badge was a hand holding a scepter. The badge was a hand holding a scepter. Seeing this, Rafter Pound's eyes lit up as if they were on fire. Just as he put the black iron badge on his chest, everything in front of him shattered. Oh, it's the Tudor Dynasty emblem, right? Yeah, he's digging alone right now. I lost my place. Just as he put the iron black cage back on his chest, everything in front of him shattered. He was still in a narrow and irregular tunnel with wet mud and ice-cold stones in front of him. No, there was someone else there who was quietly watching him. He had no eyes, no nose, no mouth, no eyebrows, and no ears. Rafter Pound's pupils contracted. It's like a faceless? No. He had no eyes, no nose, no mouth, no eyebrows, and unless it was the face eater they fought, right? And the other catacombs, and no ears. Rafter Pound's pupils contracted. He could only feel a numbness rising along his spine, from his waist down to the back of his head. Without even thinking about it, he merely threw away all his tools and frantically retreated. His elbows smacked the ground, but he felt no pain despite having mangled wounds. Finally, Rafter Pound left the tunnel and returned to the abandoned chapel. Because of the loss of his lantern, he can only see the deep darkness of the dim crimson that shrouded the edges. Suddenly, the withered vines that were crawling up the wall swayed like snakes. A figure walked out from the darkness. She was wearing a gothic regal dress and a black soft hat. Oh, it's Sharon! And the other one was Klein. Oh, they were scaring him out. With a pale face to the point of being transparent, as well as a pale blonde hair and blue eyes that didn't look human. Rafter Pound almost shouted out loud. For such a woman to appear in an environment such as this was no different from a ghost story from folklore. Tap, tap, tap. He took a few steps back and almost tripped over the rock. At that moment, he seemed to think of something, and he suppressed his horror in an instant, revealing an excitement and hopeful expression. Yes, it must be you, Sir Pound. There must be a misunderstanding. Faceless Klein came out of the tunnel and stood in the shadows. His and Sharon's original plan had been to scare Rafter Pound, scaring him so badly that he would no longer dare to explore the underground ruins again. However, Rafter Pound's reaction was somewhat out of their expectation. Sharon was silent for a few seconds before tactfully asking, "What do you wish to say?" Rafter Pound quietly exhaled, and then he curled his lips into a smile. After attempting for so many years, I believe you already understand that killing the descendants of the Tudor family won't help you break the seal. Only by working with me, who has the great Tudor bloodline, can you hope to get out of this predicament that has lasted for more than 2,000 years. The Tudors knew about the existence of the evil spirit, but they still died in that room. Klein frowned as he spoke before Sharon could. He imitated Sharon's ethereal voice. What took you until today to come here? This was a branch of the Faceless beyond his powers to mimic the sound. You can also mimic sounds? This was a branch of the Faceless beyond her powers to mimic the sounds of a target. He could reproduce any voice as long as he heard it before. That sounds super broken. Of course, Klein believed he couldn't repeat the ravings of the true creator and the pleas of Mr. Door. This beyond her power was still limited to the realm of ordinary people. Sharon looked sideways at him but didn't expose him. Rafter Pound didn't notice and chuckled. It's because of the Dark Emperor had appeared. Fate tells me that the glory of the Blood Emperor will appear once again. Oh, because Klein appeared as the Dark Emperor? Right? Or when he heard about Hero Band, he's like, oh, it's the Dark Emperor. Fate tells me that the glory of the Blood Emperor will appear once again. Is there some logical connection? Klein had an inexplicable feeling that Rafter Pound was more like a madman than before. He asked in Sharon's voice again, Dark Emperor. Ha! Rafter Pound laughed. Yes, Hero Band and Dark Emperor. He must be closely related to the real Dark Emperor. Why don't I know that? Klein felt amused. He thought for a moment, then he stopped asking, give up the right to ask questions. Sharon, for some reason, remained silent. Upon seeing this, Rafter Pound was overjoyed and he quickly asked, so what's your answer? I refuse. Sharon replied emotionlessly. Rafter suppressed his anxiety and tried to persuade her again. At this moment, his eyes suddenly glazed over as he abruptly took a few steps to the side, arriving at a relatively intact stone wall. Klein and Sharon noticed an abnormality at the same time. They responded to their own ways, one pulling out a revolver and pointing it at Rafter Pound, the other filling the ruined chapel with a crimson lunar brilliance. Rafter didn't even look at them. His face and stone wall all slammed his head into it. Thump, thump, thump. He slammed his head 3 times in a row and fainted with blood dripping from his forehead. He changed his entire body, including vocal cords. Okay. Then he got up again. His eyes were bloodshot for some unknown reason. Rafter Pound raised his right hand and wiped the blood from his forehead, covering his palm with blood. I scrolled down too much. He stuck out the tip of his tongue, licked the scarlet liquid, and said in an intoxicated manner, a member of the Tudor bloodline sure is delicious. It's really intoxicating. It will allow my loathing to execute its limits to the greatest extent, and it will help me temporarily expand the boundary of the seal? Klein muzzled. Klein muzzled was aimed at him as he asked in some voice, the evil spirit in the ruins. Blood tricked across Rafter Pound's face and he left horribly. You guessed that. Before I judged that you were weak and wanted to corrupt your mind and enter your dreams to tempt you into rescuing me, who knows, hey, you're also a person with a secret. Don't be so direct. Klein subconsciously glanced at Sharon, but he found nothing out of the ordinary about her. What do you want to do? Klein asked directly. The evil spirit laughed. I'm an innocent person who was harmed because of Ancestor Tudor's ambitions. Due to the constraint of my corpse, I've been trapped in the underground ruins for 2,000 years. I hope that... So it's the evil spirit. I didn't even know. Wait. What do you want? Klein asked directly. The evil spirit sighed. I'm an innocent person who was harmed because of the Ancestor Tudor's ambition. Alistair's a new name. The guy is being... Yeah, he's being possessed. He's being possessed and it's speaking through it. I almost didn't catch it because... I caught it. I did catch it. That's why I went back and reread it. I remember when Sharon was first possessing that one dude during the fight, and I never understood it. I get it now. I'm an innocent person who was harmed because of Ancestor Tudor's ambition. Due to the constraints of my corpse, I've been trapped in that underground ruin for nearly 2,000 years. I hope that you can help me out of this predicament and allow me to become a free spirit. I swear I won't involve innocent people. Cap. After saying that, he looked at Sharon with his bloodlust eyes. You should be a ray from the mutant pathway. The next stop is a critical point to becoming a demigod. You're right. Once she hits sequence 4, she's like a demigod, right? I'm not sure if you have the puppet potion formula. What the fuck? I'm not sure if you have the puppet potion formula, but I can help you. I know exactly where we're gonna get this. I'm not sure if you have the... It looks like we need Seal Artifact 2081. It looks like we need that Antigonus puppet, right? From Volume 1? I think I know what we're going to need. I'm not sure if you have the puppet potion formula, but I can help you obtain it. I can even be a part of your ritual. That is the reward I promise you. Puppet sequence... This is so hype, bro. Puppet sequence 4 of the mutant pathway is called Puppet. What a strange name, Klein muttered inwardly. The evil spirit turned to look at him. You will be similarly rewarded. It's an object that can be considered mystical and precious, and because of some sort of attraction, its holder came to the underground palace and died by the side of the Tudor descendants. This is what it looks like. As he spoke, the evil spirit spread open the palm of his hand, causing the crimson moonlight to form a scene. Inside the picture, there was a normal-looking tarot card. No fucking way, it's another one. It's another card of blasphemy. The image on it was completely different from the others. Sitting inside a chariot wasn't a king, but rather a male priest wearing a dark red glove. This priest... Oh, it's a priest. This priest looks like Roselle Gustav. This, a card of blasphemy. Klein's eyes instantly shifted. He was starlight in the upper... Wait, he saw that the starlight in the upper left corner had condensed into a line of text. Sequence 0 red priest. Bro, this is so hype. Bro, so Prisoner 4 is called Puppet. Yeah, so the mutant pathway, that's so cool. So now puppets are in it. And it's weird because, like, for Klein, when he goes to the next sequence, it's like he's kind of like a puppeteer, right? But then there's like an actual like sequence called like Puppet. That is so trippy. That is so cool. I love it. I love it. This is getting hype. Innocent, who says who? I'm not I'm not evil, says the evil spirit. I swear I'm not evil. All right, let's do the next chapter, man. This is getting good. This is getting good. I'm not gonna lie. In an hour though, I am gonna have to go take Advil, because I did wake up with a slight headache, but that ain't gonna stop us. That ain't gonna stop us. We're gonna power through. We gotta make some progress today. And just heads up, when we do finish Volume 2, we are gonna take a week off just so I can finish updating all my notes for Volume 2. Not puppeteer, puppet. It's like a cursed puppet. The Red Priest. Obligatory reminder, prisoner pathway equals mutant pathway. No, I remember. You guys told me. Wait, was it prisoner? Oh, it was. Yeah, you're right. It was No. Was it? I don't think this 5 could control sequence 4 though. No, I know it's like they'd be higher, but it's kind of cool. It's very coincidental that like these two characters are like interacting with each other. Their next sequence has something to do with like being a puppet or being a puppeteer. I don't know. I find that interesting in a way. I find it cool. But next chapter. Let's update this. Wow, I have a fucking headache. It's cool. We're chilling. We're chilling. We're chilling. We are chilling. Wait, if Sharon becomes a puppet and Klein becomes the... What's it called? Oh, marionettes. Do you get where I'm going with this ship? Maybe that's why you guys ship them. Maybe that's why you guys... Maybe that's why the shippers are here for them. I ship them right now. Hold up. That's my current ship. But chapter 457 is called Information Provided by the Evil Spirit. I didn't even write that timestamp. I did. I lied. I did write it. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Which pathway sequence 0 is this? Wasn't there like a Red Priest or like a Blood Priest? Maybe that? I've learned the true name of another sequence 0. Of course, the pretext is that the evil spirit isn't lying. It said that the holder of the Red Priest card would seek out the underground ruins of the Tudor family due to some form of attraction. But they ended up dying in that room. This should be the law of convergence of the Beyonder characteristics within the same pathway, right? No, Emperor Rizzo had apparently mentioned that after advancing to become a high sequence Beyonder, possessing a corresponding card of blasphemy would allow them to subtly sense the Beyonder ingredients needed for subsequent sequences. In other words, the room where the evil spirit is sealed had a demigod rank characteristic of a Red Priest pathway of the divine hidden within. Perhaps the evil spirit was a demigod of this pathway when it was still alive, and it might even be a little stronger. Huh. The subtle sensation provided by the card of blasphemy is probably a result of the law of convergence. Klein suddenly thought of many things. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Sharon to see her reaction. By doing so, he couldn't determine if she knew about the card of blasphemy and whether she understood the meaning of sequence 0. However, there was no change in Sharon's nearly transparent face. It was as if the evil spirit had just shown an ordinary tarot card. However, this actually implies something. When any Beyonder first comes to learn of sequence 0, they will subconsciously think about what it represented. Perhaps only Beyond in the spectator pathway can read the subtle body language of Miss Sharon. Klein sighed to himself. Seeing that both of them were silent at the same time, the evil spirit gave Klein a deep glance, slowly making the projection of the card of blasphemy disappear. It once again looked at Sharon with its bloodless eyes and said with a low and hoarse laugh, "If you are unwilling to become a demigod of the mutant pathway, then I can provide you with a sequence 4 potion for element of the abyss pathway." No, Sharon, hold up. Last chapter, hold up. The abyss sounds really dangerous. No. I can provide you with a sequence 4 potion formula of the abyss pathway. The temperance of the desire and the flamboyance of malice has always been very corrosive, isn't it? Sharon ignored the evil spirit's question and turned unhurriedly to Klein, leaving him to respond. What the evil spirit means is the mutant pathway and the abyss pathway are closely related pathways, which are exchangeable at high sequences. How the Rose School of Thought and the Blood Sanctified sect act on the surface doesn't seem very familiar. Klein thought for 2 seconds and looked at the bloodied Rafter pound. Then how can your seal be removed? The evil spirit laughed and said, "Very simple. Find a direct descendant of the Showdown, Einhorn, and Medici family and obtain 10 milliliters of their blood each. A little more is fine, but not less. Then mix them with holy water and pour them into my room. This way the seal will be lifted. It's a very simple and strange method. Even in the field of mysticism, it's rare. Why must they be direct descendants of Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici families? I have never heard of that last one. So this is a new family name. Medici? Sauron is the former royal families of Intis, and Einhorn is a royal family of the Phasic Empire. Both of them were loyal to the Turnus Empire and the Angel family of the Fourth Epoch, and they were the final winners. However, Lowen, Augustus, and Phaenopotter Caticia families also met the same conditions. Alright, the Sauron and Einhorn family have one more thing in common, and that is their possession of the Hunter pathway. Is this the reason, as I scroll down too much, is this the reason for them being chosen and taking the situation from before into context? The Hunter pathway is equal to the Red Priest pathway. As he made a guess, Klein didn't conceal his doubts. I know about the Sauron and Einhorn families, but I've never heard of the Medici family. Very normal, they often enjoy hiding in the shadows. They are corrupted angels and have established an extremely secretive organization. The evil spirit said with a contemptuous, I cannot read that word, contemptuous tone, this organization is known as the Rose Redemption. The name... The red? No, I was thinking maybe it's tied to the red gloves because it's red, rose. No, never mind. This name is very familiar. That's right. Inside the abandoned temple of the true creator that was recently found by the city of Silver, there's something similar written on the corner of a mural. They suspect that in the name of the city of the creator of the temple. Now, from the looks of it, this symbolizes an extremely secretive organization that was founded by corrupted angels. They believe in the true creator. What is the relationship with the Aurora Order? Klein pondered for a moment and said, "It's related to the true creator." The evil spirit was silent for 2 seconds before asking in a low voice, "You know about Rose Redemption?" I heard it by chance. Klein spoke the absolute truth. The evil spirit thought for a moment, then it suddenly said with a smile, "You have more secrets than I thought. Can we not talk about such things?" Klein held himself back from watching Sharon's response as he wore an unperturbed look. The evil spirit's gaze swept across the two and left. Rose Redemption has a close relationship with the birth of the true creator. It's impossible for you to imagine that certain people were once members of the Rose Redemption, but they have since left it. As long as you find an organization that believes in the true creator and trace it to the very end, then there will be a chance of you coming in contact with the Rose Redemption. It sounds like the Twilight Hermit Order, with one being the front side while the other being the back side. So the back side will be the Hermit Order in disguise, and then the other orders like that's the front, like that's the cover up, right? Klein made an intrusive guess. Seeing that the evil spirit had no intention of giving an in-depth introduction to the Rose Redemption, he laughed and said, "Do you think we can complete something like this with our strengths?" The evil spirit was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Maybe you guys can try your luck with Binksy Town." Binksy Town, where's that? Despite Klein repeating the question, the evil spirit refused to reveal anything. Faced with this situation, Klein could only switch to asking, during the fourth epoch where the Dark Emperor, Blood Emperor, Night Emperor fight for the possession of Sequence 0? During the fourth epoch where the Dark Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Night Emperor fighting for the position of Sequence 0. When the evil spirit heard this, it was stunned for a moment before it smiled and said, "It was once the case, but not the latter. It wasn't the case after at least the tutor went mad. At least the tutor was that." So the Tudor family, one of the, like the descendant or like the actual person, like from the Tudor dynasty, Alista, was the Blood Emperor. Klein sought confirmation. The evil spirit nodded. Yes, there has only been one Blood Emperor, that lunatic Alista Tudor. Heh. The descendants of the Tudor family had all inherited the madness of that bloodline. They usually crafty, devious, careful, and cautious. By critical moments, they can become reckless and not consider repercussions. The evil spirit pointed at Rafter Pound and face and said, "He is an example. However, after this lesson, he will definitely become more normal for a long period of time. I've no idea if he's the last tutor. At least he'll left to question a number of good things which require the blood of his descendants in order to gain access to them. It's best that you don't kill him now." The evil spirit paused and chuckled softly. "Alright, after you help me remove the seal, I will tell you all the stories I have experienced. No, a more accurate description is the history I've experienced." Having said that, Rafter Pound's eyes suddenly lost focus. His body twitched for a few times before simply collapsing to the ground. Sharon silently watched the scene before she suddenly took a step forward. Whoosh. The wind howled as the dirt and rocks on the ground began moving before falling into the ground tunnels and sealing off the entrance. After that was done, Klein and Sharon left William Street and took a detour to another block in silent darkness. When Klein boarded the rental carriage, Sharon's figure appeared as she sat across from him. She looked unblinkingly at Klein and she asked with her hoarse and ethereal voice, "Will you help lift its seal?" "No." "No? No! Hold up, I thought we were gonna do it." "No." Klein didn't hesitate to reply and ask, "What about you?" Sharon shook her head, indicating that she would neither. "I thought we were gonna do it. I thought we were gonna help him out. I thought we were gonna help out the evil spirit." Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he smiled. "It's already been dead for about 2,000 years, and right now it's just a remnant of an evil spirit. Dispersing and returning to the spirit world, we're definitely gonna come back to this evil spirit like volume 3 or something." This is good lore. It's already been dead for about 2,000 years, and right now it's just a remnant of an evil spirit. Dispersing and returning to the spirit world is supposed to be its end. My plan is, once we become high sequence beyonders, I think Ellie wants to come in. Hold up. Ellie! Hi, you want to come inside or no? Come on. Come here. Hey. No, I'm not going to play. Come here. Ellie. I'm closing the door. No, you either come here or you don't come in. Fucking Ellie, dude. Easy as death, the first guy to die in a horror movie? No. Dude, I will be the last. Not last. I will literally make it out. They're like, "Oh no, run in the forest. Oh no, we should split up." Shut up. Don't fucking split up. "Oh no, who's the killer?" "Oh no, let's not fucking split up." My goat war angel's here. I'm fucking ready, bro. Let's keep reading. Didn't find my place. Confidence in it all. All right, right here. Let me reread from right here. In his mind, he would always recall the scene of the evil spirit's corpse sitting on the high back chair with its head lowered. It was also, oh my god, he would also remember how the other party's face would be covered in traces of decay when he raised his head. Sharon tearfully acknowledged, giving the necessary response. "Aren't you supposed to ask me why I'm so confident becoming a high sequence beyonder?" Klein couldn't help but lampoon. And the answer to that question was that people needed to have dreams. Klein no longer bothered with the topic, switching to asking, "Is the Wraith's corresponding sequence 4 really puppet?" Sharon nodded. "Do you have the potion formula or beyond ingredients?" Klein asked in thought. Sharon shook her head. Klein left out a soft chuckle. I'll help you keep an eye out for it in my circle. Without changing her tone, Sharon said without changing her tone. Thank you. What if she joins the Terror Club? No, maybe. We'll find out. Klein looked out the window and muttered to himself, I'm going to the south for a holiday? What? What do you mean? Is he already going to try and find the mermaid? At this point, he said with a smile, as if we were speaking to the Lord Dragon, let me wish you and Merrick a happy new year in advance. Sharon was silent for 2 seconds, then she pursed her lips and replied in a fleeting voice, Happy New Year. Oh, that's so sweet of her. Her figure gradually faded and dispersed from the carriage. I can see why people like her. She was very quiet in the beginning and to the point, but now she's kind of like interacting with Klein. I like that. It's sweet. I like it. I like that they're like slowly building like a relationship. It's cool. Looking at the little boy. Wait. Are we Derrick? Looking at the little boy behind the altar and hearing his slightly hoarse and tender voice, Derrick felt as if he was facing the most terrifying monster. He also performed a downward cleave with the axe of a hurricane in his hand. From what he knew, a person could survive in the pure darkness for so long was definitely not human. Even if he was before, it definitely wouldn't be one that long. Demon Hunter Colin's eyes seemed to brighten a little. He tightened his grip on his sword and asked in a calm voice, What are you doing here? The yellow-haired boy who called himself Jack had a pained expression as he replied, We're looking for the holy residence of the Lord? Holy... So the Forsaken Land of Gods was originally called the Holy Residence of the Lord. So it was originally known as the Holy Residence of the Lord. And then when all these evil gods came out of the abyss, it was later known as the Forsaken Land of Gods. When the creator fell, or when the true creator fell? Hold up. Lord Almighty, there's so much going on. This Sora is so big brain, I cannot keep up. I'm falling behind. The holy residence of the Lord, Colin replied. Right. The little boy Jack turned his head and looked at the pitch black cross and the statue of the overturned man. They told me that as long as I got in the direction of the Lord's eyes to look in, then I will be able to reach his holy residence. You still have companions. Colin's eyes removed one full revolution as if it were a monster taking in the surroundings. Where are they? Don't ask that, dude. Suddenly, hearing this question, the little boy Jack was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he held his throat with a twisted, blank look on his face. He said, I'm so hungry. Bro, what is going on, bro? What is going on, bro? Oh, man. This fucking keep reading. This is getting trippy. Why is it not going to the next chapter? Oh, no. Okay, we're good. Okay, hold up. Next fucking chapter, man. Oh, shit. What are your thoughts on this lore? Bro, it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. There's a lot of implications, though. Wait, hold up. Let me just do this timestamp before I forget. Hold up. There. Hold up. Yeah, let me just update this quickly, just so we're ready. But what are your thoughts? There's a lot. So, he's looking for the Holy Land, which I assume was the original name of the Forsaken Lands. And we know the picture depicts like the true creator's white cross being engulfed in like pitch black from the abyss. So I assume when all them came out of the abyss, that's when it became the Forsaken Lands. There was a war for Sequence 0 in the 4th epoch. What do you think about that? There was a war. I thought we knew about the war. There was like a religious war during the 4th epoch. I remember that. There was like a war for religion during the 4th epoch. There was so much lore drop when that happened, though. It was like 100 or so chapters ago. Algar was pursuing the listener of the Aurora Order, and that listener had a son called Jack. Was that what it was? Algar was pursuing the listener, the War of the Four Emperors. Yeah, I remember that. It was the war. Oh, no. I'm thinking of a different war then. Oh, wait, hold up. Shh, do I have my notes open? No, that was in the 5th epoch war. You literally read my mind before I opened up my notes. That war was in the 5th epoch, the War of Violated Oath. My bad. I was thinking of the War of Violated Oath. Okay, thank you. So it was the War of the Four Lords. Yes. And at the end of that war, Death was the one that came out on top. He killed the Dark Emperor. No. Yes, yes. Death came out on top after he killed the 3 emperors, and then he teamed up with the demon with the mommy demoness, right? And then it's like they ruled for a while or whatever. Something like that, right? It was in the first volume. So much, man. Thank you. And then they brought pale disaster to the northern continent. Thank you. Yes, the 4 wars. Yes, the war happened. Death came out on top. He teamed up with the demoness, and then they brought about a pale disaster to the northern continent. Primordial demoness. Don't call her mommy. My bad. I apologize. Mommy demoness. My bad. My bad. Primordial demoness. I forgot the primordial part. Jack was introduced before Derrick was introduced. No fucking way. Okay. You guys have to tell me what chapter to go back. I'm kind of down to look at it. It was like you guys said 50, 53, right? No, but we can look at it later. Wow. Hold up. I have a slight fucking tummy ache. I ain't even gonna sugarcoat it. I'm just heads up. We might take an early break, an early 5-minute break. I ain't even gonna lie. Not right now. Not right now. We're still good though. But she is mommy. She is mommy. I'm just out of a. You're out of a major exam. I got royally bamboozled, deceived, fooled. My teacher probably got a moment and told us what happened. Wait, what? Really? Really, Moon? The only way back is forward? The only way back is forward, yes. We're not going to look at old chapters again. Not yet, not yet. Yes, you know, the war started with the Emperors. Yeah, they fought over the Sequence Zero. But then Alex the Tutor went mad. And things got even more complicated. Okay. Fell for the oldest bait. Yeah. Bro got baited? You got baited. Got bamboozled. No, she wasn't more like a dad than don't call her mom. Okay, well, let's keep reading. Hold up. I technically still don't know where she stands, right? But I gotta read more. We gotta read more, and then we're gonna find out. Message deleted. What did I read? She was more. Was it that one? Rather than something than money? Yeah, we know Def won, but we don't know. Oh, that's true. It did say Def fell, and then nothing else was brought up again. Okay, all right. Okay, I'm liking all these questions that are being brought up. All right. I'm liking the questions. Chapter 458 is called An Ancient Sanguin. So hungry. Amidst his trance-like words, Jack raised his head and looked at Joshua, who was wearing a pair of scarlet red gloves. So hungry, his mouth opened in an instant, reaching straight to his ears, revealing his neat white teeth and thick saliva that was constantly gushing out of his mouth. At the same time, he threw himself forward towards Joshua. He was so fast that he could be left behind. Oh my god, I can't read. That he left behind an after image on the ground. Although Joshua was on high alert, he wasn't able to react in time. Before he can even make out what was happening, the little boy Jack had already pounced in front of him. Thump. The yellow-haired figure seemed to slam into an invisible wall, stopping only a step away from Joshua. Jack suspended himself in mid-air as a reddish glow from the darkness emerged from his body and started to corrode a transparent barrier that was denying him entry. What the? Behind Joshua and Derrick, Demon Hunter Colin had already fallen on his knees at some point. He had stabbed his sword, smearing a silver ointment into the ground. Soon after, their area around the altar instantly brightened, and it was the purest ray of light of dawn. Colin suddenly drew his sword. This is so hype, dude. Colin suddenly drew his sword, and his figure strangely split apart, turning into a series of after images that spread out around the altar. Every single figure raised the sword in their hands at the same time and combined with the light of dawn in the vicinity and released a bright glow. So. One sword after another was thrust forward as the light of dawn converged towards Jack from all directions, encircling him in the middle. Under the brilliance of the rising sun, the black of red figures quickly evaporated, dispersing under the storm-like barrage of attacks. In the underground hall where the altar was located, the brilliance became abnormally bright, so bright that Derrick Birch couldn't help but close his eyes. With a sudden jolt, he suddenly woke up from his slumber and saw a bonfire quietly burning in front of him as his teammates who were diligently guarding the camp. Demon Hunter Colin, who was sitting crossed legs beside a stone pillar, opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "We will set off after 50 rounds of lightning." Upon hearing this, Derrick looked up at the sky and found that the frequency of lightning hadn't significantly increased. Darkness remained the ruler of this land. So cool, man. It's so scary, dude. When he thought of the city he was about to arrive at, the temple of the fallen crater, he couldn't help but feel slightly nervous. After spending some time calming himself down, Derrick quietly ate his food and recovered his combat-ready state. I wonder what would happen in that temple. Holding the axe of Hurricane, he came to the middle of the group. Within the campsite lanterns that was covered with a thin layer of animal hide were being lit one after another. 15 Mink Street. Damn, it cuts away from Derrick as such a... What do you mean I didn't notice? Wait, shut up. What didn't I notice? I thought... No, wait. David couldn't see me on exam because he knows very well he would. Wait, what did I... As usual. Holy shit, he didn't notice? Hold up, bro. Okay, we're gonna read this again. If you guys are insinuating something happened to Colin, I'm gonna lose my shit. We're gonna take it from the top. Hold up. Let me kind of skim through it. So hungry, his mouth opened in an instant, reaching straight into his, revealing his neat white teeth and thick saliva that was constantly gashing his life. At the same time, wait, hold up. Let me find my place. Well, not find my place. Let him notice. Okay, hold up. He was so has he left behind an after image in the ground of the Joshua. Hold up. We already read this. Let me kind of skim through it. The yellow-haired figure seemed to slam into invisible wall, stopping only a step away from Jack. Jack suspended himself in midair as a relish of darkness emerged from his body and started to corrode the transparent barrier that was denying him entry. Behind Joshua and Derrick, Demon Hunter Colin had already fallen on his knees at some point. Okay. Colin had already fallen once to the knees at some point. He had stabbed his sword, smearing with a silver ointment into the ground. Soon after, the area around the altar instantly brightened as it was a purest ray of light. Colin suddenly drew his sword, and the figure strangely split apart, turning into a series of after images that spread around the altar. Every single figure raised the sword in their hands at the same time and combined with the light of dawn in the vicinity released a bright glow. One sword after another with thrust round as light converged towards Jack from all directions, encircling him in the middle. Under the brilliance of the rising sun, the black and red figures quickly evaporated, dispersing under the storm-like barrage of attacks. In the underground hall where the altar was located, the brilliance became abnormally bright, so bright that Derrick Birch couldn't help but close his eyes. With a sudden jolt, he suddenly woke up from his slumber and saw a bonfire quietly burning in front of him and his teammates, who were diligently guarding the camp. Demon Hunter Colin, who was sitting cross-legs beside a stone pillar, opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "We will set off after 50 rounds of lightning." Upon hearing this, Derrick looked up the sky and found that the frequency of lightning hadn't significantly increased. Darkness remained the ruler of the land. When he thought that the city, oh my god, I can't read. When he thought of the city he was about to arrive at, the temple of the fallen creator, he couldn't help but slightly... What did I... You still didn't notice? Just keep reading? What do you mean? What do you mean, what didn't I notice? Nothing happened. After spending some time calming himself down, Derrick quietly ate his food. What the fuck? Wait, hold up. What the fuck did he eat? After spending some time calming himself down, Derrick quietly ate his food and recovered his combat-ready state. I wonder what will happen in the temple? Holding Axe of Hurricane, he came to the middle of the group. Within the campsite, lanterns that were covered with a thin layer of animal hide were being lit one after another. Bro, his brain just what did I miss? No fuck. Okay. Guys, let's not tell him. Okay, look. Okay, don't tell me. I'm gonna reread this. Let him be. Okay, I'm gonna reread this in my head one more time. I'm gonna have 1 minute of silence. Don't tell him. It's fine. Okay. I'm gonna read to myself. No one can tell him. Okay. What did you not miss? Okay, repeat the campfire 24. Okay, I'm gonna reread it by myself in my head. Okay, hold up. You guys are fucking playing with me, man. So from the campfire. Calm down, guys. He's the low sequence in the reader pathway. Hold up. Okay. Now don't reread. Just okay. Hold up. Actually, ban him. No. That's okay. We're not banning anybody. I don't know what happened. So wait, hold up. Let me just reread from when he wakes up. Not playing. Actually, he's gonna find out. Just keep reading. Okay. He sent some spoilers. 6x just ban. Oh, somebody sent 6 spoilers. Oh, okay, maybe timeout. Not necessarily banned. Maybe they're excited. It's okay. All right, we'll keep reading. Nah, bro, lost control. Let's just keep reading. 15 Mink Street. Klein heated the water, adjusted the temperature, and took a comfortable bath. Wait, hold up. Let's resume the video. Yeah, let's just okay. Well, I actually missed it. Okay, well, let's just keep reading. We'll see what happens. Since you guys said it's fine, it'll get brought up again. 15 Ming Street. Klein heated the water just at the temperature, took a comfortable bath. With the languages after bath, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the great fog. He intended to use his divination to make a confirmation of the evil spirit's matter. In the silence of the ancient palace, Klein leaned back in his chair and began to seriously consider which divination method to choose and how to design the divination statement. It had to confirm the principles of mysticism, it shouldn't involve subvision or elimination, and it had to contain significant information. After a short period of silence, Klein leaned forward and wrote down what he wanted to confirm. The evil spirit in the ruins harbors strong malice towards Sharon and me. He undid the spirit pendulum on his left wrist, gripped it. Dude, thank you. Thank you for following. Thank you, man. He undid the spirit pendulum on his left wrist, gripped it with one hand, and began entering the cognition. After muttering to himself for a while, he opened his eyes and looked forward. This time, the topaz pendant was wildly rotating clockwise. This meant that the evil spirit's malice was stronger than Klein had imagined. So it really was an evil spirit. I'm not an evil spirit. At that time, there was nothing abnormal about the spirit's intuition we had. The evil spirit is also a powerhouse that's good at interfering with the divination and prophecy. He definitely wouldn't have imagined that one of us had the temperance to resist desire, preventing her from being blinded by greed, while the others had experienced too many things to not know what it means to ask a tiger for its skin. With a sigh, Klein returned to the real world and lay down on his bed. Unfortunately, the head brought by the sun brooch is only psychological feeling and can't warm the bed. Before he fell asleep, he closed his eyes and thought with regret. South of Bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. After Emlyn White wiped the last chair, he straightened up and eagerly said to Father Trotsky, "I finished doing today's chores. Damn old man, don't you suddenly get ideas of getting me to copy the Holy Bible?" Emlyn prayed inwardly. The object of his prayer had unwittingly changed from the moon to earth. Father Trotsky stood there making the vampire look like a child. He smiled and said, "Recently, you've been able to experience the joy and relaxation of work with dedication and gratitude. Go back and quietly feel the pulse of life and pure joy that comes from it." "I haven't," Emlyn denied on reflex. Without saying anything, Father Trotsky looked at him with a kind smile, turned and took a seat, and then began his nightly prayer. Emlyn White's lips quivered as he wanted to refute, but in the end, he failed to say anything. He silently left the Harvest Church and habitually closed the door. When he returned to his current residence, he found that the house was empty, but his parents had disappeared without a trace. It was only after witnessing this scene that he remembered that he was going to be a Sanguin gathering in Backland area tonight. Those fellows are really disgraceful. As a noble Sanguin, they should sleep in coffins or stay in their own rooms. Why are they mimicking humans and holding all kinds of gatherings? They're even dancing, Emlyn muttered contemptuously. As he spoke, he touched his belly and swallowed a mouthful of saliva before deciding to change into some clothes to attend the gathering. The Adora family sure is notable. They actually have a pure human partner who runs several hospitals and has flesh blood every day. They can drink as much as they want, anytime they want. Emlyn put on the black top hat and quickly walked out of the house, Westboro in a brightly lit villa. Emlyn picked up a glass with a scarlet liquid and hungrily took a gulp of it. It really has been pre-selected. He half closed his eyes, sighed in praise from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, on the dance floor, handsome men and beautiful women were dancing, twirling, and taking slow steps with each other under the romantic music. What's the point of all this? Emlyn stood at the edge of the railings on the second floor, looked down at his kinsman. As the largest city in the world, Backland had many Dude, this is literally reminding me of the movie Sinners. Just vampires, and then there's people dancing, dude. As the largest city in the world, Backland had many vampires living in it. They hid in all walks of life and had completely integrated into human society. As for those who were unable to control their own destructive urges and bloodlust, they were either sent to castles in the deep in the mountains or were dealt with in advance to prevent the Nighthawks or other official beyond organizations from finding clues. As he looked at his fellow kinsmen who were growing more spirited and night went on, Emily increasingly felt like there was nothing in common between him and them. At that moment, the host of the banquet tonight, Cosmia Order, walked over with a wine cup and I scrolled down too much. With a wine cup in hand, smiling, he asked, "Do you like tonight's wine?" Of course, its owner is young enough and possesses great vitality. Emlyn straightened his back and assumed a noble posture. Based on appearance, Cosmi Odora was a very gracious middle-aged gentleman, but Emlyn knew that he was over 200 years old. He had once seen Entis under the rule of Emperor Roselle, and then he moved to Loam because he had lived for too long and feared that his neighbors would discover something was wrong about him. Upon hearing Emlyn's praise, he smiled and said, "Yes, its owner is a young lady who was stabbed by a thief and nearly lost her life. Fortunately, she met me, and this is the price she needs to pay for her recovery." You can have a taste of wine over there as well as the wines over there. The owners are from Balam, the Faina Potter respectively. They have different flowers. Faina Potter, mother of goddess. The humans there love chili so much that their blood has a spiciness that I can't stand. Mother goddess, as he spoke, Emlyn suddenly paused, his expression instantly turning black. The corner of Cosmos' mouth twitched, and he pretended not to hear anything. In the awkward silence, he cleared his throat and said, Emlyn, that's your imagination. By the way, my grandfather wishes to meet you. Your grandfather, Emlyn, was startled for a moment, but he immediately widened his eyes. Lord Nibs Odora was a powerful Sanguin who had been active in the 4th epoch. By the time had corroded his life and forced him to lie in a cold coffin for extended periods of time. Cosmo nodded solemnly, yes. Let me take this off for now. I didn't even know I can just mute it from the tab. What the fuck? I didn't even know that. I'm gonna just mute this for now. I'll just play from here for now. Emlyn is cooked. Here we are. Why is Emlyn cooked? Oh, man. Don't remember exactly. Look, all I'm gonna say is this. I didn't catch whatever you guys thought I was gonna catch with Derrick, but I did find it coincidentally weird that he kind of just like woke up and then Colin says level voice like, we gotta go. Play it again during Derrick's moment. Yeah, no, during Derrick's moment, we'll play it back. We'll find out. We'll find out. I do find it weird though that they kind of didn't elaborate what happened to Jack and whatnot. And it kind of just like, oh, problem solved. That is kind of weird. But we'll find out what actually happened. We'll keep reading. Can we ask Easy to surmise and explain chaps in few paragraphs? I heard it works with reading comprehension. Yeah, I know. But like the thing is, when I'm live streaming, it's I keep losing focus. Like if I'm reading chat or I'm going through this, it's hard for me to like do both at once. What, Jack? Derrick was sleeping? Yes, like, well, like I find it weird how he just woke up. Yes, I'll understand. Okay, but we'll keep reading. Like there's some things I miss clearly sometimes. But like when I'm reading it, play it again during Derrick moments. Yes, you'll understand. I mean, yeah, it's going to be explained later chapters. Okay, so it's fine. Even if I missed the foreshadowing, it's cool. It'll be brought up again. But let's keep reading. Yes, with that, he turned and walked to another staircase on the 2nd floor, not considering the possible. And also the reason I've been kind of not. The reason I haven't been able to recall too much, I haven't been updating my notes for Volume 2, so I'm forgetting so much stuff that I shouldn't be forgetting. Like in Volume 1, I was a little bit better at recalling things. I think I was. But in this one, I've been so behind. My notes right now are like chapter like 270 or something like that. I'm like 150 behind now by the time we're done with this. We'll take a week off. We're going to surmise all our notes so we can be tip top and like on top of it for Volume 3. How long has Lord Nibs lived? Like a couple hundred years, like 200 years. He was there during Roselle's time. There's some things I miss, and there's some things some things I miss, and some things I catch. Yes, with that, he turned and walked to another staircase on the 2nd floor, not considering the possibility that Emlyn might refuse. Emlyn followed a little nervous and unease. Early lore so confusing. Testing your reading? No, not Nibs' grandson, 4th epoch, bro. Wait, which one? Well, no, that's not, I didn't mean he was 200 years. He was around 200 years ago during Roselle's time. That's what they said right now, right? His grandson is 200. That was during Roselle's time. He is as old. No, bro. You guys are tripping. Lord Nibs, 4th epoch, bro. Cosmo Odora is 200. Oh, Odora. Yes. Got it. Your grandfather, Emlyn, will start for a moment, but then he immediately widened his eyes. Lord Nibs. Nibs Odora was a powerful Sanguin who had been active. We were literally just here. Hold up. Bro, stop reading. Bro, stopped reading just to read. Hold up. It literally just said it right here, and I got distracted because I'm reading chat, okay? Hold up, look. This is literally what I just read. Nibs Odora was a powerful Sanguin who had been active in the 4th epoch, but the times had corroded his life and forced him to lie in a coffin for extended periods of time. I just literally read it. Right here, yeah. I literally just easy reading. No, it's early, man. Look, it's early. I have a headache, and I haven't taken my medicine. I haven't taken Advil or Tylenol. I just went straight live. So yeah, my bad. I'm slightly out of it today. Cosme nodded solemnly. Yes, but now we know that. What trust. It's all gonna click right now. Just trust the process. It's gonna click right now. With that, he turned and walked to another staircase on the second floor, not considering the possibility that Emlyn might refuse him. Emlyn felt a little nervous and uneasy, thinking about the purpose of Lord Nib's summon. As he finally understood the honor of the Sanguin is more important, he decided to help me get rid of Father Trotsky's psychological cue. As he walked, Emlyn White developed a strong sense of hope. Following the staircase to the underground era, Emlyn White passed through a few secret doors and entered a large gray hall. In the center of the hall was a heavy coffin made of black iron engraved with symbols of magical labels. After Cosmiodora reported Emlyn's arrival, a heavy and aged voice slowly came out from the coffin. That's so trippy. Emlyn White, do you know why I summoned you? Honorable Lord Nibs, I imagine that you are planning on helping me remove the psychological cue. Emlyn responded without hesitation. Silence reigned in the underground hall for a few seconds. Then Nibs Odoro, who was lying in the coffin, chuckled and said, that's one of the purposes, but it won't be me helping you. I just woke up from a long dream because I received a revelation from the ancestor. Ancestor, she has awoken. It wasn't Emlyn who exclaimed in surprise, but Cosmiodora. After the cataclysm, that was a long time ago. After the cataclysm, doesn't the ancestor only respond to important matters? Emlyn listened in bewilderment. No, not yet. Nib said in a heavy voice, the ancestor told me that the apocalypse is near and we must prepare for it. And you, Emlyn White, are one of the key elements in the ancestor's revelation. Apocalypse? Cosmi asked in surprise, but Emlyn only had one thought. I, Emlyn White, was actually mentioned by the ancestor. I am a key element for the Sanguin survival of the apocalypse. Nibs ignored his grandson's question and continued. Emlyn White, I'll hand you a task now. Please speak. Emlyn felt that he was being too modest. Even after hearing what had just been said, he didn't show any arrogance in front of Lord Nibs. Nibs, Odoro solemnly said, find a chance to pray to the fool? Emlyn suspected he had heard wrongly. Nibs lowered his voice and added, the fool whose honorific name has only recently been spread. So they're not, the ancestor wasn't bringing up Emlyn. The reason he's important because he's in contact with Klein. That's it. Like, he's not directly gonna be involved. It more or less said like, this Sanguin has to get in contact with the fool. Okay, hold up. The chosen one? Nah, he's not the chosen one. It, like, the ancestor is clearly referring to Klein, but they're using him as, like, you know, the bridge. Kind of like how in Star Wars, they said, like, oh, Anakin's the chosen one, but it was, like, really his children, Luke. It's kind of like that. Yo, just jumped to 73. Thank you, guys. There's, like, 70 of you guys here. He is the chosen one. Nah. It's not that. It's not that. I think the ancestor was, like, talking about Klein, but it knew he's in contact. No, I didn't say he's the ancestor. I'm saying the ancestor mentioned Emlyn because Emlyn is in contact with Klein. Just like in Star Wars. No, Anakin, true, but like it said he would bring about order or like he would stop the Sith, right? But the whole time, even though it was prophesizing him, in a way, it's like the prophecy was talking about Luke in a way. Not necessarily Anakin, right? Even though Anakin would bring about peace and whatnot, at the end of the day, it was Luke that brought about peace in the original. Next chapter speak. Let's keep reading, bro. I feel like that's kind of like what the ancestor was doing. Like, it's bringing up Emlyn, but in like reality, it might be talking about Klein. Because the fool. Emlyn the chosen, the man who is chosen, the man who is chosen to communicate with the chosen one. All right, let's keep reading, dude. So lock in because you will witness true peak. Fuck, man. You guys told me from 460 on how to lock in. Okay. Before that even happens, I'm actually going to take medicine. I'm going to go take Advil because we're going to lock in. That's good. And hold up. I would have caught that right away, but you guys asked me the second I read it, and you guys know I have a bad short-term memory. If I kept reading, it was brought up again, I would have remembered. Okay. Let me go get some Advil, and then we're gonna be right back. Hey, who unfollowed? Hey, who was that? I saw that. Hold up, we're at 1,901. Why we go down? Huh? Who did that? But Anakin did fulfill his purpose. In the end, there was only one Jedi and one Sith. There's at the end. Where's the problem? There is no problem. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me take some Advil. I'm gonna get some Advil because we're gonna lock in. Because I do have a slight headache and we don't want to be distracted. And let me finish my coffee. I'll be right back. End is coming. No spoilers, of course. Okay, no spoilers, no spoilers. Okay, we took Advil. We should be good. We're ready. It's a thing with Derrick explained. The realization of the thing you miss will be great to see. Oh, really? Oh, I see you on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, I'm being optimistic. Oh, we're turning on slow mode? Okay, hold up. Before we continue, should I play the... What should I play? Should I continue with World is White? The World Looks White? I'm gonna just play World is White. You guys are kind of hyping me up. Remember the Swak Back song when Derrick moments? Okay, okay. When Derrick is mentioned. Okay. When Derrick is mentioned. When Derrick is mentioned, we'll play it back. So we'll keep this playing until Derrick. Nice try. Alright, we'll do this. I'm scared. Hey, bro. Reread the Derrick part? No, some people say it's gonna get brought up again. I literally missed it. And I'm scared you guys are telling me to go back. But we'll see what happens. It's okay. It's gonna get brought up again. I found it weird that like they kind of just like woke up like, oh, it's okay, we're ready to leave. But like they didn't like elaborate. But we'll see. We'll see. It's gonna get brought up again. No, he just needs to read more? Okay, yeah, we need to read more. We need to read more. We need to finish this series. We got like a little over 20 chapters. We gotta make a dent in this today. So I hope you guys are free. Okay. 459. Alright. Chapter 459. Wait, I lied. I don't have my timestamp. I lied. 1 hour. 1 minute. 15 seconds. Fuck, man. Why the fuck do I have a headache today? I'm sorry. Yeah, if I'm out of it, it's because I have a headache, man. It's a little early. I usually tend to sleep in when I can. We're always free. I forgot how it is. I forgot how it goes. Okay, let's keep reading, man. Chapter 459 is called Letting a Chance Slip, okay? Although I have always had the urge to pray to the fool to get rid of the psychological cues that Father Trotsky gave me, I also know very clearly that it's dangerous to recite the honorific name of an unknown being. Not all hidden existences will start with bait and slowly provide guidance. In such matters, they are often like sharks in the sea who would go mad and lunge forward once they smell blood. But now, Lord Nibs, no, what does the ancestor want? Emlyn White said, finding it rather ridiculous, it will be very, very dangerous. Inside the black iron coffin, Nibs' door replied with an aged voice, yes, under normal circumstances, but not all hidden existences are filled with malice among them. It will similarly abide to the rules, enjoy the transaction, for example, the 7 pure lights of the spirit world. Since the ancestor have given such a revelation, it means that the danger that the fool can bring is not serious or even none. And during this entire process, I will always be by your side to protect you. Don't you want to get rid of the psychological cue? Have you already become a believer of Earth and abandoned the moon? No, I haven't, Emlyn frantically denied. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, I wish I have a few days to think it over. Okay. Alright, no problem. I believe that you will make a choice that suits your noble identity as a member of the Sanguin. Inside the coffin, Nib's voice turned soft as he smiled and comforted him. After sending Emlyn White back to the second floor, Cosme Odora once again returned to the dark and gloomy underground hall, and he asked with a confusion and doubt, Grandfather, how could the revelation given by the ancestor involve Emlyn White? He's just a weak member of Sanguin who'd only recently reached adulthood. 1 sec. Okay, I found my place. Let's continue. Nib's voice came through the thick black metal coffin lid and reverberated in the air. No, the revelation provided by the ancestor never included Emlyn White. What the heck did I just say? What did I just say? It was never even talking about Emlyn White. She only showed a scene of the dawn of the apocalypse, depicting the erosion of the crimson moon, as well as mentioning the fool in the corresponding honorific name. Whoa. She only mentioned a scene of the dawn of the apocalypse, depicting the erosion of the... Did I not say, or did I not say something was like... Did I not say that, like, the crimson moon was like a cocoon in some way for whatever endgame ultimanium they had, and Klein was gonna be involved in it? She only showed a scene of the dawn of the apocalypse, depicting the erosion of the... something's coming out, like, it's eroding. Something's coming out of the crimson moon, as well as mentioning the fool and the corresponding honorific name. Yo, what is this? Okay, hold up. Maybe I didn't call this. Hold up, we don't know yet exactly. I lost my place. However, how did I lose my place, bro? I'm getting too excited. During this process, no Sanguin appeared. The mention of the key element was just my way of convincing Emlyn White. However, being able to take risks for the future of Sanguin can also be considered a key element. Cosmin was first enlightened before he asked another question. Why did you choose Emlyn White? What's so special about him? Nibria Odora suddenly left. Hasn't he been clamoring about praying to the fool all this time? Didn't he think we weren't putting too much weight on his problem? That we aren't willing to antagonize Bishop Petrosky, so he was trying to find other help. I'm just fulfilling his wish. For a long time, Cosmia was speechless. Emlyn White stood at the railing of the second floor looking down at his tireless kinsman and nervously took a sip of his wine. Up to this day, I haven't heard of any terrible outcome for people who prayed to the fool. Perhaps it's just as Lord Nib said, the fool is just like the 7 pure lights in the spirit world, a hidden existence that maintains order and is warm-hearted. Wait a minute, why are the 7 pure lights in the spirit world? Oh, she doesn't even know. What are the 7 pure lights in the spirit world? Why haven't I even heard about them before? This seems to be one of the sides of good. I wonder if it will be of any help to me. In short, the fool isn't necessarily dangerous, and there is Lord Nibs protecting me. Maybe I can take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of the psychological cue. Emlyn consoled himself with fear. Why did we change back to Derrick? Hold up. Don't tell me because it's a spoiler. Why am I out of breath? Hold up, let me catch my breath. I don't know why I'm out of breath. I'm noticing myself gasping for air right now. Whew, okay. Alright, no, we're good. I'm ready. If you want, you can put like a 10-second delay, Romero. If 20 is too long. I mean, it's up to you. I'll leave it up to you guys. However you guys are feeling, just in case. But I think 10 would be fine. Oh, it is on 10. Okay. Music change for Derrick. Oh yeah, hold up. We're not with Derrick yet. We're in Mink Street. World is white again? Okay, so just we'll leave World is white. Alright. Ask and we shall resume. It is 10 seconds? Okay. Alright, we'll continue from here. Monday morning, Sherwood Borough, 15 Mink Street. Klein squatted in front of the toilet. Why is it always on the toilet? Lord of the toilet, dude. That was so funny I thought you guys mentioned that as a joke, but it really is, man. He's always at the toilet now. Klein squatted in front of the toilet, holding a brush and careful cleaned the dirt inside it. According to his schedule, after completing his visits on Saturday and Sunday, he decided to take the day off and wait until tomorrow to report back to Prince Eds about the final results and hand over the assignment. But during what should have been his relaxation time, he found the house a little too messy and dirty. It was only when he saw this that he remembered that the cleaning of the house had been done twice a week through the temporary employment of landladies' maids next door. As the Samirs had gone on holiday to Civil City and Desi Bay, one of the maids had gone along with them while another had returned to the countryside after receiving a year-end bonus. 15 Mink Street, where he lived, hadn't been cleaned up by anyone for quite some time. Klein had planned to put up with 2 days since he was leaving Backland, but in his free time, he didn't dare to take the time to head to the Quillet Club to have fun. He was afraid of infuriating Prince Ed, so he could only stay home. Hence, seeing that the irked him, he changed into his old clothes and began spring cleaning before the new year. He went on to scrub the toilet, wash the bathroom, wipe the windows, mop the floors, clean his equipment, and wash clothes. I like how we're playing World is White for this part. It is his sacred throne. The music is so fitting for this scene, dude. He went on to scrub the toilet, wash the bathtub, wipe the windows, mop the floors, clean the equipment, wash his clothes. Klein busied himself from 8 to 11 before barely completing the desire to clean up. Of course, he only did it functionally without that much attention to detail. Sometimes renting too big a house isn't a good thing. Klein washed up his hands and wiped his face with a towel. Walking out of the bathroom and looking at the clean and tidy living room and dining room and watching the sunlight pierce through the clouds and shine through the transparent glass window, shining golden spots in the house, he had a strange sense of accomplishment. He felt a lot happier. Time to reward myself for lunch. I'll find a good restaurant. Klein returned to the second floor and changed his clothes. After he leafed through the papers waiting for lunchtime, the doorbell rang, okay? It's almost the new year. Shit is gonna hit the fan, huh? And there are still people coming to entrust me with missions. And he rose and walked to the door. Klein made up his mind to decline. Although he had only 35 pounds left in cash, in order to get out of the royal strife, he had to go on vacation to South as soon as possible. He can no longer accept assignments. To his surprise, the visitor wasn't a stranger, but the old butler of Prince Ed's. The old butler was wearing a well-cut tuxedo. He saluted without losing his dignity and said, Detective Moriarty, His Highness, the prince is waiting for you in the carriage at the end of the street. He wishes to know the progress of your investigation. So impatient. All right, that saves me the trouble of going all the way to Red Rose Manor tomorrow. Clearly, that demoness is going to be in the shadow. She's going to be in hiding. She's going to be hiding there. She's going to be hiding there. Klein quickly recognized what he had thought of last night and calmly replied, all right. He was about to remove his hat from the coat rack when he felt a sudden ache in his stomach. Is he constipated? A pain that requires him to visit the toilet. After enduring for a while, he realized that he couldn't hold it in any longer and apologetically said to the old butler, I'm very sorry, I'll need to use the bathroom first. But he just cleaned it, dude. My stomach isn't feeling well. The old butler didn't show any abnormal expressions. That's your freedom. As he discharged one wave after another of bliss, clearing away the remnants in his stomach. Such a majestic stool. Klein washed his hands and returned to the hall. At that moment, he noticed that the old butler was no... Oh, hold up. Why isn't he around? The old butler was no longer around. The one waiting outside was the maid with curly brown hair, the god of toilet. His Highness requested me to apologize to you. He still has matters to attend to and cannot wait for too long. Please go to Red Rose Manor tomorrow or afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Please go to Red Rose Manor tomorrow or the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Just say in 2 days. The maid bowed meticulously. It hadn't even been 10 minutes and I'd already done it as fast as possible. Usually I can continue on for quite a while if I have newspapers. Klein smiled, no problem. After receiving a response, the maid who had completed his mission immediately felt a weight off her chest. She giggled and said, Detective Moriarty, you missed the lady again. Coincidentally, we missed her. Huh, Klein was at a loss. Who is this freaking woman that keeps trying to meet him? And they coincidentally never meet. The maid lowered her voice and said, this time the young lady came with His Highness. And he literally had to go take a shit. Is it the quill? Like, no. Like, the fact that, like, Sanguin knowingly killed Klein. Yes? There's no way for him to know that he came back to life. Unless there's more to it. This has to be the freaking quill into play, trying to keep them from meeting into each other. Which leads me to believe that Sanguin might not be the big mastermind. I'm gonna call it right now. Sanguin, like, he only just hit sequence 4, right? He hit sequence 4 with St. Selena's Ashes, so he barely became a high sequence beyonder. I think the original, like, creator, not the creator, but, like, the one who originally had the quill, he wrote everything out, including the original one wrote, for example, Sanguin is writing out his whole entire story for whatever ultimatum. And that's the only reason Ince knows about Klein coming back to life. Because stop cooking, we will always keep cooking. There's somebody before Ince that wrote everything out. Because Ince literally just became a high sequence beyonder. So there's literally no way for him to know that Klein came back. Or, like, there's no way for him to know that he transmigrated there. Like, that has to be it. Too many damn coincidences in this damn series. We have missed this beautiful woman like 5-6 times. I don't think it's Trissy. It's probably I originally thought maybe it's just Trissy, like part of the demoness sect, trying to get with one of the princes. Cooking his fire, bro. Fucking Gordon Ramsay will be like, it's beautiful, easy geeky. Instead of him screaming, it's fucking raw. All right, but let's keep reading. The maid lowered her voice and said, this time the young lady came to His Highness and he had to take a shit. She was the one who just suggested taking a detour to meet you. In the end, I missed her because of my stomach ache. Something isn't right. It's the quill, dude. In a room. Oh my god. My room is getting a little squeaky now. Hold up. You guys are telling me to lock in now. Hold up. In a room better with a thick and soft carpet. Wait, I read a quill. Hold up. Hold the fuck up. Wait a minute. It's been a long time since we've read the word quill. Hold up. I'm getting it's too early to, like, see everything being written out. Hold up. Okay, hold up. I got the jitters. Hold up. In a room padded with a thick and soft carpet, a quill that was being held came to pause and stopped writing. And the open notebook beneath it, there was lines of text and marks of scribbling out and scribbled out text. Scribbles. That's first. Target attempted to escape control, but unfortunately, Detective Sherlock Moriarty leaves before she heads downstairs. ... The target influenced the surrounding mates, but Prince Ed's butler, Funklet, chanced upon the problem and dealt with it. Scribble. So somebody keeps rewriting this story. The target went off track once again. She participated in Talim's funeral on behalf of Prince Eds. However, having quickly recovered to her normal state, she realized that she was unable to identify Sherlock Moriarty and she could only let a chance slip. ... Sherlock Moriarty went to Red Rose Manor to investigate, but the timing wasn't right, and the target happened to be riding horses on the golf course. Scribble. The target once again triumphant over the arrangement, encouraging Prince Eds to visit Detective Sherlock Moriarty. Unfortunately, Sherlock Moriarty happened to have a stomachache, ended up staying in the bathroom for 7 minutes and 45 seconds, and the prince couldn't afford it. I think I know what's going on. I bet you this is supposed to be Klein's like future partner, right? And we know that if high sequence beyonders have children, then they can bring about an even greater beyonder with abilities, right? So I think Inns or whoever is trying to keep this dude as far away from her as possible so they cannot have... I don't know. Hold up. Right? No? Maybe? I think that's what's going on. No? Maybe. His facial features were like a sculpture, but the middle-aged man who was blinded in one eye put down his... Blinded in one eye? Whoa. No, we're not burning the kitchen. Hold up. Never have where scribbles are when the quill is interfered with. Hold up. Wait, I don't know yet what the scribbles mean. Wait, hold up. His facial features were like a sculpture, but the middle-aged man who was blinded... This isn't Inns. But the middle-aged man who was blinded in one eye put his quill and looked at a woman. What exactly did you put on her body? Breaking through the restrictions time and time again will create big problems. The woman laughed in a low voice and said, "It was just an accident. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." As she spoke, she pulled back her hair, revealing her long, white neck. After that, she slowly applied various things to her face, making her look even more alluring. Seeing that she was putting on her clothes and accessories, the dark golden-haired middle-aged man frowned and asked, "Where are you going?" This woman didn't directly answer, instead with a smile. "Be careful of the quill in your hand. You almost exchanged... Be careful with the quill in your hand. You almost exchanged bodies with someone last time. You don't need to remind me." The middle-aged man with the deep blue eyes who point of the being black of... You don't need to remind me. The middle-aged man with a deep blue eyes to the point of being black said with a straight face. The woman tightened her belt to make herself look thinner, then she lazily stretched and yawned while covering her mouth. "I'm going to pay a visit to Mr. A of the Aurora Order. I hope he's as crazy as the rumors say." As she spoke, the expression of the blind middle-aged man suddenly sank. It was because that ordinary quill had begun to write on its own as though an invisible hand was holding onto it. No, this isn't Inns. Please don't... wait, hold up. I don't know what's going on. Hold up. Is this supposed to be Inns? What happened to my chapter? This isn't Inns, because... What is... It is? It is? Hold... When did he miss an eye? Hold up. It's writing on its own. So that's what's going on. So the quill is writing on its own. The description of Inns threw me off for a sec, so I thought it was somebody else. I thought it was like the original dude writing Inns right. Like, I thought it was like the original dude was writing it down. So the fact that the quill is writing on its own leads me to believe that somebody else is writing it. So the blind eye, right? Hold up. He's always missed an eye. I never noticed that. Really? Description is of Inns. I never knew he had a missing eye. Okay, that I didn't know. For some reason, I thought that, like, you know how, like, the quill is writing on its own? I thought, like, that the other dude is, like, seeing through that missing eye or something. I thought that was happening. Since the start, bro, I don't remember that description. Really? Bro forgot. It was never mentioned. You have seen his portrait? I do remember seeing his portrait. I don't remember seeing a missing eye. Hold up. Yo, can you guys post his picture again? And you can post it in general if you guys are on Discord. I don't want to look it up, just to be safe. Can you guys... Blind in one eye, deep blue eyes, chiseled features. I'm too scared to look up Sanguin on images. He's not missing an eye. He has a blind eye. Oh, he has a blind eye. He has a blind eye. Okay. To know why Quill is writing his own keep. Oh, no, that's right. No, that's right. Okay, no. Like, I'm assuming the reason the Quill is writing on its own, somebody else is writing the story of Lord of Mysteries, right? And they're using Sanguin as, like, the vessel. Like, they're using, like, Ince as the front, right? You know how earlier they were talking about the Secret Order? Like, oh, maybe this is the front, and in the shadows, it's actually this. I think that's what's going on. That's why the quill is writing on its own. There's somebody, like, at a higher sequence that, like, even he can't comprehend, or, like, even the lady can't comprehend. So somebody is writing, like, when Sanguin is, like, going off on his own, or, like, when the original dude reads, like, Ince, you dumb, bro. Like, you ain't even writing the story right. Like, this don't make sense. That's why it's being scribbled. And he's taking over, right? I think that's what's going on. It's Cuttlefish. Cuttlefish is like, Ince, you idiot. No, that's not what's supposed to happen. And then fucking Cuttlefish takes the pen, the quill, and he starts writing his own. Let me see. Oh, okay. So I read it wrong. I thought it meant he was missing an eye. Okay, so he's just blind in one eye. He is kind of chiseled. Yeah, he has a chiseled face. I see it. Bro, man, this is so good, dude. Who is the woman? And what the fuck was she alluding to when she said, like, you're going to change places, right? Bro, no, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. Yeah, because I remember looking at this. For some reason, I thought it said missing eye, not blind in one eye. I think him being blind in one eye has to do, in some way, shape, or form, with, like, the other dude seeing through him. Maybe the original dude wrote down that, like, Ince went blind one eye from, like, the very beginning, and like, he never knew. Like, he doesn't even know he's being controlled, right? Bro is not cooking. That's probably what it is. You know, hold up. This is good, dude. Oh, let's keep reading, dude. Hold up. This is so. I love Lord of Mysteries, man. Thank you. There's 69 of you guys here. Hell yeah. Damn, this cooking tastes fire. It's always tasting good. Gordon Ramsay would approve. Dude, let's fucking keep reading. You guys told me how to lock in from this point on. I'm scared. I'm fucking scared, dude. I don't know what's going on. I can't comprehend this, man. My IQ just, it ain't there yet. Look, guys, I used to read Naruto. I read the big three. I read Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach. I've read like all the popular manga, you know, and I've never read anything this, like, complicated. Oh wait, hold up. Scribbles are when the quill. I know the quill is writing something. Oh, but I think I'm getting it because he can't interfere, right? Wait, that makes more sense. Hold up, Klein. Yeah, it's scribbling because he can't even, like, interfere. Like, he can't infer what's going on, right? Because the gray fog, it's like warding off, right? You based? Okay, Instant Glow is right. There need any reason to lock. Let's just keep reading. Woo, this is getting good. This is getting good. Clown, you are wrong. The time. Oh, wait, hold up. Wait, let's not. I don't want to read that part yet. Chapter 460 is called Cyclic Explorations. Above the gray fog, ancient temple-like buildings stood quietly. After noticing some abnormalities in the series of coincidences, Klein entered the mysterious space above the mysterious space after lunch in an attempt to confirm a guess in his mind. He picked up a fountain pen he conjured, paused for 2 seconds, and then wrote, I am involved in a series of coincidences created by sealed artifact 008. Oh, strongly positive, right? Putting down the dark red pen, Klein held a silver chain in his hand and began his divination. Finally, opened his eyes and looked at the spirit pendulum just inches away from him. The topaz pendant stood still without any rotation. What a coincidence. This meant that the divination had failed. So that means there's interference. Divination cannot be completed, possibly due to not fulfilling sufficient conditions, or it could be that 008 is resisting it. Oh, so it's not specific enough. What was a spoiler? I won't read just in case. In both cases, a similar result would occur. Klein changed his statement and tried to direct it in different targets, but all of them failed. He tapped the edge of the long modeled table with his finger, hesitating on whether he should go to Red Rose Manor the day after tomorrow and meet her, right? If there's no 008 or a similar power to arrange these matters, then my sudden escape will definitely raise Prince Ed's suspicion. No, my escape might not be successful. Prince Ed's men live next door. Of course, since I'm already a faceless, it's easy for me to find a chance to escape when I'm out, but is there a need to go this far? Tomorrow afternoon, I'll be able to leave Backland without... So we're leaving. This is getting scary, man. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll be able to leave Backland without attracting too much attention by honestly seeking an audience with Prince Ads and normally handing over the mission. His Highness will likely not force me, an unaffiliated Beyonder, to accomplish too difficult of a task. If there really is a sealed artifact or a demigod like 008 influenced the recent events, then from my past experiences, I should just be a side character who mistakenly entered the stage, and haven't received enough attention. In the case of escaping is tantamount of telling the other party that I have detected your presence. I'm highly problematic. In this way, relying on my faceless powers wouldn't necessarily allow me to escape the attention that has locked onto me. The best method would be to calmly go to Red Rose Manor and go through the normal procedures to exit the stage. After graciously bowing from the curtain call, I'll fade away from the attention of an unknown party. After combining the two elements, Klein finally decided to pretend that he hadn't discovered anything and to leave Backland according to his plan. The bonfire and the... Oh, wait. You guys told me. I gotta lock in. Hold up, bonfire. Hold up. We're with Derrick. We with Derrick. We have a lot of confusing today. Don't troll. No, it's okay. No, it's okay. No, that's funny. That's... I'll be honest. Whatever Hinge said, that was kind of funny. Did anyone troll easy in my absence? Well, it's too... Wait, hold up. Well, let's keep the trolling to a minimum. It is too confusing today. Hold up. I can't even... Oh, we're locking in. The bonfire and the campsite... I'm gonna read a little slow too. The bonfire and the campsite was burning with flames, and there was someone standing guard inside the campsite the entire time. Derrick Bird leaned against the stone pillar and slept to recover his strength. At this moment, he was dreaming of the endless grayish-white fog, an ancient chair situated at the highest point in the center, as well as the indifferent figure sitting on the chair overlooking everything. Mr. Fool, Derrick said the name and the chanting matter in his mind. Following that, he heard the Fool's voice. Prepare for the gathering. Yes, Mr. Fool, Derrick answered silently and began counting his heartbeats. Oh, something is gonna happen at the Terror gathering. His eyes never opened, as if everything had just happened was just a... Oh my god, I'm reading wrong. His eyes never opened, as if everything that had just happened was just a prelude to a dream. That's still quite a bit of time before we set off. There's enough time to attend the Terror gathering, he thought with relief. He reasonably imagined that he had joined the exploratory team would miss the gathering. After 1,000 heartbeats, Derrick waited a little longer before he felt himself entering that quiet and serene divine hall. Dude, Jack is coming back. I completely missed what happened, but we know the last time he went to this gathering and Amon tried to like pierce the veil, something's gonna happen. Something of similar fashion is gonna happen at this gathering. The moment he opened his eyes, scenes flashed through his mind. It was as if an external force had instantly injected all his lost memories into his head at once. What? Lost memories. After 1,000 heartbeats, Derrick waited a little longer before he felt himself entering the quiet and serene divine hall. The moment he opened his eyes, scenes flashed through his mind. It was as if an external force had instantly injected all his lost memories into his head once again. Is he actually Adam or nah? Did I not call it with lost memories, or are we chilling? The scenes were crumbling city walls, buildings crumbling city walls. So the original city, before City of Silver. Buildings chrismed with white and blue, the Temple of the Fallen Creator with a similar archaeological style as the City of Silver. Murals detailing the approach of the apocalypse and the Fallen Creator's protection of the remaining humans from the 6 great evil gods. 6 great evil gods. The beautiful and dangerous mushrooms and Jack, the eerie, pale, yellow-haired boy of unknown origins. These kinds of scenes had repeated over and over again for a total of 5 times, but each time there was a slight difference in detail. The first time outside the Fallen Creator's temple, all of the animal hide lanterns had been extinguished, nearly causing a tragedy. The second time, someone lost control of themselves and almost swallowed a mushroom. Fortunately, Chief Colin stopped them in time. I'm sorry, is this like a loop? The third time, the little boy Jack told a story, which was that he and his father had been searching for the Creator's holy residence in the endless ocean. Oh, you guys were right about Olger. Wait, Olger was trying to find them. Yeah, in the endless ocean, and they ended up encountering a huge storm. The fourth time, Joshua was severely injured by Jack, who had mutated without any warning. The fifth time, the temple completely collapsed, blocking the exit of the underground area. I swear, dude, if this is a fucking time loop... Dude, if I'm already lost, I'm gonna get so much more fucking confused. Please don't be a time loop. This is gonna be so... I mean, it's hype, but it's gonna be so fucking confusing, dude. Oh, shit. The fifth time, the temple... Thank you for following. No way, dude. The fifth time, the temple completely collapsed, blocking the exit of the underground area. And All of these occurrences ended with Demon Hunter Colin killing the little boy Jack, and then started off with their rest in camp, preparing to enter the ruined city. They began and end were connecting as it repeated in the cycle. We're exploring the temple 5 times. We've been living through this experience all this time. There's no way to truly end it. The more Derrick understood his sudden new memories, the more frightening and terrified he became. Audrey, who was... Dude, this is so hype. Dude, I'm like kind of shaking. Why is Ellie barking? Ellie, are you excited? Audrey, who was sitting on the other side of the long bronze table, originally wanted to greet Mr. Full. Dude, I'm like shaking. I'm genuinely like shaking when I'm like speaking, dude. Audrey, I'm scared for Derrick now. Hold up. If there's looping, that means eventually someone dies and then the cycle starts again. Audrey, who was sitting on the other side of the long bronze table, originally wanted to greet Mr. Fool and the others with a cheerful, light voice as usual. However, when she glanced over, she immediately noticed that Little Sun's mood wasn't right. She immediately asked, Mr. Sun, did something happen? Has the expiration of the truth of the fallen creator temple not gone smoothly? Derrick seemed to have grabbed onto hope as he hurriedly described the rough situation once. When he was done, he said, after that little boy was dealt with by his excellency, we all closed our eyes and woke up on the campsite ground. The city in preparation began a brand new exploration. Rest in peace, Izugiki. Your low memory bit rate will go down. No, it's not. It's not. It's gonna go up. It's gonna go up. Just like how review count went up to 81. Thank you guys. We no longer had any memories from before. This process has been repeated 5 times with only the details being slightly different. If it wasn't for Mr. Fool's altering me this time, then I wouldn't have even known that I've been living a recurring life all this time? What? If it wasn't for Mr. Fool's alerting me this time, then I wouldn't have even known that I've been living a recurring life all this time. This is so weird. He took it for granted that an extra memories from his arrival above the gray fog were the result of Mr. Fool's reminder. He stood up and gave a solemn salute to the blurry figure seated at the head of a long bronze table. I only understood the situation after listening to your description. Klein was still in a daze. He maintained his original posture and lightly nodded his head in response. In a situation where the reasons are unknown, a superior wouldn't so easily express his own opinion, so I can't rashly open my mouth. Klein secretly reviewed what he had learned from his past life as a keyboard warrior. Seeing that Mr. Fool seemed to be an imperturbable ancient wall, Derrick felt a lot more at ease and felt that the matter could finally be resolved. He turned to look at the hangman, the world just as the magician, and he sincerely asked, do you know the root of the problem? How can this be resolved? I know Amon heard about the fool when Derrick chanted it. I think that's a cover-up. I think since Amon directly came within Derrick's vicinity, leads me to believe that he's also involved in this loop for some reason. No? I'll be quiet. Let's keep reading. He turned to look at the hangman, the world just as the magician, and he sincerely asked, do you know the root of the problem? How can this be resolved? The zealous Audrey instantly wanted to answer, but she found herself without a clue or even like, I don't know. Forrest was in a similar state as she was, filled with a rich knowledge from Earth and having read many novels of being stuck in the same day. I've watched Groundhog Day. Yeah, easy. Filled with rich knowledge from Earth and having read many novels of being stuck in the same day, Klein originally wanted to control the world, to give out ideas, to give everybody some inspiration to consider regarding the matter. But after thinking about it carefully, he chose to stay low key he stayed low key. He stayed low key and prepared to observe first. After listening to the son's description, Olga remained silent for a long time. At this moment, he said in a measured note, I can only think of. What can he think of? I can only think of 2 possibilities. First, you have encountered a nightmare. Oh, it's not a time loop, but like they're messing with his dreams and they're implanting like false memories. First, you have encountered a nightmare or hallucinatory powers at a level that exceeds a demigod. After regaining your memories with Mr. Fool's help, you should be able to immediately detect that something amiss once you return to the real world. That way, the problem will easily be resolved. Second, you were forced to, or you proactively entered a strange space or a state at a particular node where time is controlled to flow in a certain manner, but the time is fixed. How is Alger able to like deduce all this, bro? This guy is so good. He has to, he knows more than he lets on, bro. Second, you were forced to, or you are proactively entered a strange space or state at a particular node where the time is controlled to flow in a certain time, but the time is fixed within a certain range, which is cycle and the continuation is balance. That is to say, it is relatively static. In this situation, there aren't many ways to end the cycle. Either there is an external force that can forcibly break the balance, or the key point that connects the distortion of time. The key point that connects the distortion of... What would that be? An external force that can forcibly break the balance. Upon hearing this, Audrey, Forrest, and Derrick all subconsciously glance at the calm and leisurely Mr. Full. He's like, oh, fucking no. Klein was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, what do I say here? What? Connects the distortion of time. Mr. Full sitting at the end of the long bronze table. No, I can't always seek Mr. Full's help, but not saying anything directly. He probably wishes to test my ability at dealing with such matters. After a moment of thought, he said, Mr. Hangman, let's assume the second situation. In your opinion, what do you think is the key point that connects the distortion? Yeah, like, what? Without waiting for the hangman to respond, Audrey guessed with interest. That little boy, Jack. You can't kill him when you're facing him. Alger nodded. That's a possibility. He hesitated for a moment before saying, the son's description of Jack and his father reminds me of a particular incident. Hold up. Before I read that unhinged, we're almost done with the chapter. Wait, we're almost done. Let's finish the chapter and then we can talk about it. He hesitated for a moment before saying, the son's description of Jack and his father reminded me of a particular incident. He turned to look at Miss Justice. Didn't I once mention that I was pursuing a listener of the Aurora Order at sea? The goal for his voyage was to seek the true creator's holy residence. Oh, look, it brings it up right here. Audrey carefully recalled and said without strong confirmation, that seems to be the case. Alger immediately said with deep voice, that listener also brought his son, and the son's age is very close to the son's descriptions of the Jack. Of Jack. Are you saying that Jack went from your world to the vicinity of the City of Silver? So the abyss, when you find the abyss in sea, because we know Roselle found the abyss at sea. So that abyss is like a bridge from like the real world to the City of Silver's world? Hold up. Are you saying that Jack went from your world to the vicinity of the City of Silver? Derrick asked, stunned. After a short period of time settling down, he inwardly felt an indescribable sense of happiness. This means that the City of Silver hasn't been completely sealed off yet. There's still a chance to connect with the normal world where the Hangman and Justice are from. I can only say that it's possible the Hangman couldn't give an affirmative answer. He thought for a moment and suggested you can find a chance to bring up the Sonia Sea, the Lone Kingdom, and the port city in front of Jack. Perhaps there will be different reactions, but of course, try to avoid doing so in front of the chief of your City of Silver as much as possible. Also, the key point doesn't necessarily lie with Jack. We have to consider other possibilities as well. You should tell us the specifics, such as details of the mural, and maybe we can find something useful. And we're going to go back to the mural right now. At this point, Auger began to look forward to receiving information. Hold up. So, when they were out at sea, they found the abyss. They went through the abyss, and coincidentally, this Jack became like some crazy-ass demonic entity. That ties back to the when the gods came out of the abyss, right? In the mural depiction. Right? So, whatever passes through the abyss eventually goes mad and they lose control. Just like what happened with the deities towards the creator. Because, right, it depicts them coming out of the abyss. And then, like, the white cross ended up being engulfed in, like, a black mist or miasma or whatever it was. And then they went mad and, like, I think that's what it is. So, I think the abyss... Oh, and then what was it? The abyss of darkness? Or... I forget what it was. But let's see. What was that, Romero? It was a loop. Every time he killed Jack, the exploration restarted. When Klein summoned him, he gained his memories back. Romero is stuck in a loop telling Easy the same thing. I'm sorry I wasn't reading it. I know. I got my tunnel vision was a little bad right there. Thank you, Dark Side. I don't know. I keep mixing up Dark Side of the Universe with the Abyss. I give up. No, don't give up. We never give up. I see it. Alger's he was in his own time loop. I had crazy tunnel vision right there. I'm sorry. I didn't even read chat. Crazy tunnel vision. But so he's in a time loop, and whenever he kills Jack, it resets. But if we're under the assumption that Jack and his dad went into the abyss, maybe Jack isn't necessarily like the root cause, but like the abyss in and of itself that's causing the time loop. Like, because he went through the abyss, he was affected by like whatever the abyss is. And maybe because we're killing Jack, which is connected to the abyss, that's why it resets. So is that what was mentioned back in the... Oh, so the whole thing with Derrick waking up. That was the loop. He woke up again. Read that. Read what he said. Wait. Bro, Abyss was in west. Sonia C was where Jack was in the east. Ah, but if you go far east, you eventually end up west. What's farther east? West. Huh? Like once you do a full loop, technically you end up in the west. The Abyss in the opposite direction where the listener said. But then somebody did mention, like, somebody mentioned in Lord of Mysteries, what happens if you go far west? You end up east. Bro's making a beef Wellington or an idiot sandwich. One or the other. One or the other. It's one or the other. This series is so good. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that got confusing. Time loops are not my like, I love it. Isn't Earth flat? You're right. There's no way for them to connect. There is no hope. Who said the world is a planet, bro? We don't know yet. Hey, come on, man. Come on. Don't tell me we're imagine. Oh my god. Imagine we're all on, like, imagine Lord of Mysteries his entire time was on a chessboard piece, right? Just like, you know how the quill writes everything? There's somebody playing chess, or like somebody's playing a board game and that's how it ends. You guys remember the whole crazy, you guys remember the whole crazy review on like that in Black Ops, or not, what was it? Black Ops Zombies, when it was like, what was her name? That we're Re Zero world is flat, Sequin Zero chess player. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe there's like a Sequin Zero chess player that's just been playing on his chess piece or like his board game his entire time. And just like how in Black Ops, the whole time was it like the little baby was playing with her dolls the whole time. So the whole point of like Black Ops Zombies was like, it was just a game the little girl was playing, and then her dad came in, and then it all tied back in. That'd be wild. And maybe that's why the world is flat in Lord of the Mysteries, because it's all a chess piece. Now the world is a 1x1 Lego piece. Damn, dude, that'd be wild. All right, let's keep reading. Hold up, man. There's so much to digest. It was a dream all along. Maybe the Lord of Mysteries was the dream all along. So the thing you guys told me to keep rereading that I kept missing back in the first encounter was when they killed Jack, he woke up again and the loop resetted. That's what it was, right? That's what it was? Yo, that's a fire theory, very close. We'll see what happens. We'll see what ultimanium there is. But that's what I missed, right? That's what I missed? Oh! You see, how the fuck was I supposed to figure that out? What? There has never once been any foreshadowing. Wait, no, there has been some time loop shit being into play. You're right. I should have caught that. Remember the whole thing, how he mentioned, like, oh, me and Rizzo came in, like, at the same time, or within the same year, but we ended up 200 years apart. Yeah, so I guess Cuttlefish has been setting up the whole idea of time coming into play. Okay, yeah. Okay, so they killed Jack, and then he miraculously woke up again. So they said that the expedition restarted when we just read about... Yeah. I know. So that's what it was. But when I first read it, I didn't catch that. Same words from Trev. Was it the Cuttlefish dreaming of Elutem? That's crazy, dude. That's wild. I didn't even catch that. So they killed Jack. They woke up and reset. And that's why Colin said, like, Colin Iliad, we're going to head out. So they were going to head out again and go over there. Ah, okay. Notice that the time is only looping for them. But yeah, so time is only looping for Derrick back in the City of Silver, but it's not looping for, like, everybody else, which is weird. It's super trippy. I know a lot of people don't like Mushoku Tensei, but I remember listening to the audiobook, and there's that one, I won't say spoilers, but there is one character that's living in his own time loop that isn't necessarily the MC. But that's kind of wild. That's kind of cool. That was a little hard to understand. Easy read. I know, we gotta keep reading. That was really good. I'm liking where this series is going. If there's time manipulation and like mysticism and whatnot, bro, lock me in. I swear, bro. I won't be. Hold up. I'm gonna just say this. If this freaking series ends with them undoing all this, bro, it's gonna go so hard. I can already see some crazy shit happen with like time loop coming back into play, like towards the end, like be it through like time loop or like some mystical item, bro. I don't know. Like I can see like some crazy like death scene happening. And then, like, in some way, shape, or form, like, they undo it all. Or, like, they use the quill to, like, undo something. I don't know, man. That'd be wild. Like, or, like, a good guy takes possession of the quill and, like redoes, like, a certain scene all over again. So it still fits, like, the narrative of the world. It's gonna be goated, bro. Okay, we're locking in. We gotta lock in. Let's update this and let's lock in. Cause I've been a little out of it. It's been like an hour and 40 minutes, and we've barely read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've only read 6 chapters, an hour and 40. We're going at a really slow pace, but we gotta keep reading. We need to keep reading. We need to lock in and fucking keep reading. 1 hour. Fuck, man, we really might not finish this today. No, we're gonna finish. We're gonna half glass, half full. We're gonna read as much as we fucking can, dude. Let's keep reading. What? Oh, wait, I don't know. Are we deleting something? Oh, wait, hold up. What's bro cooking? I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm cooking, but let's keep reading. Okay, 461. I'm scared. Spoil and you get timeout. Oh, yeah, we'll be careful with spoilers. We'll be careful. Yeah, heads up, heads up. Chapter 461. The kind and enthusiastic hangman. It's effing raw. Until the past, Derrick was clearly smarter. He didn't clumsily rely on the words to provide a description. After receiving Mr. Fool's permission, he conjured a series of scenes from the memories that he could recall. He showed the exploratory process that the points he found important to the hangman just as the magician in the world in a fragmented fashion. Then he included some explanations for them. The wall that had collapsed in the darkness, the streets that passed through the destroying buildings, the stone pillar propped white and blue ancient temple that was covered in dust under the light of the animal hide lantern, the statue that hung upside down from a pitch black cross, the series of murals depicting the fallen creator who suffered from the sin in the place of humanity, the expeditionally alluring mushrooms, the statues of the altar that had strangely opened its eyes, and the young yellow-haired Jack who had been hiding in the back. All these scenes took shape and they were reflected in the eyes of the Terror Club members in the most direct and realistic manner. Dude, thank you. There's like over 70 of you guys here. Thank you. The gloomy and dark tone, the sense of crisis with every step that was taken, and the bizarre development of the son that was experiencing made Audrey rather excited. She's excited about all this crazy shit happening. Made Audrey rather excited. She became extremely interested in what he was saying. This is the situation around the city of Deciphering. It is more attractive than any other novel I've ever read. This is the charm of mystery, uncertainty, and terror combined. Of course, she's so excited that Derrick is in like huge danger. Of course, to the humans who live there, there isn't a good thing. Audrey's thoughts were in disarray. She wanted nothing more than to immediately become a powerhouse at the level of a demigod and venture into that region ruled by darkness and storms. Klein watched the signs emotionlessly. He was sighing because it wasn't easy for the city of Silver to last all this time in such an environment. He sighed because little son still wasn't smart enough and had no experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to completely present the events that had happened in form of a movie or documentary. It would certainly be exciting and attractive. However, this way the description would take too long. My spirituality wouldn't be able to endure if everyone were to watch a movie. Also, the longer one stays above the gray fog, the more likely it is that something bad will happen in the outside world. Klein suddenly felt lucky. Olger finished watching in silence as though it was over. He got to the sun to pick a few important points that he had chosen to present them above the long bronze table, among them including the murals of the fallen creator resisting the 6 evil gods. Which evil gods are there? Olger looked at the octopus with lightning wrapped... Okay, that's his god. Olger looked at the octopus with lightning wrapped around its body, black waves at its feet, an avian feathered clock on its back, and a 3-pronged trident in its hand as he began to make connections. Derrick shook his head honestly. I don't know. I thought you would know. I scrolled down too much. Audrey and Forrest cast their gaze over the same time, carefully observing them several times, but they still failed to come up with any guesses. They had originally guessed that there were 6 of the ancient gods from the Legend of the City of Silver, but they couldn't find a suitable match. After all, there was a dragon and an elf, a giant, a phoenix, an annihilation, demonic wolf, while there was only one giant in the mural. The fool took a serious look at his pupils nearly contracted. What if, like, one of the missing one is, like, a god? Like, depicted as the fool? Bro, come on. The fool took a serious look at his pupils nearly contracted. In consideration of his standing, he had only taken a cursory look at the mural in the beginning, but now he finally realized that something was wrong. I told you! This is very similar to the statues of the 6 gods which I saw in the Tudors family's underground ruin, except that one is a normal version and the other is a corrupted version. It really is a bit hard for people to look at it directly, especially Earth Mother, Lord of Storms, and Eternal Blazing Sun. Not only have they been studied as evil gods, but they're even akin to ugly monsters. Klein didn't feel a sense of sudden enlightenment, and that's what was shown in the trailer when they all looked like weird. Like, it was so trippy, dude. Klein didn't feel a sense of sudden enlightenment from having realized the truth. He had expected the true creator to disperse the 6 gods and distort the images. However, I can't completely ignore the possibility of this mural appearing, just like how I had always thought that the Orthodox gods didn't have a human form with only symbols left. As a result, the statues in the ruins of the Tudor family have made me less certain. It seems like the establishment of the image of gods have undergone a long evolution, and many secrets are hidden within. Klein was relieved when he saw Miss Justice was focusing on examining the murals and didn't pay attention to Mr. Fool's attitude, because it involved whether or not Little Son couldn't get out of strange predicaments of repeating the short period of time. He decided to tell them he knew. Of course, the long introductions and display of the images of the 6 gods inside the underground ruin didn't fit the identity of the Fool. He intended to control the world to complete this task. And this was in line with his goal of making the world and Sherlock Moriarty equivalent. The Fool should have enigmatically say, Evernight, Sun, Storm, Wisdom, Earth, Giant, and then give no explanation. With superficial descriptions, Klein thought for 2 seconds and let the world say in a hoarse voice, Wait, that's not what he said. I've seen similar statues. After attracting everyone's gaze, he paused and added, an adventure to the 4th epoch. Aja was very interested, but she maintained her basic level of... So he's tying Mr. World to Sherlock? What kind of statues were they? Can you show it to us? Of course, if you aren't willing to review required compensation, it's negotiable. There's no need, as time is able to resolve some of my doubts. The world smiled darkly. He acted by making a request from Mr. Fool, and when he got permission, he conjured the statue of the 6 gods and their corresponding sacred emblems. You guys are going crazy. What's going on? Hold up. With her head against the full moon, the lady who wore layers upon layers of hazy dresses gave off an exceptionally beautiful feeling. On her long black skirt, there was also specks of starlight as if it was a night sky. On top of that, the iconic Evernight sacred emblem. Audrey immediately recognized her to the Evernight goddess she worshipped. Wait, hold up. Hold up. What is going on? I thought... And this is like the goal... With his goal of making the world and Sherlock Moriarty equivalent, the Fool should enigmatically say, Evernight, Sunlight, Storm, Wisdom was superfluous. Oh, hold up. Let's keep reading. This statue was most similar to the evil god in the upper left corner of the mural, but its face was more human, and there was no strange eyes hidden around it. What sacrilege? This is a sacrilege to the gods. Audrey was a little angry, but she quietly calmed down. As most infamous evil gods, it's expected that the true creator will let his followers disguise the goddess, but why will there be a humanoid sculpture of the goddess in the underground ruins? It isn't said that the Orthodox gods only have symbols. Audrey frowned slightly, lost in thought. Odger felt somewhat enlightened as he had said with a sigh. So the murals depict the distorted images of the 6 gods. They really have humanoid images in the past. Perhaps this is the reason why the churches have always been trying to find the forsaken land of gods. As for the forsaken land of gods, it's most likely hidden in the depths of the Sonia Sea. Yes, it definitely doesn't exist in a normal state, otherwise it would be impossible for the deities to not notice, Olger said silently and inwardly. Missing one is the youngest god that recently appeared after the fog got exiled. Wait. Missing one is the youngest god that recently appeared. Yeah, it appeared after, or like towards the tail end of the 4th epoch. After the fog got exiled. Hold up. Let's have faith. Okay, we're gonna talk about all this right now. This series is getting really big brain now. Olger added silently, and the sun was first taken aback before he came to the realization. Mr. Hangman, are these the deities that all of you mentioned before? The Evernight goddess, the Lord of Storms. Yes, the Hangman gave an affirmative answer. What do they have to do with the apocalypse? What does this have to do with our lands being forsaken by the Lord? Derrick subconsciously pressed. I scrolled down too much. Unfortunately, no one can answer him. Force raised her hand in confusion. Why is there no god of steam machinery? This was the god she believed in. In the northern and southern continents, the 7 gods have always been equal. The plot chickens. Rumors has it that the god of steam machinery, also known as the god of craftsmanship, wasn't born until the 4th epoch. That's why that one's never been depicted. There you go. It was that one, the god of craftsmanship. From the looks of it, it's true that the time node at which he was born seems to be in the late 4th epoch, not in the earlier mid 4th epoch. The Hangman said, a mixture of explanations and guesses. He has an uncontrollable enthusiasm for such topics. So that's the case. Force felt a little guilty as she had never read the Steam Machinery Bible seriously, and her faith appeared as just a way of life. Derrick didn't harp on the previous matters and instead asked, is this mural the key point? Perhaps you can try to break it, but But don't let the chief suspect you. The hangman was about to say that he shouldn't attempt to pronounce the honorific names of one of the 6 gods, or he or they might directly descend into the Forsaken Lands of gods. But after careful consideration, he realized that Little Son didn't know the corresponding honorific names at all. All right, thank you, Mr. Hangman. You've always so kind and enthusiastic. Also, Miss Justice and Mr. World, you are similar and kind-hearted. Derrick thanked them sincerely. Kind, enthusiastic. The hanged man was momentarily unsure of how to react. Oh, like, you called me kind? Enthusiastic? This was the first time that someone had used such words to describe him. Aw, he's blushing. After the discussion was over, Klein suddenly remembered something. In the previous exploration of the abandoned temple of the True Creator, the City of Silver found the name Rose Redemption. However, it didn't seem to pay attention to this. It can't be ignored. According to the evil spirit in the underground ruins, this extremely secretive organization is an organization led by the fallen angels, and it is in no way inferior to the Twilight Hermit Order. Perhaps the cyclic time was set up by them. I read that wrong. Thinking of this, the fool who was sitting upright in a high-backed chair leisurely adjusted his posture and used his fingers to lightly tap the edge of the long brown table. Audrey immediately turned her head and looked at Mr. Fool in excitement, waiting for him to give a hint. The hangman, the sun, the magician in the world also looked expectantly at Mr. Fool. Amid the fog, Klein chuckled and said, Rose Redemption. Rose Redemption, what is that? The key point The key point to getting out of this predicament. That's right, there's such a name in the corner of a mural needed at the top of the temple. Derrick seemed to understand something. Alger, Audrey, and Forrest also recalled and gave the name Rose Redemption high importance, but they didn't fully understand the true meaning Mr. World was trying to convey. Honorable Mr. Fool, what does the Rose Redemption represent? Audrey raised her hand and took the initiative to ask. This time, Klein didn't respond other than giving a short laugh. His idea was very simple. The organization, the Rose Redemption, was intricately tied to the True Creator. No matter what happened in the temple, it would always point to them in some way. As for whether this name was so-called key point, Klein wasn't sure or worried. After all, he held the right to interpretation. If the son and the others misunderstood the real meaning, how could it be Mr. Fool's fault? Okay. All right. Wait, you guys were going crazy with you guys were all going crazy right now with the world. What was going on? I think I got. Wait, hold up. So what I thought what was going on when you guys were going crazy with the world, I thought the world for a second, because for a second I thought the world became like an entity on its own. Like, because I've told you guys before, I assume when he became like a higher sequence, Mr. Fool would have like a consciousness in and of itself. Like, he'd be like independent from Klein. So I thought that was going on. That's why I scrolled back up, because when Klein said, oh, I thought I was just gonna give like a little hint, but then when he kept talking, I was like, wait, what the, like, he's saying more than Klein wanted him to say. I thought that's what was going on. Well, they're just glazers. That is true. You guys are I have noticed that people are a world glazer. Yes, that is true. 30 more? Let's keep reading, dude. Let's fucking keep reading. Just Klein acting as himself instead of the fool. Don't overthink it, bro. I know. Yeah, we won't overthink it. You'll know about Mr. World and Volunteer. Bad. We'll find out more. Yeah, so now he's tying the world to Klein, or he's tying him to Sherlock Moriarty. But now that he's a faceless and he's leaving Backland, he's probably gonna take on a new identity. That's probably what's gonna happen. That's what I'm thinking. Shit, I lost the chapter title. Let's keep reading. 462. All right. Our new timestamp, 1 hour. It's taking us almost 2 hours to read this many chapters. Damn, man, we fucking slow down. Well, I mean, we got a little too excited. Yeah, that's true. So we're technically not stalling. We've been talking a lot more. We've been talking about what's been going on a lot more. And you know what? That's cool too. That's okay. You know, I bought his glasses. What glasses? You bought glasses? We're buying glasses? What are we doing? How can he resist overthinking? That's the only thing he can use the big dome of his for. Oh, Klein. All right, let's keep reading. Let's see. Let's do this. What is a miracle? Okay, that sounds exciting. Oh, take care, Unhinged. Did we update chapter? No, yeah. Yeah, it is 462. Yes, we're updated. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're good. All right, you guys ready? It's getting good. It's getting good. Beware of monocles. No, monocles. They are our friends. You guys have been telling me that from the beginning. They are our friends. There is nothing wrong with that. All right, let's keep reading. Check if someone drowned in there so they don't stay past 7 p.m. No, that is such a bad. Well, I mean, it's technically you're like you should be careful. What did I miss? We were really confused this stream so far. It's fine. Oh wait, sorry, I have general open. Let me just get away from general. I'm gonna be on the music domain. Bear with me. Hold up. Let me just hop on music domain. Okay, just have it open. Monica's our cook. Yeah, no, they are our friends. Bro's not ready? Bro, we've always been ready. I don't know what you're talking about. Chapter 462 is called What is a Miracle? Seeing the fool chuckle silently, Audrey and the others had no choice but to withdraw their gaze and stop asking questions. In a situation like this, where they were only given hints and no explanations, they didn't find it problematic. Existences at the level of deities typically had similar habits, and sometimes what they gave weren't even hints, but revelations. In the eyes of a powerful figure like Mr. Fool, just providing a single name is enough. Our failure to comprehend things is because we are lacking. We need to work together, figuring out and attempting things. Audrey was increasingly looking forward to her future as a psychiatrist. I remember that there was something related to Rose Redemption, that semi-abandoned temple. Augur tilted his head and looked at the sun. Without any hesitation, Derrick nodded and said, yes, it was a text derived from Jotun in the corner of the murals. We used quite some time to decipher those words. Text derived from Jotun. Augur hadn't paid much attention to this detail before, but he couldn't help but make connections at that moment. That little boy Jack seems to have gone from the Sonia Sea. Text derived from Jotun. Augur deliberated before making a request to conjure a line of text. Those words were in ancient Phasic, the origins of the North Continent's language, and they meant Rose Redemption. Derrick took a close look and was stunned. It's very close, but the way that the words end is handled differently. Mr. Hangman, is this the language from where you come from? As he spoke, Derrick conjured the text of the mirror again. Yes, all gave an affirmative answer. This language itself has evolved. The one you found should be of an earlier type. In the words of linguistics, this type of language, which is similar to ancient Phasic, is widely regarded as a characteristic of the Solomon Empire. Thank you for following, dude. Thank you. In the world of linguistics, this type of language, which is similar to ancient Phasic, is widely regarded as a characteristic of the Solomon Empire. Historian Klein gave the most accurate answer in his mind. Augur paused. What about the contents of the corresponding mural? I wasn't in charge of that area, and I didn't take a careful look before departing. Derrick instantly felt ashamed. Augur nodded without a change in expression. Find a chance to clarify this. This might be a crucial point hidden within. Alright, Derrick was increasingly convinced that things weren't so bad after all. Seeing that he had relaxed quite a bit, Audrey was a little curious and a little puzzled as she asked, Mr. Hangman, if the young boy named Jack is a child of the listener you described, why would he be able to communicate with the sun and the others? After discussing the corresponding terms of Rose Redemption, she was completely certain that the City of Silver used a different language compared to the other countries. Wait, hold up. How the hell was Jack able to, like, communicate with Derrick if it's a different language? Certain that the City of Silver uses a different language compared to the other countries' northern and southern continents like Lowen. And above the Grey Fog, everyone is able to communicate fluently without any gaps in communication. Wait. Just like the City of Silver is a bigger version of the Grey Fog. And above the Grey Fog, everyone is able to communicate fluently without any gaps in communication. It's all thanks to Mr. Fool's powers. Audrey prays in her heart. Bro, wait. I think the Grey Fog is related. Or, like, it's... Oh... I know they're not in the City of Silver right now. But, like, the fact that Jack went to the City of Silver and was able to communicate with Derrick... Like, it's weird, right? Like, how the fuck was somebody from, like, the real world able to communicate with Derrick and the other? I'm thinking that maybe, in some way, shape, or form, the Grey Fog and the City of Silver, in and of itself, they're kind of, like, the same thing, right? Like, maybe, going above the Grey Fog, because we know it's on the higher... They mentioned the Grey Fog is on a higher plane than the spirit world, right? That's what I'm thinking. Bro, it's not cooking. It's literally in the next paragraph. Let's keep reading. Jack didn't go to the City of Silver. He was in the ruins. Bro, cooking something devious. Oh, hold up. Okay, we'll keep reading. I'm thinking out loud too much. Never cook? No, we've cooked some pretty good stuff in the past. When we cook, sometimes we burn the kitchen, but sometimes we make like a five-star meal that Gordon Ramsay would approve. You know, it's 50-50. After discussing the corresponding terms for Rose Bishop, I read this. And above the great fog, everyone is able to communicate fluently without any gaps in communication. Is all thanks to Mr. Fool's power, Audrey paced in her heart. Aldir scoffed as he looked at her. Miss Justice, you haven't experienced any Beyonder events, have you? Jack has already become such a terrifying monster, so what else can't he change? Trust me, there are times when language knowledge is very easy to obtain when it's taking just a second or two. Audrey blinked, felt that she had once again exposed that she didn't have much experience or knowledge in mysticism. After this matter came to close, the Tarot gathering resumed as per usual schedule. Audrey looked towards the end of the long bronze table and said, Mr. Fool, this time there are 3 more Roselle diary pages. I still owe you 7. Upon hearing that, Fours hurriedly added, Mr. Fool, I also received some responses. There will be new result diary pages the next time. Very well, Klein chuckled in response. By the side, Derrick suddenly felt ashamed again because he hadn't had time to visit the library last week to look through any materials and memorize historical details due to his participation in the exploratory team. After a simple process, Klein picked up the 3 diary pages which were conjured and he began to read the great anticipation. August 8. For the first time, I was invited to the White Maple Palace to attend a ball held by his That's where he was killed. Wait. I was invited to the White Maple Palace to attend a ball held by His Majesty. The aristocrats are really effing extravagant, which with the food they eat completely being in pursuit of novelty, things like grilled swans, sheep testicles. I have to say I was very surprised at the beginning. The aristocrats of this world, yes, this is limited only to aristocrats' real love cleanliness. It's common for them to take bath and toilet paper had already taken a nascent form. They totally aren't like the aristocrats of Earth's Middle Ages. I originally thought that this was an effect of the existence of true gods, but I was later informed that this was an improvement that had been made because of some kind of threat. Beyonders of a particular sequence are able to spread the plague through dirty habits. Beyonders of a particular sequence are able to spread the plague through dirty habits. Are you telling me we're gonna get like the Black Death in some way, shape, or form, or like some crazy plague? I wonder which pathway and sequence that. I'm telling you, I really hope we get a plague doctor, bro, at some point in this series. It's gonna be so cool, dude. Why don't they uplift the slums? They're all in the same city. Does this mean that this place will be fine when there's a plague over there? Well, with water sources, food, and people isolating them and moving only in one direction, perhaps it really will be alright. But there are plagues that can be transmitted through the air. When I hold a high position, I must pay for urban planning and clean up the environment. Even without the plague, just living in such a stinking city is still very annoying. It's gonna be crazy, dude. But there are plagues that can be transmitted through the air. When I hold a high position, I must push for urban planning and clean up the environment. Even without the plague, just living in such stinking cities is still very annoying. I'm sorry I reread that part. All right, I've been summoned tonight by His Majesty. I thought that since I was born on Earth, I who received an education of all men being equal, would be neither humble nor arrogant and appear rather calm. But in fact, I remembered a nervous and excitement. Unconsciously bending my waist and bowing my head. Of course, I know that in terms of dignity, I'm equal to the king. This is the charm of power. Even though the entire page was filled with daily activities, the Empress has managed to make me laugh. It was also somewhat of a goal indeed for someone born in the modern world. It will still become apprehensive and psychopanic when faced with something of high status. A person who can influence their fates. Klein smiled, his mood unchanged, more relaxed. He turned to the second page and continued reading. November 11th, about to advance the second forward to become a demigod. After this, as long as I don't lose control, then my life's natural order will experience a qualitative change. I would no longer be a short-lived creature. Of course, different sequences. It's going pretty good so far. Short-lived creature. So once you hit high sequence, you can enhance your longevity, right? Because we know high sequence Beyonders can technically live for a long time. So I assume that's when it happens, like when you reach demigod. After this, as long as I don't lose control, then my life's natural order will experience a qualitative change. I will no longer be short-lived creature. Of course, different sequences of different pathways will be in different states. I face 2 choices. One is Alchemist of the Saving Pathway, and the other is These are new pathways. 1, 8 down, 20 to go. I know, we start off pretty slow. I face two choices. One is the Alchemist of the Savings Pathway, and the other is Mysticologist of the Mystery Prior Pathway. So those are interchangeable. Even I choose not to change pathway since Hidden Sage is a very dangerous existence. However, I ultimately suspect that he isn't a real deity. Perhaps he is of a slightly lower level. After becoming an alchemist, I will be able to inject soul into items I create and give them life. Oh, the blasphemy cards. After becoming an alchemist, I will be able to inject soul into the items I create and give them life. This is the feeling of being a creator. It will definitely be excellent. It's also the reason why I continue choosing the Beyonder pathway. After obtaining this sequence of Beyonder's characteristics, I should be able to complete more of my concepts. There will come a day when the saying, it's not that we aren't working hard, it's just that the cheat has a Gundam. There will come a day when the saying, it's not that we aren't working hard, it's just that the cheat had a Gundam. It will be a Gundam in the truest meaning of the word. The only problem is the corresponding ritual of alchemist needs to extract all life force of a particular region. Descriptions of the land and the drying of lakes. Why is not much different from a cult sacrificial ritual. I've always felt that the potion sequence system has too many dark and crazy parts to it. Occasionally, it would be so evil that it can make one despair. The Emperor also feels the same way. Seeing this, Klein couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes, I scroll down too much. Sometimes he also felt that the background color of this world grayish. Sometimes he also felt that the background color of this world was grayish, black, and crazy. Things like the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indescribability, the laws of pathway convergence and interchangeability of the close sequence also bring about change that leads to tragedy. Alchemist is a very interesting sequence. Alchemical life is what I've been talking about since Volume 1. Alchemical life sounds forbidden and is a domain very close to that of deities. I wonder if the Emperor made any Gundams before he was assassinated. Probably not. Klein thought different. He probably did. We just don't know about it yet. Probably 9. Klein's thoughts drifted away for a moment. He was rather curious about the ritual of becoming a demigod like High Sequence Beyonder. Unfortunately, Rizal didn't record much of it. After all, it was a diary, not a notebook. Sequence 4, Mysticologist of the Mystery Prior Pathway sounds good too. Klein turned over to the second diary page and displayed it on the third page in front of him. April 23rd. This bunch of aristocrats really are a mess. I even thought that Ma'am Karen had seduced me for the saxophone because she had taken a fancy for my inner self. But when she knew that her husband, the Earl of Champagne, was peeping in the opposite room, he was even thrilled and even effing wanted to Whoa, 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 whoa. He was even thrilled and even effing wanted to F me. Bro. Is this what you meant that Roselle was freaky? Yo, hey, yo, bro, hold up. What? Are we allowed to read this? Are we allowed to read this? I'm sorry, but I just can't accept it. So I had to kick him out of the room. Bro, what the fuck? Compared to their family, I'm just a pure child. Read it straight, read it right. Bro, Intus people are freaky, dude. He's like, yes. Can I join? Least freaky LOTM moment? Bro, ain't no way. Klein was momentarily speechless. He felt that the private life of Emperor was really filled with excitement and that many of the Intis aristocracy were also sufficiently eccentric. If some aristocrat tries to seek novelty and find a curly-haired baboon, some kind of disease might even be born. Klein, what the fuck? If some aristocrat tries to seek novelty and finds a curly-haired baboon, some kind of disease might even be born. Whoa. Klein sighed and looked down. Maybe the beast tamer really was Intis, you know? That is... I want to know. Do not stay... You guys gotta stay away from Intis. Hey, yo, man, this shit is wild. This shit, it's like the Wild West out there in Intis. God damn, man. Maybe the plague really did come from Intis. Gosh, shit is wild, dude. Klein signed and looked down. April 25th. To cultivate many... Oh my god, this is so fun. That was like whiplash, bro. Reading those two scenes, that's fucking whiplash. April 25th. To cultivate my character and own my mind, I went fishing at Swan Lake. I hope that one day I can go fishing at sea for a mermaid. Just like Klein. Okay. Sai, I've been quite depraved recently. I have to invigorate my spirit and invent more things. I can't leave any gaps. Oh, that's why he was trying to invent so many things. Since I transmigrated to this world, I will brand this era with my name. Emperor, it's better if you had fallen into depravity. Klein's mouth twitched without any intention of making comment. Then he calmly looked at the last diary entry on the last page. April 26, Zaratul came visiting. I deliberately asked him what a miracle was. He asked me in return about what I thought about it. What I think is, there's only one miracle in my heart, and that is the wonders of civilization. For example, the Great Twilight Hall and the Phasic Empire, the former residence of the former resident of the giant king of Mur. Zaratul finally gave a direct answer. He said, "What is a miracle? A miracle is to be resurrected from the dead." So the miracle is the alchemical life ritual. So the alchemical life ritual is an actual miracle. Okay, hold up. Sequence 2 was a miracle invoker. Hold up. Yes. Oh my god, yes. We know sequence 2, but we don't know sequence 1. Thank you. Wait. So a seer. So they're talking Zaratul. I think he needs Klein. I think he needs Klein. Okay. Okay. My theory might hold that one day Rosal is gonna make a diary entry specifically towards Klein. I think that's what's gonna happen. Like, hey man, we deleted a message. I didn't read it yet. He's gonna be like, hey, Mr. Zaratul told me about a miracle, and this is to Klein. What are you connecting? No. Alchemist life is sequence 4, alchemical of Savan. Yes. No, we know that. We know they're different. We know they're different. But like he's gonna need Klein for whatever endgame. Because we know, like, once you're at high sequence, you can live a lot longer. Zaratul will seer pathway. That was never revealed, right? Bro is not cooking? We're gonna cook right now. So wait, it's revealed Zaratul was a seer. Dude. Klein literally came back from death. You know what's funny? Yeah. That was a miracle in and of itself. Yes, it was. It was revealed. Of course it was. It was probably. Hold up. You guys are saying of course. That was revealed like in volume 1. Bruh, it was. I'm not gonna lie. It's getting harder to recall info from volume 1, dude. I gotta start reading my notes like weekly, bro. Oh my god. I need to start. Oh, you're fucking right. And that's why Roselle was like, I should have picked between Seer and the other two. Yeah, no, we've known, yes. Miracle Invoker was sequence 2 because art. Oh shit, you're fucking right. Roselle suspected that he was a Miracle Invoker of the Seer pathway, but then he was like, he might be of a higher sequence and he's not letting on. Yes, okay, it's coming back. But at the end, he did say he's probably of a higher sequence and he's hiding that. No. The reading comprehension demon did not strike ahead. That was the low bit memory bandwidth hit. Yeah, low bit memory. Hold up. That hit. It's been a while. I think after volume 2, guys, I'm reading my notes every week, bro. Every week, I'm gonna start glancing my notes so I can recall all this, because it's getting hard. Yeah, the LMBR is starting to hit. I'm gonna start reading my notes every week, man, because it's a little overwhelming. It's a little overwhelming trying to recall like something that happened like 400 chapters ago. But this is hype. This is so cool, dude. Results suspected he suspected he was a higher sequence. Yes, please. The reading comprehension demon is literally ascending to sequence 0 with this stream. We're like at sequence 9. Chill. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad, guys. I'm really just egging you guys on. You know, I'm just acting as a streamer with low memory bandwidth. You know, come on. I remember everything. Never have ever forgot something. I'm just acting as a forgetful streamer. That's clearly what I am doing. Can't you guys see that I'm trying to digest my potion? It's for engagement. It's all for engagement. I know everything. Look, we're not even recording. Look, this isn't even in the video. Guys, I know everything. I never forget anything. Once I read it, it's here forever. You must remember you're only... Yeah, you're right. I have to remember I'm only acting. Otherwise, I'm gonna go mad. The second I forget I'm acting as a forgetful person, I'm gonna go mad. You're right. We must always remember we are acting. Sure, that we must remember. Thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot I was acting for a sec. I almost believed it. All right, time stop. Next chapter is 2 hours. Fucking wow! It took us 2 hours to read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 chapters. All right, what was the name of Leonard's father? Leonard's father. Then it was only mentioned once. D. Leonard the first, and Leonard is actually Leonard the second. Following the stalling pathway. No. Okay. Like he's reached new heights. Let's keep reading. Why is bro gaslighting himself? No, let's keep reading. Let's keep reading. Chapter 463 is called Answering. We're gonna answer our own questions here. There you go. A miracle is to be resurrected from the dead, just like Klein at the end of Volume 1. Klein suddenly remembered what happened to him. The head injury of a man who shot himself in the head, miraculously healing. A beyonder... Dude, how is this all gonna tie in? Like how special is Klein? Like, how special is he that, like, I just haven't been... Like, I haven't been able to, like, pinpoint exactly how special he is. Because Roselle transmigrated just like Klein. But even Roselle never had this. So I don't know, man. The head injury of a man who shot himself in the head, miraculously healing. A beyonder who, having died from having his heart crushed, crawling out of his grave in the middle of the night. Are these considered miracles of being resurrected from the dead? Is the miracle the leader of a secret order Zaratul spoke of? And sequence 2 of the sheer pathway is called a miracle invoker. I feel like he'd already digested his miracle invoker potion because he's like resurrected twice, bro. At this moment, Klein felt like he had grasped something important, but he was unable to piece together all the clues to form the... He was unable to piece together all the clues to form the truth he wanted. As I had guessed before, these are the factors at work for my choice of having Seer as my being sequence. My greatest support is the mysterious space above the gray fog, which happens to eliminate all interference and provide Seers the most coveted environment. My characteristic of resurrection also seems to have come from the gray fog as well. So that's like his uniqueness. I spelled that wrong. No, it's okay. I don't know what spell it was. I didn't read. Hold up. My characteristic of resurrection. So resurrection would be his unique. We know, like, on top of the potion, you need a specific uniqueness. So his uniqueness would be resurrection. That's what I'm thinking. And you have miracle evokers. Resurrection would be the miracle. Like, he already has that sequence. He probably already has a uniqueness to hit sequence 0. And as of right now, there hasn't been any foreshadow. Maybe there has been foreshadowing. I haven't picked it up. But there hasn't been any depiction of, like, a sequence 0 seer as of yet. I don't know if it's been... Don't worry. Hold up. About uniqueness. I don't know. I feel like that's a uniqueness in of itself. Also seems to have come from the Grey Fog as well. When I came from Backland, the events in which... Mistranslation. The events of which Sequence 5, Master Zongo, was involved in were naturally drawn to me, which is consistent with the convergence of beyonder characteristics of the same pathway. The higher quality it is, the stronger the attraction as the effects appear intermittently. The sudden change in the Antigonus family... No, dude, so many coincidences. The sudden change in the Antigonus family notebook style of passing key information to me related to the main peak of the Hornicus mountain range via the misfortune cloth puppet might also be a result of such elements. Combined with the other miscellaneous phenomenon, does it mean that this mysterious space has a very close relationship with the seer beyonder pathway? This is a grade 0 sealed artifact of the corresponding... Did I not fucking say that? Did I not say that sequence 0? Did I not say that the gray fog would be like the sequence 0? People enough for timeout? Oh yeah, we gotta chill. Hold on, we're getting a little too excited. Or perhaps it is a divine kingdom left behind by sequence 0 of the same pathway. There's also the possibility of it being the so-called uniqueness of a seer pathway. Hold up. Klein moved his gaze away from Roselle's diary, his anticipation for advancing to high sequence beyonder increasing. He wondered what he would discover in the hidden area after he completed the staircase of light. Oh shit, you're right. He had to be a demigod before he finds out. Perhaps the reason for my transmigration and the way home will be found there. He suppressed his excitement and allowed Roseau's diary pages to disappear from his hand. I don't think he's gonna go back home, man. I don't know how this series is gonna end, nor do I want to know. I'm thinking out loud, but I don't think it ends with him going back home and he lives happily ever after. I don't think that's the case, man. At the same time, he became increasingly wary of the leader of the secret order, Zaratul. He was a powerful existence that had long since become a miracle evoker from the sheer pathway many years ago. There might be times and matters that have his fingerprints hidden all over them. Although all these thoughts were churning in his mind, Klein acted as though nothing had happened and he calmly said, "You can begin your transactions." Maybe it's Zaratul that's speaking to Klein. See, let Easy Geeky cook. Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't read that part yet. I read COI, but I stopped pretty quick. Hold up. So maybe Zaratul is the one that's communicating with Klein. We know when you become a high sequence, you can increase longevity. That is a given fact. We know that a high sequence Beyonder can in some way interact with people with lower sequences. That was revealed in Volume 1. Zaratul might be a higher sequence, correct? Maybe Zaratul wants Klein to hit sequence 1 so he can kill him and gain his characteristics, right? And we know the characteristics can't be either created nor destroyed. Bro, I can't wait. Oh, I unread this. I didn't thank you. You were so quick. Well, Wind Valley, hello, Wind Valley. So maybe Zaratul wants Klein to hit sequence 1 because there's no other sequence 1 Beyonders out there currently. But if he kills him and obtains his characteristic, he's gonna come back, and now we have 2 sequence 1s. Maybe, and that's why he's like guiding him to like Hornicus Flagera. I don't know. Hold up. This is getting good. So many possibilities for this series, man. He was a powerful existence that had long since become a miracle invoker from the sheer pathway many years ago. There might be times and matters that have fingerprints hidden all over them. Although all these thoughts were churning in his mind, Klein acted as though nothing had happened, and he calmly said, "You can begin your transactions." Force immediately turned to look at Miss Justice, who sat at the same side of the table, and she said with expectations, "I received a reply. My teacher had a pair of mirror dragon eyes. The price is 1,000 pounds. I'm gonna gather my thoughts right now at the end. Upon saying that, Force felt a little uneasy. This is because Dorian Gray, Abraham's reserve price was 800 pounds, which was already a premium of about 500 to 600 pounds. And of that foundation, she added another 200 pounds. After attending so many tarot gatherings and all kinds of Beyonder circles, I finally understand one thing. Just like Emperor Rizal said, money isn't omnipotent, but nothing can be done without money. Although I've already received the fixed payment for my new book and have savings reaching 350 pounds, there's still the Spirit Eater stomach pouch awaiting me. There's also the kinds of expenses needed for sequence 7, 6, 5, and even 4. The meaning before me, Mr. Fool's secret hints, is that I should be able to be freed from the curse of the full moon once I become a high sequence Beyonder. Even if I can find some of them through the teacher, I can fully rely on him and Abraham family. In this regard, saving up money on my own isn't enough, and efforts must be made to make money. The price of 1,000 pounds is really expensive. If Miss Justice wishes to bargain, I'll later tell her that the teacher agreed to the lower price of 100 pounds after repeated negotiations. As Forrest waited for the reply, she consoled herself. 1,000 pounds. I'm thinking something right now as I'm reading this. Hold up. What's in the box? You know what I'm thinking about? What the fuck was Klein's characteristic when he died in Volume 1? If we know that they can't be created nor destroyed, and we know a true miracle is coming back from the dead, maybe a true miracle is actually creating characteristics or potions, right? I know he didn't drop it. It was never revealed if he dropped it or not. But maybe like in the future, Zaratul will like kill Klein, take his characteristic for like sequence 1 or sequence 0, and then he comes back, right? And then when Klein resurrects, he still has his characteristic. Wait, hold up. I hear Ellie. She's just acting crazy. I was gone and he's still 463. Oh, we're talking so much in between the chapters, man. It's like this series is getting so like in depth that we're taking a lot longer to read these chapters, man. Oh my god, the fight will be fire if it ever happens. If we ever get to a fight, we're gonna get to a fight. There has to be a fight coming up. Let's keep reading. 1,000 pounds. Audrey never expected to receive news of the psychiatrist's potion ingredient so quickly. She subconsciously asked in confirming tone. Without waiting for a reply, she happily added, "Okay, deal." Although she still owed Viscount Klein a final installment and still owed the Fool's Door 2,000 pounds, she would officially be declared an adult at the New Year's ball party. Not only would her control over her wealth be greater than ever before, but she would also receive many valuable gifts, such as the one promised by her father, Earl Hall, a few days earlier. He had promised to give her dear daughter a further 50,000 pounds in backland bank shares and more than 2,000 pounds in cash. Hence, 1,000 pounds wasn't a number that she was bothered with. Audrey had originally asked Mr. Fool to extend the payment period of 2,000 pounds to February or March in order, on the one hand, to pay off her debt to Viscount Klein and to save up money and discreetly as possible without arousing suspicion. On the other hand, she had set aside an additional budget for the ingredients of the psychiatrist's potion. Now was the time to use the budget. At most, I'll have to tighten my belt like how I did in the past for a few months. I say belt? Oh yeah, belt. I thought I said budget. After March, there wouldn't be any problems. Audrey thought no trouble at all. She agreed. Forrest was both happy and confused. Forrest asked Mr. Fool to bear witness to the transaction and agreed that Miss Justice to make the payment first before she delivered the Beyond ingredients on Wednesday. As Forrest decided to head for Pritz Harbor immediately upon receiving the cash, without wasting any time in mind, she looked at the three gentlemen, the sun, the hangman, and the world. Does anyone have any information in the Spirit Eater stomach pouch? Waiting for the day when we read to make an Excel spreadsheet for a fight just to understand it less. We probably will, man. We probably will, because I get lost in fights sometimes because I read too quickly and I start stuttering all over the place. After calming down, she discovered that with her experience in the acting method, she could digest the excess beyond her characteristics much faster than she had expected. 1 week was almost equivalent to 2 weeks of the past. In about 10 days, she would be able to completely digest and resolve the problem. When she gathers the ingredients and advances to Trick Masters, she felt that she would be able to perfectly pass the first test given by her teacher. Doran, she would gain more attention and would no longer be a mere student who was taken in out of gratitude. Derrick nodded and said, "I was just about to tell you, during this exploration, we obtained some Spirit Eater stomach pouches. I exchanged it at a low price and I returned to the City of Silver. That's under the premise that I'm no longer under surveillance, okay? But it seems that you have no use for gold pounds," For asked directly. After the operation to save Little Sun, she had a preliminary understanding of the City of Silver. Without waiting for the Sun to say a word, Olga interjected, "You can hand me the corresponding cash or gold coins to me. 300 pounds is a very reasonable price. I will provide you with a Solar High Priest potion formula to the Sun." You know what's wild? No, I'll be quiet. Hold up. I'm thinking too much in between. I'm thinking there might be like a Time Lord, right? Like a pathway has to do something with time. If time is like slowly being introduced in this volume, maybe. "Mr. Hangman, you have the formula to Solar High Priest," Derrick asked in a pleasant surprise. During his previous patrols and his recent exploration, he had increasingly felt that the powers of the Sun pathway were perfect for dealing with the dark. Although the giant pathway Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin could already create the light of dawn in the realm of the holy light, it's still inferior to a light supplicant. The Hangman nodded slightly and said, "That's right. He had found the Solar High Priest potion form in the treasury of the Roasted Archipelago, but it was only recently that he had found an opportunity to provide sufficient justification and had the sufficient conditions to have the right to read at once. The reason that he gave was that people suspected that the priest of Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun had appeared on the Sonia Sea, and since he was temporarily unable to return to the Intis Republic, he could only search for the potion ingredients corresponding to the Solar High Priest. Moreover, the hatred for the Eternal Blazing Sun could turn mere rumors into the basis for action by the Church of the Lords of Storms." Derrick was delighted at first, but he soon said with some awkwardness, "The value of Sequence 7 potion formulas is higher than a Spirit Eater stomach pouch. I don't have the gold pounds all of you were talking about. You can repay it with ingredients of the same value." The Hangman gave a terse response, "But I don't know what I can get from you. First, you should make a list of common monsters found around the City of Silver and their corresponding ingredients. I'll then choose from what list." "No problem. After this exploration is over, I will do it as quickly as possible." Derrick was visibly relieved. By the side, Klein wanted to face palm, but in the end, he didn't manipulate the world to break the deal. It was because he also wanted to know what kind of monsters and ingredients were common around the city of Silver. As Audrey secretly sighed, the man was looking around and raised his request. I need a pair of dragon eye sea condor eyes. I'll pay the necessary compensation. He only mentioned the dragon eye sea condor eyes. In other words, Mr. Hangman had clues regarding the blue shadow falcon's crystalline feathers. He really does have many channels and resources. Audrey is like deducing all this. Audrey, who had seen the potion formula for Wind Blessed, thought with some enlightenment. After the transaction came to an end, they began to freely exchange information about their areas. At the end of the tarot gathering quickly approached. During the process, the world inquired for clues about mermaids and obtained an answer similar to the one that had received from Sharon. When everything was over, Klein, who had been watching quietly, thought it was necessary to warn Miss Justice and Miss Magician. A terrifying object that is suspected to be Grade 0 sealed artifact has appeared around Prince Ed's. It might even involve 008, which would definitely not be a simple matter. Furthermore, last time a similar situation occurred, Tingan City had faced the threat of an evil god spawn, and it had almost disappeared. We're setting up this finale, huh? And it had almost disappeared from the map. Hence, now there's also a hidden danger in Backland. Klein thought for a few seconds, making the world say in a hoarse voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have recently received some information that a major event is brewing in Backland. This would bring about a great deal of unrest and may lead to a tragedy." What's the major event? Audrey asked with concern. Unknowingly, her brow had begun to slightly furrow? I don't know. The world shook his head calmly. Where will the element of unrest and the possibility of tragedy come from? Force asked earnestly. From the previous gathering, she had confirmed that Mr. World sources were trustworthy. The world acted stumped as he shook his head. There's contradictory information, making it impossible for me to give a definite answer. Upon saying this, he looked up and earnestly cast his gaze towards the figure within the gray fog and ended at the end of the model table. Honorable Mr. Fool, your door in Backland must have detected something, right? So smooth. Everyone's eyes immediately focused towards the end of the long bronze table, which, with everyone feeling different feelings, curiosity, worry, anticipation, and tenseness. With the attention on him, Klein leaned back and said in a casual tone, Ed Augustus, because I can't say the whole name. The plot chickens? The plot this chicken. Let's keep reading, dude. Oh my god. The series is so good, dude. I fucking love Lord of Mysteries. I know I get lost, and I know some of you guys are getting mad that I'm not able to pick up on stuff right away, but we're gonna be good for Volume 3. When our notes are up to date, we're going over everything every week, so I can make sure I can remember all this stuff better. Because let's update this, man. This shit is getting fucking good, dude. I'm sorry we've been live for like almost 3 hours and we haven't even passed like, I think we hit like 10 chapters. We're like barely approaching chapter 10 after like 3 hours, and I apologize, but it's fun, man. We're talking. It's not been 28 fucking minutes. What am I doing? 2 hours and 28 minutes. All right, copy paste. Okay. Should I keep the song playing? I think I'll keep playing. Danny for Volume 2 is my top 3. That's not a spoiler. That's hype. That's hype. All right, you guys are hyping me up. Whoo! Never mind. You're reading both LTM and chat and reading out loud. You're bound to miss stuff. Yeah, it happens. Oh, man, we stay. I hope you guys are free, man. If you guys got work, you guys better call out. If you guys have some family gatherings, you better cancel. No, I'm fucking kidding. If you guys got this stuff, it's all good. Don't worry. The VODs will be up. A lot of people gaslighting you in chat. It happens. But you know what? I feel like they're like egging me on. I feel like they're trying to like throw me off the scent. Or I feel like they're just trying to make it's engaging. I'm not gonna lie. It's engaging. It's a fun dynamic. You know, it's fun, it's entertaining. But let's read the next chapter. Chapter 464 is called Consultation. Prince Augustus. What connection does he have with the danger that might lead to tragedy? Moreover, this matter seems to have received the attention of Mr. Fool. Audrey instantly matched the name with a face, giving rise to a great worry and doubt in her. In her opinion, things that caught the attention of Mr. Fool were either very dangerous, extremely secretive, or had far-reaching importance, and were by no means simple. For example, the true creator had attempted to descend upon Backland with the help of Lenavus and the harsh conditions of East Boros, Factory District, Emperor Roselle, Dark Emperor Card, or the death of Duke Negan and the Twilight Hermit Order. Taking these examples into account, Audrey Adri had good reason to believe that if not handled well or given too little attention, the major events involving Prince Etz would inevitably lead to a very terrible storm. Yes, Prince Etz hasn't been bothering me for quite some time, and I was only relieved by that and didn't think too much about it. Now it doesn't seem a little problematic. At the previous ball, he still warmly kept me back to discuss some boring topics, trying his hand at pompous bad humor. But just 2 or 3 days after that, he turned rather cold and had even deliberately avoided me. I had to find a chance to ask father about him, but I couldn't show too much curiosity, or else it might be very possible that he would agree to royal family's marriage request. Audrey recalled some in details, and she suddenly felt like her shoulders sink from the weight. She had never liked Prince Etz, including his 2 elder brothers, and she had no intentions of becoming a prince consort. As for the reason, it was very simple. The fathers of the Evernight goddess couldn't accept the Augustus family had believed in Lords of Storms for generations, which meant their arrogance, pomposity, contempt, and eccentricity against women had penetrated deep into their bones. It's hard to change them, which was the one thing Audrey couldn't tolerate the most. When she thought of strict, ancient, extremely conservative environments she would find herself in after becoming a prince consort, Audrey felt that she would surely go crazy and flee, disregarding everything else. So she wasn't moved at all by the rather solicitous flattering of the princess. She was even very repulsed. Azik Augustus, the last name implies that he's a member of royal family. I vaguely remember that he's a prince. What dangerous matter is he going to? I have no way of coming into contact with him, right? I can ask Miss Audrey and Viscount Glint for help, but I have to think of a reason ahead of time to prevent any suspicions from him. Forrest frowned slightly as she interpreted Mr. Fool's words. Oliver was very interested in this matter, but he didn't dare to ask Mr. Fool, who was obviously just providing a hint. He could only ponder to himself for 2 seconds before saying to Justice, the magician and the world, the atmosphere of the sea isn't calm either. It might even have a connection with backland just like those machines. His words were completely baseless. He simply wanted to exaggerate the degree of the danger and led the 3 Tarot Club members in backland to investigate it diligently. I have to say that Mr. Hangman has acted in concert so well. Klein, who was watching from the sidelines, gave up on the idea on having the world say something similar. He only mentioned Prince Etz, but not the lady with the sapphire ring who was suspected of having a grade 0 sealed artifact. He didn't even mention the possibility that the matter Prince Etz might be involved in has to do with 008. And it's wait. The lady that was with Inzangwil was her. Hold up. Did it describe her wearing a ring or not? Hold up. I think it was her. The lady that was talking to Inzangwil was probably her. Hold up. Yes, right? Yes, no, yeah, it was the same description. I didn't even catch that. Wait, why are we talking about whey protein? Nah, I mean, some of you are saying yes, some of you are saying nah. No, she didn't have a ring. Okay, hold up. So it's somebody else. He didn't even mention the possibility that the matter Prince Etz might get involved in had to do with 008 and Inzangwil, because he didn't know the circumstances of the top sealed artifact that could even destroy a country. All he can rely on were minute clues to make guesses that he wasn't completely sure of. He was afraid that if he directly told the key points to Miss Justice and Miss Magician, their investigation would be detected by the target the moment they honed in on the target. This was also why Klein didn't try to find an opportunity to inform the machinery hive mind. Based on his guesses about sealed artifact 008, he has suspected that he left Mink Street on the road, a horse carriage to Lavier Cathedral, or the Steam Cathedral. He would encounter an unexpected and absolutely unstoppable attack, such as the eruption of a sealed artifact hidden underground or a fatal strike of a high sequence beyonder. Only the screening of the Grey Fog allowed Klein to not worry about such problems. To a certain extent, he can inform Justice and the Magician about this through a more gentle, more roundabout, and more veiled manner. In addition, Klein had no other plans. It was to leave Backland by bowing out the stage as a character among side characters and changing his appearance without anyone noticing. He would then secretly return to contact the machinery hive mind in a manner beyond grade 0 sealed artifact. Let's hope this will succeed. I hope there's a chance of finding Inzangwil. Yes, the premise is that he is indeed involved in this matter. Wait a minute. While Mr. Zik was after Inzangwil, he had a conflict with MI9. He became secretly wanted, and MI9 had always been considered to be a pro-royal faction of military. A series of coincidences revolving Prince Etz is rather similar to the features displayed by sealed artifact 008 in the past. This seems to be indirectly confirm Instant Will's existence. Klein closed his eyes and the bright boots and pale hand flashed back to him. Damn, he's getting PTSD. Klein closed his eyes and the bright boots and the pale hands flash back to him. He's like walking and like you hear the taps of his footsteps. Cinema, bro. That shit was wild. He leaned back into his chair, his lips curved upwards. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall meet next week. I don't know. I don't think they're gonna meet next week. I think they're gonna skip a gathering or two after whatever goes down. An Emperor's Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall. Audrey stood in front of the full-length mirror, staring blankly at her reflection. There were good news and bad news for her at this tarot gathering. The good news was that she was about to receive one of the psychiatrist's potion's main ingredients. Although she was no longer the ignorant girl who had bought some basic general knowledge from the hanged man for £1,000 and knew the approximate price for a lot of beyond ingredients, she didn't mind paying a premium for the eyes of a mirror dragon. After Duke Negan's assassination, she gained the desire and motivation to raise her sequence to receive the corresponding combat strength. For this, she didn't want to wait any longer and was willing to pay a price. As long as the ingredients appeared, she would immediately accept the offer as long as the price wasn't too outrageous. In case something unexpected happened, it's like a precious piece of jewelry that many noble ladies have set their eyes on. It's also the purebred house and with unique bloodlines that men like. The corresponding premium is inevitable and unavoidable at times. It's not impossible to have the price double or triple. Besides Forrest busying herself in the process of contracting her teacher, she definitely shouldn't be left wasting her time while taking on risk. Yet she also doesn't know that I'm justice, Audrey thought indifferently. As for the bad news, it was no doubt related to the matter of Prince Ed's. It left her concerned and worried. Fortunately, Mr. World received the news and Mr. Fool had provided warning. Otherwise, who would have known how things would have turned out? Audrey, with such excellent conditions, you certainly solved the problem. Come on. The girl drew the signs of the crimson moon against the reflection in the mirror and tried hard to be optimistic. Then she restrained her emotions and headed out of the piano room, preparing to participate in her scheduled piano lessons as if nothing had happened. This was because Earl Hall and his wife, as well as Hybrid Hall, wouldn't be home until dinner, and she had no one to ask her information out. She could only tell herself to be calm, to be composed, and to be patient. Before the tutor arrived, Audrey casually played the piano, using the beautiful melody to cleanse her mind and soul. When she finished playing, she noticed that Susie had opened the door at some point and was sitting beside her. She still had a pair of gold-rimmed glasses hanging around her neck. Audrey, what problem did you encounter? The sound of your piano tells me that you're frustrated over something. Susie said, she's so smart. Susie said suddenly. Audrey froze, not knowing how to reply. She suddenly felt that having a mind-reading dog at home wasn't necessarily a good thing. I would love it, man. I would love if Ellie could like communicate with me, dude. That'd be so awesome. We are back in the City of Silver. Okay, we're back with Derrick. Within the campsite that had a lit bonfire, with his eyes closed, Derrick thought back quietly to what had happened at the tarot gathering and made sure that he hadn't forgotten the memories that his repeated experiences. After an unknown period of time, he opened his eyes, which were brimming with anticipation, and looked around. However, what entered into his eyes were flames and his teammates who were exactly the same as in his memories. At that moment, the cross-legged demon hunter Colin, who was leaning against the stone pillar, said, "We will set off after 50 rounds of lightning." That's wild. Same thing again. Damn, man. Don't kid yourself. Ellie would probably lose control on the spot. Probably. Nah, no, she wouldn't. She's too humble for that to happen. We will set off in 50 rounds of lightning. At this moment, Derrick was sure that everything that had happened before wasn't a dream or a hallucination. Sherwood Borough, 15 Main Street. Klein went down the first floor and sat in the activity room, feeling the warmth of the fireplace. He quietly rocked in the reclining chair without reading the newspapers, magazines, or even books. It was also so peaceful and silent until he heard the ringing of the doorbell. Who is at the doorbell again? I lost my place. Ringing of the doorbell. Ringing of the doorbell. Klein, who was wearing a house shirt and a cashmere vest, got up and walked towards the door. The visitor took him by surprise. He opened the door and chuckled. "Good afternoon, Emlyn. Aren't you supposed to be helping at Harvest Church at this hour?" It was the handsome, somewhat effeminate vampire. I can't even pronounce that word. Vampire Emlyn White, whose hair was combed back at an angle. The arrogant man's expression froze when he heard Klein's greetings. It took him a bit of effort to recover his composure. "I have something to consult with you." Detective Sherlock Moriarty, Emlyn enunciated one word at a time. After inviting him into the activity room, Klein returned to the reclining chair and asked with a smile, What is it? The fee for a consultation is £1, but the consultation cannot exceed an hour. Emlyn White didn't pay attention to his words, and he said while in deep thought, a big shot wants me to do something. Although the manor can help me solve the problem indirectly, it also contains a great amount of risk. I don't have any friends. That is so sad. I don't have any friends, and I'm afraid my parents will be worried. And you're very knowledgeable beyond a detective. What do you suggest? Reject or accept? Solve your problem. Clean the psychological cues. Klein said thoughtfully, I can give you advice with just the word something. Emlyn White fell silent for a few seconds before he clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, it has something to do with a fool. Huh? Klein almost lifted his hand to his ear. Okay. Man, I feel bad for Emlyn. I feel bad for him. Yeah, he said he has no friends. It's sad. And that's probably why he has all those life-size dolls. Hold up. I thought that was originally freaky, but that's actually, he's just sad and alone. And that's probably why he has this like fascination with dolls. Because if he can have real friends, then like he can make his own friends through those dolls, right? That's sad. What the fuck? That's so deep, dude. That's so fucking deep. What the fuck? Nah, I love Emlyn, man. That fucking breaks my heart. All right, next chapter, man. 2 hours, 40 minutes, 33. Here we go. Pace? Yeah, that's the reason. That's so fucking sad, dude. Nah, I think bro's a loner. Yeah, that's sad, dude. All right, next chapter, chapter 465. After a second of confirmation, Klein clasped his hands together and leaned forward. What exactly is this something? No, I can't say any further. Emlyn White shook his head firmly. Afraid of being probed, Klein didn't pursue the matter. He simply analyzed the situation based on the information the vampire had just revealed. Something to do with the fool. It can help Emlyn White resolve his problem, contains a high risk. Combined with his previous ideas, this seems to indicate that he intended to hold an appropriate ritual to pray to the fool, which is also me, so as to eliminate psychological use and gain his long-awaited freedom. However, this is no longer a ritual that Emlyn will be holding himself. It's a result of a particular big shot's instructions, and with this vampire's pride, for him to address the person that way, it most likely means that the person is a powerhouse among the Sanguins. Why would a Sanguin big shot send a descendant to pray to the fool? Have they started working with the Aurora Order? Confused, Klein looked up and expected Emlyn and scoffed to himself. Try guessing if all respond to your prayers. He hesitated for 2 seconds and didn't make a suggestion. Instead, he said, statistically speaking, when praying to a hidden existence without understanding the situation, 30 out of 100 cases would not receive any responses. 68 cases would end up encountering all sorts of terrible things and cause them to lose their lives. Live a life worse than death? We don't want that. Only 2 cases have the possibility of success, allowing them to get what they want, but the price they pay might not be what they want. As a former keyboard warrior, Klein had always believed that when it came to proving something or reinforcing a point of view, anyone who has just an example and exception without mentioning the entire sample and overall statistics was being an asshole. It was merely a trick of concept, and in this case, there were usually similar companions, words such as I have a friend, a girl I know, or someone I know. It'll be easier to know. Oh, I don't know how long ago they said that, but I see you on Twitch. Okay, yeah, it'll probably be easier to notice in the anime. Therefore, to convince Emlyn White, he deliberately fabricated some data. Of course, this wasn't entirely baseless. At least many of the files which Klein had read while as a member of the Nighthawks team had described similar situations. Only 2 cases of success. Problem happened to 68 cases. So only 2 out of 100 have a chance of success. That's wild, bro. Well, that's a higher rate. That's a 2%, bro. When you play a gacha game, you don't even get a full percent. You don't even get a 0.1% at times. In the world of a gacha game, that's basically a guarantee. 2%, I'll take it. Only 2 cases of success. Problem happens to 68 cases. Startled Emlyn couldn't help but lift his hands to smooth his hair. Basically, this is the level of danger over the matter you're going to. If you have malicious intentions, the risk is even higher than this. Klein replied sincerely. Emlyn shook his head subconsciously. No, there's no malice. Besides, the big shot will protect me in the process. No malice. Even if you have malice, you might not know it since you're just cannon fodder who has been pushed to the front lines. Klein raised his right palm and straightened his thumb with a gesture. This would reduce the risk by a lot, but it definitely wouldn't reduce it to 0. Does the big shot really have the means to resist the hidden existences? Probably not, Emlyn answered haltingly. So, Klein spread his hands. He suddenly revealed a smile and said, Emlyn, there's no need for you to take the risk. Even if you completely believe in Earth Mother, it will not affect your life in any way. Look at the citizens of Potter. Don't they eat, dress, and do whatever they want? When the time comes, there's a high chance that Father Chusky will no longer force you to do volunteer work at Harvest Church. You will regain your original freedom. Furthermore, I believe that you have adapted well to the teachings of Earth Mother without any contradictions. Emlyn White remained silent for a while and said, being a believer because I like her beliefs is completely different from being forced turned into a believer through psychological cue. Even if I do abandon the moon one day and believe in Earth Mother, I also hope that it is a choice I freely do. It has nothing to do with others. This is the last part of Sanguin. Klein looked at Emlyn with some surprise. He hadn't expected him to be so insistent. He considered for 2 seconds and didn't try to persuade him again by giving a terse acknowledgement. The problem is actually very simple. That is, do you have the courage to face a certain degree of danger because the orders of the big shots and the temptation to get rid of the queue? If you're willing to sacrifice your life for this, the answer is extremely simple. In short, this matter will ultimately be left to you to decide. Emlyn listened with a heavy expression, and he instinctively retorted, if I really choose to make an attempt, it's definitely not for myself, but for all Sanguins. Resolving this problem is just an additional perk. Successful gambler mindset, York. Yeah, tell me about it. For all Sanguin, what matter mind involves all Sanguin? The big shot was lying to you, right? Klein sneered. Do you believe that a weak vampire has a chance to save an entire race? Sanguin, Emlyn emphasized. Moreover, my strength isn't bad either. It's equivalent to sequence 7 of you humans. By the way, it's the kind that specializes in combat. As for whether you believe it or not, you wouldn't understand. He stood up and said, although your analysis and suggestions are meaningless, I still have to thank you. The consultation fee will be deduced from the previous suitcase and tin box. Klein wasn't able to react for a moment to what he was talking about. It was only when Emlyn had left that he suddenly realized what he meant. Aren't the vessels in large transactions usually free? That's petty and stingy vampire. In the darkness in which the frequency of lightning had yet to resume, the exploratory team from City of Silver's punctuality arrived at the periphery of the abandoned temple. Derrick remembered that during their first operation and all the animal hidden lanterns had been extinguished here. The entire team fell into pure darkness, and he also heard the creepy cry for help coming from the depths of the temples. According to the conjectures from Mr. Hangman and Miss Justice, this might be the starting point for our repeated cycles. But why? Wait, what was the starting point? According to the conjectures from Mr. Hangman and Miss Justice, this might be the starting point for our repeated cycles. But why would we wake up in the campsite outside the city and not directly here? Yeah, why outside and not inside there? Remembering the discussion of the Terror meeting, Derrick raised his arm and prayed secretly and suggested. A pure light suddenly burst out from his body, causing Joshua and the other members of the exploratory team to quickly assume battle positions. What happened? Demon Hunter Colin drew his sword and asked in a deep voice. Derrick looked left and right in horror and said, Your Excellency, I just heard a child crying. Save me. He wanted to test if this was a key point, and now Colin asked wordily, I don't hear it anymore. Derrick listened carefully. Derrick Hunter, he's smart. Derrick Hunter Colin glanced at Joshua and the others from the corner of his eyes. Did any of you hear it? No, the exploratory team members shook their heads. After pondering for a few seconds, Colin came to a decision. He took out a dark blue metal bottle from the secret compartment in his boat and smeared the colorless vicious liquid on his sword. Then he stabbed upwards with his sword. Suddenly the sky lit up. Streaks of silver snake-like beams started to surge upwards, quickly spreading in all directions. The silver-white light instantly enveloped all the members of the exploratory team, as if illuminating the darkest corner of every single one of them. The darkest corner of every single one of them. With a sizzling sound, the silver serpents drilled into the void, heading off into the unknown. This is such a scary place to be in, man. Like, this is such a terrifying area to live in. It's so wild how, like, dark and bleak this whole, like, area is, bro, in the Forsaken Lands. Everything calmed down very quickly, leaving only the dim light of animal hide lanterns scattering in silence. Colin narrowed his eyes. Whatever he attempted had sensed something unknown. After a full 5 seconds, he raised his hand and pointed forward. From now on, we can't afford to be careless. We have to be on full alert. Such familiar words. This isn't the key to breaking out of the predicament. Derrick calmed his heart and followed the team into the half-deserted temple without any delay. This time, he learned his lesson and didn't look at the fall He didn't look at the face of the fallen creator. In the process of... So he's trying to do something different. In the process of inspecting the ground, he managed to get himself to investigate the area where the mural was being proactive. He held on to the animal hind lantern and the axe of hurricane in his hands as he had one of his teammates began to take action as a small team. He finally reached the destination after passing through a series of mottled and crumbling walls. As the light from the animal hind lantern grew closer, the mural on the wall gradually became clear. Derrick first looked towards the corner and found a strange, memorable line of words. Rose Redemption. He silently chanted the name, raised an animal hind and lantern, and carefully examined the details of the mural. On the highest area of the modelized wall, a huge, blurry, pitch-black cross, a shadow that was difficult to discern, was hanging upside down on it. Against such a backdrop, there was a desolate plain. In the plain, there was a long line of people. Their destination was a distant mountain. A mountain. One would say a Hornicus Flagera mountain? No, maybe not. The cross on the top of the mountain. Oh, no, never mind. It's the mountain where the cross. Yes, the cross on top of the mountain and the figure hanging upside down. Never mind. With this line, some of the people were kneeling on the ground, praying devoutly. Others had already stood up and were walking forward while facing a raging wind. Their faces were simple sketches, as though it was trying to highlight their tattered clothes. Only the leader at the front was relatively clearer. It was a tall and thin man with long silver hair reaching his back. The man had soft facial features, his head was lowered, and his eyes were tightly shut. There were layers upon layers of wings of light on his back. Angel, a legendary angel. Derrick observed the situation around the leader with excitement. Soon he discovered a meandering, rippling river beneath the feet of the seemingly angelic man. The river kept twisting and turning, and it led back into itself, becoming the source. A crystal. This creates... Oh, a cycle. Not crystal. A cycle. This creates a cycle. Derrick felt that he had caught on to something important. The river kept twisting and turning, and it led back to itself. So it's like a river of time. Okay? This creates a cycle. Derrick felt that he had caught onto something important. In all the cycles of experiences, this was actually a circular river in the mirror of the wall. The latter was obviously hinting or revealing something. Derrick looked up and saw the silver-haired angel with an uncountable number of wings. There's a touch of indifference in the gentleness of his face, as though he was looking down at the river, looking down at fate. Is this the true meaning behind Mr. Fool's hint? Derrick thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. If he succeeded, he planned on blaming all his anomalies on the boy. Check. If he failed, no one would remember what he had done. Under the stunning gaze of his teammates, Derrick raised the axe of hurricane and viciously slashed at the river in the mural. The lightning that had just flashed by the way triggered, and the silver light fell onto the axe. Bro, man, okay, this is getting good, bro. This is getting good. So this, I'm so interested by this whole like time loop thing that may or may not happen again, or like how it all like connects back into Lord of Mysteries, or like I don't know. It's I'm very curious to see where Cuttlefish goes with this whole time loop thing. But let's pause, update, and let's keep reading. Hold up. I might bring G Fuel. I might bring a drink just so my voice doesn't get parched. Right? I'm not just so I don't lose my voice right away. Second weird thing Derrick does according to his team. Only the second. All right. Hey, hold up. Let's read like 2 more chapters, and then I'll step outside and get some G Fuel or something. All right. You guys ready? Let's keep going. Wait, did I pause up here? Play? Yes. Okay, we're good. Everything's updated. Chapter 466 is called Tail Devourer. Bam. Derrick's rapid streaks of silver struck the river in the mural, causing the wall to cave in and stone chips to fly everywhere. With one strike, the river that had its source connected to its mouth completely disintegrated. Just as he was looking forward to having the cycle broken, resulting in the members of the exploratory team escaping the temple, Demon Hunter Colin's figure phased away and appeared before his face again. What were you doing? The tip of the demigod's sword was still pointing downward, but the grip of his hilt was clearly tighter than before. Thinking back to the collective wisdom of the Derrick Club members, Derrick said half doubtfully and half fearfully, "Your Excellency, a black shadow flashed past here just now. It's true, it looked like the figure of a child." Without looking away, Colin Ilya asked another team member, "Haim, did you see it?" The exploratory team member said, named Haim, subconsciously moved closer to the chief, firmly shook his head and said, "No, I didn't see anything." Colin's light blue eyes immediately glowed, revealing 2 complex dark green symbols. He watched Derrick and his stayed for 4 to 5 seconds. Finally, he withdrew his gaze and said in a normal tone, This is your first exploration mission. Hallucinations due to being nervousness is normal. Subsequently, you are to stay by my side. I think you'll be calmer this way. Yes, Your Excellency. Derrick agreed without any hesitation. Having just made an attempt, he continued that the mural wasn't critical. The road's redemption that Mr. Fool suggested likely hides a deeper meaning. It's not that simple. Derrick walked silently beside Chief Colin with the axe of Hurricane in his hand. What happened afterward wasn't much different from the explorations he remembered from his previous explorations. Everyone repeated the events in the past and arrived at the final hall with an altar for the 6th time. There, they found the yellow-haired boy, Jack, curled up in the shadows. Upon hearing save me, and seeing the silhouettes of the child, Demon Hunter Colin nodded as his head indescribably retracted most of the attention he had placed on Derrick Berg. Just as he was deliberating his words, Derrick suddenly asked, How can we save you? Damn, how can we save you? Jack revealed an excitement expression. Save me, send me home. Where's your home? Derrick asked, curiously and frightening. Seeing this, Colin shut his mouth and tightened his grip. Jack raised his hand weakly and said, My home is Emlyn Harbor. Okay. So it is the same Jack and not like a monster pretending to be Jack or whatever. Okay, bonjour. Jack raised his hand weakly and said, My home is Emlyn Harbor. Although Mr. Hangman never mentioned it, from the word harbor, Jack really doesn't belong to this place of ours. It's very likely that he comes from the outside world, from the Lowen Kingdom where Miss Justice and the others are located. Derrick was overjoyed, unable to hide his excitement. He's excited. His reaction didn't arouse any suspicions from Demon Hunter Colin because this powerful chief of the 6-member council had also never seen the sea. He could only read from the preserved books that this body of water was many times larger than a lake, as well as the term harbor. The words that came out of the strange boy's mouth presented itself like a painting of a new world in front of Colin. This made him, who was desperately searching for the future of the city of Silver, forget about anything else that he's blurted out. How did you or your other companions get here? Jack showed a reminiscing expression. My father and I first traveled by boat, then we met up with his companions and continued on the voyage. After a huge storm, the rest of us touched the ground and followed the direction of the Lord's gaze and came all the way here. So there was a huge storm. Followed the direction of the Lord's gaze. Demon Hunter Collins and the others looked at the deity statue in unison, trying to determine where he was staring at. Soon Colin was able to determine some general information. They had proceeded in the direction of where the statue was looking at. That is to say, as soon as we reverse the process, we can find the shore and the place where they landed. The opposite direction of his gaze is the map around the city of Silver, which was gradually being perfected through continuous explorations, appeared in Colin's mind, allowing him to come up with a preliminary sketch of the route of the boy's journey. If there are no other temples in the middle of the middle and no corresponding statues, extrapolating and all the and all the way would pass through the ruins of the Giant King's court, calling people suddenly contracted. That was the palace that once housed the ancient god Giant King Armir. It wasn't too far away from the city of Silver. So this is like the Giant King's Amir domain. Like, oh, the Giant King's court. Okay. All right, let's keep reading. I swear, man, if we go to his court and there's like 22 seats, come on, man. Come on. The descendants of the Kingdom of Silver, who has been ruled by the giants for generations, knew exactly where the ruins were located, but they were still unable to complete their exploration of the area because it was extremely dangerous, even more dangerous than the pure darkness. According to Colin's extrapolations, the unfamiliar boy and his party had passed through the ruins of the Giant King's court before arriving here. How did they do it? Perhaps they didn't take a completely direct approach, and they circled around the Giant King's court. Regardless, there's a path that leads to the sea behind the Giant King's court, and on the other end of the sea might be a human kingdom. Is that the hope of the city of Silver? Colin couldn't help but resisting the thought. At this moment, Derrick acutely noticed that the clothes on the boy's chest and abdomen were dyed dark red, as though some kind of liquid was slowly seeping out. Is he bleeding? Are you hurt? He cautiously asked. Jack lowered his head and replied in an erratic tone, Something ugly is growing here. What is growing? Something ugly is growing here. Okay? As he spoke, he took off his clothes, revealing his bare chest. It was inland with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. What the fuck, dude? What? Wait. As he spoke, he took off his clothes, revealing his bare chest. It was inland with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Remember the last character with something growing on his stomach. The last character that had something growing was that freaking woman with the... what was it called? Ossipton? Did somebody say it earlier? Or nah? Ossipton. I thought I read that. Ossipton. Magoose? No, not Magoose. We've had Magoose. We've had Ossipton. Those have so far been the only 2 with something growing in their stomach. Bro is pregnant? Dude, this shit is getting wild. Lenevus had true creator on his chest. Oh, Lenevus. Oh, you're right. Lenevus had like a blood drawing. I remember that. Oh shit! Wait! And Lenevus was trying to be controlled by the true creator. So I remember the true creator's real goal was to possess Lenevus's body, and that's why he had that depicted on his chest. But what the fuck would be trying to control Jack? I don't think it's Adam, unless it's something else. I don't think it'd be the... Would it be the true creator again? Because we know the true creator's trying to get into the real world, but we don't know if he's trying to get into the city of Silver. But okay, let's keep reading. Hold up. It was inland with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. For Lenevus, I think it depicted like it was like a bloody face. Oh wait, hold up. He was bleeding. Hold up. It was painted, nor was it made of gems. They were real eyes, a real nose, and a real mouth in the pure sense of the word. Ugh, that's fucking gross, man. Furthermore, they didn't seem to belong to one particular face, but that of 3 people? Three people. All of a sudden, Derrick imagined a scene in which Jack had used the remnants of his companions after... Yeah! What the fuck, dude? Derrick imagined a scene in which Jack had used the remnants of his companions after eating them, their eyes, nose, and mouth to form a strange face on his chest. That's just gross. The face was gentle and indifferent, giving Derrick an inexplicable feeling of familiarity. It took only a second or 2 for Derrick to figure out the reason for the familiarity. The face was very much like the angel in the mural, the true creator. Wait, no, it was like the angel in the mural above them. The silver-haired angel with his feet over the circular river. Sure enough, the reason we keep repeating the expiration is because of him. A thought struck Derrick, and he blurted out a single word as though he was going to blurt an incantation to extract himself from the predicament. Rose Redemption, he solemnly shouted. Jack raised his head and stared at him. His mouth slowly grinned wide before reaching his ears. I'm so... Oh, it's going to repeat again? Hold up. I'm so hungry, so hungry. Derrick froze as he saw a fierce battle ensue. When he regained consciousness, it repeated again. So, when he says so hungry, that's him eating them. Derrick froze and he saw a fierce battle ensue. When he regained consciousness, he found himself sitting by the bonfire in the campsite again. That is wild. Oh shit, dude. Okay, Rose Redemption isn't the incantation. He began to reflect deeply. The 7 orthodoxes soon began. Derrick, who had made an attempt, no longer behaved strangely, but he proactively sought to investigate the Rose Bishop mural. That is nom. That is wild, dude. As usual, the exploratory team entered the underground hall with the altar and the deity statue. They found the obvious strange little boy Jack. After a similar conversation, Derrick once again saw the human face that had... Oh! He once again saw the human face that had been pieced together with the facial features of the other people. Now experienced, he didn't take any actions which could agitate the boy. He lowered his voice and said to the demon hunter Colin, Your Excellency, the face on his chest is very similar to the angel in the mirror above us. It's the angel with silver hair whose feet are above a river that is connected from a mouth to the source. Yes, the mural, which is labeled Rose Redemption at the corner. Colin was taken aback at first before he frowned. As he paid attention and consulted Jack, he sized up Derrick from the corner of his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he said with a suppressed voice, Do you Due to you mentioning this matter, you made me think of certain things. Without waiting for Derrick to ask, he continued, we've been studying this mural for a very long period of time and only believe that it depicts an angel leading to a group of ascetics on a pilgrimage. And perhaps this group name is Rose Redemption. Okay, so the group or the people pilgriming are known as the Rose Redemption. Perhaps this group's name is Rose Redemption. The river that runs from the source to the mouth represents a cycle, and our interpretation of it is that the pilgrimage takes place over and over again. And now it may not be that it's used to identify an angel. That's the idea you gave me, as Amon used to hide in your body. Why? Derrick was at a loss. Demon Hunter Colin, I scrolled down so much, one sec. Demon Hunter Colin stared at Jack and said, the worm left behind by Amon had the symbol of time. Oh shit, you're right. Hold up, it's tying back. The worm left behind by Amon had the symbol of time, and a circular river is often related to fate. A circular figure is often related to fate. Seer is somewhat related to fate. Putting the two together, it reminded me of a few books that mention something that I'm unsure of their credibility. When the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, cast his attention on this world, he had many angels around him. Among them were leaders of angels, king of angels. They were the closest to being God. There were a total of 8 of them, and some of their names have already been lost to history. There are still records of others, perhaps simple or detailed. Legend has it that the sons of gods were among these 8. Legend has it that the sons of God were among these 8 kings of angels. Among them, 2 kings of angels had the title of Angel of Time and Angel of Fate. What is this lore, bro? Oh my god, this series has some fucking crazy ass lore out of nowhere. Oh my god, what is we are definitely gonna need to update our notes. Derrick was immediately enlightened as he asked for confirmation. You believe that Amon is the Angel of Time, and the mural is depicting the Angel of Fate. So Adam is the Angel of Fate, and Amon is the Angel of Time. I can't be sure for now, only that the title Angel of Time has been passed down. As for the Angel of Fate, the records are relatively detailed. Colin suddenly took a deep breath. Immediately he solemnly said, Angel of Fate, Tail Devourer Ouroboros? What? Immediately he solemnly said, Angel of Fate, Tail Devourer Ouroboros. In the evening, with the Odora family's underground structure, Emlyn White looked at the iron black coffin and said in the ancient Sanguin inside, Lord Nibs, I accept the ancestor mission. Nibs replied in his aged voice, very good. When do you want to be? Let's do it right now. When do you want to begin? Do you have any wishes to remain? And do you have any remission? Oh my god, I can't read. Do you have any wishes that remain unfulfilled? Upon hearing Lord Nibs asking for his last wishes, Emlyn, why is he saying like his last wishes, like if he's gonna die? Emlyn White's calves went limp and he almost regretted it. He stiffened his neck and said, there's no need. We can begin now. Okay. Ouroboros. What have we learned recently? Okay, wait. Ouroboros is a snake of time. That tower with the snake, Klein mentioned it can almost coincidentally eat its own tail. We have the snake of Mercury. What was his name? Will Ossipton. He's being reborn right now, right? Wait. What if like Will Ossipton? No. I was like, maybe he's like the child of fate, or like the angel of fate. No, not snake of time. Well, I'm like, I was like, maybe it all connects, right? Like Ouroboros is a snake. Why, bro? Why do you private the streams? I was only private the streams that I haven't uploaded yet. Yeah, I haven't unprivated the last one, just since I know they're kind of long. But here, let me quickly pause and update. Hold up, man. This is getting good. No, yeah. So I haven't unprivate. You know what? Hold, before I forget, I haven't unprivated the last stream when we streamed for like 6 hours. Let me check. So the only streams I've ever privated were the ones where we show the chapters, just to like be safe, right? But I haven't unprivated. Gonna eat BRB. So I haven't unprivated. Let's see. I haven't unprivated this one. Why did I private this one? Hold up. Give me 2 seconds. Let me just do this. Come, hang out, and chill. Public. There's some streams that I forget to private or unprivate. And I haven't unprivated the last stream from a little over a day ago where we're at 6.5 hours. Yeah, so I usually just private streams when I've shown the chapter, even for a little bit, just because I was afraid of copyright. Better safe than sorry. But then if it's too long and I upload the video, I'm like, oh, might as well just like leave it privated. But we'll see. But here, 5-minute break. Let me go get some G Fuel. We need to power up, and we're gonna come back because I caught myself yawning a little bit. Let me just do my timestamp before we start. Everybody take a quick 5, quick 5, quick 5. Go get some coffee, go get a snack, and we're gonna resume right away. 3 hours and 17 minutes. 467. Quick 5, quick 5. I missed 3 hours. I'm gonna have to catch this later. I can never spell Ouroboros. Look, man, I played Xenoblade 3. Ouroboros was fucking wild, man, in Xenoblade 3. So I'm excited to see whatever this Ouroboros turns out to be. I know it's not the Snake of Mercury, right? But it's like I'm over here wondering if there's gonna be some connection, because like we're getting like Ossipton is currently being reborn, and like I don't know if maybe that's gonna like tie back into this, but we'll see. Let's do a quick 5. Let me go get some G Fuel. I'm gonna use the bathroom and I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my sweater because I'm fucking cold. sleepy. Hey. I love you. Here. Take a nap. Here. Hey. You guys want me to put her in frame? Here. I'll put her right here. She's a little tired. She's a little tired. What? You're not sleepy? No? Hi. You want to come with me? Oh, here, come with me then. Hey. Hey. Oh, what the fuck? I put the wrong break time. My bad. I said 5 minutes. Sorry. My bad. I was only gone for 5 minutes. Long past that. Problem tweaking. Why did I delete my messages? Oh shit. What happened? I'm seeing like some messages retracted. Hey, hey, hey. Ellie. I thought you were sleepy. We're back. We're back. I just grabbed the sweater. I got cold. Alright, I'm gonna let Ellie out. I thought she was sleepy. I was like, if you're gonna sleep, might as well sleep over here on the floor. Hey. I love you. Hey. I'm still streaming, so we gotta finish, okay? What are you looking at? Alright, it begins once more. Yeah, we're back. 5 minutes, but 6 loops. Hold up. We're about to go on our second 5-minute loop. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Let me just let her out. Oh my god, the second loop. Ah, that was our second loop. All right, let's keep reading. We're good. And that is not a spoiler. Don't crucify me, y'all. I don't know what happened. I didn't read anything, clown. No, you're chill. I didn't read anything. We're chill. We're chill. I know when we get excited, we might say something that probably hasn't been revealed yet, but it's okay. Should we play Sealed Vessel or not? Or should we play like a Hollow Knight background track for now? And like mix it up a bit? Or is it too early? Is it too early? Because we can play at least this. He didn't fall for it. Back? We back. Yeah, we're back. I can loop this one for now. That's good. You start with already death sentence. Well, we'll play this one for now. We'll read from right here. We're updated. I lied. We're not updated. This is 467. Is that Ellie? Sounded like her. Are you guys ready? I'm fucking pumped. Let's keep reading, bro. Let's see what's gonna happen. All right. Next chapter. Chapter 467 is called The Delayed Response. The iron coffin with the strange patterns lay quietly in the center, and there seemed to be hidden shockwaves in the air that seemed to be silently collided. Emlyn White stood in the corner and lit the candles according to the normal ritual procedures, burning the essential oils and corresponding herbal powers. A dance of unsteady atmospheric emanated, and after recalling the requirements of the artificial sleepwalking, Emlyn lowered his head and began to enter cogitation and repeated the honorific name of the fool. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. That's good. The end is coming. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the great fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Amidst his monotone voice, Emlyn gradually entered a magical state. His body felt relaxed and reserved. It felt like he was in a deep sleep, but his spirituality was light and energetic as it constantly spread outwards. At that moment, he had a feeling that he was continually drifting upwards. What's happening? In the ancient palace above the great fog, Klein was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, tapping his fingers and rippling the light screen to his side. He was expressionally watching the prey figure in amusement. Although it was vague, Klein could tell at a glance that it was vampire Emlyn White. Very courageous, having the driven akin to buying a doll. Klein sighed and didn't respond. You know what? I think I'm going to keep playing this one. I feel like this one is a little bit more fitting. He had previously tried to divine the purpose of the Sanguins, but he was unable to obtain any effective revelations. The only thing he was sure of was that it had nothing to do with the aura or that this piqued Klein's curiosity, but he wouldn't take the risk of responding to Emlyn when with a soft Linguin was beside him. He didn't know if he could grasp traces of mysterious space above the gray fog and threaten it like the blasphemer Amon. He had no intention to confirm it since he was dealing with an avatar of Amon back then. Yet he was now facing a powerful Sanguin true body. There's no need to take the risk on matters of no importance, even if I want to know the real purpose of the Sanguins. And it's not like there's no other way. Klein looked at Emlyn when in the state of artificial sleepwalking. He said to himself with a smile, I can delay my response. Oh, he's gonna respond when he leaves. He planned to wait until tomorrow, the day after. He would suddenly respond to Emlyn. White was without protection and when Sanguin had given up. However, there was a premise, which was to first use divination to confirm the degree of danger. Tell Devourer, just like the river. Oh shit, and we changed right back to Derrick. Tell Devourer, just like that river. Derrick Burke suddenly thought of something. Demon Hunter Colin solemnly nodded. Yes. It means that we may have stepped into a river that runs from its mouth to the source, preventing our departure. Fortunately, this should only be remnants of the Angels of Fate power. He isn't hiding here. No, it's definitely certain, and it has long been since the case, Derrick silently said to himself. At this moment, Colin took out a dark red metal tube. He unscrewed the cap and gulped it down. His light blue eyes quickly turned lighter, tinged with silver, and in the end, his pupils seemed to turn vertical, reflecting Jack's figure. A few sparks of silver light lit up in his eyes. They circled or collided at random in an extremely intense manner. Ding. Demon Hunter Colin first stabbed his sword into the ground, and with a flip of his hand, he pulled out his other sword and smearing of golden sunlight oil. Noticing this action, Jack's expression immediately changed as if he was shrouded in a thick shroud. Before he could open his mouth, Demon Hunter Colin moved. He pulled out his sword and from the ground, leaving behind a blurry figure. The ground in silver light shone brightly, illuminating the entire underground hall. The light before the little boy was the most intense. After a mournful scream, the darkness once again shrouded the altar. These are just the effects that were left behind by him. Imagine the real... Dude, that's wild. Like, it's only like the remnant effects, right? So when we run into the real Adam, it ain't gonna be good. When we meet, like, Adam, like, so I assume this whole... I assume this is Adam. Right, we know Amon, and now it's like they're hyping up Adam a little too much. So I assume when we find Adam's real body, like when he like fully descends, shit's gonna hit the fan. Oh wait, no, Ouroboros. Wait, what do you mean? Wait. You're fucking right. You're right. I was thinking it was still my bad. Ooh, sorry. I was pretending to act as a forgetful streamer again. I almost forgot it was only an act. You're right. Ouroboros. Thank you. Holy shit. I stepped out for fucking 5 minutes to grab a snack and I forget things. Whew, my bad. It's gonna be scary when that happens, dude. When we find the real thing. And so far, don't forget, the only word I ever read for COI was the word Ouroboros. I remember reading the word Ouroboros for the sequel. Don't forget that. That's the only thing I remember. Back then, when I was taking my notes from like chapter 100 and something, I was like, I somehow ended up on Lord of Mysteries 2, and then it was chapter 100 and something. And I remember I read the word Ouroboros. I'm like, what the fuck? Ouroboros was never mentioned in this. And then I was like, whoa, what the fuck? I'm reading spoilers. I gotta exit. I remember you mentioning that too. Yeah, that was definitely a goof moment. Yeah, we definitely goofed on that one. So I don't know how Ouroboros ties into this and how it's going to tie into the sequel, but it's kind of hype. It's exciting. Let's fucking let me find my place and we'll keep reading. Let me find my step. Let's just reread from here because I lost my place after we talked about that. After a mournful scream, the darkness once again shrouded the altar. Jack stood in his original spot without taking even a step. However, the face on his chest had disappeared, leaving behind only a hole where his pulsating internal organs could be seen. leaving behind only a hole where his pulsating internal organs could be seen. A few meters to Jack's side, Demon Hunter Colin genuflected genuflected his two swords hanging down at an angle. In front of him, the face was torn apart, reducing to scattered eyes, a nose, and a mouth. These organs spasmed and bounced like electric shocks, and as soon as they still rotting rapidly like they were supposed to be. Wait. The organs spasmed and bounced like electric shocks. Fucking start bouncing in there. And soon they were still rotting rapidly like they were supposed to be. That's Genfleck, kneel on one knee. Thank you. I've never said that word in my life. The primordial Badoon strikes again. In an instant, Derrick felt invisible. Aqueous barrier around him suddenly shattered. Almost at that time, he seemed to have left the swift river and returned to the bank, looking at the gloomy underground hall and the upside-down deity statue. And Jack, who was distorted expression, had fainted due to the pain. Derrick felt a sense of joy and relief. He knew that he and the others had finally escaped the cycle of repeating their lives. So we're good. Derrick was aware that although the final solution didn't seem complicated, it might have taken dozens of hundreds of repeated attempts to find the clues and solutions, without knowing any clues or the problem beforehand. In the process, the slightly carelessness could lead to death, and Derrick had no way of knowing if life was lost. Oh my god, I can't read! Knowing that if life that was lost could experience a redo, or if they could still revive by the bonfire, but would end up dead after escaping this predicament. What's even more serious is that people would always repeat the same choice, which was the same, that they wouldn't be able to discover the problem in the first place. Without the corresponding memories and experiences, they wouldn't detect any abnormalities, even if it was 1,000 times, and they would completely lose themselves in the circular river until they reached the end of their lives due to the normal flow of time in the outside world. That is so deep, bro. They would lose themselves in the circular river until they reach the end of their lives due to the normal flow of time in the outside world. That is such a deep sentence. At the thought of such a possibility, Derrick thanked Mr. Full wholeheartedly for restoring his memories and giving him a hint. Turning his head to the side, he saw that Joshua and the other members of the exploratory team didn't show any abnormal reactions as they checked the surrounding areas in a way that was similar to the 6th exploration. Perhaps it will only be after returning to the City of Silver that they would realize they've lost a part of their lives from the differences in dates, Derrick thought silently. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin stood up, walking back to the boy's side, and took out another small metal bottle. He then poured the thick black liquid inside onto the boy's empty chest. The liquid quickly condensed into a translucent membrane sticking to the wound that stopped the flow of blood. Joshua. I scrolled down too much. I'm so sorry. Let me find my place. I literally lost my place. Joshua and the buff, are you in charge of him? Colin suppressed his throbbing hand and ordered in a low voice. To him, this was the City of Silver's hope for riding the curse of defeating the prophecy of the apocalypse. Phew. Derrick wanted to covertly thank the fool, but he realized that there was no corresponding prayer gesture. In Emperor's Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall, the sumptuous dinner glistened under the light of the candles in an alluring manner. Unlike what was imagined in newspapers and magazines, the dinner for a great aristocratic family wasn't serious, and there was no need for silence. This was a rare occasion for the family members to gather together. While eating, they would casually chat about a variety of relaxed topics in order to communicate and solidify their relationship. Audrey sliced a piece of steak which was produced from her ranch. Observing Earl Hall's expression and without hiding her curiosity, she asked, "Father, did something happen to Prince Azik recently?" If nothing had happened, then her plan was to pretend that she had heard irresponsible rumors that didn't correspond to reality. It wasn't uncommon for this to happen among the aristocracy. Earl Hall paused and raised his eyebrows and asked, "What did you hear?" "There really is something," gleaming information from her father's reaction. Audrey replied with a faint smile, "Some rumors, but they seem to be true." Earl Hall rubbed his temples and said, "It's not a very serious matter. Audrey, I know what you're thinking, so I don't have to hide it from you. This involves a relatively ordinary scandal of the royal family. To put it simply, Prince Azik has fallen in love with a common girl." Who? Who is it? This led to the death of the aristocratic descendant. The royal family has blocked the spread of this matter, not wanting to cause too much of a commotion. His wife took a sip of the champagne and said, "It seems like he isn't mature enough. Mother is being very tactful with her criticism. It does not sound suspicious, as Prince Ed's really gotten himself involved in a dangerous situation that would bring about a terrible change to Backland." Audrey put on a look of sudden understanding instead of a smile. "This makes me wonder, why would the story of freedom and love involve the death of an aristocrat descendant?" Hybrid Hawk kept his head lowered while he was slicing the tender steak on. He guessed with, oh my god, I'm reading wrong. While slicing the tender steak and guessed with great interest. "It reminds me of the complicated love stories that are so common among the believers of Lord of Storms. It's very common to fight for honor and for a lady. It's a tradition that has been..." Oh, never mind. I thought we paused. To which page do we read today? Until we are done, shameless. We read until we finish Volume 2. Hopefully. I hope you guys have free time. Hybrid Hall kept his head lowered while slicing the tender steaks and guess what I lost. Oh, wait. Earl Hall denied his oldest son's statement. Audrey seized the opportunity and thought and said, "I don't think Prince S is that kind of person, and rumors has already proliferated. Maybe that's not what they really want to cover. Perhaps not." Earl Hall ruminated over those words and constantly frowning. Knowing when to stop, Audrey didn't say anything else, and she naturally led the conversation in a different direction. She planned on probing her other noble friends about the matter. As a girl that Prince S had once courted, it was absolutely normal for her to want to know the details of this matter. Whatever's curiosity or indignation, they were enough to motivate people to make such an attempt. Being unable to maintain a state of artificial sleepwalking for long, Emlyn White returned to reality. Exhaustion opening his eyes, he stared at the iron black coffin, and then he said with a mixture of relief and disappointment, "Lord Nibs." There's no response. After a long moment of silence, Nibs finally said in a rather hoarse voice, "Okay, stay here tonight to prevent any accidents from happening." All right, Emlyn didn't try to insist. Otherwise, he spent the night in worry and trepidation, but the night was so serene and unremarkable, it silently faded only when Backland rare winter sunshine scattered across the windows. What bad weather. Emlyn left Odora Villa, lowered his hat, and mumbled while he got onto a rental carriage. His destination was a harvest church south of the bridge. After the carriage continued steadily for some time, Emlyn's vision suddenly blurred out and he saw an endless gray fog. Then, to his amazement, he found himself in a spurious and majestic palace. Sitting in a long martelized bronze table, at the very end of the long table, there was a figure shrouded in a thick gray fog, looking down at him from above. Yeah, so that's him responding, right? The delayed response. All right, pause, update, next chapter. I like it. I'm liking this. I'm liking where we're going. So we're at 3 hours, 18 minutes, 32 seconds. Copy. I'm with you for 8 hours. Bet. Hell yeah, here we go, bro. I'm just hoping, dude, the only way we don't finish it today is if my voice gives out, then we can't finish. Unless we power through, right? But we'll see. What the fuck? Hold up. There's some G Fuel stuck down there. Hold up. Hold up, hold up. We need the G Fuel to mix properly. Hold up. Okay, we're good. This is what's waking me up. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Let's keep going. How many chapters are we at so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We were like 14. It's like halfway. It's been 4 hours. Okay, I think we can do it. Okay, next chapter. Successful kidnapping and unsuccessful protection. Let's keep reading. Alright. Hold up. I think at 4 hours of recording, I am going to stop the recording just to see how much space I have. I'm going to stop. So it's going to be a 2-part video. I think we are going to make it a 2-part video. I'm gonna wait until we have like 4 hours of recording, and then we'll do that. But I think we're good right now. All right. 468. Chapter 468 is called The Moon. Why isn't it called the Red Moon or like the Crimson Moon? Oh, here we go. Here we go. For a moment, Emlyn White was stiff and his mind was blank like a marble statue sitting here. Then he heard the figure leisurely sitting in the thick gray fog indefinitely ask, "Why did you pray to me?" Emlyn's mind buzzed and he blurted out, "It's a revelation from my ancestor. She told us through a dream that the apocalypse is approaching and that we need to make preparations. And I am the key in this matter. My mission was to pray to the fool." Hearing the undisguised and detailed response, Klein, who had prepared to answer, was at quite a loss on where to begin. This vampire Emlyn White had explained everything he wanted to know. A revelation from the ancestor. Didn't the ancient goddess Lilith perish in the second epoch? Didn't the second ancient goddess Lilith perish in the second epoch, long before the cataclysm, and have her authority taken back to the creator? So how would she even know about this? Taken back by the creator. It was precisely because of this that quite a number of vampires tried to pray to the primordial moon, resulting in an extremely tragic outcome. Moreover, Mr. Dora had also mentioned that the moon card is empty, indicating that on the one hand, the primordial moon is most likely the embodiment of the same other deity or a powerful devil, while on the other hand, it indirectly proves that an ancient goddess Lilith has lost her sequence 0 position, which is generally equivalent to dying. Klein instantly connected the dots. He originally imagined that Lilith... New lore? Okay, this is new lore. He originally imagined that Lilith, who responded to the Sanguin's prayer on particular matters, was a relic from the ancient goddess, such as the uniqueness of the moon pathway. Thus, it would be rigid, passive, and extremely restrictive. But now, its initiative of providing a revelation has overturned his guess. Two possibilities. One is that Lilith is being impersonated by another deity who has occupied a key point ahead of time, preventing any opponents from reaching Secret 0 of the moon pathway. In essence, the entity doesn't care about the Sanguins, and the provided revelation is the kind of test. The greatest suspect is the goddess who had snatched the title of the Lady Crimson, but she's already a sequence 0 corresponding to the star. In the card of blasphemy, why would she covet the moon? Is it a foil plans of her enemy? The second possibility is that the ancient goddess hasn't fully perished. As long as no other powerhouse has become a sequence 0 in the moon pathway, she is able to use a unique and incomprehensible method to continue surviving, waiting for a chance to make her return. Just like the Dark Emperor card's description, and perhaps the goddess has taken the title of Lady Crimson to foil the situation to a certain extent. Going by this logic, Lilith's recent apocalyptic revelation is her struggle to revive after years of preparation, and the Fool plays a key role in her revelation. If that's true, then in a certain way, it's an invitation for cooperation, but I'm just a sequence 6 banner, so how am I to cooperate with a yet to disappear ancient goddess? Let Emlyn White join the Terror Club. The Sanguins are a race of long... Ooh, what? Let Emlyn White join... Oh, it's a question. Duh. Okay. The Sanguins are a race with a long lifespan. They have existed since the second epoch and must know quite a number of secrets. However, that would be me taking quite a risk. Yes, it would be possible to divine whether or not to pull Emlyn into the gatherings ahead of time. Yes, there was a similar apocalyptic prophecy in the sites of the spirit world from the Yellow Light Venithan. He also pointed out that the Abraham family's curse would be removed by an apprentice who had the help of a hidden existence. An apprentice? I forgot about that. An apprentice who had the help of a hidden existence. This matches Miss Magician's present stage. Wait, Miss Magician was a... No. Hold up, Mart. I'm mixing it up. I was like, maybe it's talking about fours or like Shio. No, hold up. I completely forgot their pathway for a sec. My bad. This matches Miss Magician's present stage. She is an apprentice who had received the help of me, the Fool. Wait, so it is talking about her in some way, shape, or form. The Fool would be the hidden presence, right? Or the hidden existence. That's rather interesting. Has every high-level being that's good at prophecies realized that the apocalypse is unavoidable and have seen the Fool's existence and his possible effects? So they all need his help in some way, shape, or form. Realize that the apocalypse is unavoidable and have seen the Fool's existence and his possible effects. One thought after another flashed through Klein's mind, but his expression didn't change at all. He leaned back in his chair and smiled leisurely. What did your ancestor ask you to pray to me for? The calm voice pulled Emlyn out of his stupor, and he shook his head in a slightly dizzy manner. I don't know. At this moment, Klein saw the stars behind Emlyn's chair shifted quietly, turning into the symbol of the crimson moon. Oh, he has a symbol now in his chair. Klein saw that the stars behind Emlyn's chair shifted quickly, turning into the symbol of the crimson moon. As expected, the beyond pathway of the descendants of the ancient goddess Lilith point towards the moon. Klein chuckled and said, in the situation with the 7 Orthodox gods and so many secrets existing, why would your ancestor think that I would be the key to the apocalypse? The fool's attitude finally made Emlyn White calm down, realizing that he had encountered an incredible event. He had been forcefully pulled into the magical place by a hidden existence. He is the fool. He isn't actually angry. Is it because I represent the ancestor? I, Emlyn White, am indeed special. I was mentioned by the ancestor and I received a response from the fool. With this in mind, Emlyn couldn't help but sit up straight before saying in deliberation, Honorable Mr. Fool, the revelation provided by the ancestor is that I, Emlyn White, will become the key in saving the Sanguin and clinching victory against the apocalypse. And all of this will begin from me praying to you. So by him joining the Terror Club. Hold up. The meaning behind his words was the key to the apocalypse isn't you, but me. That's literally what I'm saying. This fellow has such a 8th grader syndrome. This fellow has such an 8th grader syndrome side to him. That's right, he has always been very arrogant and feels self-important. Klein lampooned silently with a popular phrase from the past. Amused, he said, the same question, why me and not the 7 orthodox gods or the hidden entities? I don't know. Emlyn shook his head honestly. Klein thought for a moment, then he deliberately said, actually, I think I understand your ancestors' intentions. She wishes that with my help, you're able to grow into a true high-level entity and save the Sanguins when the apocalypse happens. Grow? Emlyn said in puzzlement. As you know, us Sanguins have no way of growing on our own. Only through special ceremonies will we gain the bestowment of our elders and relics of the ancestor that allow us to advancement. Indeed, it has been in accordance with the law beyond our characteristics conservation. In other words, there have been no other way as long as the basic law is abided to, Klein chuckled. Your knowledge has blinded you, making you unable to see the wider world. Of course, this question will not be answered by me. The answer must be found by you. I will only provide you with an opportunity. He paused for a second, then he said in a condensing manner, do you wish for such an opportunity? I'm sorry, are we getting a new Terror Club member? Without any hesitation, Emlyn got up and bowed. That is what I wish for. Heh. Where did your arrogance go when facing a hidden existence? Why is there only humility? Klein secretly lampooned as he tapped the edge of the model long bronze table and said, but you have to adhere to certain matters. Please speak. Emlyn held back his excitement. Klein smiled and replied, you cannot reveal anything related to me to anyone unless you gain my permission. This includes the Sanguin who you previously presented at the ritual. But Emlyn was somewhat unable to accept the request. Klein asked warmly in a very certain manner, it's likely that Lilith didn't get you to report to anyone afterwards. This could be inferred for the fact that there were no prior contents in the revelation. He directly called the ancestor by her name. It sounds like they're not old friends. Emlyn's heart trembled. He lowered his head and replied, no. So now he's scared of him. Klein said with an unperturbed smile, this is a secret deal, which is why I respond after you were free from surveillance. Similarly, you don't need to report this to Lilith, as it will let certain people notice it. Seeing Emlyn nod in understanding, scroll down too much. Seeing Emlyn nod in understanding, Klein nodded. If you want to be the key to save the Sanguins, you must suffer the pain of the corresponding thorns. For example, you will not be understood by others, be slandered and looked down upon. You can only silently proceed forward in the darkness while being burdened by the heavy mission. The words that were aimed at him made Emlyn White imagine a corresponding scenario. He who was always mocked by his kinsmen because of the fondness of dolls had gotten lost and entered the Harvest Church. Stained with traces of shame, he who had never been valued as though highly of by his elders will silently guard his race from the corner, protecting everyone without anyone knowing. Very soon, Emlyn, who had moved himself respectfully, replied, you will pass through the earth. Klein leaned back and said very lightly, I tactfully consented to the establishment of a secret gathering, and it is held right here. Are you willing to join this gathering and search for the method to become as powerful to save the Sanguin? I am. Emlyn replied without any hesitation. Klein nodded in satisfaction. Do you have any other requests? Emlyn was dude, no way, bro. We're getting a new member already. Emlyn was dude, I got a little cold. Hold up, I'm getting a little jittery. Emlyn was overjoyed. He said in a hurry, Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like you to help me dispel the psychological cues in me, a bishop of the Church of the Earth Mother. I know, Klein calmly interrupted. He knows, as expected, of a hidden existence. Emlyn head lowered again. Klein let out a soft chuckle. I can help you, but what price are you willing to pay for? Above the gray fog, he had a very potent spirit vision, and he had previously discovered that the dark-colored psychological hue within Emlyn White's spirit body had at some point mostly dissipated, thinning out to the point of frailty. Klein had intended to resolve the problem by referring to the ritual used to resolve similar problems in the Book of Secrets, but the situation now led him to believe that a secret deed ritual with the Dark Emperor card and the purification of the Sun Brooch would thoroughly disperse Emlyn White's psychological cue. Price? Emlyn thought about it for a moment, but he couldn't think of anything that would interest a secret existence like the Fool. Seeing this is like, I can give you a doll. Maybe I can teach you how to make a doll. Seeing this, Klein took the initiative to say, I'm very interested in some of your Sanguin history. You can use that exchange. The Sanguin history. After a moment's thought, Emlyn agreed. You can think of what you would like to describe first. Heh. Before that, you need to choose a code name. What's his code name going to be? What's related to like a doll, right? Or like, we know it's the moon. So either the moon, is the moon a tarot card? I feel like there's been a moon, right? Maybe. Let's keep reading. You can think about what you, I'm like, a doll. It wouldn't be a doll. You can think of what you would like to describe first. Hey, before that, yes, there isn't. No, there isn't. Yes. Wait, Unhinged, you said no. You threw me off. Yes. He's gonna pick the moon. He's gonna pick the moon. You can think about what you would like to describe first. Hey, before this, you need to choose a codename for them. Klein conjured the unselected major Kana tarot cards on the surface of the long bronze table. Emlyn White scrutinized the cards with interest and said, the moon. I choose the moon card. Come on, man. Let's go, bro. That's hype. We got a new member. Oh my god, the chapter's literally called the moon. Complete tunnel vision. The chapter was literally called Moon, and the next chapter is called Vampire Queen. All right, so we're getting more lore on the Sanguins. Bet. Let's find out. Bet. We're getting more lore. 469. Nice. This is a good chapter. Copy paste. Let me do my timestamp. 3 hours, 30 minutes, 11 seconds. Mr. Moon. Hell fucking yeah. We got Mr. Moon now. Fuck yeah. Remember, Mr. Dort talked about the tarot cards, Star and the Moon. We're talking to Rizal about every night. Wait, let me read that again, FQ. Remember, Mr. Dort talked about the tarot cards, Star and Moon when talking to Rizal about Evernight. I don't remember that part. Was that's from this volume, right? The surprise easy ASMR lore. This is so good. This is so good. Fucking keep reading. I'll go study math for a bit. We'll be back in like an hour. Bet. We'll be done in an hour. Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry. In 30 minutes of reading, we're gonna end the recording. So we'll do like an outro and whatnot. Take a 5-minute break to eat. You're about to have to lock in. After this chapter, okay, you can tell me like when I have to lock in. You know what? Let me read one more chapter. Let's read Vampire Queen. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna read Vampire Queen. We're not ending stream. Not this chapter. Okay. I was gonna say maybe. Okay, I just realized FQ changed his name so that it doesn't look like he mashed his keyboard. You know what? No, let's do 4 hours of recording, not this chapter. Okay, we'll do. Let me just hit 4 hours of recording. Then we're gonna end the recording just so I can see how much space I have on my computer, and then we'll quick 5 or 10 minute break so I can delete some old videos and make space on my PC. I think that's what we're gonna have to do. But I think we're good. I had like about 300-400 gigs of space, so I think that's good for however many hours we record. I think we're chill though. I think we're chill. But let's keep reading. We are updated up here. Beautiful. Let's go. I mean, I literally meshed my keyboard for the old name. That's pretty cute. That's pretty cute. That's pretty cool. What did I say? Chapter 469 is called Vampire Queen. After the great fog inside the palace that looked like a giant residence, the Moon Emlyn thought hard about what part of the Sanguin history that he should tell the Fool. He and the ancestors are old friends, so he must know what happened before the cataclysm, so I don't need to repeat it. In the 4th and 5th epoch, the glory of the Sanguin wasn't rare, and there was a lot of history about to talk, but there was only one most important point. Emlyn quickly came up with an idea. From what he knew, the Fool was likely an ancient god before the cataclysm due to... Everybody assumes he's an ancient god before the cataclysm. The Fool was likely an ancient god before the cataclysm. Due to certain reasons, he didn't perish and he had slept till today, gradually in the process of recovering. This explained why no such secret existence had appeared in the Sanguin records, that had a history spanning millennia until his honorific name suddenly spread. After some deliberation, Emlyn straightened his back and said, after the cataclysm, the Sanguin left the center of his historical stage of the northern and southern continents and became nobles of different empires, dynasties, as individuals instead of as a race. They either governed a territory or guarded a castle in a key area. This continued until our queen, Blood Moon Queen, Aurena, who led us out of the era of darkness, became the wife of the Trissy dynasty's Knight Emperor. Okay, mouthful. Hold up, new lore. She gathered all of the Sanguins together, and the Sanguin became important support of the dynasty. At that time, the Lowen Augustus and the Fasik Einhorn had to politely address our queen as Her Majesty. In that era, Queen Aurela was a symbol of beauty. If there was a magic mirror that could answer the questions, there was the answer to who is the most beautiful of them all would be her. The more Emlyn spoke, the prouder he became. He went from being reserved and serious to becoming extremely talkative. A magic mirror, we do know a magic mirror from somewhere. A Rhodes. A magic mirror that can answer any questions. Isn't that a Rhodes? I wonder if there are any members of the machinery hive mind who were so bored out of their minds to ask the question, mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? I wonder how Rhodes will answer. Klein sat in the same posture, smiling as his thoughts wandered. After droning on and on, Emlyn's expression turned serious. All of this shattered in the War of the Four Emperors. Oh, the Night Emperor perished along with the Queen. The Sanguin suffered a terrible blow while trying to reap the final fruits of the victory. The four noble families, Augustus, Einhorn, Sauron, Castilla was the other one that was mentioned earlier, right? When Klein's like, I've never heard of Castilla. And Castilla split the empire, destroying the... Oh, no, I'm confusing it. Never mind. Split the empire, destroying the royal family, which was lacking in high-level beings. The Sanguin had no choice but to retreat to the uninhabited mountain to hide in the shadows so as to maintain a continuation of our race. Just as I expected, the seven gods were already the seven gods during the War of the Four Emperors. Klein thought of the statue of the six gods in the Tudor ruins. Fortunately, the seven gods were fractured back then, and the four countries attacked each other. After paying a certain price, we finally escaped the disaster. At this moment, Emlyn was in a rare state of being roused. He looked at Klein and said, Honorable Mr. Fool, do you have the time to listen to my description? Blood Queen's deeds and the glory of the Sanguin used to have. That will be a heavy tome formed by pages of glorious expositions. I can repeat everything in them. It looks like you can continue on indefinitely. I used to think that you were a vampire who liked puppets and didn't know much history. I didn't expect you to be a professional and academic. No wonder you've always believed the Sanguin to the noble or the proud are believed to some. Oh my god, I'm about to butcher every single fucking word. No wonder you always believe the Sanguin to be noble and are proud of it. This kind of guy who doesn't like going out really will delve into depth research into a topic he's interested in. Furthermore, vampires have a sufficiently long lifespan. Klein hesitantly prepared to decline Emlyn's offer in a euphemistic manner. Although he had no lack of interest in history, time didn't allow him to listen to them all. It's enough. Klein smiled and said, I like a fair and equal exchange, so I won't let you say anything without reaping rewards. In the future, when you have a chance, you can use your relevant history to trade for what you want from me. Alright, Emlyn felt lost for a moment. This was the first time he had the opportunity to tell someone else about the glory of the Sanguins. Normally, in order to hide his identity, he wouldn't be able to show off to humans. As for the members of the Sanguins, all of them knew what needed to be known, and he wasn't in charge of educating newborns. Klein didn't say anything else and resumed his supercilious attitude. Alright, you can go back now. A dark red light immediately lit up in front of Emlyn White's eyes, quickly devouring him. After a short period of dizziness, he found that he was sitting in the rental carriage. Soon after, he saw an illusionary goatskin parchment and gained the knowledge on how to request help from the fool via a secret deed ritual. Anime Wiz wishing you a good stream. Oh, it was... Oh, he's probably not tuning in, right? Because we're almost done. Tell him I said what's up. What's up, dude? He's not here, right? Yeah, okay. Castilla, Einhorn, Sauron, Augustus are the royal families of the different countries. Euphemistic is pronounced as It's a euphemistic. It's been so long since I've spelled the word euphemistic. It's a euphemistic. I know how to say euphemistic. I couldn't read it for a sec. My brain's shutting down. Whew. Soon after, he saw the illusionary goatskin parchment and gained the knowledge on how to request help from Mr. Fool via a secret deed ritual. When I'm free in the afternoon, I'll immediately hold the ritual at home and ask Mr. Fool to dispel my psychological cues. Emlyn was suddenly excited. Tell him I said what's up. Got it. The Badoon Lord Vec. I love that emoji. That's a funny one. He waited until the carriage arrived at the Harvest Church before calming down and paying for the ride. After entering the cathedral, he was relieved to see that Bishop Trissy was there preaching to the few believers of the church. He no longer felt as vexed as he usually felt and felt rather relaxed. Father Trissy has never seemed to stop me from finding a way to dispel the psychological cues. What exactly is on his mind? East Borough, in a greasy coffee shop, Klein, who arrived at the scheduled time, who was enjoying wheat bread with fresh pea lamb stew while he listened to the old caller report the information he had gathered over the past week. It was a pity that there was no valuable information inside. When old Collier was done, Klein thought for a moment, then he pulled out his 2 pounds worth of bills and pushed them over. You already paid me just now. Old Collier jumped in shock and waved his hands in front of him. Klein chuckled and said, with this week, I'll be heading south for a while holiday. After a year of hard work, it's time to rest for a while. I might take 2 to 3 weeks before I return, so I'll pay you in advance. Heh. Don't forget to help me gather information. Okay. Old Kohler accepted the notes with a mixture of joy and gratitude. At that moment, he had already thought of how to spend the new year. He had planned to buy the cured ham. Oh my god. He had planned to buy the cured ham he had been reluctant to buy and match it with his bread. I really can't stand to wait. Thank you, Detective Moriarty. He swallowed his saliva without realizing it. Klein picked up his hat, hesitated for a moment, and said, you should have noticed that Eastboro had been a bit chaotic recently. Don't take risks just to find out more information. If you've noticed anything wrong, immediately hide and avoid getting yourself involved. He was rather worried about the matter surrounding Prince Ed, so he wanted to give Old Clear a reminder. I understand. Old Clear patted his chest and said, I'm very timid. I won't take your 70 views. Thank you guys. I'm very timid. I won't take the risk. Very good. Klein praised. Then he remembered the laundry maid Liv and her 2 daughters, Frasier and Daisy, who loved to read and wanted to change their fates before he said whilst in thought. Watch out for Liv's family. Don't let them get bullied. If there are any outbreaks in Eastboro, take them to a safe place. Outbreaks? You mean the workers' resistance? Old Collier puzzled. More or less, Klein answered vaguely. This was the limit he could reveal. Otherwise, it would be very easy for him to be suspected by others or the sealed artifact itself. In a room with large and small dolls, Emlyn came home at noon and sat in the chair enjoying the gloom created by curtains. He looked around and clenched his fist. I'll cheer for myself. With that, he ruminated for materials with spirituality and began to write the honorific name of the fool, as well as corresponding symbols and magic labels. After some hustling and bustling, he tried the secret deed ritual. His spirituality gradually dissipated as if he had arrived at immeasurably high place. Vaguely, he saw countless shadows of ineffable shapes, 7 colors of light that seemed to contain immense knowledge, and the grayish-white fog that stood above the gray fog. Above the boundless gray fog, there was an ancient palace that was impossible to see clearly. Seats inside the palace was a person shrouded in the gray fog. Then Emlyn saw a figure of the golden majesty and holiness, as well as black wings that bulged out of the sky behind it. He didn't even have time to count the number of pairs of mysterious wings before he himself quickly floating upwards, making contact with the golden figure. Is there any way you can make the stream louder? Oh, is the stream a little bit low? I mean, I can turn on my mic, maybe, but I'm just sad if I can't wait. Well, we can't wait for what? Emlyn the goat. He is the goat, man. We love him. We always subscribe. Long time no see. Dude, there's a lot. We're doing good, but there's a lot of people. Guys, wait. Pause. Sand is he is the OG, bro. I'm always hyping up this guy, bro. Is there any way? This guy is the OG. He was the one that told me to start Lord of Mysteries. Everything began because of him. This guy is the homie, bro. We go way back. Man, we're reading LSC together too and all that. The Emlyn saw a figure of the golden majesty and holiness as well as the black wings and bottled out the skyline. He didn't even have time to count the number of pairs of the mysterious wings before he felt himself quickly floating upwards, making contact with that golden figure. He is the originator, the omnipotent, omniscient God. From him, everything began and came. He screamed miserably as he had held his hand and rolled on the ground, emitting green smokes from his body. I know, right? Dude, and you know what's crazy? Let me awkwardly pause the video. It's like, I'm sad I haven't been able... Dude, Sand. Hold up. Guys, hold up. 2 minutes. 2 minutes while I drink refill. And I get my voice back. I'm sad I haven't been able to start all my fucking manhwa that I put on break. Yeah, but he can't compare to me. I was there at your birth. Yeah, he was the one that indoctrinated me into Lord of Mysteries. But I'm just sad I haven't been able to, like, fit in everything, you know? Like, I think after we take a week off from Lord of Mysteries, I have to find a way to read this, SSS, and, like, beginning after the end. I don't think I'm gonna read. I think I just need to do those 3. Yeah, you were the one that recommended the trailer first, man. I need to find a way to do this. Easy and Ultium help me pass through a pet loss. Oh, dude, Nathan. No, that's so sad, dude. Hey, man. I'm gonna cry, bro. Hey, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Hey, but we're here for you, bro. We're here for you, man. We're here for you, man. Nah, man. We're always here. Hey, we're a big, happy family, man. My condolences. Dude, my condolences, man. Hey, look. all I'm gonna say is this. Wow, I'm getting emotional. Hey, like for you, it might have felt like a short period of time, but like think about it from you know your pet's perspective. You were literally their entire life, man, and I think that means something. You know, I think it means something that like I know when Ellie leaves me in 10 years, it's gonna feel short and sweet, but like I know and from her point of views, I was her entire life, you know, and I've been there, like I've been there for her since the beginning, and I think that's gonna be like a beautiful thing, even though it's gonna be like it's a hard thing, you know, it's a hard thing when you lose something you love, but you know, it's the memories. You gotta hold on to the memories, dude. Sorry, I don't really like talk about that stuff. It's kind of hard to put in words, but like, dude, just remember, man, it might have felt like a short time, but you were literally her entire world. You would be her world. Exactly, dude. Thank you. It's already been 6 months. The sad part was that she passed away one day after 2 years together. Oh man, that breaks my heart, man. It's a man. I'm glad we've been able to help you in some way, shape, or form, man. I'm telling you, it's like I wouldn't know what that feels like, man. I love Ellie, man. And like, dude, when her time comes, it's gonna break my heart, but I'm always gonna think about the beautiful memories. Like she was really sick on me, like when I only just got her, and I was scared she was gonna die on me, man. But like I took her, she got checked out, everything was healthy. So I know, thanks for helping. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for sharing that, Nathan. Thank you, man. Now, dude, really, that's sweet, dude. I'm glad I was able to help. Whew. So I know, thanks for helping, Romero. When easy, Romero, when easy glazes someone for 0.1 seconds. Wait, what did you say? Where's my glaze? Romero, I glaze you all the time, bro. Wait, Romero. I glaze you all the time, brother. You basically own my Discord server. You are literally like the... oh my god, what's that one dude that's holding the planet? Like the guy holding the planet, you know? That's literally you. Like you're literally holding the planet, bro. Grief stalling a new one? No, it's not stalling. That's not stalling. Atlas, like Romero is literally Atlas behind this channel. Yes. Romero is literally Atlas. Like I am the world, right? Like, you know, like the easy geeky thing. But like he is Atlas. He is the one holding us together, man. He is literally Atlas, bro. All right, let's continue. Yes, my advancement. I feel it. Like I'm digesting my potion. All right, let me find my place. Let's continue. Romero's Atlas. Let me find my place. Let me read from here. He screamed miserably as he held his head and rolled on the ground, emitting green smoke from his body. It took a while for Emlyn to calm down, then he heard the deep voice of the fool echo in his ears. Your psychological cue has been lifted. Is this what it feels like to dispel a psychological cue? It's really painful. Emlyn sat on the floor, panting, his neatly combed hair falling in disarray. Atop of the great fog, Klein thoughtfully nodded and said to himself, indeed, the sun broach's purifying and dispelling effects can also be vampires. He had calculated an advancement that the sunlight needed to remove the weakened psychological cue wouldn't severely damage Emlyn. So he couldn't be bothered switching to a more complicated approach, and now the result was indeed consistent with his expectations. I need a burp. After taking care of this matter, Klein took off the topaz pendant on his left wrist and planned to perform a divination. It is suitable to head to the Red Rose Manor this afternoon. After chanting 7 times in his mind, he opened his eyes and saw that the spirit pendulum standing still and not spinning. The difficulty of divining something that involves a grade 0 sealed artifact or a corresponding powerhouse is too high. I'm unable to obtain any effective revelations, Clyde sighed, knowing the gist of the matter. Then he started to divine if it would be suitable to head to the Red Rose Manor tomorrow afternoon, but he received the same signs of failure as an outcome. It's always said that divination isn't omnipotent, and it has now been proven. I have to decide on my own. I have to take this step. Otherwise, there's no way for me to leave the stage unannounced so as to go behind the scenes. The earlier, the better. I can't delay it. Otherwise, this matter might become complicated and impossible to recover from them. As his thoughts churned, Klein came to a decision. He immediately returned to the real world, put on his double-breasted frock, coat, and half-top hat, and walked out of 15 Ming Street, heading to Prince Ed's Red Rose Manor. Bro, we're gonna have to lock in, huh? Okay. Name. Okay, this chapter's called Name. Hold up. That's a very ambiguous title. Hold up. That's okay. So do I have to lock in from here on, or do we still got a chapter? I assume like I mean, well, hold up. No spoilers for this chapter, but like, do we still need to like read another chapter before we lock in, or what? This is exciting. 3 hours, 42 minutes, 15 seconds. Can't change music now? Okay, 12. Ooh, we're almost done. We're so fucking close. Oops. Well, hold up. No, I'll forget. I'll forget right now. Oops. Yeah, you don't have to lock in until 20 more chapters. Well, like, you know what? Let me read one more chapter. What the fuck? I put the same chapter. I'm gonna read one more chapter and then we're gonna stop the recording just to see how much memory we have. No, I should stop the recording now. Hold up. This was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, that's 15 chapters. Just a few more chapters. Let me read one more chapter and I can stop this original recording and then we're gonna take like a quick 15. That way I can eat a quick snack and then we'll come back. So let's do one more chapter. Halftime break. No, after this chapter, we'll do halftime. We'll do halftime. We'll do a 15-minute halftime commercial after this break. And you know what I'll do during halftime? We can play. Nah, I was gonna say, oh, let's play my original video. Nah, that's right. We'll do a halftime. Halftime after this chapter. 470. Check. Copied name. Shit, I returned to the homepage. Okay, we're good. All right, don't worry. After 470, we're gonna take a quick 15 halftime break. Okay. The streaming, use your disk space or... Oh, it's only the recording. Yeah, and I'm almost out of space because I've been recording, like, primarily just my Lord of Mystery stuff. And it's almost full, bro. I'm like, fuck, dude. That's why all my videos... I don't know if you've noticed. Some of my original videos were in 1440p. Because I have a 1440p monitor. And I have a 4K camera, right? And I'm like, beautiful. We record in 4K, this and that. But I'm like, that takes too much space. That's why I've been outputting everything in 1080p. Like when I upload a video, even when I stream in 1080p. Because like it's too much memory space recording at 1440p. It's like the file sizes are just too big. But yeah, that's why like everything's been in 1080p. And even then, I'm like, I'm running out of space. All right, but let's read 470. But yeah. But your original question, Cammy, only the recordings take up space. After this chapter, we're going to take a halftime break. All right. Chapter 470, outside Red Rose Manor, Klein walked out of the carriage whilst carrying his cane. He closed his eyes and calmed himself as he looked at the red, ununiformed soldier standing guard at the door. Since sealed artifact 008 has been making coincidences to stop the woman in the sapphire ring from meeting me, there shouldn't be an exception today. There's no need for me to worry about running into her. As long as I fool Prince Etz with my acting, everything would be fine. Klein thought quickly and walked towards the entrance of the manor. But like him knowing that it has something to do with the quill goes against it. Like he's going to run in the woman. He's going to run into the woman because like him, like you know what I mean, right? Because he knows the quill is involved, he's gonna run into her. Because he's overthinking this interaction, and when he goes to it, he's gonna run into her. And I don't know what's gonna happen. Since sealed artifact 008 has been making coincidences to stop the woman with the sapphire ring from meeting me, there shouldn't be any exceptions today. There's no need for me to worry about running into her. As long as I fool Prince Etz with my acting, everything would be fine. Klein thought quickly and walked towards the entrance of the manor. After being searched and handing in the gun holster and revealing, he followed the male servant's lead and walked across the gray slate road, past a fountain spewing clear spring water, and entered the main house. They arrived at the second floor and arrived outside the room that was supposed to be a solarium according to the layout. During this entire process, Klein had his heart in his mouth, worrying that something unexpected would happen. He was afraid that the situation would develop in the worst possible manner. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking gently on the door, a male servant approached the door and whispered, "Detective Moriarty has arrived." After a full 10 seconds of silence, a heavy voice came from inside the room. His Highness has invited him in. The door creaked open and warmth spread outwards with a temperature that was warmer than the hallway. Under the watchful gaze of the two tall guards, Klein stepped on the thick patterned yellow carpet. He took a few steps forward, skirting the cabinet that separated the inside from the outside, and he saw Prince Etz sitting in the full-length window, enjoying the rare winter sun of the backland. The round, impressionable face didn't have the slightest trace of a smile, and this naturally created a solemn and representative atmosphere. Because of the combination of the elegant fireplace and the metal pipes, the room was warmer than late spring. Prince Etz wasn't wearing a coat, and his upper body was covered with a white shirt with scuffs which resembled a blooming flowers and a pale yellow vest. Seeing this, Klein was actually secretly relieved because the woman wearing the sapphire ring wasn't accompanying the prince. Then he quickly stepped forward and bowed. Etz held a steaming cup of black tea in his hand and didn't invite Klein to take a seat. He maintained his previous expression and asked in a deep voice, any results from your invitation? No, my divinations, my spirit channeling, my interviews, my investigations tell me that Talum died of a heart attack. Klein said with a heavy, painful expression with obvious signs of self-blame. I'm just too weak in every aspect. Your Highness, you should hire a strong and more powerful helper. Why don't you get someone better? He added silently and inwardly. It was only then that Azik seemed to clearly notice the Detective Sherlock Moriarty face. He felt as if he had aged considerably, as though he had been unable to sleep at the ease for a long time. It wasn't an illusion because Klein had used his faceless powers before he left to adjust the state of his face, making his skin look dry and lustrous. He made his beard appear messy and his eyes bags bigger, darker, and more obvious. Azik was silent for a moment before he put down the white porcelain cup with a gold inlaid rim. I understand it's indeed like forcing a square peg in a round hole. I will have someone else following up this matter prepare the investigation report and don't leave anything out. Alright, Klein inwardly clenched his fist and quickly took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket. Your Highness, there's no need for you to wait, as I always have the habit of recording things in writing. After instructing the attendants to take the report, Prince Eds casually flipped through it and put it inside. Is there anything else you need? No, Your Royal Highness, please allow me to take my leave. Alright, I will be heading south for some time. I want to use the warm sunlight there to melt the pain in my heart. Klein sighed in response. What a poet. It's a New Year's custom of many and Lowen Prince Eds nodded silently and turned to Funkney, the old butler. Send Detective Moriarty out and get him a carriage. The nearest town to Red Manor is a 15 to 20 minute walk. I'll have him a carriage when I get there. Yes, Your Highness, the old butler bowed and said politely. Klein didn't let down his guard and quietly took his leave. He followed the old butler all the way to the entrance of the manor and took back his underarm gun holster and his weapon. Less than a minute later, he was seated in the Red Rose Manor carriage. He leaned against the carriage wall and watched the manor turn smaller as the distance grew. Klein relaxed and let out a long breath, letting his hanging heart calm down to its original position. He knew that he had left the center of the carriage, and after that, it's time to bid farewell to Backland and head south for a complete curtain call. After all, I'll change my looks and sneak back in secret. He calmly considered his subsequent plans. Suddenly, his spirituality stirred and his spirituality tensed up as he saw it's her. Hold up. Suddenly, his spirituality stirred and his spirituality tensed up as he saw the door to the carriage quickly open and then slightly close. Before he can get a response, he saw a figure quickly outline itself. It was wearing a heavy black dress that had a sapphire ring on it. Sapphire ring. Upon seeing the scene, Klein, who was at the juncture of a flight or fight response, narrowed his eyes, sat back down, not daring to act rashly. This was a terrifying person who possessed a grade 0 sealed artifact or was a demigod of a similar level. It's really true that the more afraid you are of something happening, the higher the chances are of it happening. 008s or something else. What happened to the coincidences you create? Klein's spirit and body instantly tensed up as he could only watch helplessly as the figure appeared in front of him. The lady's age was completely different from her dressing style. She looked about 18 or 19, had a round face, slender eyes, and a gentle and refined temperament. Deep down, she was sweet and was an outstandingly gorgeous beauty. Klein was surprised for a moment before she immediately recognized her as he blurted out, "What the fuck did I say, dude? It's fucking Trissy! It's fucking Trissy! What? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! It's fucking Trissy! I fucking told you it was Trissy! I told you it was gonna be her! Isn't this the fellow who had gone from being instigator Triss to witch Trissy? How did she get from being... Why is he so scared of her, though? What the fuck is that sapphire ring Trissy has? Isn't this the fellow who had gone from being instigator Triss to witch Trissy? How did she go from being wanted to becoming Prince Ed's woman? How did she, a member of the demonic sect, end up by Prince Ed's side? And she even has a grade 0 artifact or a mystical item of a similar level. What? Would Trissy even recognize Klein? The plot chickens, bro. The plot thickens. I said that unironically. When he looked again carefully, he saw that there was something different about Trissy. Her facial features, which weren't outstanding alone, were softer and more delicate, but when placed together, they were stunning. Hearing his surprise, Trissy became happy instead of being alarmed. She revealed a sweet smile and said, "You know me? I knew you knew me." Wait, hold up. She has a grade 0 sealed artifact. I would be scared shitless. That is true, and you could sense it, right? I knew you knew me. A detective with beyond her powers definitely pays special attention to the wanted posters. Hey, eh? She looks very happy. Klein cautiously asked with doubt and caution, "What do you want?" He clearly remembered that the person before him was a good person. Triss has single-handedly created the tragedy of the Alfalfa via instigation, while Trissy had caused the deaths of many innocent civilians in Tingan City. Trissy pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Very simple question. Quickly report me to the Nighthawks, mandated punchers, or the machinery hive mind. Get them to come here and capture me?" What? There's something going on with this ring. There's something going on with that sealed artifact. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up. She put in a smile. Very simple. Quickly report me to the Nighthawks, mandated punchers, or machinery hive mind. Get them to come here and capture me. Why? Why would she ask him to call the cops on herself? Call the cops on yourself. This transvestive, this woman must be insane. Klein was a bit at a loss. He soon figured out the meaning behind her message. Trissy would rather be locked up behind Chanasgate than stay at Red Rose Manor. She's trying her hardest to get out of here. Oh, she's trying to escape. Bro said a good person? Definitely not a good person. He soon figured out the meaning behind her message. Trissy would rather be locked up behind Chanasgate than stay at Red Rose Manor. She's trying her hardest to get out of here. Simply put, she believes that this place is more dangerous and more despair-inducing than being caught by the Nighthawks and Might-Deaded Punishers. Klein tried his best to control his expression and asked in a deep voice, "What are you afraid of?" What? Trissy stood dazed for a second before she widened her eyes and said with her unfocused eyes, "There's someone manipulating my life." It's the fucking quill. Oh my god. There's someone manipulating my life. There's always coincidences that horrify me after they happen, and I'm becoming less and less like myself. No freaking way Trissy can, like, feel the presence of the quill. No, wait. So now Trissy and Klein, their fates are, like, in some way interweaving, right? Because they're both being manipulated by the quill. Okay, this is kind of hype. Saying this, the corners of her mouth curled up and said, "Can you imagine being someone who loves those shy and cute maids? Can you imagine the pain when I wake up in the morning in the arms of a naked man? I can't. That's why it's best to stay away from being an assassin or a witch." Klein couldn't help but imagine such a scene, and his heart palpitated for a moment. Trissy continued with a self-deprecating smile. "I thought that by working hard to advance to become a pleasure, that I would be able to free myself from that weird state. Hence, I sought people to help me search for the corresponding beyond ingredients. But the outcome only turned worse. Sometimes I forget a lot of things, but they end up really happening. I endured the disgust, seduced Talim? Oh, so he was the one that seduced Talim. Yo, Trissy got with Talim. Hold up. Wait. So it's confirmed. Trissy got with Talim. Okay. As Roselle will say, demoness ain't that bad. All right. And tried to get him to help me escape. Who knew that I ended up killing him with a curse without even me realizing it? It was a coincidence. Oh, Inns wrote Talim's death because Trissy was technically trying to elope with Talim. So Inns had to write his death. And even she was unaware. Do you believe that? Heh, they even changed my name. They wanted me to completely abandon my past self. No, absolutely not. They thought I can only overcome the coincidence for a short period of time and that I would soon get back on track, huh? It was just an impression I deliberately created for them, so I have managed to meet you, Mr. Detective. Pleasure, demoness, ingredients. Klein suddenly remembered that in the Beyonder gathering held by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom, Azik Arstanen had been a person who had requested to purchase the main ingredients for Demoness of Pleasure potion. With him being aware of the formula, he instantly noticed it on the spot, but he had chosen to ignore it. He gradually forgotten about the matter with time. So that was Trissy's helper. He was helping her? Yeah, she was using Talamez to escape. So that was Trissy's helper. Was she already by Prince Ed's side back then? Why do I somehow feel that her present smile looks so miserable but beautiful? A demoness of pleasure is sick. Klein took a breath, his thoughts in a jumble. As he was organizing his thoughts, he asked casually, what did they change your name to? What did they change your name to? Trissy frowned her beautiful brow cheeks as she answered with a somewhat blank look in her eyes. Trissy Cheek. Where was Cheek from? Wait. Cheek was mentioned before. Trissy Cheek. Cheek. Klein suddenly raised his head, his whole body turning numb once again as stiff as a marble statue. At this very moment, there was only one page of Rosella's diary page that was mainly reverberating in his mind. 5th of June, I obtained an ancient book. Oh, shit, the primordial. Oh, yeah. The primordial demoness name was Cheek, right? June 5th, I obtained an ancient book. It actually mentioned our primordial demoness name. Her name is Cheek. Ah! Okay, this is getting good. This is getting really good, dude. Oh my god. This series, guys, Cheek the I thought you said Chuck. Oh wait, I didn't read the one Joshua said. I was about to read it. Dude, this series is so goated, bro. It is like, this series is so intricate. I'll be honest, guys, if it wasn't for me streaming this with you guys, I'd be so lost. It is a funny name. the evil deity Cheek. I was like her cheeks or what? Like what cheeks are we talking about here? Okay, wait, hold up. We're gonna do an outro because we're gonna end the recording. Yeah, we're gonna do a 4-hour recording. Then we're gonna take a quick 15, and then we'll be back. And then we're gonna finish this fucking motherfucker volume 2. This shit is so long. Hold up, I don't consider it a spoiler. I'll eventually forget the exact. Oh, you guys can tell me this. Roughly how many chapters is volume 3? Like, is it longer than 1, 2? Is it like in between? Like, how many chapters is volume 3? That's what I want to know. But let's do this. Let's do overall thoughts for this video, and we're gonna take a quick 15, and then we're gonna be back to finish. And then we're gonna check my space on my PC. Overall thoughts. 14 chapters shorter between 1 and 2. Shit hits the fan next chapter. This is a fucking good stopping point then. Woo! Volume 3 is volume 3. That's a really good answer, guys. All right, 12 chapters. All right. So we're gonna keep the live stream going. But volume 3 is more fast paced. All right. Well, that's cool. All right. The stream is still going. We're gonna end the recording to make sure we have enough space to record a reaction. But I'm hyped. I'm pumped. This is getting so damn good. We're gonna take a quick 15, and then we're gonna come back. This is a really good stopping point. This is where we would end stream, but we're gonna keep going. I'm gonna take a quick 15, and then we'll be back. And then we will be back. All right, guys. For the people watching the VODs, have a beautiful day, and we'll see you right back. And for the people watching the stream, we will be back after a quick break. All right, peace. And I'll see you guys all very, very soon for the finale. Yes, we are finishing today. I didn't think we'd finish it today, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling pumped. We'll be back in 15, maybe 20 minutes. We'll see. All right, guys, we'll be right back. We'll be right back. I'm gonna turn this sucker on. I'm gonna just put, we'll just put 20 minutes. You know, we'll be reasonable. I'll put 20 minutes. You know, just because I want to check my memory space. Right? Oh wait, hold up. Let me just check this. Hold up, don't worry. We need that top hat. Hold up, don't worry. So let me see how long this video was. We just finished the recording. Let me go to properties. How long was this? For 4 hours, we only did 70 gigs. 70 gigabytes for 4 hours of recording, and we still have like 390 gigs. Okay, so we're good. We're good. All right, we'll be right back. I'm gonna pause. I'm not gonna pause. I'm just gonna mute the mic. We'll leave music playing. BRB. Before I go, I'll change the music for you guys. Hold up. Let me change the music. You know what? We'll play. Let's play this. BRB. I'll be right back. Don't worry, I got a timer. We still got 5 minutes. I came back 5 minutes early. Just give me 5 minutes to relax my voice, and then we'll continue. Why are you licking my hands? Is it because I just ate, Ellie? You see, look, when I'm not reading, she's chill and with me right here. But when I'm reading, she's like, she's not for it. The end is here. I'm ready. Hi. How you doing, beautiful? Hey, question for anybody playing Expedition 33. How good of a game is it, man? I'm hearing some crazy ass praise. People like, if you like Final Fantasy or you like turn-based, play this game. And I've played, not all of them, but I've played a damn good amount of Final Fantasy games. I accidentally fell asleep. How many chapters are left? We are at 470. So I know it ends around the 80s. So we got a little bit of lock in for York. Yeah, we're almost there. Who hates LOTM? Sorry. Link the wrong was light. Right. Hey. It looks epic. Dude, it looks so good. Lord of the Mysteries. Maybe like Lady of the Munda. Munda what? All right, hold up. Don't worry. I still got the timer. We got 3 minutes, 3-4 minutes. We resume when the clock rounds out to 50. Trissy Cheek appeared. Old man got his paycheck. That's true. Old man got his paycheck, and we got Trissy Cheek. I don't know. Oh, wait, bro. How is this? Oh my! I think Trissy's R.I.P. I think Trissy's gonna be R.I.P. Maybe the demoness wants to. Maybe Trissy's pregnant, and the primordial demoness might descend. I don't know. Fuck. We'll see what happens. Don't worry. I'm still looking at the time. We're good. Relaxing my voice. I got little easy geeky. Went on an errand for me a while ago to bring me junk food. So we'll see. We'll see if little easy geeky makes it back in time before we continue. Thanks, Nathan. About to lock in real soon. Yeah, we're gonna lock in. We about to lock in. I'm just resting my voice. It's almost time. I'm ready, dude. I'm fucking pumped, man. Hey, just know though, after we finish volume 2, we are gonna take a week off. Get the top hat. I know. What do you mean? What top? I don't have a top hat. So just remember, after this, after we finish volume 2, we are gonna take a week off. We're gonna take all of next week off for Lord of Mysteries. We'll probably make some videos here and there for Lord of Mysteries, right? Like off stream, and then I'll just upload it. Or maybe we'll do some notes on stream. But at least for next week, I'm gonna spend a little bit more time with my little dog right here. Oh, wah, 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 and my girlfriend, you know. But then I'll still be doing other stuff. I might catch. So this is what I'm probably do. I'm probably gonna catch up with beginning after the end on my own time off stream, and then whatever new chapter comes out that week, I'll just upload it. I mean, we'll see though. For the finale, get the hat. But you know what else? R.I.P. Oh wait, hold up. I don't want to read that part yet. Ellie, you got me for 3 more minutes. We need SSS. I know, and then SSS. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna have to plan a schedule. So I think this is what I might do. On the days when beginning after the end comes out, I'm not gonna stream Lord of Mysteries. And I'll do, like, for example, that off stream, read Shadow Slave for like an hour and a half. Oh, that's the 20-minute timer. 20-minute timer's up. Can you give a timeline on SSS upload? It's also on break for the week. Oh, really? No, that's not on break for the week. I was only talking about this Lord of Mysteries. Hi, Ellie. Ellie, I gotta go back to it. Yeah, so that's probably what I'm gonna do. Like, for example, oh, you want my sock? You're nasty. Go get it. You gross. Look at her. She always gets my socks. Look at this. What a gross little dog. How can you do that? Yeah, so next week, we might do like SS. Oh, look, this is what I'm gonna do. I wanted a game for a little bit just because, I mean, we'll see. Mondays would for sure always be, I think by default, I always have to read Lord of Mysteries on Mondays because of the Tarot Gathering, you know? Tuesdays, I can do Shadow Slave. And then Wednesdays, Lord of Mysteries. So it'd be like Monday, Wednesday, Lord of Mysteries. It'd have to be all 3 days. It'd have to be 4 days. I'm thinking of taking Friday. Because look, I think I'm gonna start taking Fridays off at least for a while, just so I can spend more time, you know, with my close ones. I don't want to also necessarily ignore them. And then on the week, so it's like I'll take Fridays off for sure, and the day where we don't have, it's kind of it's kind of hard to think this through. Ow! Ellie! Yeah, you don't like that now, huh? Look, watch. She's gonna roll over, and then I'll let her out, and then we're gonna get back to it. Look, watch this. Let me turn this off since we're back. Watch. Look what she's gonna do. No, and give me back my sock. I gotta finish Lord of Mysteries. No, you're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. I love you, okay? You're not in trouble. Stop it. Now, can you give me back my sock? That's kind of gross. No? Okay, I love you. Alright, I'm gonna keep reading, okay? Hey. You wanna hang out or what? Are you really not gonna look at my sock? Alright, let's keep reading. Are you guys ready? Hold up. Let me put on my socks because I'm actually. That's right. We'll let Ellie have them for a bit. Okay. Let me get the chapter ready. So we're gonna need new timestamps down here. Hold up. Are you guys ready? Yes. Okay. Hold up. Ellie, you gotta go. You gotta go. I love you. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I promise I'm not gonna ignore your mom. You gotta go. Go. Okay. We're back. We're ready. Get the hat. Well, what? I don't have a hat. What hat? Hold up. Let me get video 2. Finale. Video 2 dash finale. There's gonna be a new one. This is gonna be a new, so new timestamps. Hold up, bear with me. Let me just type this out. Let me have it ready. Awesome. Awesome intro. Okay, that's good. Bro's trying to gaslight us. Never have I ever gaslighted you guys. You guys, hold up. You guys gaslight me all the time. What do you mean? What are you talking about? All right, hold up. Let's do this. Wait, hold up. I don't want to show my screen for a sec. Hold up. Let me just double check my memory. I gotta make sure we're good. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay, we didn't show anything. Hey, hello. How you guys doing? Are you guys ready? Did someone say gaslight? Never have we ever. Today, we will continue Lord of the Mysteries. For people watching the live stream, it's still the same day. But for people watching the VODs, we're like, no, I lied. Hold up. We're going to retake this intro. We're going to read the finale of Lord of the Mysteries. Volume 2. Faceless. It's so hype. It is so peak aura. You know it, bro. Hold up. We got more aura cooking in the background. Hold up. Look. We got more. Hold up. This hat is actually low-key uncomfortable for a bald man. So we're going to have to kind of find a hat built with better quality. So we might return this one. Find a better one. But for now, Lord of the Mysteries. Finale. We're at chapter 471. We finish around the 480s mark, but I think we're gonna finish it today. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling confident. I hope you guys are ready for this beautiful, wondrous day. What was that, Unhinged? Before we continue, this is gonna make it to the video. This would be the perfect time to troll everyone and end stream and saying you will come. All right, guys. Later. Have a beautiful day. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. No, I'm kidding. Oh, that'd be such a funny, but it'd be so mean. Wear the monocle, guys. You guys have told me to never wear a monocle. Why would I do that? And a handsome gentleman. Thank you. Hey, low key though. I can see myself wearing these, more often, just for fun. Nah, we need a monocle. You guys told me to beware of them. I don't know if I should trust you guys. But for now, Lord of the Mysteries, chapter 471. Oh, last thing. If you like what you are going to see, make sure you like, comment, subscribe. There will be 0 crying in this finale. I know we cried pretty hard at the end of volume 1. You ain't gonna see me slipping up in this stream. I'll tell you guys that much. So I hope you guys are ready. Chapter 471. Okay. Klein's preparation. That sounds kind of hype. It's a little hype. Not gonna lie, it's a little hype. It is that's a little hype of a title. Hello, YouTube. Hello, hello. I'm ready. I'm ready. All right. Let's get our timestamps for a new fucking video. Damn, that was a 2-minute intro. What the fuck? How long did I fucking stall that intro for? God damn. 1 hour, 58 minutes. Copy. Paste. Sent. Music change in 5 chaps. Bonitas. Okay, okay. So you know what? For now, we'll just keep this playing then. Okay, we'll keep this playing, and I should have it open. Let me just double check. I have sealed vessel. Wait. Vanitas. You sure? Because I cried volume 2. Never have we ever. Vanitas was. Hold up. Let me. Actually, before we. Low key. I swear I'm not stalling. I haven't opened that video yet, so let me just open it and have it ready. I know it's in my liked playlist. Update chapter. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Oh, it's right here. It's right here. This one, right? This one, right? Okay. Just get it ready. Let me hit the loop button. And then pause it when it replays. And then we're ready for this song too. When we need in like 5 or so chapters. I cried at the end of every volume. Never have I ever. What do you mean? I'm a grown man. Never have ever cried reading this. Okay. So we're almost done with The World This Way. I also have All Was Well, just in case we need that again. Okay, this is good. Let's continue. I'm scared. I'm scared. But we're good. Chapter 471, as I update this live, is called Klein's Preparation. Cheek. The goosebumps on Klein's skin surface uncontrollably. Dude, oh, hold up. We said this like when we were on our break. If Trissy ends up being pregnant and the primordial demoness is in her stomach, bro, that Cuttlefish is just mean. It is so mean if he does that to Trissy. This shit is so twisted, but I really hope that doesn't happen. But the goosebumps on Klein's skin surfaced uncontrollably as he looked at the beautiful young lady with her misty eyes and furrowed eyebrows. The goosebumps were distinct and were accompanied with cold sweat. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to Tinkin back to the Bellthorn Security Company and was about to activate his spirit vision to observe Magoose and the baby in her wound. The fear that resulted from his instinct was so clear that it felt like a giant had tightly gripped onto his heart. It's not good. He finally understood that the thing interfering with the gray fog in his divination wasn't a grade 0 sealed artifact or a mystical item of the same level. This was something even more terrifying with... No shot, Trissy's pregnant. There was something even more terrifying hidden within Trissy's body. The symbol of the apocalypse, the primordial demoness. No, she isn't the primordial demoness yet. Otherwise, I would have already lost control just by being together with her, turning into a pile of squirming, rotting meat. She's in a very strange state. Trissy's brows eased as her eyes regained their focus, and she looked at Klein, who didn't dare to move at all. She gently lifted her right hand, allowing her slender, white figure to slowly slide down from the side of her body. With a bit of grievance, seduction, and malice, she laughed and said, "If you can inform the Nighthawks, the mandated punishers, and the machinery hive mind about this matter, and I happen to meet you before they arrest me, I don't mind letting you know what true pleasure is." Hold up, wait a minute. Hold up, hold up. Klein has 0 attachments. Hold up, chill, bro. Bro's I'm not gonna read that comment out loud. Klein's gaze subconsciously followed the movements of her fingers and all sorts of mind-blowing details. Yo, bro, chill, wait a minute. And all sorts of mind-blowing details surface in his mind. She's a criminal, hold up. They aren't considered big, but they are very firm. What am I thinking? What am I looking at? Is this the oh, he's being alerted. Is this the seductive powers of a demoness of pleasure? And knowing the fact that you were once a man, even if you were truly a lady, without having committed many heinous crimes in the past, to lessen the psychological rejection I have, I wouldn't dare to. If you were to suddenly awaken as a primordial demoness, even the fool can't handle that. Klein silently sighed and raised his head, looking at the carriage on the wooden roof, and said, "Do you think that I, an ordinary low or mid-sequence beyonder, would have the ability to escape the pursuit of the royal family? I think they've already discovered that something is wrong, and they're about to take action." Trissy felt somewhat smug that Klein didn't dare to look straight at her. She chuckled softly and said, I'll try to escape and divert the main pursuing force. Although the remaining ones are still very powerful, it's not impossible to deal with them. I believe that you will fight with all your might for the sake of your own life. You have what? You have great hope. Let me lower the... Hold up. I'm sensing music coming up. I'm sensing a fight coming up. I'm sensing a fight coming in right now. So I just... You know what? Let's play this. Let's play Ludwig. Let's just play this. Don't worry, the music is ramping up. Where was it? We're continuing? Yes, we're continuing. With that, her figure quickly disappeared as if someone had wiped it away with a rag. This was different from Sharon, and it wasn't a return to a normal Wraith state, but a direct form of she has invisibility? Bruh. Walls closing in this chapter, Geeky. Get it ready. What the fuck do you mean walls close? Oh, I'm stupid. Walls closing in. I thought I read all was well. It's like, what do you mean? Okay, hold up. We actually don't even have this fucking song here. Why don't I have this one open and ready? Okay, we're just playing walls closing in. Hold up. Oh, you're right. Whew, tunnel vision for a sec. You guys, I'm not wearing glasses. Assassin. That was mentioned in volume 1. Assassin had invisibility. I was acting. Sorry. I was acting. My bad. I act a little too good sometimes. Make sure loops. Yeah, we got loop ready. We got the loop ready, and we got U-block origin. We're chilling. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. With that, her figure quickly disappeared as if someone had wiped it away with a rag. This was different from Sharon. It wasn't a return to a normal Wraith state, but it was a direct form of visibility. Bam. The carriage door opened and then closed. The sweet fragrance that remained drilled into his nose, and Klein retracted his gaze, his face sinking. I'm gonna lower the volume down just a smidge. We don't want it too loud. Even now, his arms were still trembling slightly as if it had contracted with some disease. If it wasn't for his rich experience, even though he hadn't faced the son of an evil god in the real world with a belly in between them, he who knew what was named Trissy Cheek meant wouldn't have been able to bear the terrifying pressure and would have collapsed on the spot. It was akin to having a rubber band stretched too tightly to the point of tearing. It seems like Trissy still doesn't know what's happening to her body. She also doesn't know the meaning of behind the name Cheek. Klein quickly calmed his thoughts, looked out the window and estimated the distance and counted the time. His spiritual intuition and corresponding experience told him that doing anything in such a situation was better than nothing. Therefore, with the danger being silence in hand, and he was prepared to try his best to save himself. 3, 2, 1. Klein suddenly opened his eyes and snapped his fingers. At the edge of the road, a small fire ignited on the tree with only withered branches left. The flames quickly soared into the sky. Several matches inside his pocket that Klein had intentionally divided up, that burst into flames, and a crimson color engulfed his black attire. His figure disappeared from the interior of the carriage, and he walked from the flames of the roadside. Pa! He kept snapping his fingers on the left hand repeatedly, and his figure constantly flashed through the sparse, withered forest. He rode the flames and rapidly arrived deep in the forest, which couldn't be seen from the outside. That's so cool, dude. He has that ability. Well, it works, I guess. Bro, what'd I miss? Make sure it loops. It's looping. We're good. Then he passed and pulled out the accessory hanging around his neck. He always knew very clearly that there was a hidden element behind the matter. Therefore, for his visit to Red Rose Manor, he abided by the rules of a magician. He had some preparations beforehand, such as separating his matches and carrying a number of mystical items on him. Among the mystical items, the biological poison ball and the sun brooch were involved in the Captain and Wraith's incidents. Therefore, out of caution, he left them above the gray fog. As for the all-black eye, which was left behind by Master Rizongo, it was difficult to get past the manor guards. Hence, it was met with the same treatment. Finally, other than 3 kinds of bullets, purifying bullets, demon hunting bullets, and exorcism bullets of purification, he only brought along 2 mystical items. The first was the master key that allowed him to pass through the obstacles. The side effects of getting lost could offset the dowsing. Furthermore, it looked like an ordinary key, so it wasn't easily discovered. The other items was a key element to Klein's preparations, Azik's copper whistle. Simply put, when he faced the danger he couldn't handle himself, he could ask for help of a powerhouse. After that encounter, whether I recognize Trissy or not, I am definitely on a kill list. There's a high chance that I've been targeted by 008. There won't be any negative effects getting Mr. Azik's help? Well, that's if 008 has been behind all the coincidences. Klein raised the cold ancient copper whistle and put it in his mouth, blowing on it. Without a sound, he activated his spirit vision and saw that the white bones that gushed out from the ground floor like a fountain. he saw the nearly 4-meter tall giant messenger take form. It lowered its head and looked at him with the eye sockets burning with black flames. The huge body gave Klein a sense of security. He took out the pen and paper he carried with him and wrote a word, help. Next, he folded the paper and stuffed it into the messenger's hanging palm. After the messenger had disappeared, he put away the copper whistle deliberately on a prayer posture and quickly chanted the honorific name of the Fool. Honorable Mr. Fool, my investigations have borne fruit. The woman Prince Eds fell in love with is the witch Trissy from the Demoness sect. She has already advanced to Demoness of Pleasure, and the upper echelons have changed her name to Trissy Cheek. Damn. After quickly making the report, Klein didn't bother to hide his identity and immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise to head above the gray fog. Then he retrieved the scene of him praying, then he threw it into the crimson star symbolizing misjustice. He tried his best to feign a mocking tone and added in a supercilious manner that was congruent with the style of the Fool. Cheek, that's the true name of the primordial demoness. After doing all this, Klein immediately returned to the real world, ready to run for his life. He had only taken a few steps when his eye suddenly lit up. He subconsciously raised his head and saw several meteors? He subconsciously raised his head and saw several meteors burning with raging flames falling from the sky, tearing through the sky and enveloping the entire forest. What the fuck is going on? At that moment, the scarlet light shone into Klein's eyes, giving him an indefinable feeling he had never experienced, that the person he was up against would send meteorites from the sky to silence him. Bro, what is going on? On a yellowing notebook, a seemingly ordinary... It's Ints again? Yeah, thank you for the reminder. Yeah, I gotta breathe, man. I'm gonna forget, dude. Oh my god. Oh shit, dude. On a yellow notebook, a seemingly ordinary... ordinary quill wrote. For unknown, inexplicable reasons, the Dalasic meteor shower... He just randomly wrote a meteor strike? What the fuck? How strong is this fucking quill? For unknown, inexplicable reasons, the Dalasic meteor shower arrived at the planet 2 days earlier. A portion of them just happened to land in the forest where Detective Sherlock Moriarty was hiding. Yes, just happened. Bro, what the fuck? Tuesday afternoon in Audrey's study, the teenage girl who was about to reach adulthood was listening intently as Mr. Escalante explained the connections between the intersection of spectator and telepathist powers within mysticism psychology. Besides her feet, Sissy was sitting there attentively. Suddenly, she saw an endless gray fog and a blurry figure in a prayer position in what appeared to be a forest. Soon after, the words reached her ears. Prince Eds, the Demoness sect, Witch Trissy, Demoness of Pleasure, Trissy Cheek. Audrey automatically filtered out the irrelevant details and noticed the most important words. So that's the reason the person Eds fell in love with is a demoness. Furthermore, many of the demoness are transformed men. Why do I feel like laughing? Is this why he will bring danger to Backland? Will I have to warn father? But what method or excuse should I use? Audrey tried her hardest to control her expression and gaze, but her mind wandered. It's a reasonable development? Yeah. What a natural conclusion. The American government be like, it's a missile strike. Yeah, that's true. That's exactly what they'd say. At this moment, she saw Mr. Fool leisurely sitting at the end of the long bronze table. She heard him say in a gentle tone with a hint of ridicule in his voice, check, hey, that's the true name of the primordial demoness. The true name of the primordial demoness, the primordial demoness. As her mind buzzed, Audrey expressed instantly collapsed. What's wrong? As an observant telepathist, Escalante immediately noticed that something was wrong with Miss Audrey. Audrey thought for a moment and didn't hide her concern, and she said, Miss Escalante, I just remembered something bad. I should have told my parents before, but I forgot. It will lead to a terrible and serious consequences. For example, the destruction of Backland. How few of millions of people who live here, regardless of them being nobles, the middle class, or the poor, will survive. Audrey pursed her lips. Her concern couldn't be hidden in her sparkling emerald-like eyes. Escalante frowned and said, will it be too late to do it now? It's better than not doing so. Escalante, please wait for me. No, you should have left first. Audrey entered her spectator state and calmly made her decision. Then she got up and left the study and went into the hallway. Father has gone to the House of Lords. Only mother's at home. But what should I say? Audrey frowned slightly. She didn't slow down, nor did she increase her pace. Next to her were her personal maid and her huge dog Sissy. Gradually, she had an idea. When she arrived at the living room where her mother was, she had already made up her mind. Taking a light breath, Audrey felt an unusual sinking sensation on her shoulders. Then, without hesitation, she knocked on the door. It's so wild that, like, he just wrote a meteor shower. Like, coincidentally, the meteor shower happened 2 days earlier, and it happened to land next to Sherlock Moriarty. That is so wild. All right, chapter 472, latent danger. All right, chapter 472. Chapter 472. Oh my god, I can't click on this fucking thing. 472. Oh my god. All right, this is. Oh, I gotta remember timestamps is for this video. 14 minutes. 0.5 seconds. Copy and paste. Latent danger. Okay. So good. So fucking wild. So reasonable. Grade 0 for a reason. Yeah, you know what? That is true. They said a grade 0 can like basically level an entire city. This is good. This is good. Let's keep going. Chapter 472, latent danger. We're good? Everything's updated? Yes. Lady Caitlin was sitting on a sofa in the activity room with the deputy butler, butler's assistant, and the attendant of the corresponding services seated opposite to her. She was meticulous as she gave instructions of various things to take note for the dinner banquet that night. This continued until her daughter Audrey came to her side. Mother, I have something to tell you. Audrey swept her gaze across the other people in the room. On the way to the activity room, she felt a slight tremor, but she didn't discover anything in the meteor shower. Was a tremor? Right? If the music... You know what's funny? The music is too loud for me, and I was going to lower it. Oh, wait. I actually was going to lower it. Is it that loud? Yeah, I was actually going to lower it in general. I'll leave it like this. Could lower a bit. Yeah. All right, there you go. We'll put it right here. I was planning to lower it for myself. I think this is a little bit better. Because at least for me, loud music does distract me. And I think this is a bit better. All right, we'll leave it here, though. Okay. We're good right here. You guys ready? Let's keep reading. She was meticulous as she had gave instructions of various things to take note for dinner banquet tonight. This continued until her daughter Audrey came to her side. Mother, I have something to tell you. Audrey swept her gaze across the other people in the room. On the way to the activity room, she had felt a slight tremor, but she didn't discover anything unusual. Lady Caitlin looked around and nodded. All of you can return later. The activity room turned silent very quickly, and even Trissy was signaled by Audrey to leave. You should stay by my side more often and learn how to handle matters. Although you don't lack such content of your family lessons, it's still profound knowledge on how to effectively combine theory with practice. Lady Caitlin, who looked to be in her early 30s despite being in her 50s, smiled and educated her daughter. All right, my little angel, what is it? Audrey tried to produce the elegant smile she paced in adequate class, but she found herself with a heavy, nervous smile. She pursed her dry lips and directly said, Mother, I've been hiding something from you and Father. Oh, Lady Caitlin tilted her head, waiting for further explanation. She's like, I'm a beyond her? Audrey's words were a little staccato at first, but then she merely became smooth and fluctuant. I'm already beyond her, the kind of person who possesses miraculous powers by consuming a potion. The blonde lady Caitlin raised her eyebrows lightly and answered without any hint. I know? No fucking way, she knew? The blonde lady Caitlin raised her eyebrows lightly and answered without any hint of surprise. I know. Both your father and I already know. Her father probably knew since the Quillingus assassination attempt, right? I feel like he's always known. Like, I feel like he had to have known. Like, for her to, like, figure that out or be like that, like, coincidental. Okay. Huh. Audrey was momentarily at a loss for how to continue. Lately, Caitlin covered her mouth and laughed. You took so many mystical ingredients from the vault, and you are so naive to think that your father and I didn't notice. Like, you fucking dumb girl. Of course you're a Beyonder. Why wouldn't we know? Yeah, of course she would know. By your father's side and this villa and the fief of our family, there's no lack of Beyonders. They may be a result of a simple employment relationship, or they may have been assigned by the Church of the Goddess, or they may have been members of the Hall family. His Majesty tactfully agreed to such matters, and we have also tactfully consented to your little adventures. Sigh, you will eventually grow up and mature. Your father and I will never be able to protect you under our rings forever. You will have to face certain matters alone, so having additional powers to aid you as a trump card is good too. Yes, according to the general knowledge that I'm aware of, the initial stages shouldn't be that dangerous. And advancing will require 1 or 2 years, or maybe even 3 years. So your father and I aren't too anxious, and we intended to wait until you became adult to give you a word of warning so that you can stop at your present stage. No, Mother, your general knowledge is wrong. You don't know the acting method. If I have all the ingredients, then I can become a Sequence 7 psychiatrist before the new year. Moreover, I do not wish to stop. The death of Duke Negan has made me understand that the world isn't as stable and peaceful as I thought it was. I want to have the power to protect all of you at the critical moments. Mr. Fool is gradually recovered, and evil gods are making repeated attempts to descend. Although I'm still immature and lack the necessary knowledge, I can sense the hidden, indescribable dangers from these matters. Audrey had always known that she could have avoided the problem of taking beyond her ingredients from the vault but she thought that perhaps by chance her parents weren't aware of the specific effects of those items. At most, they would suspect that she was getting deeper and deeper into her mysticism enthusiast circles. After releasing the burden in her heart, she paid no notice to her mother's extortion and said, "Mother, I later joined a secret organization, one that's more academic and doesn't worship evil gods. Please forgive me for not being able to say its name in details, but I already made an oath." Without waiting for her mother to ask, she cut to the chase. "I received word today that the commoner girl with Prince Etz has fallen in love with is a demoness. I don't know what kind of ploy they are plotting." The first two sentences of hers didn't contain any absolute connection. The former referred to the psychology alchemist, while the source of the latter was the Terror Club, which was Mr. Fool. Through this arrangement of sentences, every word she said was true, one that couldn't be confirmed through divination. However, it would make people believe that her news came from the secret organizations known as the Psychology Alchemists. The smile on Catelyn's face gradually disappeared, and she solemnly asked, "Demoness?" She didn't know much about the mysterious world, but very few words was enough to make her sense the evil and become uneasy. Audrey quickly nodded. "Yes, a demoness of pleasure, and what scares me even more is that her name is Trissy Cheek. What's wrong with that?" Her mother asked, puzzled. "A member of that organization has seen the name Chink in an ancient book." Audrey said the lie that she had already planned for. Whether it was her tone, her words, the details of her expression, or her body language, they were all flawless. In the fourth epoch or earlier, its name that belonged to the primordial demoness. Immediately after, she gravely added, "That's an evil goddess." Lady Catelyn didn't understand what the primordial demoness meant, but she knew exactly what an evil goddess meant. She couldn't sit any longer and quickly replied with a question, "Are you sure?" "I'm not sure." Audrey didn't doubt Mr. Fool at all, but she couldn't say openly. "No matter what, I think it's necessary to seek the royal family. No, get the Beyonders of the church gods to confirm the matter. If it involves an evil goddess, it's always the right decision to be cautious." Catelyn looked up to her daughter in surprise. "Audrey, you've grown up. If they kill her mom, bro, or her dad at the end of this volume, I'm a Ooh, oh my god. If it weren't for your urgency of the matter, Audrey would have pretended to be reserved upon hearing such praise. She would first modestly wheedle, then return to her room in glee. She might even twirl into a dance. But now she couldn't care about all that. She quickly let her worry and nervousness surface on her expression. "Mother, can you help me hide the truth? I heard that the Beyonders of the church and the royal families or secret organizations that aren't a part of them. Well, you can say that it was news from which father received. He should have plenty of channels for information." Catelyn stood up and gave her daughter a hug. "Don't worry, neither your father or I will involve you in this matter. Your father won't be back until evening. I'll first let the hidden guards appear, pretend to send you a message, and I'll get the Church of the Goddess to send Beyonders to protect your family." Alright, Audrey replied happily. At that moment, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was exhausted from maintaining her prolonged high level of tension. This is getting good. "Are you sure?" Why are we saying "are you sure"? Oh, are you sure? Okay, I get you. We did an Omni-Man reference. Omni-Man? Wait, no, maybe no. I didn't get the reference. I thought it was like the John Cena. "Are you sure?" Looking at the few burning meters crashing down at high speed and enveloping the whole forest, Klein actually had thought of waiting helplessly for his doom and despair. Even if he continuously used flaming jump, it would be impossible for him to escape the forest and dangerous epicenters before the meteor shower landed. Moreover, the weak body of a Beyonder from the sheer pathway didn't allow the possibility of him withstanding a head-on meteor strike. Even a zombie that wouldn't be wounded by a revolver would immediately be turned into minced meat under such an attack. Moreover, it would become charred black, flaming jump, the yellow-white light shone in the depths of his eyes, quickly giving Klein, who had not given up, an idea. In a situation that was depicted in seconds, he didn't hesitate. He did whatever that came to his mind. What came to his mind? Pa. After silently calculating the distance, Klein snapped his fingers and ignited all the remaining matches in his box. Dude, this is so good. A freaking meteor strike, dude. A streak of crimson red light soared in the sky, quickly enveloping his figure within. Klein disappeared without a sound, appearing in the flames above the meteor. Whoosh. The meteor rapidly descended. The moment he leaped out of the flames, he was away from the meteor's vicinity, entering a region of air within the frightening high temperatures. At that moment, when he used his Beyonder powers to jump, Klein was immune to his ordinary flames, even if his temperature was rather high. However, upon exiting the state, he had to do his best to avoid the flames via flame controlling. Otherwise, he would suffer burn wounds and even burn to death. In addition, the hot air wasn't within his jump range. Klein snapped his fingers again, causing the air at the critical point to ignite. He phased into another flame, trying to avoid the first blast upon the meteor's impact. However, no matter how many times he tried and how many risks he took, he still couldn't escape the danger. There were only two choices: to jump to a point away from the forest and suffer the meteorite's resulting blasts, or to jump around like an acrobatic waiting for the mushroom clouds to swallow him up. For a moment, Klein thought he could see himself being torn apart, scorching black with flames still burning over his body. A thought flashed through his mind and his vision suddenly changed as all the colors saturated. The reds became redder and the yellows became yellower and the whites became whiter, just like a strange oil painting. The oil painting seemed to be different from the real world, allowing Klein to watch the meteorite slowly crash to the ground. Wait. The oil painting seemed to be different from the real world, allowing Klein to watch as the meteorite slowly crashed to the ground. That patch of the forest was instantly destroyed and the ground clearly quaked a few times. Plumes of smokes that were mixed with red flames rose up, forming a strange mushroom cloud. Such an important didn't affect Klein because the blast simply didn't enter the superposed still oil painting world. I'm sorry, what is this whole oil painting thing that we're talking about? Can we hold up? This is kind of confusing me. What is going on? I lost my place. Klein was stunned at first before he saw the human figure next to him. The figure had a... Fuck you, is it Azik? There's only one beautiful ass man with bronze skin. Is that what's going on? I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Oh shit, the figure had a bronze skin with a medium build. He wore a long black suit and a half top hat. Yo man, this guy's dripped out. He had a pair of aged brown eyes, soft facial features, and a tiny mole below his right ear. Mr. Azik, Klein crowd out in joy. He finally knew what scene that revealed that he... Oh my god, I can't read. He finally knew what scene the revelation from his divination he made a long time ago corresponded to. Eric corresponded to the present. The sea of blood represented a perilous situation, and being pulled up by Mr. Zik meant me being rescued by him. Just as Klein... How would I be able to piece that together? I wouldn't even be able to figure that out. Just as Klein's words left his mouth, Azik waved his hand, grabbed his arm, and pushed his way through the deep layers of saturated colors. The ordinary-looking quill was no longer writing on its own, as its surface has dimmed a little. The solemn-looking middle-aged man with only one eye grabbed it and quickly wrote as if he was channeling a spirit. It was obvious that Azik Eggers had yet to recover all his memories and strength. While attempting to travel through the spirit world and the astral world, a latent danger appeared as a result of this problem. Hence, he and Sherlock Moriarty found themselves landing near Sanguin and his friend. Hold up, wait. So, Mr. Azik interfered with Sanguin's plans, and then Azik sensed that, and he's like, "Nah, bro, I'm gonna write it where now they appeared in front of me and my friend." Is that what's going on? Dude, this is so hype. Oh snap, dude. Daddy Azik is back, bro. This shit is so good. What? Oh my god, this chapter's called Faceless. Let's go, dude. Oh my god, let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's do this quick fucking timestamp. Holy fucking shit. I fucking love Lord of Mysteries. This shit is peak. Azik crucified that fraud. He's gonna crucify him. He's gonna hang him upside down like the true creator. He's be like, ugh. I don't know if is it too... No, it's too early to kill him. It's way too fucking early to kill him. Nah, like, dude, if we fucking kill Sanguin this volume, then there really is somebody pulling the strings behind Ince's back. No shot. No, there is no shot we're gonna take out Ince this volume. If we literally kill Ince this volume, then the true perpetrator that's been writing the actual story is the one that's writing on its own when the quill is like floating in midair. Like, that has to be it. Okay, chapter 473. Did I even do a timestamp? I did, right? Yes, we did. Chapter 473. It's smoke time. It's time, bro. Chapter 473 is called Faceless. Everything around him was an illusion. The colors were saturated and superposed as they quickly receded. I'm gonna put the volume a little bit louder. As he quickly receded, as soon as Klein came to his senses, observed and experienced this wonderful passage, he felt Mr. Zik's hand, which was holding his hand, trembling slightly. Before he could even react, he felt a strong sense of weightlessness. His body couldn't help but plummet as he even began spinning. The colors of red, yellow, white, and black around him faded rapidly, and Klein fell, hitting the solid ground hard. The impact left his head spinning and his internal organs churning. Mixed into his vision were bits of golden stars, and his vision was restored to normal. To his left was a bottomless dark valley that resembled the legendary Devil Abyss.
On the right was a what the wait, let me read this. I'm getting too excited. I'm like reading, but I'm not reading. Mixed into his vision were bits of golden stars, and his vision was restored to normal. To his left was a bottomless abyss, dark valley that resembled the legendary Devil Abyss that we've been talking about this volume. On the right was a gray stone wall that continued to extend upwards as if supporting the entire region. There was no sun, no clouds, and no fog. Some light came from the luminous, most grounding in different places, and darkness and heaviness were the primary tone of this world. I'm sorry, are we in the City of Silver? What is going on? Klein pushed himself up with his left hand and nimbly jumped. He found that the ground beneath his feet consisted of properly paved stone, which could accommodate 2 horse carriages traveling in parallel. It was definitely not naturally formed. No, this is something else then. On the end of the road spiraled down into dark crevices, with the other led to the top. From time to time, it was possible to see the doomed hallways and the halls inside the walls. I'm trying to picture this in my head right now. Hold up. Bruh, why are we saying bruh? Classic Badoon moment? What do you mean? Me when I read with my eyes and not my brain. What do you mean, Riza? What? Inzamgo literally already debuffed Azik. He debuffed him. Resident, not the real one. Me. Wait, what's going on? I don't know what's going on. I'm so confused. This is so hype and exciting. I'm so lost. But we're just gonna keep reading. You guys can explain it, and I will read it right now. So wait. Dude forgot to read and understood at the same time. That's literally what happened. I caught myself reading but not reading. I'm like, wait. This is too exciting, dude. You're doing fine? Okay. Suddenly he had an epiphany. I read it right. Klein raised his... Wait, let me go back a sentence. Klein raised his head, but he couldn't see the highlight point. His vision was completely blocked by the gray stone wall. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. He and Mr. Zik had fallen underground into the ruins of an ancient civilization. Like the catacombs at the beginning of the series? Maybe? No, right? Is this another area? Wait. Yeah, fallen underground into the ruins of an ancient civilization. Is this another area? Are we still near Backland? As soon as Klein thought about it, he heard Mr. Zik say in a low voice, "Leave here first, head up." Before Klein could understand the meaning behind his words, he saw a flash of light from the side, instantly forming an illusionary door that opened out. An illusionary door. The door seemed to have been made of bronze. It wasn't real enough, but it was usually heavy. On the surface, there were countless strange patterns and indescribable symbols. With a creak appeared in the door. Pale, bloody arms reached out from the cracks, one after another. Isn't this what... I thought this is what the door Sharon summoned. But we're in the underground ruins. Thank you. When it said, like... When it was describing it, I was thinking of like the world of City of Silver, and I was thinking about the abyss and like how Jack got there, like by going through the abyss and whatnot. Okay, so it's not that. They're just in the underground catacombs. With a crack appeared in the door. Pale, bloody arms reached out from the crack, one after another. In addition, there were also greenish black vines. Wait, this is the door Sharon summoned. With baby faces and sleek tentacles with protruding eyes. Yes, it is the door. It is the door Sharon used. It was very similar to the effects of Miss Sharon's mystical item. While he was in thought, Klein noticed the arms, vines, and tentacles were no longer as crazy as before. They have calmed down and struck the ground, completely unlike their former appearance of madly pulling a Sequence 6 zombie into the door. Immediately after, the gap between the door widened and a human figure emerged from it. The figure wore a pure black clergy robe, and his facial... I'm sorry, who is this? The figure wore a pure black clergy robe, and his facial features were clearly and distinct like an ancient classical sculpture. His hair was dark golden color, and his eyes were dark blue, and he had a high nose bridge. No way. Is it Inz? Wait. He wore a bonnet, which was popular with the elderly, and his sideburns were somewhat gray in contrast to his middle-aged appearance. Looking at the figure completely lifeless eye, it's fucking Inzangwo. Klein suddenly recalled the name of the person who had just revived. Inzangwo. No way. Clergy? Sorry. No way. Are we... There's no fucking shot we're fighting him already, bro. Shut up. Wait. Inzangwo, the former archbishop who had directed the Tinkin incident and dealt heavy damage to the Nighthawks team, as well as being the owner of sealed artifact 008. Almost at the same time, Klein turned around, following Mr. Zik's instructions, fled towards the top of the road. He knew full well that being a Sequence 6, he would only serve to be a burden and distraction and a clash between demigods. This is so hype. This is so cool, dude. In this race for time, false modesty and pretentious words were unnecessary. They would harm both him and his companion. Tap, tap, tap. As there was nothing he could ignite underground, all Klein could do was grit his teeth and run as fast as he could. While running, he heard Azik's calm and gentle voice. Run all the way out of here. Don't worry about me. I've recalled a lot of things, and I know that I once remained in a particular sequence for a very long period of time. That sequence name is Undying. Yo, hold up. So Undying, we got like this has to be like sequence 4, 5, or 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I don't know which one it is, but we're getting thank you. We're getting new lore drop. Okay, tap, tap, tap. Klein circled around the cliff and entered a dark doomed corridor. The wall on both sides was engraved with modeled murals. At that dude, thank you. There's almost 8 of you guys here. Holy shit, dude. At that moment, he heard a dignified and hoarse voice reverberated from where he previously was. Teleportation is prohibited here. A figure had arrived besides Instant Will. Okay, who's the friend? A figure had arrived besides Instant Will without anyone noticing. He was floating in mid-air in defiance with the law of physics. He wore a gorgeous golden mask. Instant Will didn't attack immediately. Instead, he glanced at the bend where Klein's figure had disappeared. Sequence 4, Night Watcher of the Church of Evernight Goddess Pathway, could grant a certain amount of bad luck to others, but Zengguo. Oh shit, you're right. He became. Wait. This is what he hit, right? When he used Saint Selena's ashes. Okay, all right. I'm scared. I'm scared to see this fight. But Zengguo, who had just silently blessed Klein, realized that the things like Klein slipped and falling into the ravine didn't happen. Not only that, Zengguo seemed to be hallucinating as well, as he saw a thin grayish white fog. Oh yeah, because when he hit Faceless, now Klein actually has like gray fog aura, right? So that's why he wasn't able to affect him. Okay. Without having the luxury of time to think, he withdrew his gaze and cast it back to Azik. Igers. Is it Igers or Igers? Tap, tap, tap. Running at full speed. Klein suddenly stopped in his tracks. His spiritual intuition. Oh, I think my stream crashed for a sec, but we're back. Okay, I saw that. It crashed on my end, but I think we're good. His spiritual intuition told him that there were people ahead of him. Beyond, there were most likely the guards here. After contemplating for a bit, he reached out with his left hand and wiped his face. At the same time, crisp sounds emanated from his body as his body grew 7 to 8 centimeters taller. Oh, egg. Like an egg. VPN protect. Yeah, he had that NordVPN protection, dude. Klein is like the perfect sponsor for VPN. By the time his left palm left his face, he turned into a single-eyed middle-aged man with a dark golden hair and a high... He turned into Zengguo. Recalling the other party demeanors, Klein used an illusion to change his clothes before quickly walking around the corners and entering a large hall. There were 4 guards in dark black armor, their gazes keen. Klein's face was calm as he walked over. He deliberately spoke in a hoarse voice and sternly said, "Someone had sneaked in here. I'm looking for him. Did you discover any clues?" The leader of the guards first examined him before lowering his head and saying, "Mr. Zengguo, nothing happened here." Okay, this is getting good. Okay, Klein nodded silently, walked past them, and left the hall. During this entire process, although he remained highly nervous with his back drenching in sweat, he appeared to be calm and reserved. He looked no different from Zengguo, be it appearance or his aura. Relying on his faceless powers and running speed, he quickly passed through 3 checkpoints and arrived at the end of the building. This is like a freaking scene out of Mission Impossible, bro. When he's wearing the mask. I lost my place. Relying on his faceless powers and running at full speed, he quickly passed through 3 checkpoints and arrived at the end of the building. There was an illusory door formed by the pure ghostly blue light. Apart from that, it was a completely sealed shut. Although he was worried about the demigod battle between Mr. Zik and Zengguo, Klein remained hidden in the shadows outside the room. He patiently spied for a while and found that something had passed through the ghostly blue light while another person had used it to leave. He noticed that those who... I feel like it's too early for this fight, and we're not done until the 80s, bro. I don't know what's gonna happen now. No lag? Okay, but I did see a lag earlier. He noticed that those who had left to show something that looked like a bulge before they could get permission from the 4 guards to enter the door of light. I don't have time to wait for the next person with a badge. I can only take the risks. The battle over here could end at any moment. Even if Even if doesn't, the search order will be sent over here quickly. Klein quickly made his decision, once again walking into the room with the likeness of Sanguin. Something has happened outside. He had no confidence in mimicking the former archbishop's voice, so he could only express himself with deliberate hoarsenesses as an indication that he had experienced an intense battle. The guards, who were left confused by the news, didn't react until Klein approached them. They reached out their hands to stop him. Mr. Sanguin, where is your pass? Okay. This is sad. This is sad. Oh, username. Don't waste any, Mr. Sanguin, where's your pass? Don't waste any more time. As he spoke, Klein pulled out a badge from his pocket and thrust it into the man's hand. This calm performance made the rest of the guards relax. The moment the guard who had received the pass looked down, Klein suddenly lunged forward. Just as he landed on the ground, he quickly did another roll and went straight through the ghostly blue door. Only then did the guard realize that the badge in his palm rapidly faded, turning into a piece of paper. Tss, they figured out who he is. On the top left of the piece of paper, there was a rather commonly seen blessing recently. Happy New Year. Look at that. The abyss-like crevice was filled with an illusory pitch-black liquid. Moreover, the abyss-like crevice was filled with an illusory pitch-black liquid. Isn't that what the mural depicted? Moreover, the surface of the water was still bubbling without stopping, and the many pale-skinned arms were widely extending outwards. Sanguin had a general idea of Vic's standards, and he was neither surprised nor afraid, for he was a demigod to help him at the moment. What worried him the most was another problem. 008, which was forcefully developing the story, could backfire on him at any moment. At that moment, he swept his gaze past the corner of his eyes and was shocked to find that the quill 008 had left his pocket without him realizing it. It was floating and had left his pocket without him The quill just left his pocket. To find that the quill 008 had left his pocket without him realizing it. It was floating in front of the gray rock wall, frequently writing line. It's writing on its own. Frequently writing lines. So whoever's using it is, so the true mastermind is writing something. Frequently writing lines of its own. In a fierce battle, there would always be a variety of accidents, such as Sanguin's belt snapping and having his pants drop. What the fuck? His pants just fell. Who the fuck is writing this? You know, we know it's written on its own before. We know it's written before. The ghostly blue light filled Klein's eyes, constructing a passageway that overlapped with layers of light between the deep darkness and the roaming invisible creatures. Klein didn't bother to observe his surroundings as he scrambled to the end of the passage. He stood up, straining his clothes, and restored Sanguin's stern expression and stepped into the rippling scenes of light. After a moment of being mentally adrift, he found himself in another room, which was also occupied by quite a few guards. Something went wrong underground. Kept an eye out. Do not allow anyone to enter, Klein calmly instructed, walking towards the door at an unhurried pace. Yes, Mr. Sanguin, the guards replied respectfully. At this moment, the guard from before passed through the ghostly blue lights and shouted loudly, "There's a problem with that Sanguin from before." Everyone turned to look at the door, but Klein was nowhere to be seen. Tap, tap, tap. The guards immediately split up into several groups to search every direction from their target and notify their companions. The scene momentarily turned rather chaotic. One of them had just rounded the corner when he saw Sanguin's back. Subconsciously, he pulled out his sword that... Dude, thank you. Thank you. Oh my god, we're at 1,913. Thank you, guys. Subconsciously, he pulled out his sword that coruscated with the lightning and performed a forward cleave. Oof. The figure floating away weightlessly and became a splintered paper figurine. At the same time, two loud bangs could be heard. Pale golden bullets passed through the visor that wasn't pulled down and accurately hit the guard's head. Before he can even cry out, the guards collapsed to the ground with a thud, convulsing. Klein stepped out of the shadows in the corner and expressionally slipped the revolver back into his underarm holster. After burning the paper figurine, he quickly dragged the guard to an This is such a hype fight, dude. I have to reread this off stream to fully digest it, but this shit is so rad, bro. Look at him using all his powers. After burning the paper figurine, he quickly dragged the guard to an empty room and changed into black armor, switching his appearance to the fallen guard, and he just takes his place. Then he picked up the lightning sword and left the room, closing the wooden door behind him and running forward in a panic. He was going to notify every guard along the way that there was a problem with Sanguin. Bro, what the fuck is going on, dude? Azik's story? Bro, this is so good. I fucking love Lord of Mysteries, dude. I fucking love this series. This shit is so fucking hype. Hold up. Let me step outside. Let me see if little Easy Geeky brought me some chips that I requested. And then we'll continue. Okay, this shit is so fucking good, man. Like, I'm not even eating. I'm just gonna eat junk food today because it's quick and efficient. Okay. Copy, paste. Beautiful. Hold up. Let me just do my timestamp. Oh, shit. I almost deleted too much. All right. Little easy. Little easy, geeky. Yeah, little easy. Who's little easy? Don't worry about little easy. You know what's funny? He's been out in some of my original gameplay streams. No, wait, no. I don't have a kid. No. Bro has a kid. No. What? No. Low. No. Not that. Bro said junk food is quick and efficient. Hell yeah. We'll be right back. We don't talk about low ease. Yeah, look, if you guys have been no, not that many people watch. Well, back in the day when I was doing gameplay streams, Low Easy would just sit here and play video games. Hold up. I remember Low Easy. You see, Stan remembers him. See, he's a true OG. He remembers Low Easy. He hasn't been on stream in quite a while. He's kind of shy playing video games here on stream. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me see if you brought me chips or not. I'll be right back. Let me grab my socks. I got a little cold. Hold up, I'm starting to get cold, and I'm not trying to get sick. Fucking shit, Ellie. Where did Ellie put my other sock? Oh, I see. Fuck, I'm hungry now. We just brought some chips. Low Easy needs to learn True Peak. I'm gonna make him watch the anime. I mean the Dunqua. Yeah, I'm gonna make him watch the anime with me. I was laughing. I think it was Cammy that said it. Somebody said it. I was watching Anime Wiz's video on the Lord of Mysteries Dunqua, and he said anime, right? And somebody was like, actually, it's a Dunqua. I was cracking up, bro. I was cracking up when I fucking read that comment. Okay, the reason I took off the top hat right now, that shit hurts my head. Look, Easy Geeky got some big head. I got a big head. Yo, it was your username. I have a slightly bigger head than normal, than the average. Well, you know what I mean? My head is slightly bigger, so it hurts my head when I'm wearing like a small hat. Hold up, small and efficient. Let's get some techies, bro. The top hat is so much drip. I know. It's so good. Wow, this has a lot of powder. It's so good that I'm gonna try and buy like a professional Walden hat. A true top hat. It's kind of aura. Bro got the Badoon head. Damn, this shit has so much powder. Oh my god. Whew. I like the Yo videos and follow Easy. Yeah, no, he's in some of my old gameplay streams. I think he was even in some of my old reactions. Hey, I do want to lose weight, but I'm doing this for you guys right now, okay? Today's a cheat day. Today is a cheat day. American food, yeah, American food is not good. I think they're banning like color dyes now, or something like that. I don't know. Who knows what they're thinking about? Yeah, food here ain't that good. I mean, you can cook some really good food, but let's see. Also, look at the artwork channel on Discord. Let me see. Whoa, there's been a lot of new work. What is that? Did somebody draw me with a monocle? It's some art I made of you with top hat. That's so cool, dude. Thank you. Why are you guys putting with top hat? Oh my god. Silent Silhouette, Easy Geeky Founder to celebrate him finishing Volume 2 Faceless. Dude, that is so cool. No fucking way. Wait. Dude, this is amazing. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Thank you. Wait, hold up. Let me show my screen. Dude, thank you. Look at that. Thank you, bro. Dude, thank you guys for the fan art. I'll make sure to add all this to the recording right here. Dude, thank you. I'll have it up. That's so fucking cool, dude. Thank you. Dude, any fan art is amazing, man. Only you, man. Lag. Yeah, so for some reason, at least on my end right now, everything is still excellent. Yeah, I'm gonna add it to the collections. Yeah, I'm gonna add it. Wait, hold up. I can actually add it right now. Let me see how fast I am. I can actually do this pretty quickly. Let's see how fast I am. I should be able to do this. Do you want to replace? No. Hold up. I'm gonna save all these pictures pretty quickly. Hold up. Oh, it's just those, right? Okay. Alright, let me add it. Look, I got it. Alright, I already added the pictures. I hate Milos, I doubt everything you say. Easy start stalling. I won't be able to get home for another hour. Say no more. No, I'm kidding. No, we're gonna keep reading right now. Hold up. Let me just add this. This is cool. Let's see how fast I can add fan art. I've been practicing. I've been practicing being efficient. We're gonna add this one. The new ones you sent me are right here. And I added them. Yeah, look, they're here. Dude, thank you guys for all the artwork, man. Thank you. Thank you, dude. I added them. The reading session is going crazy. Milo stalling easy for Red Devil peak teamwork. Literally, amazing teamwork. All right, we're good and we're back. In a platonic way. All right, let's continue. We added some new fan art, dude. Thank you. Look at that. That is so cool. You guys see it? Thank you. It's always randomized. All fan art is always randomized, so there's no specific order technically. So some kind of like start duping back to back. All right. I am 2 hours behind. Whew. All right, you guys ready? Let's fucking keep going, man. We're almost done. I'm feeling it. We're almost done with this series. Where the fuck is this fight gonna go? I gotta put on both earbuds. I gotta lock in. This music is making me feel some form of way right now. All right. Next chapter. Chapter 474. I lied. Let's do this live. We haven't even added this up here. Hold up. We're taking off the top hat because our head is slightly bigger and it kind of hurts. But we will eventually put it back on. Chapter 474 is called Atzik's Story. Inside the solarium of the Red Rose Manor, Azik Augustus stood by the full-length window looking at the indifferent Trissy with a gloomy face, and he said in a voice that was like a volcano about to erupt, "Why did you run away again?" Trissy looked past him and beyond the window, chuckled and answered with a question. Did you see the meteor shower? Did you feel the trembling of the earth? Behind her, porcelain and other items in the cabinet had fallen onto the thick, soft carpet. The old butler, Funkel, was standing beside her. It's not too rare for that to happen. It's not too rare for there to be a meteor shower. Just land in our backyard. It's not too rare for that to happen. Azik replied in a low voice. Trissy raised her eyebrows slightly. You are very dull. Then let me be frank with you. I am a demoness. Prince X's expression didn't change at all. He turned to the old butler and said, guard the door and prevent anyone from entering. Yes, your highness. Damn, he really wants Trissy. Yes, your highness. Funkel gave Trissy a cold look and walked out of the solarium. When he heard the door close, Azik exhaled slowly. Trissy cheek. Heh, you prefer to be called Trissy. I know you're a demoness. The person who hoped you purchased the beyond ingredients failed. What you received was provided by me. I don't mind that my princess consort is a witch or a demoness. I've even seen your wanted poster. Trissy was surprised at first, but she then revealed a mocking smile. You sure know a lot. Did you... Oh, he didn't know this part. Oh, he definitely didn't know this part. Did you know that I was once a man and my real name is Triss? What? Azik's eyebrows widened and he tilted his head and he said he couldn't believe what he had heard. Upon seeing this, Trissy couldn't help but laugh. She laughed so hard that she had frantically bent back and forth like a lunatic. Oh, he didn't know that part, huh? He definitely didn't know that part. Huh, you didn't make a mistake. I was once a man. I used to be like you. And then the thing down there was no longer and thicker. No way he's saying he had a bigger schlong than Ed. I was once a man. I used to be like you. And the thing down there was longer and thicker than yours. However, the witch potion has forcibly changed my gender. Bro, Trissy be like, I was bigger than you. Damn. Are you disgusted? Does it give you goosebumps? Ed's be like, hell no, it doesn't. She, are you disgusted? Does it give you goosebumps? She vented the word she had been represented all this time before taking 2 steps forward. What's Ed's gonna say? He's gonna be like, nah, like it's chill or what? Azik instinctively retreated. His Adam's apple moved involuntarily. No, it's not like that. You're a real woman. There's no problem. I can definitely I can confirm that. Trissy's trying to get back. Trissy's trying to escape, man. She's gonna use everything at her disposal. No, it's not like that. You're a real woman. There's no problem. I can definitely confirm that. He mumbled to himself. Then he raised his voice and said, "From the moment I met you, you were a real woman. I don't want to know what you were like in the past. I can pretend that nothing like this has happened. What I like, what I love, is the present you." Stunned, Trissy raised her hand, wiped away her tears and laughter. You're really a pathetic man. Do you still not understand? Our meeting was a coincidence. Even your interest. She paused in disgust and continued. Even your interest in me was a result of someone else's arrangement. Don't you think that everything happened too quickly? I believe in love at first sight, but I don't believe that it possesses such powerful bewitchment properties. You act like the main character in the third-rate... Fuck, man. Trissy is literally breaking this man's heart. You act like the main character, and the battle music fits perfectly right here. This guy is in love, man. Even if he doesn't know, it's all scheme. You act like the main character in the third-rate romance novel, becoming obsessed with love from just one meeting. You fell in love with a stranger, forgetting the type of person you once liked. That's crazy. Prince Ed's eyes went blank and his eyes turned agape, but he didn't speak. His body suddenly swayed as if he had finally awoken from a long dream. You are indeed my type, but my reaction, it's really too exaggerated. Oh, now he's noticing. I feel bad for Ed. Hold up, I low-key feel bad for Ed. Now I feel bad for him. You are indeed my type, but my reaction, it's really too exaggerated. The corners of Trissy's mouth curled up, and she turned her head to the side to let out a sneer. What a pathetic man to have what you like being arranged by someone else. It's like you're a puppet on strings. A puppet? Don't you understand? You're a person that can be sacrificed, and I, as well as being a hostage for the corruption between the royal family and the demoness sect, am also necessary disguise for this deception. I possess an important item of the demoness sect, and under your strict supervision, I can be destroyed at any time and result in the loss of treasure. This is the sincerity of our cooperation, and once the matter is exposed to the other churches or the military, development of the matter will be very simple. Prince Azik secretly kept a demoness due to his lust. After knowing his heinous sins, he shoots himself in the... Prince Ed secretly kept a demoness due to his lust. After knowing of his heinous sins, he shoots himself in the mouth. Then all the problems would be covered up. I'm sorry, I thought that was a quill. No, Ed blurted out. Then, with a twisted expression, he asked, "Why are they cooperating with the demoness?" I thought the quill wrote him doing that. How could a hostage who might be abandoned at any moment know? Trissy gave a self-deprecating laugh. That's what the whole reason behind what I want to know. Ooh, I'm reading wrong. Thank you. There's like 8 of you guys here. Thank you. How could a hostage who might be abandoned at any moment know? Trissy gave a self-deprecating laugh. That's the whole reason behind why I want to flee. She lowered her hand and chuckled in a low voice. Her body trembled slightly from the laughter. After a few seconds, she raised her head once again, curled the corners of her mouth, and said, "Why do you want to do with me? Strip me down and throw me onto the..." Whoa, what do you want to do with me? Strip me down and throw me onto the bed. No, you've probably formed a psychological resistance. Actually, I don't mind giving you some warmth right now. It is not a shameful thing for two poor people to comfort each other. Prince Ed darkened his rotund face and looked at Trissy silently for nearly a minute. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and pointed to another side and said, "You can leave. Leave through that door." Trissy raised her eyebrows in astonishment. "You're letting me go?" "Yes." Ed turned to look out the window, slowly replied, "I'll stop, Funkle. As for whether or not you can escape from the other pursuers, that will depend on your own strength and luck." A dazed look flashed in Trissy's eyes a few seconds before she quickly ran towards the door. Before leaving, she couldn't help but look back. "What about you? Oh, you're heading out? Dude, thank you for popping by for a bit." Dude, we'll have the video up right away, guys. We'll have them up right away. Azik didn't turn his head, but he continued to stare out of the full-length windows as if searching for the shadows of his past. He smiled and said, "Me. Let me live in this beautiful story and welcome its final end. Good or bad." Trissy took a deep breath. Without further ado, went through the secret door. In a quiet room inside St. Trissy is growing on me as I'm really liking this character, Trissy. We know Trissy has done some heinous things. Trissy's about to escape. She made a deal with Klein. We know the whole thing with the primordial. I feel like once this whole primordial demoness shit gets resolved with the primordial demoness chick, I wouldn't be shocked if we recruit her, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I would not be shocked if we recruit Trissy into the Terror Club. Take care, fool. We already like Trissy. I can see why you guys like Trissy as a character. She's getting more and more fleshed out. In a quiet room inside St. Samuel Cathedral, one of the 13 archbishops of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the person in charge of the Backland Diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson, had received an urgent telegram from Earl Hall's residence. The bearded old man with deeply nested eyes had an extremely clean appearance. Even though he wore a black and red archbishop robe, he didn't give off a gloomy feeling. However, anyone who had faced him would shudder from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if the spirituality was dominated by fear, or as if they were facing an unknown existence lurking deep into the darkness which stared back at them. Trissy Cheek, primordial demoness, St. Anthony lightly patted the paper and immediately stood up. The light around him suddenly vanished as it was swallowed up by the gloom of the room. All the worshippers in the cathedral instantly felt the coming of the night. Everything quickly returned to normal as St. Anthony appeared in front of the chant escape beneath the cathedral. Today, the one leading the team was the spirit guard Dali Simon. Without waiting for her at the desk, Archbishop St. Anthony instructed in a deep voice, "Make preparations. The process shall begin. I'm awakening a..." What are we bringing? Music change? Next, music change? Whoa, hold up. Are we changing? We like Trissy. Bro was loyal to the Wraith until the end. Still remember what Trissy did on the... I remember what Trissy did on the Alfalfa. But she has not directly harmed people we know about. I can let that go. Because I feel like if Klein wants to gain knowledge from everything involving mysticism, we eventually need to gain knowledge from people on like the evil side, the dark side, right? And I can see Trissy being recruited, and then she's the one giving information that like Audrey, Olger, and like Derrick don't know because they don't know that side of mysticism. I'm pretty sure Trissy's parents would agree. Trissy is so good. I'd like to flesh her out. Yeah, I want to know more about her. Next chapter. Oh, Dali, bro. The Trissy on my cheeks to like demoness username, bro. What? Y'all so down bad for Trissy. It's like, I get it, bro. Just as I get what Rizal meant. Demoness ain't that bad. Wait, hold up. Next chapter in Eastboro, music change. Okay, next chapter in Eastboro. Easy Geek can fix her. I can fix her. It's only bad if we knew the person. So you want her to join? I can see her join. Yeah, I low-key want her to join. Not because I like her, but because I think it'd be cool if we learn mysticism and information. Like we trade information from like that side of like the dark side, and we don't know about, right? Don't care about whoever was on that boat. Yeah, I don't care who the fuck was on that boat. Wait, no, it was actually fucked up. Wait, no, hold up. It was actually fucked up and terrible how she instigated people to harm and do heinous acts to them. But we can still recruit her. We can still recruit her. Shit, man, you guys, I now I get why you guys said you like Trissy. Son of a bitch. Fuck, son of a bitch. All right, after this chapter, we're changing the music. Easy changing his mind. Like, hey, you know what? Let her join, man. It ain't that bad. As long as she doesn't harm us, I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, let's keep reading. We'll change the music after this chapter, then. Everything quickly returned to normal as St. Anthony appeared in front of the chant gate beneath the cathedral. Today, the one leader of the team was the spirit guide, Dali Simon. Without waiting for her to ask, Archbishop St. Anthony instructed in a deep voice, "Make preparations. The process shall begin. I'm awakening a sealed artifact." He wanted to use 017. Yo, dude, let's freaking go. Easy. Don't taste the demon. It's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. Ah, she can join the Terror Club. Easy be like, it's just some guys on the ship. Ah, she can join the Terror Club, bro. She can join the Terror Club. Ah, let's bring her in. Let's bring her in after, like, at the end of this volume, dude. I'm down. I'm down for it, bro. If we recruit her at the end of this volume, I wouldn't even be mad. I mean, I'm telling you, it's terrible and heinous what she did, but we're getting a grade 0 item. I gotta shut up. Hold up. Was in grade 017 was from volume 1. No, volume 1. Hold up. I'm actually bringing up my notes. Hold the fuck up. I can fix her. We can fucking hold up. This was mentioned back then. No, I lied. This was mentioned in volume 2. Yeah. This was mentioned in volume 2. Hold up. No. Yeah. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not the same grade as the quill. Oh no, yes, it's the same grade, not the same number. 017 has been mentioned before. He wanted to use 017. He wanted using a terrifying sealed artifact to confirm and deal with the Trissy matter. And this was the only grade 0 artifact stored outside the Holy Cathedral. Only 2 of the church's upper echelons knew that it was in the Backland Diocese. Yes, Your Grace. Wait, what the fuck? I just realized we're with Dali. Whoa. Huge tunnel vision. Hold up. I read Simone. That's Madame Dali's full name? Dali Simone? I'm sorry, right? If evil, why not? Bro, they've never mentioned Madame Dali's full name. Is this her? Yes. Oh my god, where were fucking China's Gate? Yes. Yeah. It was never, her full name was never revealed. This is the first time. Yeah, it was. Oh, I've been thinking Madame Dali this whole time. I didn't catch that. Okay. Oh, let me catch my breath. All the worshippers in the cathedral instantly felt the coming of the night. This is such a hype volume, bro. Such a crazy ass, like, dude, I'm getting like the jitters, bro. Everything quickly returned to normal as St. Anthony appeared in front of the Chantis Gate beneath the cathedral. To Nate, the one leading the team was the spirit guard, Dali Simon. No way, dude. Dude, no shot she's gonna run into Klein. Today, the one leading the team was a spirit guide, Dali Simon. Without waiting for her to ask, Archbishop St. Anthony instructed in a deep voice, make preparations, the process shall begin. I'm awakening a sealed artifact. He wants to use 017. He wants to use that terrifying sealed artifact to confirm and deal with Trissy matter. And this was the only grade 0 sealed artifact stored outside the Holy Cathedral. Only 2 of the church's upper echelons knew that it was in the Backland Diocese. Alright, so it was her. Okay, sorry. I read and I didn't read. Yes, Your Grace. Dali was startled. There you go. Just Dali. That's where I would have figured it out. It was her. Dali was startled for a second and she immediately responded. While waiting, St. Anthony closed his eyes as a portion of 017 information surfaced in his mind. Number 17, name XXXX. Oh, shit. Okay. Simone? Danger grade 0. Extremely dangerous. It's one of the highest importances and the highest confidentially. It is not to be inquired. Oh my god. It is not to be inquired, disseminated, described, or spied. Security, you gotta be the Pope. Security clearance Pope, Team A researchers, and archbishops of the Backland Diocese. Note, when the archbishop is transferred out of the Backland Diocese, the corresponding memories have to be wiped out using sealed artifact 1229. You have to swap out their memories? Sealed artifact method. The seal is complete through the combination of 129 and 180. Description, this isn't an item. This is a living angel. Her appearance is beautiful. I'm sorry. We know living artifacts are a thing. It's a living angel. Angels are 3-to-1, right? 3-to-1 or 2-to-1. This is a living angel. Her appearance is beautiful with black hair and eyes, looking like a young woman, but her actual age cannot be estimated. Bro, she doesn't have the wings recorded in canon. Just from her appearance, she is no different from an ordinary person. She does not have the ability to think and has lost all sentience. Anyone and everything that comes close to her will completely disappear. Anyone and everything that comes close to her will completely disappear. Through divination and other methods, it can even be confirmed that they're still alive, but are impossible to locate. Currently, 1,825 methods have been attempted, with every single one of them failing. 017's range of influence will expand and contract without any patterns. Currently, it has caused more than 70 researchers to vanish. Bro, what the fuck is going on? Warning, she cannot be used. Appendix 1. This sealed artifact has first appeared in the Pale Era of the 4th Epoch. Exact year missing. This is such a wild ass item. Exact year missing, exact date missing, exact location missing. Appendix 2. Based on this information, she has been awakened 5 times. So during the Pale Era of the 4th Epoch. This was around the time when Death and the Primordial Demoness teamed up, right? After the 4 Emperors War, then they brought about the yes, right? A Pale Disaster, right? Appendix 2, based on this, so this was around that time. She's from that time period. She has been awakened 5 times. By passing on the message to search for instant Will Imposter, Klein will help, with the help of divination, overcame the interference of the Master Key and ran all the way to the exit, giving him more revelation. He knew very well that with a carpet-style search, the corpse in the empty room would soon be discovered, so he had to race against the time to get to the exit. A faceless power should be matched with a mystical item that can be destroyed corpses and clean up my tracks. Having gained true knowledge from practice, it didn't take Klein long to cross the checkpoints of patrolling teams before he arrived at the exit where the divination pointed to him. However, what made him even more surprised was that there were no guards here, only a heavy stone door standing there by itself. What's going on? Why is there no one guarding this exit? Was my divination misguided, or are the guards outside? As his thoughts raced, Klein found a corner and took off his armor, restoring his light weight and agility. This is so good. It's how much since we came back? For like an hour. Then he came to the stone door and opened it outwards and groped his way to the corner of the left wall. After carefully checking with a gold coin, Klein took out an ancient bronze key. He leaned it up against the wall and gently twisted it. Water ripples appeared as they spread out slightly. Klein silently passed through the wall without taking the door. The first thing he saw was a natural light and fell from the dome, which was meant that this place was really an exit. Klein carefully stood motionless as he quickly adapted to the light. He saw neat but oh my god, I'm reading wrong. Oh, I'm getting too excited. Deep breaths. He saw neat but mottled gray stones under his feet and the thick pillars in front of him. In the middle of the hall, 4 hooded figures knelt down around what appeared to be an altar. Soon after, Klein heard a soft but gentle female voice. Mr. A, are you ready? What? 4 hooded figures knelt around what appeared to be an altar. Soon after, Klein heard a soft but gentle female voice. Mr. A, are you ready? I thought Mr. A was from the Aurora Order. I am so confused. So is Mr. A a woman? I thought so. Wait, hold up. We heard a woman say, Mr. A, are you ready? Okay, hold up. All right, let's keep reading. This is so hype. Oh, this is so hype, dude. I can't stop glazing this series. It is so goated, bro. Yeah, Mr. A is part of the Aurora Order. Okay. All right, let's keep reading. Okay, and the Aurora Order believes in the true creator. Right? Okay, hold up. Okay, let's keep reading. Hold up. What's going on here? What is going on? Let's do my timestamp. Timestamps. Just read. I know, I'm doing my timestamps. Hold up. We do need timestamps, just so we're not out of it. 58 minutes, 25 seconds. I hope you guys are having a good fucking day, man. I'm sorry if I'm keeping you guys from real life responsibilities, but you know what? It's Saturday, you know, we're resting, we're chilling. Shit, hold up. I put the wrong chapter title. 475 is called Lady Despair. Okay, that sounds scary. Now you can see the mysterious unraveling. I know, man. I'm gonna get more fucking questions at the end of this volume. I already know it. All right, chapter 475 is called Lady Despair. Mr. A of the Aurora Order. Klein, who intended to cling towards the wall and shadows and proceed towards the door, shrank back silently. Sanguin should be working with some faction of the royal family, and the royal family is tied to the Aurora Order. What? Those who are able to extravagate and hide such a large underground ruins near Backland must be one of the main powers in the Lone Kingdom. With Sanguin and 008 participating in this manner, the Church of the Goddess can be rolled out. Although the people of the Lords of Storms are a bit reckless and chauvinists, it's unlikely that they will work with the demonist sect. So who's left? At least until now, they have no Beyonders who appear to be of the Sailor Pathway. In the same way, the Church of the Steams and Machinery Hive Mind aren't likely suspects. Vanitas OST when East Borough. I know, I lied. I forgot. Okay, so when we're in East Borough, we're changing the music. With Sanguin and 008 participating in this matter, the Church of the Goddess can be rolled out. Although the people of the Lord of Storms are a bit reckless and male chavians, it's unlikely that they will be with the demonist sect. At least until now, there have been no Beyonders who appear to be of the Sailor Pathway. It's the same way the Church of Steams and the Machinery aren't likely suspects. Even the Aurora Order is involved. What are they trying to do? Klein leaned his back against the wall and slowed his breathing, thinking about listening to the conversation in the middle of the hall. After a short period of silence, a hoarse voice sounded, "It's done." Okay, what's done, dude? The answer was so concise that Klein couldn't make out what they were planning. The melodious and pleasant voices from before laughed in a low voice. "You don't seem to trust us very much." "That's right," Mr. A answered bluntly. Hey, who is Mr. A, bro? "Then I'll be frank and describe our goal and why I'm seeking your cooperation." The gentle female voice didn't sound very angry at all. "We've done certain things and left behind clear traces. Before we discovered the churches of the Evernight Storms and Steam, as well as the military, we must do the corresponding cleanup. and this requires your help. Yes, it seems like you don't really understand what I mean, so let me give you an example. Imagine you performed a heinous crime like murder in a house, so what's the best way of eliminating any evidence in a group? There's no need for that. It's our goal to have others witness such an act, Mr. A said indifferently. As expected of a member of the Aura Order, they're all... Are you guys out of me? Who do you know whose name? Mr. A? Azik. It's not Azik. Mr. A, insane fanboy? No. Hold up. We've had no description of Mr. A yet. As expected of a member of the Aura Order, they're all a bunch of lunatics. Wait, I skipped the line. There's no need for that. It's our goal to have others witness such an act, Mr. A said indifferently. As expected of a member of the Aura Order, they're all a bunch of lunatics. Klein made a preliminary identification of the speaking man to be Mr. A, who had killed the Intis ambassador. You're right. He did kill... What was his name? Bakerland, right? Mr. A was the one that killed Bakerland, right? Okay, hold on. Let's keep reading. Suppose it were me, not you. The clear, soft female voice had a faint wheezing sound. After a second, Mr. A replied, burn the house and bury all the clues there. The clear and gentle female voice had a smiling tone. That's exactly what we planned. I'm in charge of committing arson, while you can use this opportunity to go with the development to create a passageway or vessel so as to allow your lord to descend upon this world. Okay. And the only price you guys have to pay is to bear all the infamy and gain the most enmity for the military and the 3 churches, but I don't think you would mind that. As long as you can welcome the return of the Lord. Bro, who is this? I'm more confused about who this woman is. Like, it looks like she's the one pulling the strings in the shadow. As long as we can welcome the return of the Lord, even if we're abhorred by every single force, we won't show any signs of cowardice. Mr. A's tone no longer appeared indifferent and distant. Arson, the Aurora Order will take this opportunity to complete the ritual for the arrival of the true creator. This is probably the 3rd time. Why did I bump into this again? What a coincidence he bumps into this again for a 3rd time. What a effing bad twist of fate. Klein couldn't help but curse inwardly in Chinese. At this very moment, he was extremely curious as to worry against the things that were plotted by the particular royal family faction. In Sanguin and the demoness sect, it was terrifying enough to even use the descent of the true creator as a scapegoat. It was terrifying enough to even use the descent of the true creator as a scapegoat. What the? We are completing this today. Yeah, man, we've been live for like almost 7 hours. Perhaps they've kept some cards up their sleeves and will eventually destroy the Aurora Order ritual in the end and destroy all the other factions except themselves. Klein calmly thought while feeling tense. It appears like you have no other questions, said with a gentle female voice. This place is officially well hidden and can be used for the required setup. You can do your ritual in case and won't be need to worry. Oh my god, I'm reading wrong. You can do your ritual here at ease and won't need to worry that it will be interrupted before you succeed. As for the things outside, we've already finished our preparations a long time ago. It's just waiting for the ignition of a spark. If you still have doubts, then you can make another round of checks. Just as Mr. A was about to speak, Klein heard a dull thud. It was the sound of the door opening. Who permitted you to enter? Didn't I declare that no one is to approach this area? The gentle female voice... Who is this woman? The gentle female voice suppressed her rage. Lady Despair? Lady Despair. Y'all take care, son. Who the fuck is Lady Despair? Hold up. She sounds like a big bad guy. Lady Despair, there's an emergency. Someone has infiltrated the basement. The higher up sent me to arrange for a follow-up and close the corresponding passages. A male voice with a distinct backland accent responded very quickly. The so-called Lady Despair... I'm sorry, that's Klein. A male voice with distinct backland accent responded very quickly. Is that Klein just pretending to be the guard to escape? The so-called Lady Despair maintained her silence for a few seconds and as though she was communicating with unknown existence to confirm the situation. Finally, she said without changing her tone, go back inside, don't come out again, nor allow anyone out. Wait until further notice. Yes, Lady Despair. No. How would he know the name? Yes, Lady Despair. The man ran towards the stone door with a heavy thud sounding in the background. From the place where Klein was hiding, he could clearly see the stone door leading to the back area. He waited for 7 or 8 seconds before a figure of normal height and build appeared. Phew, the man took a deep breath, stretched out his hands, and bared his teeth as he pushed open the heavy door with his ferocious expression. In that instant, Klein had completely taken in the man's appearance and characteristics without missing a single item. This was the beyond the power of a faceless. That man's skin was reddish brown and he was clearly of a southern continent descent. His facial features has no special characteristics, making it difficult to remember him. Due to him gritting and baring his teeth, he revealed a portion of his teeth. The third tooth on the upper left of his mouth flickered with a golden light. It was a fake golden tooth. This, Klein, with the spiritual intuition of a seer, frowned as he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Very quickly, he used his skills to recall the source of his familiarity. The hangman had once requested the Terror Club members to find a man... What? The hanged man had one... I don't remember this. The hanged man... Shit, man. These Terror gatherings are a lot more important than I remember. Alger did mention this guy. The second anybody mentions something, that has to be like top of the list because it's going to come back. Okay. The hanged man had once requested the Terror Club members to find a man with a reddish brown skin and a thick backland accent who had the third tooth on his left missing. The man's name was Balin and he was involved in the escape of the disappearance of many colonial island slaves. Yes, you're right. Yes, that was brought up so early into the volume. What the fuck? This was so long ago. Oh my god. This was before the whole captain thing. This was literally before he became like the hero bandit. Ooh, this was so long ago. The disappearance of the colonial island slaves. The many tribes of the southern continent vanished into thin air. Balin's disappearance here. Captain, who took a large share of the underground slave trade, was protected by 4 beyonders suspected to be one of the Arbiter pathway. Among them, the strongest was the Sequence 6 and even a Sequence 5. Captain constantly targeted relatively innocent girls in his abductions, the passage of the Grain Act, the improvement of the textile machines, and all resulted in a large number of people losing their jobs. Many female textile workers suddenly left Eastboro after receiving new jobs, not leaving any clues. The scattered dots instantly formed a line in Klein's mind, pointing directly into the depths of his earth. What are they up to? They need such a large number of members, people, as well as so many pure light and innocent girls. A ritual. An extremely terrifying ritual that takes a very long period of time while being held in secret. Oh, it's all tying back into this. Klein's people suddenly contracted. Creak. Bang. The storm door closed and Balin disappeared from his sight. The hall was silent for a few seconds before Mr. A's deep and hoarse voice rang out again. I smell an accident. Let's begin. We need to hurry before it arrives. Lily Despair responded slowly. That's exactly what I was thinking. But I need you to send me to Eastboro. Eastboro. Klein had a bad premonition. We changed the music now, right? Okay. You said to change the music. Are you guys ready? Hold up. Hold up. You said the second this place gets mentioned, we gotta switch music. Hold up. I'm actually gonna lower the volume down a bit for me so I don't lose my train of thought. I think right here's good. We're cooked? No, we're not cooked. Oh my god. What is cuttlefish cooking? That's what I want to know. Let me find my fucking place before we continue. Let me sip my G-Fuel. Gotta wake up. We have finished and we're good. Okay. We need some break core for the finale. What is break core? What is that? Sounds like dubstep. Damn, I need to go. No, it's okay, Nathan. Don't worry. The VODs are gonna be up right away. I say right away, but it's gonna take like half a day to a day, depending on how long the upload is. You guys ready? Let's continue. Gonna be back to your reaction of it. Not for sure, bro. You guys ready? And don't forget, sorry, the stream is gonna be privated after. That way, you know, we can build some hype for the video. So if you guys don't see the finale, I'm sorry, but like once the videos are up, I'll unprivate the live stream. All right, you guys. I hope you guys are ready. So I'm sorry. That's also another reason why I private the streams, because I'm waiting for the videos to upload, and then it gets engagement, and then unprivate it. All right, you guys ready though? Let's fucking go, dude. You guys have been hyping up this music for once we get Eastboro. Okay, let's go, bro. Let's continue. It's like music where it breaks into a bunch of drums and stuff. Oh, that sounds really hype. Eastboro. Klein had a bad premonition. No problem, Mr. A answered with a lack of emotion. Under the hood, a transparent and blurry book appeared in front of him. I swear, it better not be... No, it's not Isengard, because he had a book, right? But it had an eye on it. This is about to be the most hype moment ever. Bro, you guys better chill. I don't know if you're trolling me unhinged. You've been trolling me too much. Hold up, you're keeping me on guard. Okay, let's continue. Hold up. I'm getting shaky. Under the hood, a transparent and blurry. Oh my God! Wait! A transparent and blurry book. This is the book. From the. Oh my God! When Mr. A killed Bakerland, there was a transparent book that said, "I came, I saw, I wrote." Not I conquered. I came, I saw, I wrote. Something like that. It's this book, right? This book has been mentioned twice. So this is, ooh, what a coincidence. This is the third time the book has, I came, I saw, record. Yes, this is the book. The book, oh wait, I lost my place. A transparent and blurry book appeared in front of him, accompanied by a distinct, it's literally right here, accompanied by a distant and distinct chant. He said, I came, I saw, I record. The book quickly, I remembered it. I remember the book. See, I remember some stuff. I forget some stuff, but I remember some stuff. The book quickly flipped open and stopped at one of the pages. Soon after, it began to emit a light blue and illusionary light. The light enveloped a white-robed Lady Despair, causing her figure to blur at first, then becoming indistinct. In an instant, Lady Despair saw countless indescribable silhouettes. She discovered lustrous brilliances which contained the bright and pure splendor of the endless knowledge at the highest point. Her body, I'm losing my voice now. I'm losing my air. I'm not making any sense right now. I'm gasping for her air. Her body was being dragged forward by a strange force as she rapidly tore through space. Not long after, she left her original spot and arrived at a secluded, uninhabited, and filthy quarter of an alley. She pulled down her veil to cover her face and looked up in the sky. The afternoon sun had once again been obscured by clouds and fogs and turning pale and dark. The light yellow fog wasn't particularly thick, and it sank down to every corner of Backland, giving off a slight choking sensation amidst its coldness. It's a pity that the haze didn't reach the point when it's in its worst and calmest state. The accident that happened to Trissy, the sudden and temporary loss of control by 008, the appearance of Azik, the destruction of the previously caused by the Dark Emperor, they had complicated matters, garnering the attention of the others. It forced the operation to be brought forward to today. Lady Despair surveyed the area, walked out of the alley and into the streets. Bro, I don't even know what's going on. Oh, I forgot we were on slow mode. Yeah, you're right. I don't know if you guys want to, I don't know if Romero wants to turn off slow mode. I'll leave it up to you. But yeah, I completely forgot it was on. Her steps were slow as though she was wandering in a sea of fog. Wherever she passed, the fog would unnoticeably thicken, tinging with an iron-black color. It silently lowered the rank of one visibility. As she left the street, a swallow-faced tramp in an old jacket suddenly coughed violently and fell to the ground. The two poor people close to the tramp retreated in horror, and they covered their throats with their hands as they gasped for air. It was as if they were suffering from severe lung diseases or bronchitis and could no longer breathe. A haze, which was a mixture of iron black, geeky music change again. What? Again? Wait, we're changing again? Geeky music changes again. Next chapter. Oh, next chapter, sealed vessel. Okay, next chapter, sealed vessel. Sorry, I missed your geeky change music again. Next chapter, East Borough, sealed vessel. Okay, next chapter, East Borough. Got it. Next chapter, East Borough. I have it. Sealed vessel. Next chapter, sealed. Okay, next chapter, sealed vessel. I got it. I got it. I got it. Did Klein get meteor shower? Yeah, that happened. That was pretty wild, King of Gazilla. That was, what a coincidence. Yeah, okay, I got it. We got it. A haze, which was a mixture of the iron black and pale yellow colors, descended upon East Borough. Oh, wait, now. The dock area and the smoke spewing factory distinct as it continued to spread through Backland. Various scenes in the distance were drowned, and even the towering clock towers was only a pale shadow. One by one, workers and poor people felt the discomfort as they fought against the cold. And the distortingly tramps fell one out. Is everybody dying? Fell one after the discomfort as they fought against the cold, and the disorderly tramples fell one after another in the woman's wake, and their lives as fragile as the bubbles formed during laundry. No, what do you mean laundry? If they killed, okay, they're just sleeping. I was like, if they kill the freaking family that Klein saved, I'm gonna be sad. Lady Despair's expression was calm and gentle, as though she was finishing a work of art. Like an ordinary person, she walked among the pedestrians as she chuckled and said in a low voice, "The Lowen Kingdom's history will remember this day. The great haze in Backland. The dark valley has been completely covered by black and corporeal water by 008. Didn't stop writing. It fabricated ridiculous and terrifying stories wherever it could land its tip on. The dropping of pants The dropping of pants didn't affect Sanguin's performance. His pants fell. Why is that in it? Why was that written? The dropping of pants didn't affect Sanguin's performance because he was wearing a long robe, perhaps having anticipated a similar accident. The imperative mage stunned Azik Eggers and the spot, robbing him of his two most powerful beyonder powers at the last moment. Truly a great assistant in every meaning of the word. However, the stacked doors of the spirit world and the underworld were attracted by Azik's characteristic. I began stirring the powers of their battle, causing unprecedented changes. At that moment, an unknown... Hold up. At that moment, an unknown existence was attracted, resulting in him passing by. He took this opportunity to extend his hands into the real world. Oh no. He caught Sanguin. Oh! Wait. In the midst, two bloody arms? Wait, what the fuck is going on? In the mid-air, two bloody arms, which were covered in squirmy flesh, suddenly appeared behind the clergyman robe in Sanguin. They caught Sanguin's shoulders, dragging him into the void and into the spirit world. Abby said it better. Hell nah. Bro, what is going on? Why is this chapter called The Straw Man? What is going on? Let's change the music. Let's change it. So we're changing the music. We're changing the music now, right? Sealed Vessel? We're playing Sealed Vessel? Cammy, we're playing now because the quill has limitations, remember, so it has to start with small things. Bro, this quill is fucking rad. This shit is epic. Alright, you guys ready? Eastboro, not now? Okay, in a bit. Alright, here we go. Here, in a bit. I got you. So let me get it ready. Let me get my tabs ready. I'm excited. Oh shit, I was about to start reading without updating anything. We cannot forget. 476. 1 hour, 14 minutes, 35 seconds. Hold up. Time step is ready. Dude, we've been reading. How long have we been live? We've been streaming for a bit today. Holy shit. All right, you guys ready? So when we go back to Eastboro, we change the music. Got it. All right, let me kind of scoot more into frame. I'm kind of like out of frame. Hold up. I'm excited. I think what I need to do is make this a little bit smaller. Nah, I think it's good. I just have to be more in frame. Almost 7 hours so far. We're finishing this. We're finishing this volume today, man. Next chapter. I swear, man. This is not the right time for Melissa. And oh my god, like, I don't want them to come. I don't even want to finish my sentence. Like, this is the Moriarty family needs to stay as far away from Backland right now. This place is too dangerous. They do not need to be here right now. But chapter 476 is the Straw Man. Light suddenly faded from where Sanguin disappeared, stained the air with the richest and deepest darkness. And the darkness... hold up. Did I even do my timestamps? An hour and 14 minutes? Yes, we're good. Brace yourself? No, there's nothing to brace. It's going to be a happy ending, guys. You guys need to chill. What I mean, Moriarty, bro? Like, the Moriartys... the Moriarty family, my bad. The Moriarty siblings need to stay as far away from here. Benson and Liza, they said they were going to come back until, like, February or March. They better not come early. I'm gonna be so mad if they're already here. I swear, if I read Benson and Melissa before this volume ends, I'm scared. So much crazy shit is happening right now. They need to stay as far away from here as possible. Cope? You guys are coping. You guys are coping, me coping. I think that made sense. Light suddenly faded from where Sanguin disappears, staining the air with the richest and deepest darkness. In the darkness, the sound of melodic chanting could be heard. It was quiet and tranquil, hypnotic event. Even the countless pale arms laying upwards underneath the pitch black water seemed to slow down, no longer as frenzied as before, as if they had won the redemption for their souls. In such a dark night, a figure walked out. It was none other than Sanguin, who had just been dragged into the spirit world. Wait, so what? That door? Wait, no, hold up. Never mind. I thought like the door Sharon and what Mr. Zik was using. It's like a door to the spirit world. But hold on, let me keep reading. Hold up. I'll be quiet. Compared to before, he lost the bonnet on his head. The clothes on his left shoulder were tattered and a piece of flesh had been torn off. Faint yellow pus bubbled one after another. His eyes were no longer indifferent but filled with pain, as if he was suffering from some unimaginable torment. Thank you for following. Dude, thank you. The 008 quill continued writing. Some might feel regret while others might rejoice. Inzanguil had the Inzanguil had the umbilical cord of the evil god which came from the bait. What the fuck am I reading? He kept the umbilical cord? Shut the fuck up, dude. What the fuck am I reading? Inzanguil had kept the umbilical cord of the evil god which came from the baby in Megusa's womb. It was the true creator, and though the umbilical cord, this is so wild, and through the umbilical cord he successfully escaped from the restraints of the unknown existence and forcefully returned to the real world, but as a result he had lost the mystical item. In addition, he would suffer the eerie of the evil god's spawn from having failed to descend from a short period of time. This made his strength appear like some kind of commodity in a department store during a change of seasons. With only 55% left, yes, this number is extremely accurate. In a street in the depths of Eastborough, I know what to do. We gotta change music. Hold up. We gotta change music. Eastborough Mansion, we're changing the music. Let's loop it. You said, hold up. We gotta change the music. I'm gonna lower the music for me so I can like barely hear it. I hit loop. Why are you not fucking looping? Hold up. I hit loop and it's not looping. Oh my god. Wait, what happened? What'd I miss? Sigh. The time has arrived. Is it looping? Okay, the music is looping. We're good. I'm excited. You guys ready? You behind your reaction, so I'm gonna pace out. But I'm oh, you're catching up. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Thank you for catching up. Awesome, bro. This game's so fucking good right now. Alright, we got the music playing. I'm gonna lower it down for you guys. It is time. It's fucking time. I'm ready to see what all the hubbub is about. Alright. In the street in the depths of Eastborough, old Collier, and I'm mispronouncing his name. I'm sorry. I say Collier. I don't know which is the pronunciation. Hurried back to his rented apartment carrying some ham in a paper bag. He looked around warily, afraid that those ravenous wolves around him would pounce on him and steal his New Year's gift. I swear, if they kill him, I'm gonna get mad. He had seen wolves back. Why are we talking about wolves? I'm sorry for lying. I don't even know what you lied about. It's okay. He had seen wolves back when he was still in the countryside, but to his surprise, he was able to experience that familiar feeling in Backland. It's still too expensive. I can only split the cost with someone else and cut it into pieces. This is enough for the New Year holiday. I can eat 2 slices of ham for every meal. 3 slices, no, at least 5 slices of ham. I can cut some of... Why are we talking about ham? Hold up. Appreciate the stalling. Bet, Red Devil. Hold. We got like 20 minutes of stalling. I got you, bro. 3 slices, no, at least 5 slices of ham. I can cut some of them off and stew them together with the potatoes. Why are we with him talking about cooking? What is going on? I don't even need to add salt. With this in mind, Old Killer looked at the ham in his arms, seeing the white spots. Seeing the white spots mixed in with red meat, his throat couldn't help but twitch as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I'm sorry, are these like mushroom spores or what's going on here? As he walked, he felt the fog around him grow thicker. The cathedral... I'm losing my voice. I lost my place. I'm losing my place. I'm getting too excited. Oh, he did say he always wanted to eat meat. Is it? Is that what he said? Thank you for... Okay, I completely forgot that. The fog is coming out. As he walked out, he felt the fog around him grow thicker. The cathedral's clock tower that was still relatively clear in the distance was gradually swallowed by a mixture of iron, black, and pale yellow colors. Even the pedestrians around him were reduced to a blurry shadows once they were 10 steps away. This is reminding me of that one, The Mist. Did you guys ever watch or read The Mist? It's reminding me of the movie The Mist. Old Kohler suddenly felt like he had been forgotten by the world as he raised his palm to cover his nose. Why does the fog smell so bad today? He muttered as he quickened his pace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Old Kohler felt his face heat up and his forehead start to burn. Oh no. I'm scared. I don't know what's, you guys are starting to stress me out. There's too many emojis in chat right now. I don't know how to feel, man. You guys are stressing me out. His chest tightened, his throat felt uncomfortable, and soon he was experiencing difficult breathing. Have I fallen ill? Damn it, I still want to have a good New Year's, and now I can only send my savings to the clinic or hospital. No, perhaps I'll be fine with some help. I'll be fine sleeping with a blanket over me. Old Collier silently muttered to himself as his head grew hotter and hotter and his senses became more and more muddled. Gasp. He heard his own labored breathing and his hands went limp and... What? No. What? As the bag of ham fell heavily to the ground. We've been with him for so long. No, don't kill him. Old Collier instinctively bent down to pick it up, but he ended up falling to the ground. He held the bag of ham and tried to keep it in his arms. At that moment, he thought there was a thick phlegma rushing up his throat, blocking it, so he fought back, making panting sounds. Thud. Old Collier began to see through his blurry vision. Then a few steps away, someone else had also fallen and was gasping for breath. He was about the same age as him, in his 50s, with white sideburns. Suddenly, he understood that he was about to die. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Eat the ham before you die, bro. It reminded him of his own wife and children who, like him, suddenly got infected with the plague. He did say he lost his family, right? It reminded him of his own wife and children who, like him, suddenly got infected with the plague and died shortly. It reminded him of the times when he had been hospitalized. The patients in the same room were still chanting and laughing at that night, but they wouldn't be sent to the morgue early the next morning. It reminded him of friends that he had known as a tramp, many of which had disappeared over the course of the winter until they were found stiff under a bridge or some spot which was sheltered from the wind. A small number died from suddenly having food. This reminded him of the days when he was still a decent worker, when the neighbors in the borough would suddenly die like this. Some of them died from headaches, some of them died from accidentally falling into molten steel. Some of them died from all sorts of painful bloating elements. Some of them even collapsed from silently in the factories, one batch after another. This reminded him of what... Dude, he's like remembering all the people that have died. This reminded him of what he had heard from a drunk in the bar when he was scrolling for information. People like us, like straws on the ground. That's what's called straw, man. People like us are straw on the ground. Are you telling me Old Collier was just a straw man this whole time in this volume? He was just a simple straw that was bound to fall? That's fucking deep, man. People like us are like straw on the ground, falling when the winds blow. It's even possible to fall on our own, even without the wind. The wind is coming. Old Collier suddenly had such a thought. He's still holding the bag. He clenched the bag of ham tightly as he groped the pocket of his old jacket for the crumpled cigarette he had always been unwilling to smoke. What he couldn't understand was why his healthy body was suddenly become ill. It wasn't like he had never experienced such a dense fog before. What he couldn't understand was the reason for him suddenly collapsing, just as his life was back on track, moving in a direction that was sufficiently nice for him. Furthermore, he had been paid in advance by Detective Moriarty to buy him long-awaited ham for the New Year's. So fucking dumb, dude. I'm so mad. Klein was like, here, man, let me pay you in advance since I probably won't see you till I come back. It's so sad. It's like everyone he meets ends up dying. Do not buy him ham in Backland, you will die. Son of a bitch, dude. Furthermore, he had been paid in advance by Detective Moriarty to buy his long-awaited ham for the New Year, and he was looking forward to tasting it. Old Collier fished out the crumpled cigarette, but he no longer had the strength to lift his arms again as he slammed heavily to the ground. He used the last of his strength to shout out the words that he had been building up inside of him, but he could only let the frail words linger at his mouth without producing them. He heard his last words. He heard himself ask why. So messed up. And the apartment at the edge of Eastboro lived... I swear, dude, if they kill her... If they kill the daughter of the laundromat lady... Oh, I got so emotional during that time because of real life. And if they kill him now, I'm gonna be so mad, dude. No fucking way. Even Klein was like, I really hope they make it out, but I can't really like help him, you know? Bro got the Harbies have shut up. I didn't mean shut up, Red Devil, but you know what I mean. And the apartment at the edge of Eastboro. Yeah, they said they were gonna move to the edge, right? Liv hung up the last piece of clothing she had washed and waited for it to dry. She looked at the sky outside, somewhat unsure of the time due to the thick fog which had appeared without her realizing it. Anyways, it's so early and we've already done the laundry. Liv's expression grew heavy. It wasn't a good thing to finish work too early. This meant that... I don't want to read this. Classic Cuttlefish Waterworks. I don't want to read this. It wasn't a good thing to finish work too early. This meant that they could rest, but it also meant that they didn't have enough work, which would imply inadequate income. Liv took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at her eldest daughter, Freyja, who was wiping her hands and casting her gaze towards the vocabulary notebook in the opposite direction. Hold up, the music is getting a little loud. Hold up, the music is actually a little too loud for me. I need to lower it. It's so crazy. I have the volume like at 10%. Hold up. I'm so mad right now. I feel like I'm more mad than sad. Fucking cuttlefish, dude. What is your problem? Why you gotta make me read this and then just make me feel sad and depressed, bro? Let's fucking keep reading. Let me find my fucking place. Oh, I'm so mad. Okay, Liv hung up the last piece of clothes that she had washed away for it to dry. She looked at the sky. I just read this. Anyways, it's still early and I didn't read this. She looked at the sky outside, somewhat unsure of the time due to the thick fog, which had appeared without her realizing. Anyway, it's still early and we've already done laundry. Liv's expression grew heavy. It wasn't a good thing to finish work too early. This meant that they could rest, but it also meant that they didn't have enough work, which would imply inadequate income. Liv took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at her eldest daughter, Freyja, who was wiping her hands and casting her gaze towards the vocabulary notebook in the opposite direction. It's almost New Year's. Most of our clients have left Backland and have gone on vacation elsewhere. We can't go on like this. We have to find new work. As she spoke, she walked towards the door. During this period, the rich will host banquets one after another. They definitely won't have enough servants. Wow, the music is really low on my end. Well, hold up. During this period, the rich will host banquets one after another. They definitely won't have enough servants and might hire temporary kitchen cleaners. I plan on acquiring Freyja. You stay at home and pick up Daisy when the time comes. We need income, but so do the thieves, bandits and humans, traffickers, and those workers to welcome the new year. In Eastboro, every woman who didn't work in the factories had to be skilled or aggressive enough in order to survive. Freyja answered briskly. All right, her mind was already on the desk and a vocabulary notebook next to her. Liv had just opened the door when she stumbled and fell to the floor. No way they killed the mom, dude. Fuck, man. Ah, shit. Cough, cough. She broke into a violent coughing fit as her face flushed red, with every joint in her body experiencing unbearable ache. Freyja ran over in a panic and squatted beside her. Mother, what's wrong with you? No, don't go up to her. Mother, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. Cough, I'm fine. Liv began to find it harder to breathe. No, you're sick. I'll take you to the hospital immediately. Freyja tried to help her mother up. It's too expensive. Cough. Let's go to a charity hospital. I can't wait. It's not a big problem. Liv grasped her response. Freyja burst into tears and her vision blurred. Fuck, I'm gonna cry. But at that moment, damn, this is sad. Hold up, man. I gotta hold it together. But at that moment, she felt her lungs burn and her body went limp as she fell to the ground with Liv. Fuck, man. What's the matter with you, Freyja? Cough, you're sick. Wait, she does too. You're sick too. Liv shouted anxiously. There's money. Cough in the closet. Cough in the hole in the wall. You have to be quick. Go to the hospital. Get a good doctor. Freyja turned to say something, but not a sound came out from her mouth. Her eyes slanted up to the door beside her. It was their bedroom, this bunk bed. On top of it was her favorite table and vocabulary notebook. Her body suddenly began to twitch. Liv's coughing stopped. Within the public elementary school at the edge of Eastboro, the fog still wasn't thick yet, but many students had already started to cough. No way they killed her too. The experienced teacher on duty immediately ordered, quick, to the cathedral. We need to head for the cathedral next door. Daisy stood up in a panic. No way they kill her, dude. Fucking cuttlefish, bro. Why the fuck would you give a whole fucking arc where she gets kidnapped? We fucking save her, and Klein is like, I should help him, but like, you know what? It's like, it's the fate of Eastboro. You fucking piece of shit. This motherfucker foreshadowed it from the very beginning. Daisy stood up in a panic and ran with the crowd to the cathedral next to the school. Suddenly, her heart palpitated as she felt the horror of losing something important. Mother Freyja. Daisy turned her head sharply, waiting to rush home against the crowd. However, she was stopped. She was caught by her teachers and forcibly dragged towards the cathedral. Daisy, oh my god. Daisy struggled and screamed at the top of her lungs, Mother Freyja, Mother Freyja. Anise borrowed the dock area of the factory. Who are you gonna kill next? Anise borrowed the dock area of the factory district. The old or those with latent ailments collapse. This is so sad, man. What the fuck? They're literally just killing everybody. I don't even know who's coming right now. Ah, man, I'm too out of it to know what's happening. Like, who's gonna show up at the end of all this? And these borrow the dark air in the factory district. The old or those who latent elements collapse in the fog in succession, like filled trees, while those who came into contact with them felt as if they had been infected by the plague. They died quickly, and even the able-bodied adults and children also fell silently unwell. In their eyes, the yellow light and iron-black fog was like the descent of death. On Tuesday of the last week in 1349, Backley was shrouded in haze. In the corner of the hall, Klein pressed himself against the stone wall as he wouldn't be discovered by Mr. A. Soon he heard muffled groans and could smell the scent of flesh and blood. Give up your lives for the Lord, Mr. No fucking way it's him, bro. Is it really the true creator? Soon he heard the muffled groans and could smell the scent of flesh and blood. Give up your lives for the Lord. Mr. A's voice suddenly shut. No, it has to be something else. Thud, thud. The sound of figures collapse entered Klein's ears, and a strong spirituality fluctuated appeared constantly reverberated. Mr. A sacrificed his 4 attendants just as his thought appeared. Let me put the volume louder. Just as this thought appeared in Klein's mind, illusionary layers of weeping sounds could be heard. Some of them were calling out for their mothers, others coughing violently, and some moaning in pain. As half an expert of mysticism, Klein seemed to see a series of disgruntled and transparent figures hurrying to the ritual one after another, followed by the years of numbness, despair, pain, resentment from the dock area, factory district, and Eastboro. Has it officially begun? No way. Change the music to Vanitas? Dude, oh no. I'm too locked in to reach out. What am I playing? Vanitas? Okay, hold up. I'm so bad. I'm so mad, dude. Please change the music. Sorry, I was too locked in. I was too fucking locked in, dude. Hey, my bad. I was too locked in to change the music. Please change the music to Benitez. Can somebody... Okay, Mr. A sacrificed his 4 attendants just as if thought appeared in Klein's mind. The illusionary layers of weeping sounds could be heard. Some of them were calling out for the mothers, others coughing violently, some moaning in pain. As half an expert in mysticism, Klein seemed to see a series of disgruntled and transparent figures entering the ritual one after another, followed by the years of numbness, despair, pain, and resentment from the dock area, factory district, and Eastboro. Has it officially begun? Klein closed his eyes and leaned his back against the wall, his right hand clenched and relaxing. For him, the best thing to do at this moment was to slip out of the hall and flee into the distance. Mr. A was contradicting on the ritual. His right hand loosened and tightened before relaxing many times in a row. 7 or 8 seconds later, Klein opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling upwards in an exaggerated manner. He reached out his hand to grab the revolver, turned around abruptly, and dashed out. Dressed in a black double-breasted frock coat, he raised his right hand and aimed at the altar. Bro, what is going on, man? I'm scared. We're almost done with this volume, huh? We're almost done with this volume. I can feel it. We're almost at the end. It's time. I can feel the ending approach. Oh man, let's update this. Fucking shit, I returned to the front. Alright, let me do my fucking timestamp. Shit, man. 1 hour, 33 minutes. I'm sorry for agreeing to make it easier to make shorts. I don't know how I'm supposed to do shorts. I'm deleting videos and like, I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to do shorts. Like, am I able to go back in the video and just like snippet it to like 20 minutes or what? A little bit. The truth. Oh my god. I need my dog. Ellie, I love you. Let me update this. 477. Romero condones this, by the way. Is that why he's quiet? He's like in the shadows. Ah, yes, finally. Oh shit. Romero proves the smog unbelievable. Yeah. All right, let's keep reading. Chapter 407 is called The Many Considerations of the Fool. The first thing Klein saw was at the altar, which was surrounded by layers of light, and the tall, thin figure standing in it. I'm gonna take off my hoodie. I'm getting too hot. I'm like getting sweaty just putting it on. The figure took off its hood, revealing a beautiful The first thing Klein saw was the altar, which was surrounded by layers of light and a tall, thin figure standing in it. The figure took off his hood, revealing a beautiful, devilish, feminine voice. with a left chest, shoulder, abdomen, and thighs all covered in a squirming, sticky, disgusting flesh and blood. His surrounding was filled with illusory transparent shadows that brimmed with feelings such as numbness, despair, pain, and desperation. Beyond the altar, the 4 figures which were praying had fallen. Their skin was shriveled. That was revealed before, right? Like, you're stealing their life when their skin gets shriveled, like you're sapping their life essence. And their bones were tightly wrapped, like corpses that had been eroded for many years. Atop of the hall, rays of light pierced through the air, quickly entering the altar through the stone pillars, floor, and the air that was filled with symbols and magic labels. As soon as Klein emerged from his hiding place, Mr. A opened his eyes and looked in his direction. His pupils were dyed with blood, and an extreme madness was contained within his cold eyes. If it were any other Beyonders that would have subconsciously looked away, not daring to look him in the eye, but Klein, who had faced the eternal blazing sun and met blast for a bond, wasn't afraid of this. He wasn't afraid. Calmly pulling the trigger, he sent a silver demon. The bullet is not gonna kill it, bro. He sent a silver demon hunting bullet engraved with many patterns flying towards the altar. Oh, he's shooting the altar. Witnessing this scene, Mr. Ape subconsciously wanted to raise his hand, but he stopped in the end. He watched indifferently as a silver bullet drilled into the layer of the light surrounding the altar. Silently, the powdered demon hunting bullet melted and disappeared under the layers of radiance, engulfed in untold resentment and negative emotions. In the end, it completely disintegrated, leaving not a single trace of it behind. Klein's people shrank as he shot the rest of the revolver bullets. The pale golden purifying bullets and the bronze exorcism bullets shot out, piercing through the radiant barrier one after another. However, they disintegrated in the same way and dispersed without creating the slightly ripple. Mr. A laughed hoarsely. It's no use, puny worm. The ritual has already officially begun, and with your strength, it cannot be broken or interrupted, even if you're a sequence 5 Beyonder. But you're also fortunate you will live to witness the coming of the Lord and be integrated into his body. With that, Mr. A ignored Klein and closed his eyes again, as if he was indeed nothing but a puny worm. The shepherd raised his hands in a gesture of open arms and shouted out in ancient Hermes, "The Lord that created everything, the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of the shadows, the degenerate nature of all living things, your devout believers pray for your coming. I am willing to offer my body as a vessel to bear the burden of your great will." Amidst the prayers, a light from an unknown source appeared above Mr. A's head, completely enveloping him. The grievance and negative emotions that were gathering around Mr. A surged into his body like a tidal wave. Bang, bang, bang. Klein snapped his fingers repeatedly and used flame controlling, trying his best to attack the altar, but it still couldn't resist being disintegrated against the barrier of light. What can I do? All my other mystical items are above the great fog. To take them out, I need to hold a ritual, which would waste at least a minute or two. And he's like, wait, hold up, pause, break, I'll be right back. And a body without protection would be very dangerous. What should I do? Klein rationally stopped his attempts and stood there, his mind racing. Furthermore, whether it was a sun brooch, the biological poison bottle, the all-black eye, or the Dark Emperor card that raised his level, none of them seemed capable of breaking through the altar's barrier. So what the hell is he gonna do? Is waiting for Miss Justice's call for reinforcements the only thing I can do, or do I just watch helplessly as a true creator descends? Klein tensed up, his thoughts rapidly flying through his mind. He quickly considered the corresponding strategies. As he considered each and every item on his body, his palms subconsciously broke out in the cold sweat. Suddenly, he thought of something. Without having time to think about the consequences, he reached into his pocket and grabbed something that felt metallic. Klein took 2 steps forward, jerked his arm hard, and threw the object in his palm at the altar. What did he throw? With a flash of bronze, the object entered the barrier of light. It was an ancient, simple key. It was a master key. Within the barrier of light, the brass master key began to decompose and melt. And then, oh shit, we threw the key. So we lost the key. Within the barrier of the light, the brass master key began to decompose and melt. And when its outer shell dispersed, the curse that was hidden within it appeared, connecting to an unknown area where Mr. Door was? I'm sorry. Stay strong to what? What is going on? I'm sorry I'm keeping you from your bedtime, guys. I apologize. We're almost shooting for 8 hours on the stream. And when its outer shell dispersed, the curse that was hidden within it, the curse that was hidden within it appeared, connecting to an unknown area where, I'm sorry, is Mr. Door gonna come into the scene now? Connecting to the unknown area where Mr. Door was, an Emperor's Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall. Why are we with Audrey? Hold on, go back. The key contains some of Mr. Door's corruption. Yeah, so that's why, like, it came out, right? Because, like, we know he's not technically good. He's completely hiding something. He destroyed the key, leaving only the... Okay, the curse is within the key, and when you break the object, the curse gets dispelled. Or, like, it goes... I wonder how many other items have that, bro. Almost 100 viewers. Holy shit, bro. Thank you, guys. This is so fucking hype, dude. Oh, shit. I can just imagine, like, breaking other items and, like, the curse comes out. 5 a.m.? Damn, man. I am here. No sleep for me. I am sorry, Nightshade. But you know what? The name is fitting, dude. Thank you, guys. There's 90 plus of you guys here. This is so good, dude. Audrey stood by full... Why are we with Audrey, bro? Can we, like, please go back? Audrey stood by the full-length window and worriedly looked into the distance. She saw the fog on the horizon was gradually thickening, turning a pale yellowish that was... I'm sorry. No. No, 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 no. We're gonna stay away from the fog, Audrey. She saw that the fog on the horizon was gradually thickening, turning a pale yellow that was dyed iron black as it slowly spread in her location. There's something wrong with that. Stop. No fucking way. No. We're not gonna kill her. The huge golden retriever Sussy sat beside her and almost looked at the commonly seen haze. Yes, I hope I can be stopped in time. Stop. You keep the shit away from her. Audrey didn't know what the fog represented. She silently prayed to the goddess and Mr. Fool that they wouldn't let the primordial demoness descend. Suddenly, she noticed that the branches outside the window began to shake and the glass was slightly rattling. Don't tell me the wind breaks it, bro. No. A wind is... I swear, this fucking wind breaks their windows and the... I'm not gonna finish my sentence. A wind is coming. Audrey felt inexplicably happily. Oh, the wind is blowing it away. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. I thought it was gonna break their windows. Sherwood Borough, Holy Wind Cathedral. Terrifying storms that were visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared outside of it. I'm sorry, wasn't there like a strong storm that led to the abyss? Right? Or is this something else? Lord of Storms finally useful? Thank you, Lord of Storms. You're finally coming in clutch. Terrifying storms that were visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared outside of it, and they surged towards the east in an unimaginable hurricane. Oh, and it blows it all away! The thick accumulated fog was blown away. Oh, this little bitch. Lord of Storms should have fucking came in like 15 minutes ago. Where was he? The thick... It's something else, but yes. Oh, let's keep reading. The thick accumulated fog was blown away, and the rich yellow and iron-black colors quickly faded away. Whoosh. Dried branches fell to the ground, and the dust and dirt rose in the air, following the fog in the distance. Many of the pedestrians had their hats separated from their bodies, and bodies swayed so much that they had to hold onto the trees of the walls. The sailors in the dock area felt as though they had returned to the port city and were witnessing a typhoon. The smog in Eastboro and the I'm sorry, who is this? Like, what is strong enough to create a wind this strong? The smoke in Eastboro and the factory district thinned, and the healthy population felt relieved of the slight discomfort. Boom, boom. Lightning leaped and thunder rumbled. They soon subsided, and the downpour began to cleanse the land. The Church of the Lord of Storms reacted quickly this time. It also had to do with us bringing the operation forward and not being fully prepared. Heh. Those in the middle class and the tycoons would have shared the same fate at the great smog as the commoners, as if it wasn't for the respective protection they received. They would all be lambs waiting for the slaughter. Lady Despair sat on the rental carriage as she leisurely heard the pattering of the rain in the glass windows. Even though her plans had been ruined in a timely manner, the haze from the fort had caused more than 20,000 deaths, according to her What the fuck, bro? 20,000 deaths, according to her calculation. Furthermore, there would be the subsequent spread of the plague. There's definitely going to be a plague doctor next arc, or next volume, bro. With this, I've pretty much digested most of my potion. I've pretty much digested most. So she uses to digest. So she also uses this to benefit herself. But this is just a benefit I received as a matter of convenience. With large numbers of population being wiped out at all, this points to the Aurora Order and the true creator. No one could guess that the royal family. No one could guess what the royal family was really planning on doing. It's time I leave, along with the true creator. Lady Despair thought while in a good mood. Her whereabouts were kept secretive, and she had taken care of everything beforehand. Therefore, she did not have to worry about being surrounded by the backland demigods at all. By this time, they found traces of her. She would already be far gone from the city. Just as Lady Despair was about to leave the carriage, her vision blurred, and she saw a figure appear before her. The figure sat across from her was a young woman in a hooded classical robe with black eyes and hair and a beautiful doll face. Who is this? Conspiracies? Bro. Bro, this is wild, man. This is scary. The nuclear bombs in Japan. Wait. The nuclear bombs of Japan killed 50,000. That's sad, bro. War is such a sad, tragic thing, bro. Like the fact that like there's such a big loss of life. Fuck, man. Let's fucking keep reading. This shit is wild. The figure sat across her. It was a young woman in a hooded classical robe with black eyes and hair. And a beautiful doll face. After throwing out the master key, Klein... The angel? After throwing out the master key, Klein held the Azik copper whistle, then held his breath and waited for the results. If things... Is this the angel? The angel. Goldfish memory. The sealed angel artifact. Is it? After throwing out the master key, Klein held Azik's copper whistle and held his breath and waited for the result. If things failed to develop as he imagined with the altar's bearer remaining intact, he planned on using the Azik's copper whistle to see if he could get any help from the messenger. If that failed, he would go above the Grey Fog and use all the items like the Dark Emperor card. He had to attempt every possibility until every last second. At this very moment, there was no crimson moon, let alone a clear full moon since this afternoon. Therefore, Klein didn't have enough confidence in the curse to contained within the master key, and he only hoped that the disintegration effects of the altar's bearer would threaten its very existence and cause it to react instinctively, such as communication with Mr. Door in reverse and transmitting its cry for help him. In just a second or two, Klein saw the master key disintegrate into the smallest particles of light and an illusory distorted crimson. The crimson quickly faded as it struggled and then suddenly exploded. In an instant, Klein lost his senses of hearing. He saw the countless figures formed from a resentment and indignation all raised their heads and screamed. They rapidly transformed, tinged with a blackish green, and grew a second skull, a third eye, or even a fifth leg. They converged into a torrent and surged into Mr. A's body. Mr. A suddenly opened his eyes, shook in disbelief, evident amidst the indifferent blood eyes. Soon after, the radiant ladder of light surrounding the altar wrapped in collapse. Boom. A huge exploration spread out from the center of the altar, setting off a terrifying storm. Crack. The four thick stone pillars closest to the blast instantly crumbled, and the distant Klein only had enough time to duck and roll before he was sent flying home. Flying home? Sent flying by the shockwave. Bam. He hit the wall, flattened into a thin sheet of paper. The subsequent wind quickly tore apart the thin piece of paper, scattering in every direction. Klein himself appeared in the corner, using the walls to withstand the ensuing shockwave. The disruption caused by the master key exceeded his imagination. That's a strong-ass key. Fifth leg means what? Okay, you guys gotta be more specific. What the hell does that mean? Klein wishes he could fly home. He wishes he could fly home after all this. The disruption caused by the master key exceeded his imagination. The curse that had been forcibly melted away really did have an instinctive reaction, as it transmitted Mr. Door's roar and the voice of this forsaken entity, who was at least at the level of an angel. This shit would have killed Force, man, if she heard like the ravings of an angel, bro. Like what? So that's sequence 1 and 2, right? That's wild, bro. As a result, the altar lost its balance and embarked on a path of self-destruction. The moment the blast calmed down a little, Klein rushed out to confirm the results. The illusory figure and the oppressive feeling in the air had already vanished, leaving behind scattered remnants of the altar. Mr. A had his body leaning forward, and he knelt by a collapsed pillar. He was missing an arm, half face, and a number of organs. And he's still standing. His remaining eye was still filled with bone-deep hatred. However, his wounds were quickly covered with squirming flesh. Ugh. After that single glance, Klein didn't hesitate to run. For him, he had achieved the ultimate goal of foiling the true creator's ascent. He stopped him again, bro. For him, he achieved the ultimate goal of foiling the true creator's descent. If he didn't leave now, was he a Sequence 6 going to share dinner with the shepherd Mr. A to welcome the new year? Hell no, we gotta fucking get out. Bro, triple kill. This is so hype. Oh my god, it's kind of overwhelming, man. But this, I'm trying to follow this, man. I'm trying my best. Where the fuck is Sanguin in this whole thing, by the way? We just completely left him. What is going on? Oh, hold up. I need to let's update our stuff and keep reading. Where the fuck is he in this whole thing? He hasn't been brought up in like a cool minute. Okay, timestamp. 1 hour, 48 minutes, 51 seconds. Also, guys, we need to find some banger-ass artwork for the finale of this. Music change next chapter when we're back to Klein's walls closing in. Bet. He's fighting. Ince dipped. He's like, he yeeted, bro. He's like, fuck this shit. I'm out. I'm fucking gone, bro. Let's fucking go. Like, I ain't staying any longer. All right. Chapter 4. Ooh, that's a good chapter title. Dude, I can't believe we're reading this one. How many fucking chapters have we read, bro? Holy fucking shit. Hold up. Let me math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. We've read 24 fucking chapters, bro. Look, man, I don't think we're gonna be reading this many chapters again. It's probably we're probably not gonna be reading this much until we approach the end of like volume 3, and who knows how long, man. Holy shit. Or I take like a break off from like all social responsibilities or something like that. Oh my god. We're almost done. This is wild. Imagine like, all right, guys, we're gonna have to finish tomorrow. Nah, you guys would be so fucking mad. All right, let's continue. Chapter 478 is called Grade 0, Sealed Artifact in Operation. The moment she saw the stranger that appeared in front of her, Lady Despair materialized a sharp crystalline ice spear and threw it at her target. Using the force of recoil, she attempted to break through the back of the carriage and into the street. With regards to this sudden turn event, she was puzzled at the strange enemy who suddenly appeared. On the contrary, she was very confused and perplexed as to how someone could find her concealed self so quickly. It was no less difficult than destroying a large city of teleporting directly from Backland to the southern continent of East Ballum. But as Sequence 4 Demoness of Despair, she had developed herself one step at a time from when she was an assassin. She knew that she couldn't afford to be distracted or sprout nonsense at such critical moments. It's too late to think about all that matters. Wait, hold up. I forgot something. When do I change the music? Last we heard of Sanguin was when he summoned a hidden existence to the district Azik and used Megusa's baby umbilical cord to escape. You are right. That was gross. Wait, when do I play the music? Music change next chapter when we're back to Klein. Okay, when we go back to Klein, music change. Okay. Dude, hold up. I gotta do a little stretch. Woo! Thank you guys. There's 95 of you go. Bro really thought she could kill 20k people. When we're back to Klein. Okay, hold up. I gotta mute the mic for no reason. Sorry, I just had to mute the mic for like no reason in particular. Let me drink some water. Hold up, let me drink some water. This is so wild. Such a fucking goated series. This is such a fucking good series. It's complicated. I've never read anything this in depth, but this shit is hype. All right, let's read from here. But as Sequence 4, I dread this. She knew that she couldn't afford to be distracted and sprout nonsense at such critical moments. It was too late to think about all these matters later. Therefore, she could choose to attack directly and wanted to take the opportunity to leave. She could already imagine how strange men with black hair and eyes would be frozen in layers of sparkling light and the fortress wake of the icy spear trajectory. She would have to struggle to break through the obstruction in order to have the strength to chase her. By then, she definitely would have escaped from the streets and blended into the crowds. However, the scene she was looking forward to didn't appear. As soon as the crystalline ice spear left her hand, it suddenly disappeared into thin air. Its whereabouts were completely unknown. Angel, the demoness of despair's eyes narrowed as black flames suddenly surged from her body, spreading elements in a bid to ignite everything around her and causing a large-scale fire. At that moment, her body trembled in a strange manner and she froze on the spot. She saw her left hand disappear 1 centimeter at a time. as it rapidly spread upwards in an unstoppable fashion. In her eyes, the beautiful and lifeless eyes of the woman opposite of her were the dark and serene, as if it was pure darkness concealed within. You aren't. You are. You are what? The demoness of despair. Words came to an abrupt... I don't know, I just had to mute the mic for no apparent reason. The demoness of despair. Words came to an abrupt halt. His entire body was like a sketch that had been quietly erased with an eraser, leaving no trace behind. Her final gaze was filled with fear and despair. The seat she spiritually occupied was empty, as though she had never sat in it before. The beautiful woman, with his lifeless expression, pulled the hood off her classical robe. Her lips moved almost imperceptibly as her figure instantly disappeared. Damn, bro. This is so good. On the outskirts of Emperor's Borough, on a trackless public carriage, Triss was sitting quietly in the corner, wearing a veiled hat. She didn't flee with the help of the river by going straight to the Tussock River, nor did she head for the nearest railroad to catch a train, as everyone thought she would. Her choice was to return to Backland. Only in this city was a population over 5 million with all sorts of hidden factions, and a numerous beyonders would be able to help her escape the subsequent pursuit of the demoness sect. At this moment, she felt tense, mentally, constantly wary of the terrifying old brutal Funkel. Suddenly, her head spun. When her vision returned to normal, she found herself having magically left the public carriage and was standing on the muddy road outside. Trissy's pupils contracted rapidly as she looked around cautiously. Then she saw a black hooded figure in a classical robe, and she noticed that the black eyes hidden in the shadows. For some reason, it was as if Trissy had returned to being an infant, so weak to the point that she couldn't help but put up any resistances at all. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and although her legs were trembling violently, she was unable to move. This is the scariest enemy I've ever faced. Even the high-ranking demoness I previously met didn't give me such a feeling. Am I going to die here? Is this finally going to end after I persisted in escaping despite failing so many times? A deep sense of despair and uncontrollable sadness filled Trissy's heart, making her feel as if she had plunged into her deepest nightmare. This is wild, bro. Suddenly, a dim blue light flashed before her eyes, removing her curse of being unable to move. Who? Trissy looked forward again, but there were no longer any traces of the extremely terrifying figure. Everything that happened just now seemed like a most realistic illusion. But when Trissy lowered her head, she was surprised to find that the sapphire ring on her left pinky had somehow shattered, losing all of its brilliance. Crack, crack, crack. The remains of the ring and the gem fell off one after another. This reminds me of when Four shattered her bracelet, the little gems on the bracelet. Klein dodged and rolled around the collapsed stone pillar, and the heavily injured Mr. A was in the process. It's so wild that we're fighting Mr. A. Did I skip a line? He didn't read the angel stuff, right? Do we skip a line? Change the music? Oh shit, wait, we're with Klein. We gotta change the music. No, really? No, you're good? Okay, hold up. Alright, we're changing the music. We gotta change the music. You guys said change the music when we come back to Klein. Let me... Hold up. Turn this up. No, you're good. This is so good. I fucking love Lord of Mysteries. I'm getting lost because I'm reading it and I'm like interacting with you guys, but shit is fucking fun. We hit 100. Oh, dude, this is so fucking good. Oh my god. Klein dodged and rolled around the collapsed stone pillar, and the heavily injured Mr. A, who was in the process of healing, and he ran to the entrance opposite of him. Oh wait, you're right. Wall's closing in. Wait. Wrong song. Wrong song. You said wall's closing in. You did say wall's closing in. Hold up. Yeah, you said fucking walls closing in. What am I doing? Wrong track. Hold up. I'm playing the wrong track right now. Dude, thank you guys. There's 100 of you guys here. Congrats. Bro, thank you guys. So many of you guys have been subscribing recently. Thank you for showing support, man. Thank you. All right, you guys ready? Chat is distracting, so forgetting stuff is normal. It is normal. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you for coming to my back. But it's good. It's good. All right. Okay, now we got the right song playing. Climb, dodge, and roll. Hold up. The song is about to loop. Yes, it's looping. There you go. Klein dodged and rolled around at the collapsed stone pillar of the heavily injured Mr. A, who was in the process of healing, and he ran for the entrance opposite of him. As for the characteristics fragments which were slowly gathering for the remains of the Master Key, he didn't even take a glance at them, afraid that he would give Mr. A enough time to stop. He was well aware that even if he had all mysticism items and was well prepared, he couldn't necessarily be a match for the Shepherd, not to mention the fact that he was only equipped with Azik's copper whistle and the 3 types of Beyonder bullets. He didn't even have a single match left. Even though Mr. A was seriously injured, Klein didn't dare to take the risk. He had heard that the Rose Bishop sequence prior to Shepherd was extremely proficient in flesh magic. Oh, flesh magic. Its healing ability was in no way weaker than the ability of transferring his wounds. Kree. He pulled open the heavy door. The natural light outside shone in, and the clouds in the sky. The mouse. I'm gonna turn it up a bit. Dude, 100, man. Thank you guys. The natural light outside shone in, and the clouds in the sky were tinged with a thin yellow, and the sun was pale in them. Klein rushed out and found that he was in the middle of a mountain. He was surrounded by towering mountains and that made the area extremely hidden. Tap, tap, tap. He frankly ran and wasn't even taking the mountain trail. Instead, we're at a mountain? Instead, with his skills as a clown, he ran down the steep slope, occasionally tumbling and occasionally slipping up. Wait, how did we end up here? Creek. He pulled open the heavy door. The natural light outside shone. Okay, he opened the door. Okay. The natural light outside shone in, and the clouds in the sky were tinged with the thin yellow, and the sun was pale into them. Klein rushed out and found that he was in the middle of a mountain. He was surrounded by 2 towering mountains that made the area extremely hidden. Tap, tap, tap. He frankly ran and wasn't even taking the mountain trail. Instead, with his skills as a clown, he ran down the steep slope, occasionally tumbling and occasionally swinging up with the help of trees. My man is like Tarzan. Swinging up with the help of trees. Splash. He heard the crashing of the river. It was up ahead just below him, but at that moment a strong gust of wind blew over, sweeping towards the back. Klein made a prominent decision. His knees buckled and he rode to the side. Su, su, su. The location where he was originally standing and the direction he was moving in his moving in hand a deep ravine carved out by the wind's blast. Mr. A dropped out of the wind. His body... Oh my god, my nose is so itchy all of a sudden. I apologize. Mr. A dropped out of the wind, his body still draped with a cape squirming with flesh blood. He pointed with his finger and immediately chunks of flesh flew out and swelled up in midair before suddenly exploding. Boom. Drops of blood. Ugh. Drops of blood and bits of flesh flew in every direction as Klein cartwheeled, with his hands dodging in most of it before finding the shelter behind a huge tree. The projectiles bored bloody holes through the huge trees. Oh my god, hold up. My brain is shutting down. It's been 8 hours. Hold up. I gotta keep it together. Drops of blood and bits of flesh flew in every direction as Klein cartwheeled with his hands dodging most of it before finding the shelter behind a huge tree. The projectiles bored blood holes through the huge tree. Traces of corrosion began spreading in every direction from the affected area. Back when Klein was running, he had already loaded his revolver. He was about to raise his hand and shoot Mr. A in the eyes when he saw a deep darkness appeared within him. All of a sudden, Klein knew that although the scenery around him hadn't changed at all, he had been forcefully dragged into a dream. He had once killed a nightmare at least. Klein maintained his consciousness and saw Mr. A face to his side in a manner inconsistent with logic, turning into a blood-red blanket that enveloped him in a manner that couldn't be escaped. You want to rely on nightmares to scare me to the point of stopping my heart. A thought flashed in Klein's mind and he responded. This was his dream. The lucid him could conjure anything. Oh, because he's a dream? Okay. You're right. Thank you for saying that. We haven't updated our timestamp. I was too locked in, but we're good. We're good. We forgot to update it like 2 chapters ago. You want to rely on nightmares to scare me to the point of stopping my heart. A thought flashed in Klein's mind and he responded, this was a dream. The lucid dream could conjure anything. Thus, a pure and dazzling golden sun appeared. Clear and blazing flames ignited everything in the surrounding in an instant. Klein imagined the scene when he first saw the eternal blazing sun during the dream divination. Almost at the same time, he left the dream and he heard a muffled grump. Mr. A took a step. He got burned. Mr. A took a step back, 2 streams of blood running from the tip of his nose. The robe formed from flesh and blood began to slowly flow as though it was melting. Pa. Klein snapped his fingers and ignited the trees about the 30 or 40 meters. Away beneath his feet, long-awaited withered weeds caught on fire and soaring flames enveloped his body. Mr. A, originally unmanly, beautiful face suddenly turned even more beautiful and feminine. A crystalline and weightless ice spear materialized in his hand and threw it towards the burning trees a few dozen meters away. I can't even, like, picture this right now. Insanely, like, this fight is so, like, imaginative. I'm trying to find the word. This fight is so, like, it's so much and so mystical. I can't even visualize it right now. I'm actually finding it hard to visualize it. Mr. A being a femboy right now, so he was a femboy. He was a femboy all along. Okay, you guys were right. Yeah, Mr. A is a femboy. Mr. A, originally unanimously beautiful face, suddenly turned even more beautiful and feminine. A crystalline and weightless ice spear materialized in his hand, and he threw it towards the burning trees a few dozen meters away. As soon as Klein jumped out of the flame, his pupils reflected the transparent tip of the spear. The tip of the spear became bigger and clearer, filling his eyes. Klein threw himself to the side, and his body became covered with a thin layer of frost. The transparent spear that extinguished the flames allowed the thick layer of ice to quickly spread in every direction. Klein, who was still in midair, suddenly curled up in a ball, turning his body upside down. He stretched out his left hand and lightly pressed on the layer of ice. He once again rose into the air, and he just fucking bounced off that midair. However, the skin on his palm was frozen to the point of contact. This resulted in him tearing off his skin with a rippling sound. Rolling to his feet, Klein reached into his pocket and pulled off a self-made slumber charm. Mr. A is so freaking strong, bro. Holy shit, he's gonna struggle so much during high sequence fights. I know. I'm hanging in there right now. As he was about to say the incantation, his nose suddenly started to itch and he sneezed. Achoo, achoo. His head ached and he kept sneezing, leaving him with no strength to fight back. I feel sick. I became infected by some sort of ailment. The moment Klein realized this, he felt countless threads that were difficult to be seen. It's crazy how far Klein has come. This is so hyped. Like, the fact that Klein is at this point fighting, it's so wild, bro. The moment Klein realized this, he felt countless threads that were difficult to be seen by the naked eye twirl around him, wrapping him up like a mummy in a certain sense. He wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of experience. He knew that this was the beyond powers of a demoness of pleasure. Back then, he had relied on his use of charms to cause all parties to fall into a deep slumber. Then, relying on his uniqueness, he escaped the effects of the charm, but now Mr. A had maintained a distance of about 20 meters. However, Klein was no longer just a clown. The fingers he could still move snapped and made a crisp snap sound. In an instant, all the spider silk around him was ignited, as if it had turned into a giant torch. What the? Klein had just jumped out of the scarlet flames when he started sneezing. He's sneezing, which was then followed by the fit of violent coughing. This automatically prevented the use of many of his beyonder powers. At this moment, the feminine gentleness of Mr. A's face disappeared, adding a little more dignity to his loftiness. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it tightly. Klein suddenly had an inkling that if he ran, he would only be running in circles. Mr. A, who was wearing a blood-red robe, revealed a cruel smile. An ancient book. Oh, it's the book. An ancient book that was transparent and illusionary appeared in front of him. An ethereal, high-pitched voice rang out. I came, I saw, record. How is Klein gonna come out of this, bro? Like, this is what killed Bakerland, right? Mr. Ambassador? When he fought him? When he used the book, he died. And he just caught on fire, right? That's how it ended, right? When he fought Bakerland? Klein wanted to hide, but he was powerless. At that moment, he experienced in unprecedented manner the power of a shepherd. What have I been? I'm telling you, dude. Yeah, shepherd has been the most hyped, like, pathway this entire, like, series so far, bro. Bakerland, a fodder, bro. That's true. That's true. Klein wanted to hide, but with his powerless, at that moment, he experienced in unprecedented manner the powers of a shepherd. It was truly worthy of being called the most comprehensive, most flawless, and most powerful beyonder sequence under the level of a demigod. Even if he hadn't made any preparations, with many mystical items being unusable, for him to be suppressed to such a state without being able to fight back, it implied that there were many problems. I've been telling you guys, man, Shepherd has been peak. Ever since this shit was brought up with, like, oh my god, like, from, like, the very beginning when, like, Creeping Hummingbird was mentioned, like, oh, it's kind of like a Shepherd. Like, this shit is broken. And, like, the second is like, oh, you can literally use other people's abilities. Nerf Shepherd, please? Dude, no. Please don't nerf Shepherd. As of right now, Shepherd is, like, the best pathway before Demigod. I don't know what's gonna happen once we start reaching Demigod fights and, like, high sequence Beyonder fights or, like, freaking God fights. Like, once we start hitting, like, that biblical scale of fights, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to visualize it. I'm not gonna lie. But as of right now, Shepherd is like the best pathway ever, bro. Shepherd pathway is too OP. Literally, Shepherd, dude. Do you guys agree with me now? I don't know about Monster. You guys have been hyping up Monster, but as of right now, Shepherd is the best. Because Shepherd can just take whatever Monster can do, bro. True Creator is the one true Lord. All right, let's keep reading, dude. This shit is good. 479. Holy shit, we're almost fucking done, bro. Shepherd is stupidly fucking, not stupid. It's like stupidly broken. It is so, like, it's so good. Shepherd is so fucking badass. 2 hours, 4 minutes, 12 seconds. Copy and paste timestamp. Hold up. Just copy and paste. Let me eat some chips. Hold up. I need a, hold up. Quick 2 minute. Let me just take 2 minutes to eat some chips. Oh my god. So fucking good. All my glazing. Hey, it's Demar. Oh, sorry. That was loud. It's not that good in the grand scheme of things. I guess. Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, I guess once we start getting to crazier fights, it'll probably not be that good. No, it's not a spoiler, remember, it's okay. I know what he meant. It's like once we get to like demigod fights, it's gonna be like a whole nother tier in of itself. Test? Test? Alright, give me a sec. Let me eat one more chip. We hear ya? Oh yeah, we're fucking here. We've been streaming for 8 hours, man. We hear you? We gotta finish this bitch. We're almost done. I really hope it ends like before 85. If it's after 85, we might need to take another break. Hold up. Yes, there's no problem? Okay. Let me eat one more chip and we'll continue. These are so sweet. I'm not stalling. I need a snack. I'm refueling. Let's finish quickly. I want to sleep. We're going to take a 1 hour break now. No, I'm fucking kidding. Let's keep reading, dude. An inexplicable smile. Bro, you're reading so slowly. When I get excited, I'm slowing down a bit. It's so good, dude. I'm excited, so I'm taking more breaks in between. This normally doesn't happen. But chapter 479 is called The Inexplicable Smile. The old butler Funko was flitting across a barren field in the wilderness. He had lost his hat. His neatly combed gray hair hung in an unkempt manner, and the outer layer of his clothes were muddy. Huff, huff, huff. He paused for a moment, panting as he looked behind him. He felt slightly more at ease when he realized that there was no one around. You have the same number of subs as the year... Really? Oh. Fun fact. Okay. That's crazy, dude. Yo, you guys gotta get some sleep, man. I'm sorry. He felt slightly more at ease when he realized that there was no one around. However, when he turned his head and was able to change in direction, he had discovered that a figure had appeared in front of him. The figure wore a hooded classical robe. His face was dull and expressionless, with his black eyes were hidden in the shadows. Funko's pupils constricted. He opened his mouth and tried to say a word in the ancient Hermes, but he was surprised to find his nose disappearing and his voice gone. His nose disappearing and his voice gone. A look of despair suddenly appeared on his face. Then, like a stain in the void, his entire body was seemingly wiped clean with a cloth, and not a single trace was left behind. Is this the angel sealed artifact? Was that what just happened? The sealed artifact? Oh, Romero 017. Is that what's going on? KO? Achoo? Cough, cough. In the face of Mr. A's looming attack that spelled certain death, Klein was unaffected by an illness. His headache and fever made it difficult to use flame controlling or flaming jump. At that moment, he couldn't even produce air bullets. Fear of the unknown took over his mind. The clown's intuition for danger saw himself split in the smallest particles of light, perhaps taking away any chance of him reviving. In an instant, Klein reached into his pocket and took hold of an object. What does he have now? This was his answer to the most dangerous situation he could think of ahead of time. No matter what kind of situation he was suddenly placed in, a magician had to be prepared to a certain extent so that he wouldn't panic in the middle of battle. Is he gonna use his whistle? Klein took out Azik's copper whistle, brought it to his mouth, and blew hard over the sneezing and coughing. Without any stirring motions, he saw through his spirit vision a geyser of white bones spewing out as he rapidly sketched out. Oh my god, I can't read! It's been 8 hours, I'm sorry. Whew! Without any starting motions, he saw through his spirit vision a geyser of white bones spewing out as they rapidly sketched out the appearance of a huge messenger with black flames burning in its eye sockets. At that moment, the pages in the book in front of Mr. A stopped flipping and the distant voice suddenly came to a halt. A misty green blend surged out and the bone messenger that was almost out 4 meters tall cracked and crumbled into countless specks of pure light. Behind it, the force that had caused Klein to go in circles was the first to crumble. The figure in the black double-breasted frock coat was then enveloped, turning into a statue made of yellowish sand, which was blown away by the wind. However, the scattered sands were white spots, as if they were shreds of paper that had been torn to its limit. Klein's figure appeared on the other end, I've never read that word. Genuflecting and coughing uncontrollably. I'm losing my voice. Hold up. Messenger, no. We have to leave him alone. No. If it wasn't for the skeleton messenger blocking the blow for him, then he would have been able to suppress his elements and use paper figurine substitute. After all, the ordeal, his illness worsens to the point of him losing almost all forms of resistance. At that moment, Mr. A, who failed in his fatal blow, suddenly coughed in a way more violently manner than Klein. He fell to the ground in pain, both frothing at the corners of his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. You're just a chill guy. He coughed out a pile of fragmented organs and squirming flesh. Then, with great difficulty, he opened his mouth and attempted to lick them back into his mouth, forcefully to consume them. What's going on? Klein was stunned for a moment. He coughed out a pile of fragmented organs and squirming flesh. Then, with great difficulty, he opened his mouth and attempted to lick them back into his mouth to forcefully consume it. What is he doing? What's going on? Klein was stunned for a moment, but that didn't stop him from resisting a cough, raising his right hand, aiming at the revolver on Mr. A's head. At that moment, he vaguely understood something. While Mr. A's injuries could be treated with his flesh and blood magic, the impact and the backlash on his mind, the spirituality, couldn't be nullified through his method. So he can nullify physical, but not like spiritual stuff. Okay, Mr. A should have switched to another Beyonder power to slowly heal the damage to his spirit body, but he was driven by hatred. He forcibly suppressed his injuries and chased after Klein. Thus, after continually using the Beyonder powers that extended what his body could bear, his situation worsened by the latent problems that flaring up. Bang, bang, bang. Klein fired all the bullets in the revolver. Bronze, pale, gold, and silver beams of light quickly crossed a short distance between the two of them. Unfortunately, he was unable to control his sneezing and coughing during this process. The bullets didn't all hit Mr. A, with only 2 of them hitting Mr. A and one of them drilling through his forehead at the others into the torso. Sizzle. A sizzling sound rang out, but Mr. A's head seemed to the boneless. It was just a combination of the pile of rotten flesh. This caused the pale golden colored bullet to sink deep into his body. It quickly came to a stop and failed to deal lethal damage. All it did was emit a golden radiance and sunshine. Mr. A lifted his neck and the flesh around his hole and his head writhed wildly. He wasn't dead, not even seriously injured. He was once the tenacious Rose Bishop. Seeing this, Klein made up his mind. He turned around and ran, not longer making any attempt to attack. As for Mr. A, he was... Oh my god, my voice. Oh, my voice, man. As for Mr. A, he was panting, and when he lowered his head again, he licked the bits of fragmented flesh and organs he had coughed up. Amidst the wheezing and coughing, Klein ran into random directions, occasionally rolling. Finally, he fled on the edge of a cliff, which was over 50 meters away. Beneath the cliff, the slightly turbid Tusuk River surged incessantly. It was wide but calm. Klein didn't hesitate and put strength into his legs and jumped. He plummeted, fell the weightlessness of a free fall. His body tore through the air as he attempted to adjust his posture in mid-air, transforming into a standard diving motion. Cough, achoo. His element stopped. His 3.5 flips midway, and the position of his body and palms fell into the correct stance. With a splashing sound, he struck the water surface, reducing it into a thin piece of white paper. Don't worry, we're close to the end. Oh, thank you. I'm hanging in there by thin thread, bro. My voice is... I'm reaching the end, but if you guys are saying we're almost done, let's keep going. The paper figurine quickly became moist, half sinking and half floating. At the bottom of the river, not far away, Klein's figure formed as it shivered a little. His clothes were almost soaking as of the remaining paper and bills in his wallet. After distancing himself, Mr. A, the elements had abated. Klein thought with a lingering sense of fear. If his coughing and sneezing hadn't subsided at the last moment, he wouldn't have had the time to use paper figurine substitutes, and he would have been suffered internal bleeding and instantly die. Of course, if he died in such a manner, he felt that he had a chance of being resurrected. While kicking his legs to keep himself afloat, Klein created an invisible hollow tube in his mouth, allowing it to rise out of the water and bringing him fresh air. This was the underwater breathing. Finally, he's using the underwater part. Breathing to OP is finally he uses it, bro. This was the underwater breathing performance of a magician. Klein sucked in with his mouth and blew out through his nose, not letting the turbid gas he breathed out pollute the pipe by directly entering the water. At the same time, he stealthily made his way to the shore, hoping to avoid Mr. A's Dude, this is like a crazy ass Mission Impossible mission. This is so wild. The strongest ability, the secret technique. It's wild how far Klein has come. Like the fact that he's able to fend off Mr. A. This shit is wild, bro. The most important seer ability. At the same time, he steadily made his way to the shore, hoping to avoid Mr. A's subsequent pursuit. Unfortunately, this isn't the city. The powers of a faceless cannot be used effectively. Otherwise, once I break away, Mr. A definitely wouldn't be able to find me. While swimming, Klein instinctively had this thought. This resulted in him thinking of a problem, and that was the wind controlling beyond the power Mr. A previously had. Generally speaking, this belongs to the pathway of the Lord of Storms. For this pathway, apart from the wind, there's also a water. Maybe the snake guy was the one that used that wind back in Backland, right? What was his name? Ace Snake or whatever? We know he's like with the Lords of Storms and he's a high sequence, right? Maybe it was him. Underwater activation. Shepherd is also... I'm sorry, can he do the same thing? Generally speaking, this belongs to the pathway of Lords of Storms. For this pathway, apart from the wind, there's also water, which means they're especially effective for underwater activities. Underwater activities. Shepherd is so all-rounded and terrifying. Klein's heart almost stopped beating as though flashing through his mind. He suddenly swam upstream, no longer concealing himself. As soon as he emerged from the water and approached the shore, he saw Mr. A devilishly beautiful face, covered with flesh scales and gaping gills. He does not let go, bro. He is chasing him, bro. Holy shit, dude. Oh, spell singer snake. A snake, the spell singer of God. Yeah. There you go. Thank you, guys. Maybe it was him that did that. He suddenly swam upstream, no longer concealing himself. As soon as he emerged from the water and approaching the shore, he saw Mr. A's devilishly beautiful face covered with fish scales and gaping gills. Mr. A, who was floating on the water surface on his bright red robe, had the corners of his mouth curled up. His eyes were filled with true hatred. Fight, I can only fight. I'll try to hold on until the church's reinforcements arrive, or Mr. Azik to escape his predicament. Without hesitation, Klein, who had gained reprieve from his ailments, raised his right hand, ready to snap his fingers. At that moment, the two of them simultaneously looked at the sky as though it was an instinctive reaction. A beautiful feminine figure was quickly outlined. The figure was hooded and in a dark robe, and its eyes looked blankly at Mr. A. A sealed artifact. Its eyes looked blankly at Mr. A. Then Klein saw Mr. A being quickly erased as though he had become a pencil. This is a fucking crazy ass living artifact, bro. What the fuck is this, dude? Then Klein saw Mr. A being quickly erased as though he had become a pencil drawing. And it's that easy. Mr. A was he was erased that easily. What the fuck, dude? Klein is like fighting for his life, bro. And then this dude just she just erases him like a pencil drawing. He had become a pencil drawing, wiped out rapidly with an eraser, leaving nothing but his looks of this indignation and despair amidst the blankness and madness etched onto his mind. That was the only audience present. What kind of level is this? What kind of strength is this? The moment Klein thought about it, he saw the figure turn to look at him. Fucking get away from here, dude. It was a beautiful face, but it didn't have the slightest expression. Its black eyes were deep and dark, devoid of spirituality. Just when Klein's heart was beating rapidly, thinking that he would disappear without a trace, without a clue as to whether he could be resurrected, the corners of the woman's mouth slowly lifted into a smile. A smile! Klein was stunned, wondering if he was dreaming. Before he could regain his senses, the figure instantly faded and disappeared from where he was. The sound of water splashed around him and echoed in the air. Puzzled, Klein swam to the shore and got up on the water. Looking around, he found that this place was unusually remote. There were no roads or living people, only the slightly turbid river. Water continued flowing in an unchanged manner. It ended just like that. Mr. A died just like that. Who was the lady just now? She was so strong that Mr. A didn't even have time to scream. And she smiled at me. Smiled. Maybe it's a she? However, other than the figures at the level of the Pope, how could there be any angels walking on the ground from 3 churches? Furthermore, a figure of that level of Pope obviously wouldn't be in Backland. Klein couldn't believe that he was out of the danger zone. After a moment of... it's not over yet, bro. Volume 2 is not over. After a moment of contemplation, he finally felt a sense of reality. She should be a powerhouse sent by the churches. She arrived in time and successfully saved me. If I had informed Miss Justice ahead of time, then they might not have taken such timely action. They would have been at a high chance of me dying in Mr. A's hands, with the possibility of resurrecting being a question. Yes, it also, like, Klein is being too dependent. Change music back to normal. Klein is being too dependent on him being able to resurrect just like that. Like, dude, he has to stop. It's dangerous, bro. I don't think it's gonna work again. With the possibility of resurrecting being a question. Yes, it all has to do with my persisting on. Yes, it also has to do with me persisting on, dragging on the battle all the way until this moment. Not bad at all. With a sigh of relief, Klein began to look for a way out. Exile. The man with the gold mask pointed at Azik Eggers and threw his figure into the void, a spot no one knew. Then he turned around to face. Okay, we're back with ints. Okay, hold up. Anti-spoiler squad is working hard. Then he turned around to face Sanguin, who was looking at him with a frown. There's no time. We can't finish him off quickly. We have to hide this area as quickly as possible. Do you want the church to discover our secret? The man with the gold mask growled angrily. Sanguin put away his doubts, nodded, turned to 008, which had stopped writing, and grabbed it. His figure was faltering somewhat, and by his legs were piled pants that had nearly been ripped apart in the middle of the battle. Piled pants. Inside Red Rose Manor, Prince Azik sat by the full-length window with an abnormally vacant look in his eye. Your Highness, please hurry. A voice sounded beside him. Azik's eyes turned, spirited as he took a deep breath, picked up the revolver on the table, and pressed it against his temple. Inside it was a bullet that obliterated spirit bodies. He turned his head and looked longingly out of the golf course and then of the strolling horses. Bang! He pulled the trigger. What? What the fuck? He just took himself out. Yeah, Trissy did say that. Trissy was right. Trissy told him he'd be used as a scapegoat. Bro, what the fuck? Oh my god. We're at the 480s. We're almost done, man. Oh my god. Okay, we're updating this bad boy. I'm just telling you guys right now, I'm gonna be incognito tomorrow. We are incognito. The lost end got tied up. The loose end, my bad. We're gonna be incognito tomorrow. 2 hours, 18 minutes, 53 seconds, and we can change the music back to normal music. By normal music, you just mean play my random playlist we've been playing before? Music change back to normal chapter 480. Just anything. I promise you're really close to the end. Okay, dude, man, my voice. Man, the fog. Yeah, there has been a fog already. I'll play this one for now. Klein rizzed up an angel. I'll play this one for now. Next music change 481 with Audrey sealed. Fucking Cammy, you're on a roll. Okay, Audrey sealed vessel. Say it with me. Audrey sealed vessel. Audrey sealed vessel. Audrey sealed vessel. We're not gonna forget. Let me get a sip of Gary. My fucking throat is killing me. Check Discord. I'm checking. Check in general. What is this? What is this, Romero?
The Lord that created everything, the Lord who reigns behind. The Lord that created everything, the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows, the degenerate nature of all living things. This is the true Lord we all should follow.
Is that from the audiobook? Yeah, it was really loud. I know. I'm sorry about that. Wait, hold up. I don't know if I should be playing audiobook stuff. Hold up. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think we should be playing. That's because that's definitely copyrighted. I'm pretty sure. Maybe. Not the true partner, not after the crime. All right. I made that. Oh, you made that. Oh, that's fucking badass. I thought it was from the audiobook. That's fucking badass. Bro, delete that. Nah, it's Romero doing it with AI. Okay, that's fucking. Okay, so we're safe. Okay. That's fucking crazy. Oh, my ears got corrupted. You guys heard the mad ravings. All right, 480. We're almost at the end. Let me stretch my back. Hold up. I gotta stretch a little. It's been 8 hours. Ugh. I made that. It's not copyright. Okay, okay, we're good. Okay, we're chill. I thought it was from like the audiobook because you guys did say the audiobook is pretty good. All right, let's keep reading. I'm excited. Let's keep going. Chapter 480 is called Honest Rewards. In the hall where the stone pillar had collapsed, a group of nighthawks wearing black windbreakers and silk hats appeared around the altar. The person leading the team was Archbishop of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, Saint Anthony Stevenson. Saint Anthony Stevenson. It was disrupted by someone, he muttered without stopping, and directly walked to the stone door that led to the interior. I'm gonna lower the volume a bit. It's too loud for me. It was disrupted by someone, he muttered without stopping the direction, walked to the stone door that led to the interior. Let me lower the volume. It sounds kind of loud for you guys. Rich darkness surfaced as the stone door silently opened. St. Anthony led some of the Nighthawks as they delved deeper. Yeah, we passed it a while ago. It's been 8 hours. It's been 8 hours. Along the way, they didn't discover a single guard or anything of value. It was as if the place had been forcibly swept clean. Finally, they reached a room in the deepest recesses, but there was nothing there but the walls and stone pillars. The blue door of light, which was there when Klein left, was long gone. Oh man, my brain's shutting down. It's getting harder to read. Whew. The lanterns in the Nighthawk's hands suddenly lost their lights and darkness enveloped the room. When everything returned to normal, they found that the surrounding walls had somehow melted away. However, there was no hidden doors or tunnels behind them. It was either a thick layer of mud and rocks or the corrodor they came from. St. Anthony was silent for more than 10 seconds before saying, "Try the divination, search the vicinity, achoo." Walking through the pathless cliffs and forests, Klein was saddened to realize that he had apparently really fallen sick. The residual effects of Mr. A's beyond her powers, combined with the fact that he was drenched during winter, gave him the shameful cold. However, he didn't dare to stop to collect dry twigs, to light a fire, and dry the clothes and money. He was afraid that the Beyonders of the church would find him. Even though he had already gained endorsement of the Stanton Isengard from the Machinery Hive and obtained the status of a semi-official, this was a matter involving the primordial demoness awakening and the true creator's descent. 2 cases of the Hydrus order, therefore he was bound to be subjected to rigorous investigations, have tea sessions with the Machinery Hive mandated punchers, and the Nighthawks to recount the whole process of activity. I lost my place. Hold up. Oh my god. It's been so long. Hold up. Ugh, hold up. Oh my god. Let me find my place. I found my place. Okay, we're good. There were 2 major pitfalls to this. One was that he knew people inside the Nighthawks, and although Detective Charlotte Moriarty looked quite different from the martyred Klein Moretti. Oh my god, I can't read. Looked quite different from the martyred Klein Moretti, making it impossible to identify him via photographs. He had zero confidence if things were done face to face. 2, because of similar pathways, the Church of the Evernight Goddess wasn't very friendly to people and things related to death. Back in the Pale Era, at the end of the 4th Epoch, Death had fallen under the siege of the 7 gods, and Sherlock Moriarty had summoned a powerful descendant of Death. At the critical moment, this wasn't a problem that could be exiled easily anyways. The music is loud, huh? I'm gonna lower it more. That high-level powerhouse was rushing to deal with Ince Zungwil and 008, so she didn't have time to bother with friendly small fry like me. However, I can't be careless as a result. I should flee when it's necessary. Yes, I can write to the Machinery Hive Mind when I have a chance, stating that the second reason as to why I have to temporarily leave Backland. This way, I might still have a chance to work with them in the future. Of course, I have to secretly observe to see if the Machinery Hive Mind has any strong enmity towards any descents of Death. I wonder how Mr. Azik is doing. Heh. Perhaps Sherlock Moriarty might be dead in the official announcement. He sure did live up to the name and identity. As quickly as possible, Klein tried to find a small town and blend it with the crowd while enduring the alternate fever and cold. Only in human society could the faceless powers be fully exposed. The woman who was working with Mr. A, she should be a demoness. She went to Eastborough. From the looks of the ritual, there must have been a large number of deaths over there. I wonder, with the spiritual intuition of a seer, Klein's heart suddenly felt heavy. At this moment, all the colors in front of his eyes turned saturated as they had been sprinkled with oil by a deity. How's the music? I'm going to turn the music up a little bit more. I think I may have skipped the line. Mr. Azik, are you? Wait. I almost skipped a line. The feeling was over instantly, and Klein found himself far away from where he had been, with a bronze-skinned, featured Azik eagers appearing next to him. Oh, it's Egg. My bad, not E. Mr. Azik, are you unhurt? Are you unhurt? Or just ask if he's hurt. Mr. Azik, are you unhurt? He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. I am, Azik replied frankly before smiling, but to an undying, this isn't a big problem. Klein calmed down and asked, what happened to Inzangwil in 008? Inzangwil is still alive. Inzangwil is still alive, and he still wields the Great Zero artifact, Azik said as he walked. Klein tried hard to follow him as he couldn't help by sight. What a pity. Don't worry about it. He was severely injured, as Azik solemnly said, and most importantly, we know that he was secretly cooperating with the royal family. So we don't know how to worry about not being able to find him in the future. This way you can focus on improving yourself, and I can also try to go a few places that I've recalled to awaken more memories. Heh. Your luck isn't bad. I've been secretly observing the people from MI9 and the royal family to confirm Inzangwil's whereabouts. Once the most important place was Red Rose Manor, so I've always been wandering around that area. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to rush over to save you so quickly. Okay. Klein quickly felt a little awkward when this was mentioned. Mr. Zik, aren't you puzzled as to why I didn't die? I often wake up after entering a coffin as well. This is something that I previously recalled as Zik. So, like, this is normal for me. I often wake up after entering a coffin as well. This is something that I previously recalled as Zik said with a smile, completely unfazed by this matter. And in my incomplete memory, although it is rare in others, it's not without precedent. He often wakes up after entering a coffin. Often. Klein suddenly realized that the problems that he was worried about were nothing in his eyes of a real powerhouse. As expected of an undying of the death pathway. Well, Mr. Azik has mentioned that he had been in the sequence for a long time, which means that he had long advanced. Klein thought for a moment that he asked with concern, Mr. Azik, would Inzangwil discover that I'm Klein Moretti? He was afraid that Inzangwil would take revenge on Benson and Melissa. Unlikely, at most he would believe that we knew each other long ago, or that you're my informant. If we use the terms that the police uses, Azik recalled and said, but that Grade Zero sealed artifact might notice it, but you don't have to worry. Why? Klein pressed. It was unknown what Azik had remembered, but his expression suddenly turned strange. It was as if he wanted to laugh, but at the same time he felt horrified. That Grade Zero sealed artifact will help attempting to write down the death of its owner? Wait, we do have to update the chapter. What the fuck, bro? We forgot to update so long ago. Holy shit. It's been like 4 chapters. Go to quill. So the quill... Let me reread this part again after we updated the chapter after how long. The Grade Zero sealed artifact will keep attempting to write down the death of its owner. Oh, that's why it was writing on its own. This is likely to be intrinsic to it and cannot be changed. Therefore, I doubt it would actively divulge such important information that can put Inzangwil at a tremendous advantage during such a critical moment, unless it involves something that it cannot avoid or explain. Seeing that Mr. Azik was so sure about it while producing such strong justifications, Klein exhaled. It was as if he had recovered a little from the cold. Seeing this, Azik added, it's best if you leave Backland for the time being. Inzangwil might use that Grade Zero artifact to seek revenge again, using your fake name. As long as you aren't in Backland, it should be fine. The Grade Zero artifact sphere of influence doesn't exceed a larger city. Oh, so it's a range. Okay. Just as I had predicted, there's a limit to its sphere of influence. Otherwise, Inzangwil could have easily hidden in a small town in the southern continent and leisurely arranged the fates of... I just burped as I talked. And leisurely arranged the fates of all his targets without having to worry about anyone finding him. Klein asked after some deliberation, a short trip to Backland for a day or a half is fine. Right? With the premise that I've changed some identity and looks, with that, he rubbed his face, instantly reverting back to his appearance back in Tingen. He rubbed his face, instantly reverting back to his appearance back in Tingen. So we're back to Klein's original face. Azik's eyebrows twitched as he nodded. It's fine. He turned his head and looked into the instance at the spot that he could no longer see. It seems like I've been targeted by a powerful existence of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. It's best if you don't stay by my side, or you might be implicated. Heh. They're very interested in the beyond characteristics related to death. Yes, I plan on heading out to sea. While I digest my potion, I'll be seeking mermaids. It's a condition for my advancement. Klein explained his plan. Azik tilted his head. Mermaids? Could it be a mermaid in the form of a dead spirit work? No way Azik just knows where to go. Could a mermaid in the form of a dead spirit work? I can find at least 4. Probably not. Klein reached out and wiped his forehead. It could work. His intuition told him that it was definitely impossible, but he planned to dive into above the gray fog to confirm it. Without mentioning the dead mermaid again, Azik said, if there's anything, then contact me through the messenger. Messenger. Klein suddenly felt guilt-ridden and ashamed. It died in my battle with Mr. A. It saved my life. Fucking R.I.P. Azik gave him a glass, shook his head, and laughed. Don't worry about it. As long as it isn't killed by a powerhouse at the level of an angel or via some special method, then as long as the undead still exists... Oh, it can slowly... Oh, he's back! It can slowly be reborn there. And before that, I have similar messengers numbering. I don't know how many there are either. It sounds like there aren't an army of such powerhouses and humongous messengers. Klein turned agape, unable to say a word. His shame faded, and he asked curiously, Mr. Zik, where is the underworld, or in other words, hell? Dude, Azik is a homie, bro. This guy is crazy good. These guys are going to be BFFs, bro. I already know it. I mean, they are BFFs, but they're going to be even better best friends in the future. The spirit world, to be precise, it's a special place that the... Well, let me read this. Hold up. The spirit world, to be precise, it's a special place that the ancient death created in the spirit world. Azik didn't hide the truth. Ancient death. That should be the ancient god Phoenix ancestor Gregorins? Okay, I'm getting lost. Hold up. So the underworld belongs to the spirit world. No wonder the basic structure in mysticism is a real world. I'm getting lost. No wonder the basic structure in mysticism is the real world, the spirit world, and the astral world. It doesn't contain the underworld and the abyss. Klein was about to ask a question when he suddenly remembered something and quickly said, Mr. Zik, I obtained a card of blasphemy created by Emperor Roselle. It contains the secrets of high sequence beyonders. I believe it can help you recall more things. However, you'll have to wait a while. It's hidden in backland. Klein didn't mention the bounty, fearing it would reveal the Terror Club secret, the mysterious space above the great fog, and misjustice. Therefore, he could show the gratitude towards Mr. Zik for his help and sacrifice in a tactful way. Zik looked at him in surprise, but he ultimately said nothing. He nodded and said, When you get it back, have the messenger bring it to me. Oh my god, my back. I'll immediately return to you after I study it, or you can copy the contents and pass it to me. He paused for a moment as if he had thought of something. Then he took out a glove that was thin and it looked like it was made of human skin. Is this creeping hunger? He paused for a moment as if he had thought of something. Then he took out a glove that was so thin that it looked like it was made of human skin from the pocket of his hand and handed it to Klein. He's giving him creeping hunger. I've already awakened the relevant memory, so I no longer need a heh. It's an item that the pirate Rear Admiral Hurricane left behind. Shut up. No fucking way he just obtained creeping hunger like that. I've placed some seals on it so it wouldn't be hungry. What a coincidence, dude! What the fuck? However, every time it's used, it will require you to use a human's flesh and soul to feed it. Wait. I've placed some seals on it so it wouldn't be hungry. However, every time it's used, it will require you to use a human's flesh and soul to feed it. Otherwise, it will devour you. Creeping hunger, the remains of a particular shepherd. Klein immediately recalled what the glove represented. Bro, let's fucking go, dude. Holy shit, no fucking way Klein is gonna be a shepherd. On top of everything else, he's gonna get it. I mean, not a shepherd, but like he's gonna have like crazy shepherd-like abilities on top of being like a high sequencer. This is definitely gonna be his most goated weapon. Dude, I can already see fights. He just starts mimicking what he sees. I'm sorry, did I even finish the chapter? Wait, I gotta go back. I'm sorry, did I finish the chapter? Because I hit next chapter. Dude, yeah. Okay, we're good. Yo, let's fucking go. Next chapter. Guys, you guys tell me next volume is the best? Hold up, man. Before we even get to the best volume, you guys can tell me what's the last chapter of this series. What's the last chapter of volume 2? You guys can tell me. Easy, check Discord. I DM'd you something? Okay, I can check. Just give me a sec. Did you just DM me my own link? What am I looking at? I don't know what I'm looking at. 482. Oh my god, we're actually almost done. Nah, I don't trust Clown. I don't know. He just sent me a link to my own stream. Oh my god, this is so good. Oh my god, we're almost done. 2 more fucking chapters. This is so good. Let's finish. Let's finish. He just sent me my own stream. That was actually kind of funny. Well, no, we'll look at it later. Pretty sure it's a clip. Yeah, it might. I'm pretty sure it's probably gonna be an out of context clip. It's a clip. All right. Wait, post it in general first. We'll take a look at it. Oh, we'll look at it later. Wait, we're almost done. We're almost done, guys. Hold up. Hold up. We're like 2 chapters away from the finale. Hold up. Let's stay strong. 0 stalling. Let's knock this sucker out. Hold up. We're literally at the finish line. Hold up, guys. We are at the fucking finish line. I will finally be able to sleep. You can't sleep yet. We gotta read the volume 2 author notes. We gotta read the author notes after. Don't lower your guard yet. Anything could happen in these 2 chapters. I know. Stop it. Yeah, we're gonna read the author notes after this, so we can't end stream yet. Don't worry. After these 2 chapters, I'm still holding you guys hostage for some author notes. Okay. Let's update this. Oh my god. Okay, where are we now? Statistics and people. All right. I won't eat dinner until stream ends. No, you guys got to go get something to eat. In a small town on the outskirts of Backland, after changing into a clean and dry clothes, Klein placed the wet bills on the surface of the table, one by one, waiting for them to dry naturally in the warm room. During this process, he moved very carefully and very gentle. Even his sneezing and coughing, which were brought by the fever, had been forcefully suppressed. To make sure there were no mistakes, he didn't dry themselves by controlling a flame. Having done all this, he walked to the corners of the hotel room where there was a full-length mirror. Klein's black hair was neatly combed in the mirror. He had a pair of dark brown eyes and his face was thin and angular. He had gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and was beardless. He looked young but also experienced. This was a modification of Zomingiri's appearance with the traits of a native from the northern continent. Moreover, this was his useful appearance during the university when he was filled with vigor, one that had yet to appear being made fat by society. He intended to go back to Backland when things have settled down a little, and then he would get himself a legal identity for his current appearance. Compared to when he left Tingen, he had no shortage of appropriate channels. For example, he had Ian and Braveheart's Bar, Miss Sharon Circles, and Detective Azik and how nostalgic, Klein whispered. He busied himself with a ritual in the room when curtains had been drawn. He planned to bring Creeping Hunger above the Grey Fog to study it safely. Inside the silhouette ancient palace, he appeared at the very end of the long bronze table, leaning back in his chair while holding a pair of thin gloves made by human skin. Immediately after, he closed his eyes and extended his spirituality into the object that required sealing. He immediately felt the hunger of gloves. It was as if it had a stomach that could never be filled. But above the gray fog, it was so tame that it didn't dare to let out even the slightest bit of malice. It was like a hunting dog lying there, not daring to move at all. Hold on, Red Devil. Then Klein heard the cries of indignation and groans of pain. Many distorted, hideous, and grieving faces appeared in his spiritual perception, brimming with unspeakable melancholy and madness. These faces were deeply fused with the beyond characteristics of different colors of different states. Whenever Klein's spirituality spread, it would combine with his corresponding faces and use the powers it had. This is the way to use it. Together with the help of divination, Klein made one attempt after another and figured out what the 5 souls that the creeping hunger could let out to grace. Why? I read that wrong. This is the way to use it. Together with the help of divination, Clyde made one attempt after another and figured out what the 5 souls that the creeping hunger could let out to gaze. The first was faceless, but only had the powers to change his appearance and build. The second was psychiatrist, so we don't need the faceless because he's a faceless. The second was psychiatrist. He can make a target fall into a frenzied state, place a certain amount of psychological cues, and could simulate a dragon's might in intimidating individuals and groups and creating chaos. The third was interrogator, allowed the wearer of the glove to be proficient in using all kinds of weapons, become a demolition expert, and possess the ability to focus his mind and have the ability to pierce a target's spirit body. The fourth was nightmare. R.I.P. There was only one power, which was to drag someone into a dream without being detected. However, it was unlike a beyonder of the corresponding sequence. It was accomplished by creeping hunger, so the wearer could still move their bodies. It was accomplished by creeping hunger. so the wearer could still move their bodies after entering a nightmare state. The fifth was Priest of Light. It allowed him to produce a halo-like effect, purifying all undead and foul creatures within a certain range. At the same time, he also had the singing ability of a bard, which could strengthen his companions, as well as summon the light of holiness, which was weaker than flaring sun. Didn't he use something similar when he was fighting alongside Sharon and Merrick? We're going to tell you the volume in volume 3 since it's one you already know. It's in the author notes. Okay, if it's in the author notes, that's cool. All right, we'll see right now. Bro, please. Not slowly. 8 hours passed. Wait, what happened? Like the sun brooch. Ah, yeah, you're right. He used the sun brooch. The limit is 5 souls, and the powers are fixed when letting them out to graze for the first time. This isn't something I can decide for myself. It's purely based on luck. Maybe there can be 3 or just 1. Klein thoughtfully sighed and said to the suffering souls, no matter what kind of people you were in the past, I will gradually free you from your imprisonment and acquire complete deliverance. In the future, the soul I graze will only come from the people who have committed heinous and unforgivable crimes. Bruh. In the future, the souls I graze will only come from people who have committed heinous and unforgivable crimes. For every such beyonder I'll kill, I'll replace one of you and release you, regardless of whether I need their powers or not. Okay. His solemn but gentle voice echoed. That is beautiful and tragic in and of itself. His solemn but gentle voice echoed within the ancient palace. The wailing sounds quiet down, no longer writhing in a hideous fashion. Phew. Klein exhaled, opened his eyes, tapped the edge of the ancient table with his fingers, and said to himself, "That's faceless powers overlaps with mine, so it's completely useless. Once I have something to replace it with, I'll release him first. Yes, when that time comes, I can attempt to channel his spirit and converse with him. Perhaps I might receive information regarding high sequence of the seer pathway, as well as clues to the whereabouts of the mermaids. No, there's no need to wait for replacement. In a few days, I can make the attempt when I fully recover my cold. The souls corresponding to the Priest of Light should be able to complete the incomplete formula I previously obtained. Furthermore, he'll leave behind the corresponding beyonder characteristics. That way, Little Sun doesn't need to worry about his subsequent advancement. Yes, he will be the second to be released. As for me needing to feed a human soul and flesh to the creeping humber every time it's used, that's not something I need to pay attention to. I usually wouldn't use it anyway. When using it, I'll definitely be facing a terrifying enemy. In such a battle, there's no lack of lives to cull. Even if there isn't, I can throw creeping hunger above the great fog and not be worried about its backlash, nor do I need to be afraid of harming the innocent. The worst outcome would it becoming unstable. Unusable. Oh my god, my brain's shutting down. Whew! I gotta keep it together. Almost there. We're almost at the finish line. Putting his thoughts away, Klein tried to use the mystical item, Creeping Hunger, to divine the formula for the Shepherd Potion, but ended up failing. He didn't divine the origins of Creeping Hunger. After that, he would provide an unfriendly existence, although he wasn't afraid of endangering himself due to the Gray's Fog, isolation, and obstruction. Doing so could likely damage Creeping Hunger. I'll consider trying that out when I no longer need it. Klein leaned forward and rested his elbows on the table. He quietly recalled the previous matters and keenly noticed a detail. After the master key was obliterated, its beyonder characteristics didn't disappear. Instead, it became dots of light, trying hard to converge. I'm sorry, can he use that for Creeping Hunger or nah? It can be assumed that the apprentice characteristics that formed in the end will no longer contain Mr. Dorsword. Never mind. In other words, such a method can be used to rid of the mental corruption inside a beyonder characteristic. But the underlying problem is that there's no way to destroy a beyonder characteristic, which had solidified into an item under normal circumstances. Back then, I was relying on a ritual that could allow a true god to descend. It needs the prerequisite of a large number of innocent lives. Also, once the all-black eye is shattered, the true creator's mental corruption that's hidden within it will definitely erupt. When that happens, who can withstand it? Do it above the Grey Fog. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Klein remembered what could have happened at Eastborough. He hurriedly conjured a pen and paper to make the appropriate divination. After receiving the revelation, his expression sank, and slowly he leaned back into his chair. Below him, the endless gray fog floated in silence and seemingly ethereal, unchanged fashion. Audrey stood by the window, looking at the fog mixed with pale yellow and iron black, cold, rapidly dispersed. When she saw the heavy rain that was incompatible... I can't read. My eyesight's going blurry. Hold up. When she saw the heavy rain that was incompatible with the winter here, her heart felt more at ease. After an unknown period of time, she and Sissy waited for Earl Hall's eventual return home. Father, how is it? Audrey asked with concern. Earl Hall smiled warmly as he handed his coat and hat to an attendant. It's resolved, but the exact details are still unclear. My little princess, you've really helped me greatly this time. You deserve a ton of medals. That's good, that's good. Thanks to Mr. Fool's reminder, thank you to the risky investigation of his adorer, our Terror Club has once again stopped the descent of an evil god and saved the world. Audrey's heart filled with pride. Earl Hall took the towel. My eyes got spicy. I scratched myself and I had chip powder on my hand. Earl Hall took the towel from the maidservant's hand, wiped his face, and sighed. However, this time there will still be some serious casualties. To think that backland smog could become so deadly, although the statistics haven't been tabulated, I estimate that more than 10,000 people died in Eastboro, the dock area, and the factory district. Although, furthermore, the plague. Wait! I had to change the music, right? We said sealed vessel. Yeah, I remember. We said sealed vessel when we were back with Audrey. Son of a bitch, my eye. Yeah, we said sealed vessel once we were back with her. Dude, my eyesight's so blurry right now. Yeah, sealed vessel, Audrey. All right, we're here. Oh man, hold up. Oh my god, we're so fucking close, man. I literally forgot to update my timestamps again. Found my place. However, this time they're doing oh my god. However, this time we're still with some serious casualties. To think that backline smog could really become this deadly. Although the statistics haven't been tabulated, I estimate that more than 10,000 people died in Eastboro, the dock area and the factory district. Furthermore, the plague is still spreading, so please try not to leave the house for the time being. More than 10,000 people. This was a statistic Audrey could understand but couldn't imagine. Only on the anniversary of the kingdom's founding and during the parade would there be seen tens of thousands of people gathered together. However, this didn't stop her heart from feeling heavy as her mood suddenly turned gloomy. Damn. That's sad. Daisy stood outside her apartment watching the doctors and nurses in white coats and masks enter to carry out the bodies. She had long known the outcome. Her expression was numb and her heart was vacant. She subconsciously moved closer to the door. At this moment, the police officer in charge of the cordon stopped her. Don't go over. Do you want to be infected by the plague? Daisy stood there as he watched the two bodies being carried out. She saw her mother live, hugging her sister. Frazier tightly, they were carried to a cargo carriage that was wrapped in black cloth and temporarily requisited. She then watched as they disappeared in front of her eyes as a white cloth covered them. Nah, what the fuck, dude? That's so sad, dude. That was so sad. She just saw like her family dead as the white cloth covered them. Fuck, I butchered that whole paragraph, man. I'm so out of it. It's almost been 9 hours. Oh man, this is so good. The carriage slowly moved towards the other end of the street. At that moment, Daisy seemed to wake up from a dream. She turned around and ran at full speed, chasing after the carriage. The ground was abnormally muddy, and after the rain, she fell and got up several times, leaving her body covered in dirt. However, she was still unable to catch up with the carriage and could only watch it disappear around the corner. Daisy slowed her pace. Her body swayed slightly as he expressed turned abnormally vacant. She held onto the trees by the street and started at the place where the carriage had left. Suddenly, her entire body went limp and she started weeping. Mother Frazier. The voice was soft, low, sharp, weak, and lingered. At that moment in Eastboro, the dock area, and the factory district, tens of thousands of people were similarly crying out in grief. Emperorsboro, Saudi Palace, wearing a crown above his resolute face and thin mustache, George III sat on the throne. He stared at the Earl Palatine in front of him without saying a word. Your Majesty, the people from the 3 churches are waiting outside for your explanation, the Earl Palatine asked as sweat dripped down his forehead. Explanation: Prince Azik was seduced by a demoness, causing him to collude with a cult and attempt to rebel. This is the explanation. His schemes were exposed and he had already died by unaliving himself. What other explanations do they need? George III suddenly flew into rage. He took a deep breath and regained his usual solemnity. I can't read right now. You tell them that anyone who obtained the corresponding aristocrat's title via any means can get a seat in the House of Lords. It's property, bro. Why can't I read, bro? Easy. The scapegoat? Yeah, he was a scapegoat. The property restrictions needed for elections will be relaxed and the invalid constituencies will be removed. This is to appease the factory owners and bankers. Similarly, the National Atmospheric Pollution Council would immediately make their final statement. The relevant bill will soon be passed, and the minimum safeguards and working hours will appear in the form of a law. The poor law shall be reformed in accordance with the requests. The 3 churches are permitted to send their personnel into the military. Your Majesty, the Earl Palatine was startled. Such a concession was beyond his imagination, especially the last one. George III flared up again. Tell them this. Since they want a new order, I will give them a new order. Yes, Your Majesty. The Earl Palatine didn't dare to say anything furthermore and left the palace. George III sat there unmoving for a long time as though he was a stone statue. After an unknown period of time, his expression suddenly turned gentle. We're almost there. Yeah, one more chapter, right? One more chapter? Okay, you brought this on yourself? Yeah, it has been 9 hours. I did bring this to myself. I should have split this into 2 different streams. Waking up at 1 a.m. was worth it. Thank you, son. Thank you guys for being here. All right, last chapter, right? Last chapter. It's fine. It's confirmed. We are getting a happy ending. There has been nothing bad set up. We're okay. He leaves, new identity, and we live happily ever after. All right, hell yeah. Let's freaking go, dude. Last chapter. Let me update this. Hold up, before I read chat, let me do my time step. Sure. Something about all mods? Are we gonna be ready? All mods want to sleep easy? I know. I'm reading. But before I read, I actually need to take a piss. TMI. I'm gonna take the fastest. I'm hanging in there by a thread, bro. I gotta go. I gotta pee. I'm hanging in there by a thread. I've been holding it for like 2 chapters. I gotta go. I'm literally back in 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Back. If they die, they die. 1 2 second pat. We're back. 2 seconds. It's been 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Last chapter. Here we go. 55 seconds. Damn, you fucking timed that? I know, man. That's crazy. All right, chapter 482. Dude, my eyes are so blurry right now. It's been too long. Hold up. Happy ending? Oh, brother. Oh, wait, I don't know if I should read the whole thing. We're gonna get a happy ending. Just watch. All right, last chapter. Let's fucking go. Is fatigue? Well, I can't even read, bro. My eyesight so blurry, and I can't even read what that is. D. All right, last chapter. Make sure we're updated. We're good. I'm gonna lower the volume on my end because it's actually loud. It's starting to hurt my ears. Let me just lower the volume. You guys ready? I'll be. Oh, that's French. Okay, hold up. I don't think we're gonna read author notes. I'm beat. After this, we'll talk about the finale, and then we're gonna end it. We're gonna read the author notes on a different stream. That way everybody can rest. No, it's French, don't worry. Bro's so tired, he started typing in French. He started speaking another language. Happy ending, 10k people died. Oh, you're right. We lost, yeah. All right, let's keep going. Final chapter. Morning on December 31st at the Harvest Church south of the bridge, Emlyn White stood in the kitchen wearing his priest robes, occasionally tossing the different herbs into a large iron pot and stirring them to a certain extent. After all the prepared ingredients was tossed in, he waited patiently for another 10 minutes. Then he scooped up an ink-black liquid with a metal ladle and poured it into a glass cup and glass bottle. Hold up. Is everything updated? Yes, we're good. 48, 49, 50. Emlyn glanced at the empty pot and counted the medicine he had brewed. After confirming the quality, he picked up a large tray and brought the bottles of a dark green liquid to the hall. In the hall, more than half the fuse had been removed and the floor was covered with tattered blankets. Lying within them were victims of plagues who were either in deep sleep or groaning in pain. Emlyn and Father Trotsky worked together, each carrying some of the medicine, distributing it for 2 seconds. The first person in the queue was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. He hurriedly propped himself up halfway, receiving a medicine, and drank it. He handed back to the bottle and said to Emlyn, gratitude, Father White, thank you very much. I feel much better and have some strength again. Emlyn lifted his chin and replied disdainfully, this is only an extremely trivial matter that isn't worth being grateful for. All of you are truly ignorant. With that, he sped up the distribution of the potions. After 10 minutes or so, he returned to the altar of Mother Earth and complained to Father Utrasky. The music now is really low. You should get 2 more volunteers. I lost my place. Father Trotsky didn't respond. He looked at the patients and said with a gentle smile, they should be completely healed in 2 to 3 days. How do you know? Emlyn turned his head surprised. Father Trotsky looked down at him benevolently and said, herbal medicine is one of the domains of the Earth Mother. As her believer, I do know some of the basics, even if I'm not part of the Earth pathway. Emlyn asked, I'm not interested in religion and know little about it. Although I've been copying Earth Mother's Bible in recent months, he inwardly added in a slightly resentful tone before saying, Father, I didn't expect you to accept the non-believers in the faith. Among them, only 2 or 3 of them are believers of the earth. Father Trotsky smiled without minding what he said. They are also lives in... Holy shit, he really is Chad Trotsky. You guys were right. This guy is a humble man, dude. After his crazy past, he is genuinely a humbled man. They are also lives, innocent lives. Emlyn paused for a second and exhaled and said, Father, I've already found a way to resolve the psychological cube. Perhaps I will leave this place soon. Wait, why did I mention this? I was actually moved by him. What if he locks me up in the basement again? Emlyn suddenly turned nervous. Father Trotsky expressed remained unchanged as he looked down and said to Emlyn, actually, you didn't need to seek out solutions. In a little while, the psychological cube will be automatically removed and you will be free to choose whether to come to the cathedral. And he's still going to come up. He's still going to be visiting after, man. He's the GOAT, bro. Any longer and I would have become a Earth Mother's devout believer, Emlyn blurted out. Father Trotsky raised an eyebrow and said, feeling somewhat surprised, I didn't compel you to change your faith. The psychological cue I left in you was for you to return to the cathedral every day, hoping that you would be able to fully appreciate the value of life and the joy of a harvest. The only effect of the psychological cue was to make me return to the cathedral. Emlyn's expression instantly froze. Father Trotsky nodded frankly. Yes. Damn. Thank you for following, dude. We're so close to 2,000. Damn. The stream ends when we... Nah, the stream does not end when we hit 2,000, man. I'm about to sleep. Emlyn's mouth gaped as he slowly and mechanically turned his head to look back at the altar, looking at Earth Mother's sacred emblem of life, as he had become a puppet this very instant. And the evening of December 31st... In the evening of December 31st, 2nd Daffodil Street, Tingan City... Why are we with them, man? Benson entered the house, took off his hat and coat, and chuckled. I've booked second-class tickets to the steam locomotive in Backland on January 3rd. No way we ended with them, dude. No way we're gonna end it with them. Wait. Oh, man. Thank you. Melissa, who was sitting in the dining room with the several newspapers in front of her, wordly said, Benson, the air in Backland's terrible. Tens of thousands of people have died from poison and diseases caused by the smog a few days ago. In a sad and regretful manner, Benson walked to the dinner room side and said, but the 2 houses have already passed the report submitted by the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. There will be legislation to regulate the emissions of smoke and wastewater, so a new Backland will welcome us. You don't have to worry too much. Having said that, he smiled mockingly. When I came back from the Iron Cross Street, I found a lot of factory owners and their employees from Backland recruiting people. They said that due to the smog and plague, the factories there are suffering a shortage of manpower, so they're willing to promise that the working hours and minimum wage will be much better than the current standard. Heh. You think that's impossible? Melissa asked. When more and more people flock to Backland, it will be impossible unless both houses pass the corresponding laws directly. Benson spread his hands and pointed to the table. Well, it's time to receive the new year. There were 3 seats and forks and knives. Aww. 3 empty porcelain plates and 3 cups on the table. They still set up Klein's? Oh, that's so sad, dude. 3 cups, 1 for beer, 2 for ginger beer. And the evening of December 31st... Oh, no, I read that wrong. And the evening of December 31st, dressed to the nines, Audrey stood inside a lounge waiting for the start of the New Year's party. However, one couldn't see the excitement, exuberance, and joy on her face despite the... I'm getting a little emotional. Now we're almost done. And joy on her face despite the fact that she was about to become an adult. No, we don't end it with her, right? Why are we cutting back to Audrey? In front of her was a newspaper on it written, according to preliminary estimates, a total of 21,000 people... Happy ending, right? A total of 21,000 people died in the fog, and the subsequent plague took the lives of close to 40,000 people. Among the deceased were young children, healthy young men and women. Few. Audrey couldn't help but close her eyes. Just then, her father, Earl Hall, and her mother, Lady Catelyn, knocked on the door and said in unison, "Your beauty surpasses everyone tonight. Darling, it's time. The queen is waiting for you." Audrey slowly breathed out and wore an elegant and beautiful smile. She then walked out of the lounge and entered the party's hall. Under the company of her parents, she walked all the way up the front of the dais, or whatever that means, and under the gaze of many, handed her white muslin-gloved hands to the queen. The queen led her to the edge of the dais something as they faced all the guests. After a short pause, the queen smiled and said, "Although this is a dark period in Backland's history, we still have..." I'm gonna turn the volume up a little bit. No, I'll leave it like this. "We still have a gem that can illuminate the entire city. Her wisdom, her beauty, her character, her etiquette are all impeccable. Today, I will formally introduce her to you. Lady Audrey Hall." Bang! Shut the... Why is it bang? Oh, it's fireworks. Thank God. I thought somebody shot at her, bro. Oh my God. I thought somebody just shot at her, dude. Oh my God. Bang, bang. Outside the window, the fireworks exploded into a dreamy light. On the last night of 1349, Audrey officially came of age and was presented to society. On the afternoon of January 3rd, 1350, on the Okay. Bro, yeah, I know. I got scared, bro. I thought those were like gunshots, bro. Fucking shit. That scared the shit out of me, dude. I was about to end stream right there. And the afternoon of January 3rd, 1350, on the outskirts of Eastborough, in a newly opened cemetery, using divination, Klein found the graves of Old Kohler and Liv. That's sad. This wasn't engraved in the truest sense of the word, but rather niche where an urn was stored. They went there, row after row, stacked above one another. Standing there, Klein saw that not only was there no photograph or epitaph on Old Collier's niche, but even his name was missing. Similar situations weren't uncommon. They were too many ownerless ashes whose relatives and friends couldn't be located. Their names, looks, and whatever experiences they had were unknown, nor did they garner the interest of anyone. They were only distinguished by the numbers of the niches. Klein closed his eyes. I'm reading that wrong. I'm sorry. Klein closed his eyes, pulled out a slip of paper, shook it into a piece of metal, and carved a word on the niche's door, Kohler. Then he added an epitaph. He was a good worker. He had a wife, a son, a daughter. He worked hard all life. Getting emotional, man. He worked hard to live. He withdrew his wrist, and with a shake of his wrist, the black-haired, brown-eyed, and emaciated Klein let the paper burn in his hands, as if it was a memorial service to all the souls residing in the area. Instead of appearing to help Daisy... I'm getting emotional. Instead of appearing to help Daisy, who had lost her mother and sister, he anonymously wrote to reporter Mike Joseph, describing the girl's predicament in detail, so as to not implicate her in official affairs. Mike had met Daisy, oh my God, I can't read anymore. Mike had met Daisy, knew about her, and had enthusiastically promoted the establishment of the corresponding charity fund. Therefore, Klein believed that he could have helped her receive more help so that she could complete her basic studies and find a stable job that could support her. Taking 2 steps back, Klein looked around, taking in the names, photos, and even the victims who had those missing. He raised his head, let out a long breath, turned around, and left the cemetery. On the steam locomotive to Backland, Melissa was engrossed in her textbooks, and Benson was soon chanting with the passengers. Shut up. No way they're gonna run. There's no way. There's no way Klein is gonna run into them on the bus. Wait, on the locomotive or train, right? Wait, what does it mean? That's a face. On the steam locomotive to Backland, Melissa was engrossed in her textbooks, and Benson was soon chanting with the passengers around him. It's too expensive, just too expensive. A whole 10 soldi, half-pound. A burly man who wasn't even 30 sighed from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't buy a third-class seat or what seat was... I think Klein had a third-class seat, right? When Volume 2 started? Or a boat ticket recently, I would have spent all this money at all. This is equivalent to half a week's worth of my salary. Indeed, there are too many people heading to Backland after the New Year's, Benson agreed. The burly man wiped off... the music is loud, right? The burly man wiped off his heartbroken expression and said exceptionally, because they promised me 21 soldi a week and that I wouldn't need to work more than 12 hours a day, was signed the contract. When I receive my first payment and rented a house, my wife will come to Bakerland and she will be able to get a job. A job will pay 12 or 13 solely a week. It said that, I'm sorry, who is this person we're talking to? It said that Bakerland is in dire need of help. When the time comes, we'll earn a total of over £1.50 a week and we'll be able to eat meat frequently. Your wish will definitely be achieved. The king has already signed a bill passing the law for a minimum wage and maximum working hours. Ben sincerely wished him well before smiling. This is the land of hope. Whoosh. The steam locomotive, is that the end down there? Oh my god, I can see the end of the chapter. I see it. It's at the end of my, like, the corner of my eye. The steam locomotive brought countless hopeless people to Backland. The sky was still bright and the fog in the air had thinned a lot. The gas lamps on the platform were no longer lit and early. Experienced Benson protected his sister and wallet before leaving the station with their suitcases while following the crowd. Suddenly, they simultaneously felt a gaze swept past them. Tracing... No, stop. Tracing the gaze, Benson and Melissa saw a young gentleman with neat black hair and dark brown eyes. I'm gonna cry, dude. The gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses pressed his hat and looked past them into the distance. Benson and Miss Melissa also looked away as they cast their gaze on the smoky pillars in the garden in the middle of the streets as they looked forward to seeing the underground transportation system in Backland. Carrying his suitcase with an expressionless look, Klein walked past them with his body kept straight. This is so sad. No way, dude. He entered the departure station facing the mass of people pouring in. It's getting hard to read. Hold up. I can't even read anymore. Oh, my eye. What? Who cut the onions, dude? He entered the departure station facing the mass of people pouring into the land of hope. People filled with wonderful hopes in their hearts. It was the best of the times, was the worst of times. End of the second volume, Faceless. No way, dude. Oh, this is so good. He ran into them, dude. Oh, man. That is so sad, dude. Oh, we're not reading notes today, man. It's so late. Let me just fucking do a timestamp. Oh, shit. 2 hours, 59 minutes. Oh, man, that is so good. Great job. Beast mode today. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. Damn, man. Rating this volume? Hold up. Don't cry. You're gonna make me tear up. This is so good. Did I not tell you guys that there would come a point where he'd run into his siblings? Oh, shit, dude. Oh, man. I got a little emotional. I'm not gonna lie. This was a really good volume. I think volume 1 had more of an emotional ending, and this was more of like a hype ending. They're both good. This was a really good one. I gave volume 1 like what'd I give it? I give it an 8.5. It's between great and amazing. I think I'm gonna give it the same. I think it's just as good. I know it took a little longer to get to it, but the highs were so high in this volume, bro. It is crazy. The highs in this volume were so, like, godly amazing. Congrats on finishing volume 2, man. Thank you guys for joining me, man. Do you want the title meaning? I can kind of surmise what the meaning is. Faceless. One is, yes, he digested the potion faceless, but he also became someone he wasn't. Volume 3, I'm gonna crush it. You're gonna love volume 3? Fuck, man, it only gets better, man. How long, like, around what point does volume 3 end? You can be like, it ends like 650, like 700s. You can give me like the 50s. You finished the worst volume for me. Maybe because it was longer, right? It was so good. I love it. I love Lord of Mysteries. It's hard to follow, I'm not gonna lie. 7, oh my god, it's gonna be a while. It was a leisure to enjoy those almost 9-hour streams. It was a pleasure. Thank you guys, man. 700-ish. Woo, my god, bro. Bro, it's like, oh man, this is gonna be so good. Klein is gonna become Luffy from One Piece. He's gonna go into the Great Sea and find a singing mermaid. Check that clip. The faceless people that died in the smog. Also the faceless people. Yeah, and it's like the whole, like the ashes, right? There was no face. Oh, I didn't think about that. All the urns of the faceless, there was no pictures, right? They were all faceless. All the people that died. There were so many people that you couldn't even name them. Lord of the One Piece. So it's around 250 chapters. Okay. Damn, man, it was so good. I love this volume. Faceless, those who died did not have names attached to their graves. I sent author notes in general chat. Maybe we will read it. Let me just see how long it is. Hold up. Fuck, this is really long. I think we're gonna have to save this. We are over a third of the way through LTM. That is amazing. I think we're gonna save author notes. It's long, man. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm low-key kind of beat. We've been reading for like 9 hours. It's like a chapter. I don't have another chapter in me. We'll make this its own video. Yeah, we'll make the author notes its own video. Yeah. 9 hours? That was wild, man. That was fucking crazy. All right. I'll save the images so we have it. 9 chapter 9. Fuck, man. We're less than 1,000. Oh, all right. Yeah, we're gonna save those author notes. 9 hours, no way, dude. We were live for a really long time. Rest well, everyone. GG, man. This was such a good volume. But like, I don't know if I personally preferred volume 1, because look, I'm a simple guy. Once you start playing with my heartstrings and you get me emotionally invested, like you leave an impression on my mind. And I think volume 1 nailed that. Like in the final act, right? Like when we were at Blackthorn Security Company, the whole fight with Magoose, Klein's grave, Benson in the midst of going, and like fucking Leonard speaking to them. It's like all that really got me. But volume 2 had so many crazy ass fucking fights. Even at this point, bro, I'm not gonna lie, I got it also didn't help that we read for like 9 hours, but I also got really lost in the fights. Especially with that whole time loop shit that happened with Derrick, I was not even able to piece that shit together. Hope everyone gets some good rest. Yeah, all you guys deserve some rest, man. You guys have been with me for way too long. We need a rest. I can't rate one volume over another. They're all the best in different things. Yes. And like I don't know if volume 1 is better or volume 2 is better. But like I guess like yes, volume 2 is better than volume 1, even though it felt kind of dragged out. It wasn't dragged out. I guess it was a little bit longer, right? So the low points were kind of low, but the high points were really high. Volume 2 is better than volume 1, but I think I had more of an emotional like roller coaster reading volume 1, and I think that's what I kind of like it more. Some volumes are built different. Yeah, we'll see, man. You guys are hyping up volume 3 at 6. But we'll leave it there. So I'm going to let you guys go. Have a beautiful day. And I'll see you guys really soon. All right, guys. Peace. And have a beautiful day. Later, guys. Please download them. It's fine. I sent them from the next stream. Please, I beg. Okay. Yeah, I'll look into it. Wait, hold up. The stream is still going. I'll look at it. Peace. Adieu. Bye. Thank you for the awesome stream. Thank you guys for being such an awesome chat. I'm so tired. Okay, just heads up. We are going to private the stream until everything is updated. There's probably going to be nothing updated for like the next 12 hours because it's going to take a while to upload everything. But later, guys. Have a beautiful day. And thank you for joining me. Volume 2 was fucking crazy. It was amazing. It was beautiful. Oh, next stream? I'll keep you guys updated. We're not gonna read Lord of Mysteries for like a week. We're gonna take a 1 week break so I can update my notes and fully digest everything. But we're probably still gonna we're probably gonna stream on Monday and read the author notes. Maybe tomorrow. I'll see. If we don't do the author notes tomorrow, we'll do it Monday. But I'm gonna let you guys go. Okay? Later. Go get some rest. You guys all deserve it. I'll keep you guys updated in Discord. And yes, Romero, I got you. I read it. I read your message. Later, guys.